As I approach the completion of my doctoral dissertation and the conclusion of my student years, I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude to my loved ones. Thank you for your unwavering support, care, and concern throughout these years. Thank you. With an intricate blend of emotions, Luo typed the final line, devoid of ostentatious embellishments, merely articulating the sentiments he wished to convey. Having completed the acknowledgement section, the initial draft of the dissertation was finished. All that remained was a relentless cycle of revisions. With a prolonged exhalation, Luo adjusted his thick glasses. He saved the document, created multiple copies, inserted a USB drive, and repeated the process with an external hard drive. As for cloud storage, the dissertation contained sensitive material. 2 minutes later, this document of over 130 pages was backed up 5 times 4 USB drives, and 1 external hard drive before he finally felt at ease. After pressing the shutdown button, Luo reached for the thermos beside him, only to discover it contained nothing but swollen goji berries and dates. Forgot to refill the water again. Muttering to himself, Luo set the cup down, licked his slightly parched lips, and confirmed that the computer was indeed shut down. He then donned his down jacket, wrapped a scarf around his neck, turned off the lights, and exited the research office. The hallway was eerily quiet, the only sound being the distant hum of cars passing on the road outside, faint and indistinct. "I'm 9 minutes late today." Luo glanced at his watch. It was 11:59. He preferred to write in the evenings, free from the interruptions of junior peers, relishing the tranquility. Ding! As the elevator doors parted, revealing an empty interior, Luo stepped inside, instinctively positioning himself in a corner, just as the clock struck midnight. The doors closed, and the ascent commenced. At this late hour, could there still be someone above? It seemed to be a case of kindred spirits. The elevator continued its ascent without pausing, yet its speed grew increasingly peculiar, accelerating unnaturally. Instinctively, Luo took a step forward, pressing several buttons in rapid succession, but the elevator showed no sign of halting or even slowing down. The red numbers on the panel had transformed into mere phantoms, indistinct and blurry. What the hell is going on? Is the elevator malfunctioning? Cursing under his breath, Luo felt a surge of panic, hastily pressing the emergency call button. To no avail. Gasping for breath, the relentless acceleration of the elevator made it increasingly difficult for him to maintain his footing, his legs growing weak under the strain. Though he bore the youthful physique of a 20-something, his back felt like that of a man in his 50s, yet Luo understood that he was not one to succumb so easily. Something was decidedly amiss in this situation. "Hello? Is anyone there? Hello?" With his back against the elevator's walls, Luo anxiously continued to press the emergency button, shouting desperately, but no response came. As for his phone, a quick glance revealed a complete lack of signal. There was no time to fiddle with that now. Bang! The overwhelming pressure finally forced Luo to collapse within the elevator, pinning him against the plastic mat marked with scuff marks, leaving him utterly helpless. Damn it, I was so close to graduating. Luo felt a surge of fear given the height of the building and the elevator's current breakneck speed. By all rational calculations, he should have already ascended to the rooftop. The elevator continued to accelerate, resembling a rocket striving to break free from the shackles of gravity, determined to soar alongside the sun. Before long, the effects of overwhelming pressure began to manifest. Luo's vision blurred, ultimately succumbing to an enveloping darkness. I finally made it to graduation with his last vestige of resentment. Luo fainted, the oxygen deprivation to his brain from the excessive weight extinguishing his final spark of consciousness. At 11 o'clock in the evening, in Coleman City, the Southern District, the streets were sparsely populated, nearly deserted, as the weary street urchins concluded their day's toil. "Luo, how did your collection go today?" Hawks approached, clad in oversized, grimy garments, his tousled hair resembling a bird's nest from a short distance away. "Not bad, just enough to meet the quota," replied a slightly older boy, similarly attired in tattered clothes, his face relatively clean, though his hair could be described as, well, glossy and jet black. I managed to gather enough to otherwise. I would face punishment. Hawks chuckled, revealing slightly yellowed teeth, a sign that he hadn't brushed them in quite some time. Mum. Two beggars, one large and one small, ventured forth together in a singular direction. Nearby, the streets were abuzz with similarly attired children, both boys and girls alike, all dutifully heading towards the same destination. None contemplated escape, for not far behind them loitered a group of ruffians. After a day of begging, it was time to settle accounts. The younger beggar, appearing to be around 15 or 16, with lustrous black hair, was none other than Luo Bai. Just a fortnight prior, on a fateful evening, he had completed the first draft of his doctoral thesis, catching a glimpse of the dawn of graduation before being whisked away by an elevator, dubbed the Super Rocket, to this unfamiliar world, lost in the vast expanses of the cosmos. In stark contrast to his previous existence, he now bore the visage of youth. Luo Bai found himself bewildered, unable to ascertain the nature of his current condition. Language and script flowed effortlessly in his mind upon awakening. He was uncertain whether these faculties had been bestowed upon him or if he had merely been dreaming all along. As for his attire, this body was unmistakably different from his former self, who had sported an M-shaped hairline and the physique of a man in his 50s. Moreover, upon awakening, he had assumed an identity, though merely that of a small beggar. The reactions of those around him indicated that he had indeed left traces of existence in this place, and for a considerable duration, the particulars of which remained a blank in his memory. Had he traversed souls, lacking memories of a previous life? And most crucially, over the past half-month, Luo Bai had meticulously examined his body. Scars from childhood tumbles, 2 moles on his neck, and distinguishing features indicative of his former self all confirmed that this was indeed his body, albeit seemingly rejuvenated by several years. Is it truly Dr. Luo Bai Ming wandering through another realm? Or is it the beggar Luo Bai who has, in his dreams, pursued a doctorate? Zhuang Zhou dreamt of a butterfly who, indeed, dreams of whom? As Luo Bai walked, he pondered his next course of action. Begging was no longer an option. He was resolute that he would never resort to it again in this lifetime. The reason he had endured until now was twofold. First, he needed an identity to assimilate into this world. Second, he found himself trapped with no means of escape. Luo Bai, along with Hawks and numerous children, was under the dominion of a man known as Scar. Scar exploited the innocence of these children to beg for alms. Amassing wealth for himself, how could he possibly allow Luo Bai and the others to flee? Even during daylight hours, there were eyes watching, and any hint of rebellion would result in a brutal dragging into a back alley. Complying at least ensured survival for the majority of ordinary individuals. The concept of freedom paled in comparison to the value of life, particularly when weighed against one's very existence. Those street thugs observing them, though not directly under Scar's command, acted at his behest. Injuring or maiming a few individuals was hardly a challenge in this world, where the lives of common folk held little worth. What should I do? Luo Bai mused for a long while, only to realize, with a sense of helplessness, that he was out of options. His mind brimmed with a vast reservoir of knowledge, yet the present predicament offered him no opportunity to apply it, for in this realm, strength was paramount, measured solely by the might of one's fists. And Luo Bai? His golden opportunity had yet to manifest, and it had been nearly half a month. Luo Ge. Suddenly, as he walked, Hawks called out to him. Hawks paused for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, "You've stepped in dog feces." "Ha! Damn it! Why didn't you mention it sooner?" Luo Bai shot a fierce glare at Hawks, muttering under his breath. Upon glancing down, he discovered that indeed his right foot had landed in a sizable pile of dog waste, ample and juicy, still warm to the touch. "Good grief, I've really hit a streak of bad luck lately." "Oh, ha ha!" Hawks erupted in laughter beside him. After a day spent in lowly begging, although he had collected a fair amount, it all needed to be surrendered. far less joyful than stepping in dog droppings provided, of course, that the one who stepped in it was not himself. Luo lifted his foot, initially intending to fling the foul mess at Hawks, but recalling that they would have to share a bed later that night, he abruptly halted his movements. He attempted to scrape the mess off on the ground, but before he could clean it properly, he suddenly froze, his expression transforming into one of sheer astonishment. Oh my, so this is the correct way to unlock the golden finger. This golden finger had certainly taken on a new significance. Chapter 2. Delving deep into thoughts how to choose. Should one exhibit some restraint? Contemplate the long-term developmental trajectory? Luo pondered these questions, but in an instant, he dismissed the absurd notion from his mind. Long-term considerations? Nonsense. If he couldn't even resolve the predicament before him, what was there to deliberate? Just moments ago, while scraping dog excrement from the ground, an idea suddenly surged into his consciousness. He could acquire a combat skill. The pile of dog waste beneath his feet was no ordinary refuse. It seemed to harbor a trace of the legendary dark energy. There were no panels, no notifications chiming, nor any peculiar or whimsical sounds echoing in his mind. It was as if a light had dawned upon him, a moment of epiphany, or perhaps a whimsical intuition. Yet this was not the time for meticulous scrutiny. Over the past fortnight, Luo had gleaned certain truths about this world. The key was to listen attentively, observe keenly, and speak less. Since it was impossible to remain a beggar for eternity, the fabled golden finger represented his best chance for a turnaround. Regardless of its flavor, it was undeniably enticing. The moment he made his decision, Luo felt a sudden, intense fluttering in his heart, a roaring in his ears, and then silence enveloped him. A vivid image flashed through his mind, fleeting yet indelibly etched into his memory. In this vision, a sea of crimson, sinewy muscles entwined, and at the center, suspended, was a droplet-shaped crystal, resplendently red. Luo go? Are you all right? Luo? Hawks inquired, bemused. It's merely a pile of dog waste, isn't it? How can you turn as red as a beet for something so trivial? Not to worry. Luo replied, shaking his head with conviction. The dog that left this mess is infested with roundworms. Hawks, instantly intrigued, asked in astonishment, how do you know that? How do I know? Because this roundworm, having been affected by dark energy, has been expelled. In high spirits, Luo hummed to himself, lifting his foot to lightly scrape the ground. As he rubbed the tip of his shoe, a small, beige worm, roughly the size of a chopstick, emerged, coiled into a tiny mass. If fully extended, it would measure over 20 centimeters, though most of it had been thoroughly squashed. Wow, you knew without even looking? Hawks stepped closer, his face a canvas of surprise and admiration. Luo, how did you sense it through your shoe? Is your sole damaged? Stepping in dog waste and having a hole in your shoe at the same time. Let's go? Is this pile of dog waste never-ending? With a swift slap to Hawk's nape, Luo advanced forward, his spirits soaring. Though this peculiar ability had its downsides, the prospect was undeniably enticing. Getting slapped on the back of the head will make you foolish. Hawks muttered, rubbing his head as he followed behind. Luo retorted, being foolish makes it easier to obtain money. Huffed. Luo's words are nothing but deceit. At that moment, Luo felt a sudden pang of toothache. In a somewhat dilapidated factory located in the southern part of the city, a lively crowd of nearly 100 gathered, consisting primarily of teenage beggars, with Luo being one of the oldest among them. Scar leaned against the back of the chair, his feet resting on the table. Beside him lay a suitcase on the floor, filled with an assortment of banknotes of various denominations, a considerable amount already accumulated. Despite having several subordinates, he made it a point to come here daily to collect debts, relishing the sight of piles of coins cascading into the suitcase. The thrill was exhilarating. It would be a shame to delegate such a gratifying task to his underlings. Next, at the call, Luo stepped forward, emptying his pockets of banknotes onto the table. He awaited Scar's nod before placing the money into the suitcase. Although he had activated his golden finger, extricating himself from Scar's grasp required careful planning. Should he mistakenly believe he could ascend without caution, the consequences of a misstep could be fatal. Scar glanced at the banknotes on the table before scrutinizing Luo from head to toe, instilling a sense of unease within him. Finally, Scar broke the silence. If I recall correctly, you are about to turn 16, aren't you? Luo was taken aback. When did Scar begin to concern himself with the plight of his underlings? Was this a welfare institution? Confused, Luo was unsure of his own age, but nodded in acknowledgement. Noticing this, Scar suddenly stood up, took a step closer, and pinched Luo Bai's shoulder. With narrowed eyes, he inhaled deeply, savoring the moment. Still a fledgling, good physique, and of the right age. You should be capable. A group of filthy beggars. And he could still take a deep breath? Scar was indeed harsh on himself. At this moment, Luo Bai found himself bewildered by Scar's unexpected demeanor. He had never heard of Scar exhibiting any inclination towards such preferences, yet the unease within him was palpable, more distressing than the prospect of physical confrontation. As Scar circled around Luo Bai, he reclined on the chair, gesturing nonchalantly towards a small pile of banknotes on the table, and declared, "Not enough." A wave of despair washed over Luo Bai. He had submitted an ample amount of credit coins, yet it appeared that Scar was deliberately seeking a pretext to intimidate him. Leave a finger behind, or perhaps come to my room tonight. Damn it. After all this, is he still coveting my body? How base. Luo Bai's heart sank. It seemed there was no time for careful planning. He could not endure such humiliation. Death would be preferable. Leaving a finger behind. Absolutely not. It appeared that he had no choice but to seize the moment to act decisively. Soon, Luo Bai made his choice. His complexion turned pale as he lowered his gaze and meekly uttered, I will go to your room. Haha, look at you. Soon. You will be grateful to me. All right then, Brother Scar. Rest assured, I will ensure he is thoroughly prepared. Liuzai, with his sharp features and eager demeanor, stepped forward, delighting in his role, then turned to Luo Bai, saying, You, my friend, are quite fortunate. Come with me. You are the fortunate one. Your entire family is blessed. Luo Bai inwardly cursed, turning to follow Liuzai as they prepared to leave. Outside the hall, Hawks glanced over, his dirty little face marked with anxiety. Fearing that Hawks might inadvertently draw attention to himself, Luo Bai quickly signaled with his eyes. Fortunately, Hawks seemed to comprehend, suppressing his concerns, though the worry and fear in his eyes deepened. This cannot be. As Luo Bai had yet to complete his words, Luzi abruptly interrupted, leaving the latter half of his sentence unspoken. Luo Bai opened his mouth, feeling somewhat helpless. The lack of cooperation was glaringly evident, leaving him with no opportunity to express himself. Would it truly be so burdensome to engage in a few more exchanges? If you refuse to listen to a reasonable discussion, then do not blame me for resorting to underhanded tactics. The two were positioned closely, merely a meter apart. With a swift flick of his wrist, Luo Bai propelled a small orb of shadowy energy towards Lu Zi's back, who was standing just over a meter away. The energy sphere, roughly the size of a peanut, struck Lu Zi, yet he exhibited no reaction. However, Luo Bai remained unfazed, his confidence unwavering, although devoid of a panel or a guiding system. The sudden clarity he felt was compelling enough to instill trust in him. He understood the potency of this small surge of energy without a hint of doubt. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, just as Luo Bai mentally counted to 4, Lu Zi, who was walking ahead, suddenly let out a startled cry. Clutching his abdomen with one hand while the other shielded the end of his rectum, his body contorting into an awkward angle of approximately 120 degrees. What a pitiful posture. Luo Bai silently cursed, though a triumphant grin crept upon his lips. The effectiveness of this technique seemed quite commendable, quite reminiscent of a tapeworm. Listening to the distant commotion, Luo Bai felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, prompting him to hasten toward his humble abode, eager to escape the scene. He still needed to retrieve some belongings. The hideout of Scar appears rather lax. Aside from Scar himself, there are merely 4 adult men guarding the premises. However, the surrounding walls are equipped with high-voltage electric fences, and the power switch resides within the small building where Scar and his associates dwell. On ordinary days, the little beggars have no chance of approaching. Moreover, after enduring years of torment, these children have largely lost the courage to resist or flee. Brother Luo, a few young beggars called out from a distance. Luo Bai dashed past, merely furrowing his brow and nodding without slowing down, for each utterance of Brother Luo weighed heavily on his heart. Time was of the essence. Luo Bai had to seize every fleeting moment. Upon grasping the true nature of this world, Luo Bai realized that to escape Scar and attain a semblance of a decent life, he could rely only on himself. As there were no diligent and responsive police officers here, he tore a strip from a tattered, filthy, and somewhat odorous bedsheet, wrapping it tightly around the broken doorknob. Then, Luo Bai removed his outer garments and rummaged beneath the bed to unearth several old magazines. With the few rolls of tape he had scavenged, he secured them firmly to his chest and back. The tape, in various hues, Transparent, black, yellow, was a hodgepodge, after all, and each roll had seen better days. After this preparation and descending the stairs, which took him less than 2 minutes, Luobai conducted a quick inspection before donning his coat and heading downstairs. He hoped that a few of them might seize the opportunity to escape soon. With a heart full of conflicting emotions, Luobai cast a glance at the dilapidated building before turning away. If he possessed the means, he would not hesitate to lend a hand to those children. Yet, in his current predicament, he could barely safeguard himself, let alone play the hero. Even if he were to cry out to the heavens in anguish, it would be of no consequence. "Hey kid." Just as Luobai took a few steps, the distant voice of Lu Zi reached his ears, causing his heart to race with apprehension. Had he been discovered? "Hey, are you dead? Bring me some paper." Lu Zi's subsequent string of curses eased Luobai's tension. "Just a moment, I don't have any on me. Let me look for some. Hurry up. My backside is about to be devoured by mosquitoes." "Sixth brother, where are you?" "This way. If you come a bit closer, you'll see me." "Hurry up. Damn mosquitoes. Why has the heavens eradicated so many disasters, but left these pests untouched?" Lu Zi, already overwhelmed by the relentless bites of mosquitoes, regretted his decision to come out here. He had no choice moments ago. He simply could not hold it any longer. Luobai's heart raced, his breath coming in short gasps. He forced himself to regain composure, adjusting his breathing. The effect was not perfect, but still beneficial. "I see you." As he rounded the corner, Luobai spotted Lu Zi. The light from the upstairs reflected brightly, illuminating Lu Zi, who seemed on the verge of losing control. He had dashed to the back of the building, unable to change direction in time, and had squatted down to relieve himself. "Heaven is aiding me." A flicker of joy surged within Luobai as he suppressed his disgust. Quickening his pace to approach Lu Zi, he handed over the paper from behind Lu Zi. "Damn it, stop dawdling. Don't you know how many mosquitoes are swarming here?" With a flurry of curses, Lu Zi seized the slip of paper. As Luobai's heart raced, Lu Zi turned sharply to the right, pivoting his body, thrusting his rear, and swinging his arm in one fluid motion, effectively casting Luobai, who had been standing to his left rear, directly behind him. A right-handed maneuver. And the gamble paid off. The positioning had been meticulously chosen by Luobai, contingent upon Lu Zi using his right hand to wipe. Otherwise, all would be lost. Fortunately, in this moment of choice, he had wagered correctly. A flicker of ruthlessness crossed Luobai's face as he drew a fruit knife concealed within his garment. At the precise instant Lu Zi's right hand brushed against his rear, Luobai plunged the blade forcefully into the nape of Lu Zi's neck. The sound of the sharp edge piercing flesh echoed, swiftly followed by a chilling scream. The force of Luobai's strike was excessive, missing the exact center of the nape and veering slightly to the right. Yet, this proved fortuitous. The knife, being of mediocre quality, would have faced greater resistance had it struck the vertebra. Instead, this slight deviation severed the right carotid artery and significant muscle tissue. Blood gushed forth, staining Luobai's hands crimson. Lu Zi let out a harrowing cry, collapsing to the ground. His eyes widened in terror, hands pressing desperately against the wound. Yet the flow of blood showed no sign of abating. What began as a scream devolved into incoherent murmurs, punctuated by gurgles. Luobai, feeling the warmth of blood on his hands, experienced a wave of nausea akin to motion sickness, yet he steeled himself against it. This was not the time for sentimentality. Survival was paramount. This marks the second instance of taking a life since Luobai arrived in this world. The first was a rather peculiar roundworm. Suppressing the wave of nausea that surged within him, he took a few moments to steady his mind. With little time to ponder, Luobai turned to leave, but he abruptly froze in place. Behind him, from the upper floor, numerous pairs of innocent eyes were fixated on him, no fewer than 20. The earlier cries from Lu Zi had already alerted the little beggars in the dilapidated building, and coupled with the recent shriek, how could these children possibly remain oblivious? Unless they were deaf. Clutching a bloodied fruit knife, Luobai stood amidst the dimly lit, overgrown grass, beside Lu Zi's still twitching body, which was not yet lifeless. The faces of the 20-odd children peering from the crumbling windows reflected fear, panic, and an unsettling curiosity, stirring something within Luobai's heart that had yet to become entirely cold. What should he do? His mind began to race. Lu Zi's agonizing cries may have echoed far and wide, likely attracting the attention of Scar and his companions. Time was of the essence. 4 guards, Lu Zi, and another individual had accompanied Scar to collect money, leaving the remaining 2 presumably at their hideout. However, He had not anticipated that the interrogation would only delay Lu Zi for less than 3 minutes, forcing him to hastily alter his plans. He had to eliminate Lu Zi. Otherwise, once the latter regained his composure and vitality, the effort expended would seem like a poor trade. Given Luo Bai's current condition, he could not afford to act recklessly and needed to conserve his resources judiciously. 20 seconds. Luo Bai granted himself merely 20 seconds to contemplate his next move. Within 20 seconds, he had to make a decision. Should he flee alone, a solitary figure desperately striving for survival, or should he rally the children, uniting their collective strength to confront the remaining 4, including Scar, and escape together? Though he felt a pang of compassion, the matters of life and death compelled Luo Bai to deliberate carefully. He needed to contemplate how to enhance his own chances of survival. In a mere 15 seconds, Luo Bai reached his conclusion. He would escape alone, deeming it unnecessary to involve everyone else. It was a natural principle that one need not sacrifice oneself for others if one lacked the capability to save them. He was not anyone's guardian. However, he could not exploit these innocent children, risking their lives. He considered inciting them to create chaos, perhaps even sacrificing the lives of these young beggars to eliminate the remaining 4, thereby improving his own odds of escape. Yet, Luo Bai introspected, recognizing that he was not yet capable of such actions. Just half a month prior, he had been a model socialist youth, and the act of taking a life, that of Lu Zi, had marked a significant breakthrough for him. He was adapting swiftly to the survival rules of this harsh world, but adaptation, no matter how rapid, necessitated time. Moreover, persuading these children would undoubtedly require considerable effort. The psychological scars left by Scar and his cohort's years of indoctrination were profound. Most of the children lacked the courage to resist, akin to elephants tethered by a mere thread in a circus. The true chains resided within their minds. Furthermore, there loomed an even more pressing question. What would he do once he escaped? The scarred man is not an isolated figure. Rather, he is part of an organized band of beggars. This place is merely a small outpost. In this world, there are no orphanages or welfare institutions. The children here are fortunate enough to survive, but whether they can escape and continue to live is another matter entirely. For those a bit older, the situation is ambiguous. But for the very young, remaining here may be the better option, as it significantly increases their chances of survival. Luo Bai is uncertain. Without the memories of Dr. Luo Bai, would he possess the courage to resist? It is likely he would not, as various signs indicate he has spent a considerable amount of time in this place. Hence, not everyone is eager to leave. The notion of chivalry often creates the illusion of acting for the greater good, yet the ultimate outcome may simply be self-deception, leaving others in discomfort. In a span of 15 seconds, as these thoughts crystallized in his mind, Luo Bai cast one final glance at the children in the dilapidated building's window before turning to depart. This brief delay allowed him to momentarily forget the unease that accompanied his first thoughts of taking a life. "Brother Luo, are you planning to escape?" a voice whispered, filled with astonishment. "If caught, they will hang you and beat you to death." "I know." Luo Bai lacked specific memories regarding this matter, but he could easily envision the scenario. Together with the scarred man, there were 5 individuals controlling nearly 100 children, instilling in them such a profound fear that even while begging on the streets, thoughts of escape were far from their minds. This could only stem from 2 possibilities. Either the young beggars were willingly compliant, or they were gripped by a fear far greater than the life of a beggar. Luo Bai made his way towards the small building to the north of the factory area, which was his intended destination. Unsurprisingly, 2 guards were stationed there, both robust adult men. "Luo Ge, wait for me," a voice called from behind, low and urgent, accompanied by hurried footsteps that echoed through the underbrush. The person trailing behind was moving swiftly, far from the frail figure one might expect. It must be said that those with scars had turned begging into a profession. Possessing foresight, they never scrimped on sustenance. Though the little beggars did not feast, they were able to fill their bellies, for a full stomach safeguarded against illness, prolonging their lives and allowing them to amass greater wealth. "Luo Ge, take me with you." Luo Bai suddenly halted and turned to face the newcomer. He recognized this boy, known to others as Li Feng, who appeared to be around 14 or 15, younger than him, but older than Hawks. "Following me may lead to death. Here, you might survive," Luo Bai stated succinctly, this being his final warning and an opportunity to gauge the resolve of the boy named Li Feng. Although he lacked the time or means to bring everyone along, having one additional capable ally rather than a burdensome liability could marginally enhance their chances of survival. I understand, but I no longer wish to be a beggar. Take me with you. I can assist you. Li Feng stood half a head shorter than Luo Bai, his gaze unwavering. He had observed the entire sequence of events leading to the demise of Luo Bai's sixth companion, and sensed that this was his singular chance to escape this wretched place. Luo Bai fixed his gaze on Li Feng for a brief moment before swiftly turning to jog away. You must adhere to my instructions. Understood. Li Feng replied without a hint of hesitation, swiftly following in his footsteps. We must find a way to sever the high-voltage power grid. Be sharp. And do as I instruct, Luo Bai murmured as he ran. All right, I comprehend, Li Feng acknowledged. Remember, when I signal you to act, there must be no hesitation. If there is, neither of us will survive, Luo Bai cautioned, his expression grave. Li Feng hesitated. He understood what Luo Bai meant by act. It entailed taking a life. For a 15-year-old boy, such a notion was profoundly daunting. Yet, the desire to live like a human left him with no alternatives. Have you remembered? Luo Bai pressed. With determination, Li Feng clenched his jaw and replied resolutely, I remember. I want to survive. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their grim exchange. Hey, you two little rascals. What are you running around for? Looking to get beaten up? Just before they could reach their destination, Luo Bai and Li Feng were confronted by another subordinate of the scarred man, known as Wang Wu. In a bid to save time, they had chosen to take a direct route rather than detouring. If news of Lu Zi's demise were to leak, it would matter little how far they strayed. Lu Ji fell and hit his head, and now he's unconscious. You should go check on him. Luo Bai explained without waiting for Wang Wu to inquire about the situation at the dilapidated building. Damn it, this fool. He can even fall while walking? Wang Wu cursed. Then suddenly caught a whiff of something metallic, blood. In the next moment, Wang Wu's gaze fixated on Luo Bai's right arm. Although the streetlight was dim, he still discerned the blood staining Luo Bai's sleeve and hand. Unperturbed, Luo Bai anxiously exclaimed, Yes, Sixth brother bumped into a rock and has bled profusely. The wound is quite severe, and I can't stem the flow. Please, you must hurry and take a look. As he spoke, Luo Xian silently counted in his mind, finishing precisely at 4. From the instant they collided, he had been meticulously preparing for the impending search and seize, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Now, the time had finally arrived. Just as Wang Wu was about to utter a word, a sharp pain seized his abdomen, as if his intestines were entwined and twisted into a knot, then yanked as if he were bungee jumping. Make your move, came a low command. Luo Xian stepped forward, arms outstretched, executing a powerful hold on Wang Wu, ensnaring his arms, hands, and torso with the tenacity of an octopus. Simultaneously, a look of malice surfaced on Li Feng's face as he withdrew a fruit knife, its handle wrapped in cloth, and lunged toward Wang Wu's lower back. The thin fabric of summer attire offered no protection against the knife's thrust, despite its inferior quality. The impact to the kidneys was formidable. Wang Wu's eyes immediately reddened as he struggled fiercely, nearly breaking free from Luo Bai's grasp. You bastard, he began, but before he could finish, a scream escaped him as Li Feng withdrew the knife only to plunge it into him once more. Those who have navigated the complexities of society understand that engaging in brawls, brandishing knives, can exude an air of power and dominance. However, it is imperative to remember that one should only slash, never stab. A slash, provided it does not target the neck or similar vital areas, is less likely to prove fatal. In stark contrast, a stab can easily penetrate the torso, potentially damaging vital organs and leading to a swift demise. Li Feng's eyes turned crimson as he relentlessly drove the blade into Wang Wu's kidneys. Despite Wang Wu's fervent struggles, he narrowly avoided inflicting a stab upon Luo Bai's leg. Hurry, Luo Bai urged. Although a kidney strike is excruciating and can be lethal, it is not immediately fatal. It requires time and a process, during which Wang Wu still possessed the capacity to resist. A foul stench wafted through the air, a result of the searching the intestines technique gaining momentum. Yet, at that moment, Wang Wu was far too preoccupied to concern himself with such matters. How many years had it been since the little beggars had caused such a ruckus? What on earth was happening today? Had the world turned upside down? Everything transpired far too suddenly. Wang Wu could hardly fathom that these meek little beggars, more obedient than sheep, would dare to turn against him with knives. Die, he bellowed, realizing he could not shake off Luo Bai's relentless grip. Summoning all his strength, he broke free from the entanglement of his lower arm and swung a powerful fist toward Luo Bai's side, resulting in mutual injury. Despite his current predicament, Wang Wu was still a grown man, and even now, his strength remained formidable. As his attack landed, a profound pain surged through Luo Bai, eliciting an involuntary grunt. The kidney was subjected to relentless blows, the pain radiating through the body with a depth that transcended the sharpness of a knife's cut. Resonating like the agony of a twisted egg, the entire physique was affected, and he found himself on the verge of losing control. Li Feng also took note of this. Yet apart from vigorously prodding Wang Wu's back and kidneys, he found himself devoid of alternative strategies. Luo Bai and Wang Wu were entangled in a fierce struggle, twisting and tearing at one another, and a careless maneuver could lead to a grievous mistake. This cannot continue. My kidneys will be pulverized, and I may very well perish. Thoughts raced through Luo Bai's mind. Although the newly acquired abilities offered him a gut-searching skill, the undeniable truth remained that he was merely a 16-year-old boy, while Wang Wu was a robust adult. Presently, he might have claimed to restrain a formidable opponent, but in reality, he merely prevented Wang Wu from addressing Li Feng. And the actual constraints were not as formidable as he would have liked to believe. It was akin to a 37 or 38-year-old, brawny father, struggling yet not entirely hindered, accommodating his 15 or 16-year-old son who had suddenly become clingy. What to do? What to do? Facing a life-and-death crisis, Luo Bai's mind raced at an extraordinary pace. Yet he could conceive of no superior method. Should he attempt to headbutt? Was his head capable of challenging Wang Wu's toughness? Suddenly, a surge of determination coursed through Luo Bai, his eyes gleaming with ferocity as he sank his teeth into Wang Wu's neck. An act that from a distance resembled a lover's kiss. "Ah, little beast, I will bring about your demise." The excruciating pain ignited a frenzy within Wang Wu, his fists repeatedly pounding against Luo Bai's back and lower back, though the force had notably diminished, far less than before. The stench was indescribable. A fleeting thought crossed Luo Bai's mind, and with renewed ferocity, he engaged his jaw muscles, exerting tremendous force upon his mandible. The sound of a crunch echoed, akin to the crisp snap of cold pig ears reverberating through his auditory canal. In the next moment, blood gushed forth. At this juncture, Luo Bai resembled a demon. In this world, to survive, one must be more malevolent than the wicked. Luo Bai released Wang Wu, spitting out the morsel in his mouth, while he retched nearby. Li Feng stood to the side, his face a mask of horror, his hand trembling violently around the knife. Wang Wu lay on the ground, convulsing and writhing, as if attempting to expel every drop of blood from his body. "Quickly, let's go." Within mere seconds, Luo Bai, enduring pain in his kidneys and a wave of nausea, dragged Li Feng towards an abandoned factory not far off to the side. The commotion they had just caused was far more significant than the previous scream from Lu Zi, if Lu Zi's cry had barely registered with Scar and his crew. Wang Wu's anguished wail now echoed throughout the entire factory area. Unless they were deaf, Scar and his companions would undoubtedly realize that something was amiss. Previously, Luo Bai had not taken a detour, aiming to save time and hope to infiltrate the small building, severing the power supply before Scar and the other individual arrived. However, the situation had now changed. Wang Wu had ventured out alone and had been eliminated by the two of them. Now, only one person remained inside the small building. If the adversary chose to investigate the commotion, the building would be left unguarded. This could very well save him from an agonizing ordeal. Perhaps even prove to be a lifesaver in a moment of crisis. Behind the half-collapsed wall of the derelict factory, Luo Bai paused momentarily to catch his breath. His body slightly hunched, not out of fear that the wall might betray his presence, but rather due to a sharp pain in his lower back that rendered him unable to stand upright. "I'm sorry, Brother Luo," Li Feng said, handing over a blood-stained fruit knife, his expression a mix of guilt and fear, the image of Luo Bai's recent frenzied state still haunting him. Wiping the blood from his face with the sleeve of his shirt, Luo Bai stifled the convulsions in his diaphragm and examined the fruit knife he had received. It was by no means a bloodless instrument of death. The handle and blade had become misaligned from Li Feng's frantic stabbing moments before. With determination, he straightened the knife and placed a reassuring hand on Li Feng's shoulder. "Do not blame yourself. You did remarkably well. We will escape, trust me." "Yes." Li Feng nodded vigorously before asking, "Brother Luo, what shall we do next? The Scarface crew will surely notice." "Follow me," Luo Bai commanded succinctly, offering no further explanation. The events of the night had unfolded without a meticulous plan, and they could only adapt to the circumstances as they arose. However, Scarface's peculiar behavior had instilled in Luo Bai some unsettling suspicions, prompting his impromptu decision to act that evening. The ensuing actions felt rushed, and he had no choice but to proceed with caution, taking each step as it came, waiting for the right moment to strike. Both remained silent, treading lightly as they navigated through the debris towards the small building ahead. Luo Bai had been attentively observing the commotion on the nearby path. Suddenly, he came to a halt, and Li Feng, quick-witted as he was, managed to avoid a collision. Following their gaze, beneath the dim glow of the streetlight, a figure was hastily making its way toward the site of Wang Wu's demise. Years of oppression and fear had stripped the little beggars of any thoughts of rebellion, yet had rendered the adult guards exceedingly complacent. "It is long queso," Li Feng whispered. Luo Bai let out a subtle sigh of relief. The scarred man was still busy collecting debts with a subordinate at his side and had not arrived. With Long Queso departing, and both Wang Wu and Lu Zi having recently met their end, it implied that the small building was currently unguarded. A perfect opportunity. "Li Feng, you go find Hawks. Amidst the chaos, seize the chance to await me at the northwest corner of the wall. I shall proceed to cut off the power." Luo Bai contemplated for a few moments before turning to issue his low-voiced orders. Given the circumstances of recent days, it appeared that this little rascal, Hawks, had developed a strong rapport with him, obediently following his commands. Although he lacked specific memories in this regard, the opportunity to take him away should not be squandered. "All right, Brother Luo, take care." Li Feng displayed no surprise at Luo Bai's intent to take Hawks, seemingly agreeing that it was a matter of course. "Yes. You be cautious as well and ensure Hawks is safe. Additionally, if anything goes awry and we become separated, let us reconvene at the Shifang Street garbage station." "I shall remember," Li Feng replied, crouching low as he slipped into the ruins of the factory, swiftly vanishing into the darkness. Watching Li Feng depart with such decisiveness, Luo Bai narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling a newfound admiration for the young man. The mental fortitude that Luo Bai possessed had been cultivated over the course of 26 years, particularly during his doctoral studies, a time when it was not uncommon for many under the weight of pressure to succumb to despair. Yet, he had managed to graduate steadily, which stood as the finest testament to his resilience. However, Li Feng was merely a boy of 15 or 16. With no time to ponder further, Luo Bai secured the fruit knife and picked up a chunk of concrete from the ground. He ceased to tread lightly, accelerating towards the small building. With each stride, a dull pain radiated from both sides of his lower back, tugging at his entire being. Yet Luo Bai dared not slow his pace. He inhaled deeply, supplying his body with oxygen to maintain his speed. In less than a minute, he arrived at the front of the small building where Scar and his companions resided. The structure, though only 2 stories tall, housed a considerable number of rooms, totaling 16 when combined. High-voltage electric fencing. Gripping the concrete block intended for breaking the door, Luo Bai's mind raced, contemplating potential strategies. Could he truly afford to smash each door to investigate? Time was of the essence. A sudden spark of inspiration illuminated his thoughts. Although he lacked absolute certainty, this method promised greater efficiency than methodically battering down each door. With the concrete block in hand, Luo Bai dashed to the leftmost room on the first floor. Instead of breaking the door, he pressed his ear against it, holding his breath. After 3 seconds, without hesitation, he vacated that room and moved to the next, still listening intently. This is not some extraordinary skill, but rather a possibility contemplated by Luo Bai. This factory, situated in a remote area, has long been abandoned, with its industrial power transmission lines dismantled. Currently, only ordinary civilian circuits remain, making it highly improbable for there to be a dedicated high-voltage circuit. The so-called high-voltage electric grid on the walls is likely merely a result of Scar using a transformer to step up the voltage of regular residential electricity. Although Luo Bai cannot assert this with absolute certainty, he is convinced of its high likelihood. It seems excessively extravagant to establish a dedicated high-voltage line just to confine a few small beggars. If this is indeed the case, then to elevate the voltage, there must be inverters or similar devices present. After 2 weeks, Luo Bai has come to realize that although this world possesses many wonders, the fundamental laws of physics remain applicable, albeit with some deviations or simply different nomenclature. With inverters in play, there will inevitably be a faint buzzing sound from the electrical current, a noise generated by the vibrations of the iron core due to alternating magnetic flux. Generally, the volume of this sound correlates with the voltage and current connected to the inverter. Thus, the noise from the high-voltage grid should not be insignificant. Provided there are no disturbances, it should be audible from outside the door. as Luo Bai pressed his ear against the fifth door on the first floor. A distant roar echoed, "Search. Bring those two little brats to me." It was Scar's voice, accompanied by the faint sounds of children crying, indicating that Scar had arrived at the dilapidated building where the beggars sought refuge. Luo Bai's heart raced increasingly faster, with beads of sweat mingling with remnants of dried blood cascading down his face. "Steady, steady," repeating the phrase in his mind. Luo Bai took a deep breath and pressed his ear against the sixth door. A faint, steady hum resonated through the door panel, penetrating Luo Bai's ears. He had found it. A surge of joy filled his heart as he lifted the cement block in his hand and struck the door lock with all his might. This factory area had been abandoned for years, and the Scarface gang had hardly tidied it up. Although the door remained relatively sturdy, after delivering over 20 fierce blows, it finally gave way. The lock's cylinder held firm, yet the door panel near the latch crumbled. Upon entering the room, Luo Bai quickly scanned his surroundings. Indeed, the Scarface crew had utilized an antiquated inverter to convert domestic electricity into high-voltage power, feeding it into the surrounding fence's electrified net. It required total destruction. However, if he pulled the switch and was caught halfway over the wall when someone turned it back on, he would be reduced to charred remains. Luo Bai swiftly assessed the structure of the old inverter before darting out of the room. Suddenly, a series of crackling sounds erupted, igniting his drenched coat. Simultaneously, brilliant blue and white flashes began to flicker from the inverter's terminals. In the next moment, the dilapidated factory plunged into complete darkness, with all lights, including streetlights, extinguished. Success! A wave of elation washed over Luo Bai. This forsaken place had long been neglected, and the Scar-faced gang had taken a haphazard approach. Lacking any real concern for emergency lights, this was no glamorous office building. Still feeling uneasy, Luo Bai, noticing that the circuit was severed, decided to take matters into his own hands. With a small knife, he stripped the insulation from the two cables near the terminal and twisted them together with deftness. Only then did he turn and dash out of the room, only to nearly collide with three individuals waiting outside. "You little rascal. I didn't realize you were such a tough character." Suddenly, a beam of light illuminated his face, and Luo Bai instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes. Before he could adjust, a powerful kick landed squarely on his stomach, propelling him more than a meter away, where he fell to the ground. Struggling against the glare, Luo Bai could not clearly discern the assailant's features, but the voice was unmistakable. It was the Scarred One. Indeed, fools are a rare breed in this world. Rather than searching blindly through the factory, the opponent had chosen to confront him directly. With a high-voltage electric fence in place, the beggars seeking a smooth escape had no choice but to come here to cut off the power. The notion of creating a short circuit on the perimeter fence was clearly indicative of a lack of knowledge in electrical theory. Such protective electric fences are specially designed circuits. Tossing a wet garment would not cause a short circuit, nor could it destroy the entire line. Otherwise, a mere bird colliding with it would render the fence useless. Thus, this small building was unavoidable, and evidently, the Scarred One understood this well. As for the other little rascal, after delivering a kick that knocked Luo Bai down, the Scarred One refrained from further assault, clearly confident in the lethality of his strike, and indeed, the outcome proved him right. At this moment, Luo Bai lay on the ground, his body hunched over in excruciating agony, his abdomen throbbing with unbearable pain. He even suspected that the kick from Scar had possibly ruptured his intestines. If that were true, he would surely meet his demise tonight. "Damn it. Brother Scar is asking you a question." With a thud, Long Casso stepped forward and delivered another kick to Luo Bai's back. A cry of anguish escaped Luo Bai's lips. Yet he seized the opportunity to conceal a dark energy and hurled it at Scar's calf amidst the shadows. I don't know." Sweat beaded on his forehead as he fought to endure the torment, gathering every ounce of strength to condense another sphere of dark energy. He understood that his survival hinged upon his desperate maneuver. Hearing his words, Long Casso lifted his foot to kick again, but Scar waved him off, saying, "Enough. Don't kick him anymore. It would be no fun if he dies." Before he could finish his sentence, Scar suddenly halted, the beam of light flickering violently as he clutched his abdomen and bent over, but regrettably, there was no one behind him. "Brother Scar, what's wrong?" Long Casso and another companion were taken aback, about to step forward, but mid-sentence they too doubled over in pain, witnessing the effectiveness of his desperate measure. Luo Bai gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, and rolled up from the ground, darting away with a swift motion. Although he had endured 2 kicks, and felt immense pain in his abdomen and back. It paled in comparison to the fear of death. As long as he survived, what did pain matter? Run. Oh no, that little brat is escaping. Quick, pursue him. Scar bellowed. With the command given, Wang Lei had no choice but to take off in pursuit. Ouch, it hurts so much, I can't go on. As he crouched and sprinted a few steps, his face flushed crimson. Before he could complete his sentence, a foul stench permeated the air. Longcaso's condition was scarcely any better. Damn it, useless fool. Scar scolded vehemently, raising his flashlight and continuing his pursuit of Luo Bai. Though his steps were unsteady and his face contorted with a tinge of red, he did not succumb as Longcaso and Wang Lei had. He is actually able to endure it? Hearing the commotion behind him, Luo Bai glanced back with peripheral vision. Although the light was against him, obscuring the figure, the sounds and the violently swaying beam of light unmistakably indicated that Scar was closing in. Was it the ineffectiveness of the searching the intestines technique, or perhaps a deficiency in my own strength? A fleeting thought crossed Luo Bai's mind, only to be swiftly cast aside. At this moment, teetering on the edge of a precipice, he had no time to ponder such matters. The distance between them was nearly 10 meters. Luo Bai ran for his life, while Scar lagged behind. Having trained and possessing a modicum of skill, he could withstand the effects of searching the intestines, yet at this moment, his stomach churned violently, preventing him from accelerating. Escaping from a mere beggar was inconsequential. He had ample resources at hand. However, for a man of his stature to disgrace himself in front of others was utterly unacceptable. Yet, standing idly by while this little scoundrel made his escape was out of the question. You little rascal, I will strip your skin and dismantle your bones. Scar bellowed with fierce intensity. Luo Bai understood that Scar's words were not mere hyperbole. He meant it in the most literal sense, skinning him alive, layer by layer, bone by bone. Two individuals, one in pursuit and the other fleeing, swiftly approached the periphery of the factory area. Estimating the distance, Luo Bai shouted at the top of his lungs. Li Feng, run. At that moment, Lu Zi and Wang Wu were already dead, while Long Casuo and Wang Lei were occupied with clearing their stomachs. Scarface was trailing behind. Thus there was no longer a fear of exposing the whereabouts of Li Feng and Hawks. All right, you wish to escape? Not a chance. At this juncture, the excruciating pain in Scarface's abdomen intensified, causing his entire body to convulse. He felt as though he could no longer contain it, and his speed was waning. Luo Bai noticed this change. The distance between them had widened to approximately 15 meters. As they neared the wall, Luo Bai hesitated, contemplating whether to deliver another blow to Scarface, ensuring he would be incapacitated. After all, Scarface would not cease his pursuit merely upon crossing the wall. Outside lay only an alley, not a sanctuary for him. Just as this thought crossed Luo Bai's mind, an overwhelming sense of impending doom surged within him, raising the hairs on his neck. Bang! A tremendous explosion echoed. Scarface had fired a gun. He actually possessed a firearm. In an instant, a wave of fear and helplessness engulfed Luo Bai. A gun, a term both foreign and familiar to any modern individual, signifying mystery, peril, and lethality. The overwhelming dread surged within him, prompting Luo Bai to move his legs in a mechanical, frantic manner, wishing to distance himself, believing that such an act would spare him from the bullet's wrath. Bang! Another shot rang out. The bullet whizzing past Luo Bai and embedding itself in a collapsed structure nearby, leaving his left ear ringing. 2 shots fired, yet neither found its mark? The specifics linger in Luo Bai's memory, the essence being that the pistol's barrel is short, the aiming baseline is limited, and without proper two-handed support. The risk of accidental discharge is heightened due to its close concealment. Consequently, most models of pistols necessitate a trigger pull of over 1 kilogram, significantly more than that required for a rifle. These factors coalesce, rendering the ability to hit a moving target from 15 meters away largely a matter of chance. Even trained police officers struggle to achieve the precision one might expect, a stark contrast to the ordinary perception of firearms hitting the bullseye with every shot. A notion that applies solely to handguns, particularly standard-issue police models. The veracity of the situation remains an enigma to Luo Bai, as he has never even laid eyes on a handgun, let alone any other type of firearm. However, amidst the adrenaline of crisis, these fleeting thoughts coursing through his mind somewhat alleviated his fear of firearms, preventing his thoughts from being entirely consumed by terror, a mere psychological comfort, regardless of its authenticity. May the 3 pure ones bless him. Resolutely, Luo Bai suppressed his fear. The distance between him and Scarface had widened to nearly 20 meters. If the veteran's claims were not too far-fetched, then at this range, even a regularly trained officer sprinting with a pistol might not be able to hit him. It would all depend on luck. Bang, bang, bang. 3 more shots rang out, still missing, lacking even the semblance of accuracy. At this moment, Luo Bai found himself less than 10 meters from the wall, and in the faint starlight, he could discern Li Feng crouched atop the wall, anxiously watching his direction. Uncertain of whether he still had any bullets left, Luo Bai's mind raced. He heard 5 gunshots, yet was unaware of the type of firearm in Scar's possession. If it were a revolver, there should be 1 bullet remaining. However, if it were an automatic or semi-automatic, he could only surmise that more than 1 round remained. It was not that Luo Bai was idly concerned about this matter, but rather that it pertained to his very survival. He needed to scale the wall, which would inevitably slow him down, allowing Scar to catch up. At that point, with the distance diminished, his speed reduced, he would become an easy target. 1 shot could prove fatal. As the gap rapidly closed, Luo Bai found himself without options. Resigned to fate, he contemplated delivering another decisive blow, but at this range, the energy orb would be difficult to aim. It was not a homing technique. Damn it. It was time to gamble. Resolute, Luo Bai disregarded Scar's approach, sprinting toward the corner of the wall. He stepped onto the stones propped up by Li Feng and began to ascend, while Scar rushed closer, yet did not fire. Hurry. Li Feng reached out, finally grasping Luo Bai's hand. With a synchronized effort, Luo Bai climbed to the top of the wall. To avoid a potentially fatal shot, he immediately pulled Li Feng down with him. At that moment, Scar was merely 3 meters from the wall, wielding a flashlight in his left hand and a revolver in his right, though it was devoid of bullets. Indeed, it was empty. This revolver was Scar's cherished possession, a 6-chambered relic, yet it only held 5 rounds because this vintage piece lacked a safety mechanism and had been carried with him at all times. The revolver's cylinder can accommodate a maximum of 7 rounds, 1 in the chamber and 6 in the cylinder. However, that configuration is perilously risky. After all, Scar merely possesses this antique for the sake of amusement rather than as a weapon. Typically, aside from soldiers perpetually poised to fire, most revolver enthusiasts load only 5 rounds, leaving the empty chamber aligned with the barrel as a form of self-imposed safety. This is a well-known practice among revolver aficionados, and it explains why they habitually rotate the cylinder with their hands before discharging their weapons. Luo Bai, unaware of these customary protocols, was fortunate that this habitual operation spared his life. The incident occurred so abruptly that Scar had no time to reload, nor did he have any ammunition on his person. You little rascal. Pray that I don't find you. As Luo Bai fled, he had also taken the lives of 2 of Scar's subordinates, leaving Scar seething with frustration. Yet, he lacked the strength to pursue further. This chase had transpired in a mere minute and some seconds, and the effects of his earlier exertion were still fresh. With no time to be meticulous, Scar crouched down to unload, the noise echoing as loudly as the gunfire of a revolver. Outside, Luo Bai, having expended considerable energy and bearing injuries, collapsed to the ground. Luo Ge, are you all right? Li Feng exclaimed, helping Luo Bai to his feet, his concern palpable. He had heard the gunshots and witnessed the flames erupting from the muzzle. Hawks stood nearby, her face etched with worry. Let South leave this place quickly. Luo Bai's complexion was ashen, his body on the verge of disintegration. Uncertain whether the scarred pursuer would continue the chase, he recognized that the foremost priority was to flee this place as swiftly as possible, putting as much distance between them and danger as he could. The 3 youths stumbled through the narrow alleyways, deliberately choosing dimly lit, dilapidated paths. Their journey for survival had only just commenced. One could envision the multitude of ruffians awaiting them at dawn, each street beggar potentially serving as an informant leading them toward a dead end. At 5 in the morning, the sanitation workers had commenced their duties. The trio of young beggars sprinted down the street, their breaths heavy and labored. Yet, the frantic pace existed solely in their minds. Their actual speed was even slower than that of an average pedestrian. Having run throughout the night, their physical endurance had been utterly depleted, and it was sheer will to survive that propelled them forward. I can't run anymore. The youngest, Hawks, gasped, his mouth agape as if he were a fish pulled from water, desperately seeking air. Luo Bai, though the eldest and possessing an innate advantage, was in the most dire condition among them. After battling fiercely, enduring brutal blows, and fleeing for his life without a moment's respite, his legs had long since gone numb. A searing pain coursed from his throat to his lungs, and even the humid summer air felt like the biting chill of a frigid winter wind, piercing and agonizing. Turning his head, Li Feng was similarly inhaling less and exhaling more. Luo Bai glanced at the sanitation worker on the distant street, who was glaring at the tricycle. And after several deep breaths, he laboriously said, "All right, let us find a place to rest." The three of them searched once more, eventually locating a secluded corner, where they huddled together and fell into a deep slumber within moments. Mother, the little beggar looks so pitiful. Can I give him some bread?" A sweet, youthful voice of a little girl pierced through the air, reaching Luo Bai's ears. His eyes opened, momentarily clouded with confusion, quickly replaced by vigilance. Ordinarily, he would not have reacted this way, but the brush with life and death had indeed sharpened one's instincts. Upon confirming that it was merely a passing mother and daughter, Luo Bai relaxed his previously tense body, just as Hawks and Li Feng began to stir as well. "That's fine, but then you might go hungry during class later." The woman's voice was soft, laced with affectionate amusement. Lin Yunlu did not directly make the decision for her daughter, instead gently reminding her of the potential consequences of such a kind act and allowing her to choose for herself. As for the dried blood and sweat staining Luo Bai and Li Feng's clothes, she thought little of it. She had witnessed small beggars fighting over scraps or being bullied more than once. Besides, a few little beggars would hardly pose a threat under her watchful eye. The girl, no more than 6 or 7 years old, sported adorable pigtails, with several butterfly-shaped hair clips adorning her head and a small pink backpack slung over her shoulders. Upon hearing this, the little girl tilted her head in contemplation for a few seconds, then looked up at her mother and chirped, "Then I will share half with them." Lin Yunlu gently patted her daughter's hair and softly encouraged, "Yes, go on, Yuner." The little girl took a couple of steps closer, broke the modest piece of bread she held in her hands in half, and offered it to Luo Bai and his companions, saying, "Here for you." As Luo Bai gazed into the innocent depths of the girl's eyes, he felt a fleeting surge of emotion. Indeed, there exists beauty in this world. "Thank you, little sister," he exclaimed. Instinctively, he reached out to ruffle the little girl's hair, but a dark reminder of his own tainted hands halted him. Instead, he tore the half piece of bread into 3 portions, distributing 2 to Li Feng and Hawks, while he himself consumed the remaining morsel, savoring each bite as he pondered their next course of action. In the southern part of the city, Scar had a certain level of influence. Though he commanded only a few followers, the local ruffians were inclined to heed his orders. Wealth conferred power, and Scar's connections provided him with formidable backing. The operation of soliciting alms from children was not insignificant. This was merely one of many such dens. Thus, despite their frantic escape throughout the night, having distanced themselves from the usual haunts of Scar's activities, they remained at risk of discovery. The street thugs often possessed channels of information and surveillance that rivaled those of official organizations, compelling Luo Bai to regard them with utmost caution. After Hawks and Li Feng finished their meager bread, they felt little in their stomachs but at least savored a taste. Noticing Luo Bai's furrowed brow and contemplative demeanor, they understood the weight of his thoughts. Having begged for years, they had witnessed the capriciousness of human kindness and gained considerable insight. They were acutely aware that the days ahead might prove even more arduous than the previous night. With the streets crowded during the day, they needed to steer clear of petty thugs and fellow beggars. Ordinary people posed no real threat to them, as they were unlikely to cross paths with the scarred one. After a moment of deep reflection, Luo Bai reached a determination. They had not yet fled far enough and remained in the southern district. Their next objective was to escape this place and venture into other districts, but they had to avoid the gaze of both beggars and thugs. If the scarred one sought to track the 3 of them, it would undoubtedly be through these 2 groups. Therefore, they had to do the opposite and completely shed their identities as beggars. People are often judged by their appearances, and to avert unnecessary complications, their immediate priority was not merely to satiate their hunger, but to change their attire, tidy themselves up, and blend in with the ordinary populace. The city consisted of gated communities, and there were no garments to pilfer. They had no choice but to purchase new clothes. Fortunately, Luo Bai had managed to stash away a meager sum of money over the past few days, though it was pitifully small. A glance at Li Feng revealed a visage marred with blood, most of which had splattered from the encounter with Wang Wu. As for Luo Bai himself, he was even dirtier than Li Feng, and there was no need to elaborate. They could not afford to pause. They had to keep moving. Yet they could no longer rely solely on their weary legs. Luo Bai initiated the conversation, setting a clear direction. Li Feng and Hawks nodded in agreement, showing no dissent. Luo Bai then continued to give instructions. "Hawks, there's something that requires your attention. Brother Luo, just say the word, and I shall see it through." Hawks replied earnestly, his small face serious as he made a solemn promise. Luobai rolled up his trousers to just above his knees, revealing a small hidden compartment stitched with coarse threads. With a decisive tug, he tore it open, unveiling 3 light green 100 yuan notes. "Brother Luo, you actually have credit currency?" Hawks exclaimed, astonished. He spent every day with Luobai, sharing even the same bed, yet he had never noticed when Luobai had concealed the money. At that moment, Luobai had little patience to indulge in the child's astonishment. He merely nodded, extracted 2 of the bills, and handed them to Hawks. "Go find a small clothing store and purchase 3 outfits, something inexpensive. Remember, the styles and colors should be as plain as possible, nothing flashy. We have bloodstains on us, and it could lead to complications. Only you can go." "Understood. Rest assured, Brother Luo, I will handle it well." Hawks did not question the reasoning behind the request. He had unconditionally trusted and relied on Luobai for many years, as he was like a brother to him. Luobai placed his hands on Hawks' shoulders. Gazing intently into his eyes, his tone grave. "Remember, even if it takes longer, you must avoid the street thugs and beggars. Do you understand?" Yes, I understand." Hawks nodded fervently, like a chick pecking at rice, as he carefully tucked the 200 yuan into his dirty clothes. "I will go now." Luobai patted Hawks gently on the shoulder, bidding him farewell, before settling down in a corner by the wall. At such a time, conserving energy was of utmost importance. The secluded spot they had chosen last night was relatively quiet, with few passers-by, and naturally, there were no beggars in sight. Those who lingered in deserted alleys were akin to the truly desolate, utterly devoid of hope. Any beggar with a modicum of professional integrity would typically steer clear of such places, where one could go long stretches without encountering a single soul. Who would dare to beg in such a ghostly void? Initially, Luobai had intended to hide within these narrow lanes until he had put enough distance between himself and the danger. However, he feared that Scarface's cleverness might lead him to suspect this tactic, prompting him to dispatch individuals to keep a close watch over the alleys. Thus, he decided to wash up, change his attire, and blend in with ordinary folk to avoid drawing attention. "Luo Gu, I have $200 here," Li Feng said softly, as he too settled against the wall, tilting his head to glance at Luobai. Upon hearing this, Luobai raised an eyebrow. Realizing that Li Feng was indeed resourceful and had clearly been contemplating this for some time. It was well known that hoarding money was a grave offense under Scarface's rule. Should anyone report it, or if he were caught, the consequences could be fatal. Luobai was taken aback by Li Feng's audacity and courage, as he had managed to overcome the fear instilled by Scarface. This young man was remarkable. Noticing Luobai's gaze, Li Feng opened his jacket, revealing a small compartment stitched beneath his armpit. He tore it open, and indeed, $200 bills lay concealed within. Occasionally, while begging, they encountered a few benevolent souls who were generous, making such high-denomination notes ideal for hiding. Unexpectedly glancing at Li Feng, Luobai waved his hand, declining the 200 yuan. "You should keep it for yourself, just in case. I still have 100 here. It is unwise to place all the funds in one person's hands." Li Feng hesitated for a moment, recognizing the validity of Luobai's words. He nodded and secured the money, then inquired, "Luo Gu, what shall we do next? I have heard that Scar is affiliated with the Nanshui gang." The mention of the Nanshui gang caused Luobai's brow to furrow in contemplation, and he remained silent. The Nanshui gang is a prominent faction in the southern part of the city, rumored to have legendary fighters among its ranks. The petty thugs on the streets, if traced back a few tiers, are largely under the influence of the Nanshui gang. Li Feng was aware of the rumors, as they were intentionally disseminated by Scar himself. Let us first depart from the southern district. Regardless of the Nanshui gang's power, it does not extend its reach beyond this area. If we can escape the southern district, hope remains. In an abandoned factory, Scar sternly addressed the small beggars before him. "Remember, you have but one task today. Find those 3 little rascals. If you fail, you will go hungry tonight. Whoever locates them will have the opportunity to follow me, no longer needing to beg on the streets." With a fierce glare, Scar scrutinized the small beggars until their legs began to tremble, before finally waving them off to scour the streets. "Brother Dao," Long Casso began, but was abruptly interrupted by Scar's wave of his hand. "You too, go as well. Instruct Huang Mao and the others to disperse and ensure that those 3 little rascals are located. Remember, they must be alive, especially the one named Luobai." Observing Scar's irritable demeanor, Long Casso dared not press the matter further. He obediently responded and proceeded outside the factory with Wang Lei. If this were merely coincidence, it would be akin to extracting one's brain and placing it on the ground to be trampled. Scar had the audacity to don women's attire in front of his subordinates. Could it be some form of combat technique? But he had not undergone the awakening. At this thought, Scar suddenly halted. Recalling a possibility, to possess combat skills without experiencing the awakening could only signify one thing: a genius martial artist with innate combat techniques. The mere thought of it made Scar's expression darken further, his eyes betraying a mixture of fear and envy. Talented combat skills were known to all, yet ordinary people could scarcely hope to witness them, relegating them to the realm of legends. The notion that such a phenomenon could manifest in a mere street urchin was utterly vexing. Even more infuriating was the fact that this urchin had audaciously escaped right under his nose. An utter humiliation. Scar felt as though he might explode with rage. Damn it. You two, listen closely. You must locate that little beast, Luobai. No matter what it takes, alive or dead. The thunderous shout from behind startled both Long Casso and Wang Lei, causing them to quicken their pace. However, they could not help but internally mock the inconsistency of Scar's words. Only moments ago he had insisted on capturing them alive. And now it was a matter of life or death, his speech as erratic as the wind. Little did they know, Scar was truly afraid. The innate combat skills signify a formidable talent. If his assumptions hold true, once Luobai matures, extinguishing them would be as effortless as crushing ants. Such an adversary. Why would Scar willingly take the risk? Merely to vent his frustrations and spare a life? Death is the most favorable outcome. With damp hair, clad in a pair of drab trousers and an unremarkable short-sleeved shirt that, while of mediocre quality, was indeed new, his only drawback was the slightly worn shoes that, fortunately, did not reveal his toes. Look, how do you like my new outfit? Hawks, at merely 12 years of age, experienced the joy of donning new clothes for the first time in years, a bubbling excitement within him, despite the uncertainty of their future. Ever at risk of being discovered by Scar? Not bad at all. I didn't realize this little rascal could look so sprightly in new attire. Where did you wash your hair? Luobai remarked as he accepted the bag from Hawks, glancing inside before handing one to Li Feng. Hee. The fairy lady at the clothing store let me wash up in her restroom. Hawks replied with a cheerful grin, slightly out of breath. TSK, a fairy lady, you say? With that tongue of yours, you're bound to grow up to be a scoundrel. Luobai jested, not wishing to linger any longer. He promptly led Li Feng and Hawks away, the trio in search of a place to freshen up. After all, donning new clothes would be futile if they remained unclean. People possess not only sight but also smell, and he wished to avoid drawing attention and having those around him pinch their noses in distaste. Hawks washed his hair and looked presentable, yet he and Li Feng were drenched in blood and sweat, compounded by several days without a proper bath, especially in the sweltering summer heat, which had caused an unpleasant fermentation. If any bacteria were present, they could cultivate mushrooms of any variety, plump and juicy. The trio found a public restroom, seizing the opportunity of the early morning when few people were around, to indulge in a refreshing shower and don fresh attire. Instantly transforming into dapper young men, quite handsome, indeed. If only they had a new pair of shoes. At the bus station, Hawks glanced at others, then at his tattered shoes, letting out a soft sigh. The next moment, he received a playful smack on the head from Luobai, rubbing his head. He shot Luobai an exaggerated eye roll, then puffed out his chest. For today, Hawks was set to ride the bus. Let me strike a pose. Luobai did not insist on Hawks maintaining decorum, for they had shed their beggar's guise, emerging clean and transformed into ordinary youths, thus embodying the spirit of adolescence. The most common individuals encountered by Scarface were primarily beggars and petty delinquents, and it was unlikely their search would swiftly hone in on the realm of normalcy, as they were neither an official force nor possessed of foresight. Here it comes, the 916. Hawk's small eyes sparkled as he spotted a mint-green bus approaching from afar. Here we go, boarding the bus, paying the fare, and claiming a seat, all in one fluid motion. Luobai was quite pleased with Hawk's authentic performance, confident that Scarface and his band of misfits would never suspect that they were now leisurely riding the bus. Yet, a hint of uncertainty lingered in Luobai's mind. Last night, he succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deep slumber, devoid of dreams. Upon awakening in the morning, something felt amiss. The areas where Scar and Wang Wu had struck him no longer ached, and he was free from the typical soreness following vigorous exercise, instead imbued with a sense of vitality. In fact, Luobai sensed a slight increase in his strength. The previous instance where he had delivered a decisive blow to Hawks seemed to affirm this. He had exerted little effort. Yet Hawks had grimaced and touched the back of his head. Of course, This was merely Luo Bai's perception. He was still an ordinary individual without measuring instruments to derive a reliable conclusion. Once he assured his safety, he could find an opportunity to verify this. Simple. He devoted little energy to this matter, with constraints in place and a single variable. Conducting an experiment to yield precise and dependable results was his forte. Once safety was guaranteed, confirming this would be exceedingly straightforward, as any other influencing factors could be eliminated. Give your intestines a wash, Olive brand long-lasting tea. The advertisement echoed in his mind, causing Luo Bai's lips to twitch. A wash for the intestines? Hand wash or machine wash? Water wash or dry clean? Was tea that a bit horrifying? Such a phrase could easily inspire a chilling horror film. As he silently ridiculed this thought, he was about to close his eyes for a moment's respite when an unexpected message jolted him into alertness. An urgent news bulletin interrupts. Miss Ming Yan, the daughter of the Wu family, has lost her beast companion around 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon in the Southern District. Citizens in that area are hereby advised to exercise caution. The creature in question is a Siberian husky, known for its gentle temperament yet possessing formidable strength. It is indeed a genuine Class 1 dark beast. Should any citizen encounter it, they must refrain from provoking it, for doing so could result in grave danger to life. Luo Bai, with a high degree of certainty, suspects that the worm he encountered yesterday emerged from the body of this Class 1 dark beast. It is highly unlikely for an ordinary dog to nurture a worm with dark energy, leading to such a transformation. On the bus, Luo Bai squints as he contemplates, sensing that his golden finger has activated, yet it is not the attentive, helpful assistant he hoped for, requiring him to navigate this journey on his own. As the bus travels further away, it gradually exits the Southern District. Route 916 was a deliberate choice for its length. End of the line, Jiu Lu Ko. Please gather your personal belongings and exit in an orderly manner. Farewell. Look at you, what a disappointment. What is so enjoyable about riding the bus? Luo Bai retorted. Hawks blinked. That bus driver lady is quite beautiful. Li Feng. Luo Bai, damn it. This little rascal has truly crossed the line. Could it be that previous words have become a prophecy? Let's move on. At such a tender age, he has yet to learn the right path. As the afternoon sun lingered, the trio Luo Bai, Li Feng, and Hawks were slurping noodles in a modest eatery tucked away in an alley. There was no beef or large cuts of meat, just a simple broth adorned with a sprinkle of scallions. Yet, at that moment, it was extraordinarily delectable. Though not located in the West District, it could be considered part of the Southwest District, far removed from the territory of Scar. The three of them had spent the entire morning transferring buses 5 times, accumulating a fare of 15 yuan to reach this place. Coleman City was vast, and this was hardly surprising, as it stood as one of the prominent base cities within the Kingdom of Sibi. A base city possesses formidable defensive capabilities, serving as humanity's last line of defense against the dark beasts, a grand fortress, indeed. With the final noodle consumed, Luo Bai, Li Feng, and Hawks simultaneously lifted their bowls, finishing every last drop of broth, including the last morsel of scallion. It was refreshing, truly invigorating. Boss, the bill please. 30. Having exhausted their spare change on the journey, Luo Bai reluctantly handed over the last 100 yuan note, receiving 3 bills in return, 150 and 2 tens. To his surprise, it seemed they had even gained an extra 2 yuan. Yes, the calculation was accurate. They had indeed profited, which brought him considerable comfort. As they exited the small diner and took a few steps, Li Feng couldn't help but inquire, Luo Ge, what shall we do next? Let us venture to Juke Street, exclaimed Luo Bai. Oh, what purpose does that serve? Interjected Hawks. To join the preparatory warrior training camp of the Silver Wolf Hunting Group. Upon hearing these words, both Li Feng and Hawks halted in their tracks, and Luo Bai came to a standstill as well. After a moment's hesitation, Li Feng spoke up. I've heard people on the street say that a typical training camp costs around 50 to 60,000 a year, and the Silver Wolf Hunting Group's fees must be even steeper. Indeed, Luo Ge, Scarface might still be searching for us. Shouldn't we distance ourselves further? Hawks nodded in agreement. Having spent their days begging on the streets, they were well aware of the rumors circulating among the townsfolk. The Silver Wolf Hunting Group was renowned in Coleman City, and countless youths aspired to join their preparatory warrior training camp, which was prohibitively expensive for ordinary families. How could 3 small beggars, utterly destitute, hope to enter? Was it merely a matter of face? With a confident smile that exuded an air of superiority, Luo Bai declared, Fear not, for I am a genius. Hawks? Li Feng. Hey, what expressions are you two wearing? Luo Bai felt a twinge of frustration. Was there something amiss in his tone or demeanor? Had he failed to capture the essence? At this moment, even in the absence of applause, there ought to be glimmers of admiration sparkling in their eyes. Luoge, are you serious? Li Feng inquired, his brow furrowed, while Hawks mimicked his serious demeanor. Luobai set aside his playful thoughts and couldn't help but acknowledge that since arriving in this world, his body had rejuvenated by a decade or more. This transformation affected not only his physique, but also his demeanor, making him far less reserved than during his doctoral studies. I understand your concerns, but where can we possibly escape to? Do you truly possess the courage to venture beyond the city? Luobai regarded Li Feng and Hawks, his voice steady and calm. Both Li Feng and Hawks shook their heads, a flicker of terror crossing their faces. Outside the city lies the realm of the dark beasts, where ordinary humans merely serve as offerings. Only those who have undergone the awakening and possess formidable strength, like martial artists, are deemed worthy to tread that treacherous ground. Luobai continued, although Coleman City is not insignificant, as long as we remain within its confines and Scarface is resolute, it is merely a matter of time before he locates us. Do you wish to live in hiding for eternity? Or perhaps mutilate your face and cripple your legs to assume a different appearance? Li Feng and Hawk shook their heads in unison. Li Feng had already begun to conquer the fear instilled by Scarface from a young age, demonstrating the courage to resist him and seizing the fleeting opportunity to escape with Luobai, which speaks volumes of his character. If the only option was to hide for a lifetime, one might as well remain and beg on the streets. As for Hawks, being younger and heavily reliant on Luobai, he followed his lead without hesitation. Thus, it is inevitable that we shall confront Scarface. You are aware that he is likely affiliated with the Southwater Gang. Therefore, we must grow stronger, even to the point of becoming martial artists. Luobai spoke little, yet his succinct words elucidated the current and future circumstances with remarkable clarity. Moreover, his mention of the term warrior ignited a spark of hope in Li Feng and Hawks, only to be swiftly overshadowed by concern. But, Brother Luo, we lack funds. How can we enroll in the preparatory warrior training camp? Furthermore, the awakening requires a considerable sum as well. In response, Luobai calmly stated, though we may be devoid of riches, I possess a gifted combat technique. Perhaps we still have a chance. With that, he took a step forward, while Li Feng and Hawks stood in a daze, until Luobai paused and beckoned them to follow, prompting them to hasten to catch up. Hawks, ever obedient, refrained from further inquiries, his eyes brimming with excitement and admiration. While Li Feng mirrored this sentiment, albeit with a newfound clarity in his thoughts, it became evident why Brother Luo managed to escape from the likes of Scar and his companions. He had genuinely awakened his gifted combat technique. The astonishment within Li Feng was profound. The term gifted combat technique was well known, yet few had witnessed it firsthand. Within the city of Coleman, the last widely recognized genius to awaken such a technique had done so 4 years prior. To awaken a combat technique without undergoing the awakening was a rarity, occurring only once in tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. During the calamity, when heroes emerged, the majority of the most brilliant figures possessed gifted combat techniques. And it was precisely because of them that humanity did not succumb entirely to the ravages of that catastrophe. To this day, those individuals have long ascended to the pinnacle of the human race, serving as the very pillars of humanity. Consequently, tales of their innate talents have been recounted and celebrated, evolving into legends known by young and old alike. Yet now, before them stands a singular figure who has awakened a gifted combat skill. At last, upon catching sight of the iconic sign, Luobai exhaled with a sense of relief. The Silver Wolf hunting team boasts considerable renown. Whispers of their exploits can be heard in every corner, yet the three of them had never ventured into this territory before. By meticulously noting the route on the public map at the bus stop, they had finally arrived after much inquiry along the way. 2 guards stood at the entrance, casting merely a cursory glance at Luobai and his companions, without further action. Luobai couldn't help but reflect on the importance of presentation. Had they still been clad in their former beggar's garb, they likely would have been denied entry, or worse, unceremoniously expelled. The lobby, adorned in a simple yet tasteful decor, featured a reception desk and cozy booths, while faint sounds of exertion and camaraderie echoed from the training area behind, reminiscent of a gym atmosphere. The receptionist greeted them with a radiant smile, while muscular individuals engaged in their iron-pumping routines, the clang of weights resonating in the air. "Hello, beautiful. I would like to register for the training camp." Luobai approached with a warm smile, exuding a comforting presence, though not overly flirtatious. The testing fee is 20,000. After payment, one can schedule a testing time, and upon passing, They may join our Silver Wolf Preparatory Warrior Training Camp, with an annual fee of 200,000. Lu Yuxiao's lips curled slightly, her voice melodious and her demeanor polished, yet she stood with an unwavering posture, exuding a sense of firmness that conveyed no inclination towards negotiation. This price was non-negotiable. 200,000? Hawks gaped in astonishment. They were aware that the fees for the Silver Wolf training camp were significantly higher than those of typical training facilities, but they had not anticipated such an exorbitant sum. Lu Yuxiao remained silent, maintaining a professional smile as she regarded the trio, her expression suggesting that they could either pay and proceed with the formalities or leave immediately. At that moment, Luobai felt a flutter of anxiety within. He was uncertain whether his talent skill could justify such a hefty price. For even talents vary greatly in quality. He could not ascertain the level of his gut-sifting ability. However, having come this far, he resolved to give it a try. If it did not work out, he could always seek other training camps later. With a firm decision, Luobai shyly smiled and said, "I lack funds. But I possess this. What do you think?" As he spoke, he rubbed his fingers together and produced his prized possession, a small orb of dark energy. About the size of a peanut. "Is this dark energy? Are you already a warrior?" Lu Yuxiao's brow furrowed. The camp only accepted youths who had not yet undergone awakening. As for warriors, they should directly enlist with the hunting team for selection, which was beyond her purview. Luobai paused momentarily before shaking his head in denial. "I have not yet experienced awakening. So do you understand now? I am a genius." Luobai nodded and said, "My name is Luobai. You may verify it. The records of the Apocalypse Temple are meticulously maintained, and no falsehoods can be fabricated." Upon hearing this, Lu Yue's complexion slightly flushed. She was indeed aware that the archives of the Apocalypse Temple were beyond reproach, and distinguishing between martial artists was a task of utmost simplicity. She had merely been momentarily overwhelmed with excitement and forgotten this fact. Upon learning that Luobai might have awakened a talent combat skill, Lu Yue's demeanor transformed instantaneously. The professional smile that had adorned her face faded, replaced by a genuine smile that emanated from the depths of her heart. Although at first glance there seemed to be little difference, a closer inspection revealed a distinct and delightful nuance. She invited Luobai and his companions to a private booth, attentively inquiring about their needs and promptly serving them 3 glasses of juice, thus elevating their experience to VIP status. It had been several years since a talent capable of awakening a combat skill had emerged in Coleman City, and to encounter one during her shift was a stroke of fortune. Her commission was surely secure. Moreover, it provided her with ample material to boast to her colleagues. Lu Yue was genuinely elated. "Please hold on for a moment. I will notify my supervisor immediately. She will come to discuss matters with you in detail." "All right, thank you. Mr. Luo, there is no need for formalities. It is my duty to assist you." Yet, reflecting on it, one could deduce that anyone capable of working at the front desk, regardless of their true abilities, must be a person of considerable charm and finesse, certainly not a simpleton. Furthermore, was it not somewhat cruel and likely to incite resentment to subject a beautiful woman to a thorough interrogation on the spot? In the event of being resented, Lu Yue approached the service desk to inform the camp supervisor, while Li Feng and Hawk settled into a booth, savoring 2 glasses of sweet and delectable juice. Sipping delicately, their eyes brimming with satisfaction. After all, they were still merely adolescents. Luobai observed this scene, noting that since last night, Li Feng had exuded a sense of composure and maturity. However, in this moment, as the situation slightly improved, he inadvertently revealed the youthful spirit inherent to his age. Within a mere 2 minutes, a woman in her 30s, exuding charm and grace, appeared before Luobai and his companions. "Mr. Luo, greetings. I am Liang Yuehua, the administrative supervisor of this branch." "Hello, Sister Liang. You may call me Luobai or Xiao Luo." Luobai rose to his feet, briefly shaking the delicate hand she extended, then introduced Li Feng and Hawks. As for the form of address, calling a woman in her 30s sister was certainly more endearing than referring to her as a supervisor. Of course, for those who dared to test the waters, calling her auntie might be an amusing experiment. After their polite exchanges, Liang Yuehua proceeded directly to the matter at hand. "Xiao Luo, if possible, I would like to arrange an assessment for you immediately, as well as evaluate your innate combat skills, which will facilitate our upcoming discussions. What do you think?" Liang Yuehua was a decisive individual. As the supervisor of this training camp, her personal presence clearly indicated the significance of the term innate skills. As for the matters to be discussed next, It is well understood that children with aspirations for prestigious universities must often dip into their pockets and leverage connections, leaving their fathers in distress, causing their hairlines to recede perilously close to the shape of the Greek letter omega. In contrast, the offspring of others gain admission to elite institutions without the burden of tuition fees, often benefiting from scholarships, and sometimes even attracting the attention of the institutions eager to recruit them. Clearly, the talented Luobai has also received such treatment. The nature of the accolades he will ultimately receive will depend on the forthcoming evaluation results. All right, I have no objections, Luobai replied, nodding decisively. Although he was uncertain about how his innate abilities would be assessed, he comprehended the underlying principle. One must price goods according to their quality. It is only reasonable for them to verify the merchandise, as they are not a charitable organization. Moreover, Luobai was eager to discover the rating of his own talents. Please follow me, Liang Yuehua said, rising to her feet. She then instructed Lu Yue, please take good care of these two young gentlemen. Of course, supervisor, Lu Yue replied, her tone imbued with a hint of excitement. Casting a reassuring glance towards Li Feng and Hawks, Luobai stood and followed Liang Yuehua as they departed. Upon reaching the 15th floor via the elevator, Luobai stepped into a spacious area filled with an array of instruments, resembling a blend of a gymnasium and a chemistry laboratory. Hello, Sister Liang. Hello, Supervisor. Indeed, this is Luobai, who has awakened his innate abilities. Please conduct a comprehensive assessment for him. Liang Yuehua nodded in acknowledgement. Her voice soft, yet the content of her words caused an instantaneous hush to fall over everyone present. Ah, a little genius, exclaimed a slender man, the first to break the silence. Clad in a white lab coat with his collar open, he held a device reminiscent of a pipette, gazing at Luobai as though he were a chef eyeing an exquisite ingredient, contemplating where to begin with his knife. This made Luobai involuntarily swallow hard. Finally, another one. Quick, let me have a look. It seemed there was more than one eccentric in the room. And Luobai swallowed again, feeling a shiver run down his spine. Goodness, these people are rather intimidating. All right, everyone, settle down. A tall man wearing medical goggles interjected firmly, silencing several individuals. He then turned to Luobai and offered a gentle smile. Young man, pay them no mind. They are merely individuals whose minds are filled with instruments. Unlike myself. Come, allow me to conduct a comprehensive examination. Upon hearing this, the others fell silent, yet Luobai felt an increasing sense of unease. A person capable of silencing several eccentric individuals must surely be sane, right? Could it be that the reputation of the Silver Wolf hunting group was exaggerated? Was he about to become a specimen for dissection? While innate talents are indeed rare, in a place like Coleman City, it is not uncommon to encounter one or two every few years. Occasionally, a cluster might even emerge. It is by no means a once-in-a-millennium cosmic phenomenon, after all. With a large population, even the slightest probability can yield results. Thus, Luobai pondered, it was unlikely that the illustrious Silver Wolf hunting team would take action against him. Otherwise, he would not have been able to so easily expose this matter, for he was not foolish. He glanced at Liang Yuehua and timidly inquired, Sister Liang, is this all right? Liang Yuehua smiled reassuringly, saying, rest assured, I am here to oversee the situation. They would not dare to act recklessly. What? So, if you were not here to supervise, they would indeed act recklessly? Damn, these people are truly insane. How tedious. They want to pressure me with research funding quotas. Indeed, as soon as Liang Yuehua finished speaking, the group instantly deflated, their enthusiasm waning, as if a coveted toy had slipped from their grasp. Come here, young man. The previously affable tall man now wore a stern expression, devoid of his earlier warmth. Luobai's lips twitched as he obediently approached. Now that he was here, what else could he do? Blood extraction, extreme physical fitness tests, combat skill demonstrations. An hour later, Luobai's complexion had turned pale as he leaned against the wall, collapsing onto a nearby chair, utterly drained. In that hour, nearly 400 milliliters of blood had been drawn from him, enough for 2 blood donations. Was such a quantity truly necessary for a mere test? Luobai harbored serious doubts that someone was abusing their authority for personal gain, yet he had no evidence. To add insult to injury, he had undergone every physical testing apparatus he had ever encountered, and many he had not. Finally, facing a peculiar container, he unleashed the technique known as search and scrape, continuously performing it until he could produce no more. He executed this 10 times, yet after enduring a lengthy pause, Luobai found himself unable to release even a single sound. Was this truly a test? He felt a sense of skepticism. That hour had proven no less strenuous than fleeing for his life the previous night. The analysis report would require a few more minutes, and Liang Yuehua showed no intention of departing. Consequently, Luo Bai chose to slouch on the chair, seeking to regain his strength. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited within him. He sensed an unusual phenomenon within his body. A faint energy seemed to emerge quietly from within, gradually permeating throughout him. Before long, he perceived his vitality being restored, and the soreness in his muscles dissipating swiftly. It appeared that the sensation he experienced that morning was not merely an illusion. Externally, he maintained a facade of nonchalance, appearing as though overworked, while inwardly he diligently contemplated the source of this energy. Could it be the heart? Abruptly, a vivid image surged to his mind. Amidst a crimson haze, sinewy muscles pulsated rhythmically, and at the very center, there floated a droplet-shaped crystal that bore no outwardly peculiar traits, yet was strikingly crimson. This was the fleeting vision he had encountered in his mind when he acquired the search and scrape technique the previous night. Could it be that the blood-colored realm depicted in that vision was, in fact, his heart? And that droplet-shaped crystal represented the essence of his fragrant golden finger? As this realization struck him, a wave of alarm coursed through Luo Bai. He felt uncertain whether the recent examination had revealed the existence of this potentially significant droplet-shaped crystal. If it had, then he might be in considerable trouble. The mere existence of innate battle skills was insufficient to stir any interest in Silver Wolf. However, this particular matter was another story. Feeling the rapid restoration of his stamina within, Luo Bai attempted to concentrate on searching the bowels, discovering that he could indeed manage it. A flicker of confidence ignited within him, for this was his last shred of hope in a desperate gamble. As time elapsed, his anxiety grew increasingly palpable, and just then, the test results emerged. Not too shabby, remarked a tall man as he handed several sheets of paper to Liang Yuehua before turning back to his own affairs. Liang Yuehua raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, carefully examining the test report, for she understood that receiving such a compliment from this fellow constituted a significant endorsement. Swiftly scanning several key indicators, a smile gradually crept across Liang Yuehua's lips. It appeared that this young man was indeed quite remarkable. Yet, in an instant, she quelled her expression of delight, reverting to her usual demeanor. She turned and raised the test report. "Xiao Luo, would you like to take a look?" "Yes, of course," Luo Bai replied, sensing that matters were not unfolding in the worst possible direction. He suppressed his worries, rose, accepted the test report with a word of thanks, and began to peruse its contents. Innate battle skill. Searching the bowels, such an ill-conceived name. Luo Bai's lips twitched. This title was one he had just submitted, and it was evident that those eccentric individuals were rather displeased, having incorporated his sarcastic remark into the official test report. Wasn't he that somewhat inappropriate? Combat skill effect. By manipulating dark energy, one can induce spasms in the digestive systems of humans or animals, accompanied by excruciating pain sufficient to incapacitate an untrained individual. Combat skill rating. Spiritual tier, 3 stars. Potential exists, yet its current power is rather amusing. Cursing those petty-minded neurotics under his breath, Luo Bai continued to flip through the pages. Numerous indicators lay ahead, most of which he found perplexing after a brief glance. He hastily moved to the sections on speed and strength. Punching power, average 150 kilograms, right, 136 kilograms, left, 100 meters speed, average 6.7 ms, neural reaction speed. After a meticulous examination, Luo Bai confirmed that his physical attributes had indeed enhanced following last night's extreme sports, as the report clearly indicated that his current physical conditions, encompassing strength, speed, and neural reaction speed, met or slightly surpassed the statistical benchmarks for an average adult male. It is noteworthy that he was merely in the body of a 16-year-old, without any training and techniques for exerting force. It appears there is still much potential to explore with this golden finger. Luo Bai felt a surge of joy in his heart. Swiftly perusing all the reports before returning them to Liang Yuehua. "Let us proceed. It is time for a thorough discussion." Liang Yuehua smiled slightly, clearly pleased with Luo Bai's test results. Signing this young prodigy would allow her to flaunt her achievements before the heads of other divisions. Chapter 13. The preparatory training camp for warriors in the bustling hall of the Silver Wolf Hunting Group's preparatory training camp. Li Feng and Hawks had already savored several cups of juice, yet they found themselves still awaiting the arrival of Luo Bai. With a furrowed brow, Li Feng rolled his eyes. He had intended to express his uncertainty, but suddenly recalled that in Luo Bai's absence, he had assumed the role of the elder brother. It would be remiss to squander Hawk's affectionate address of Brother Feng, so he leaned in to offer a gentle reassurance. Do not fret, they mentioned conducting tests, which undoubtedly requires some time. Oh, Hawks replied, momentarily distracted as he lifted his glass of juice, only to set it down once more. The two remained in their spot, and Lu Yue did not neglect them, occasionally stopping by to exchange a few words. As time slowly passed, nearly 2 hours later, Luo Bai finally made his appearance, accompanied by Supervisor Liang Yuehua. Lao Gu, Hawks exclaimed the moment he laid eyes on Luo Bai, only to belatedly remember that they were in a training camp rather than his usual abode. He instinctively shrank back, his cheeks flushing slightly, though the joy on his face was unmistakable. Liang Yuehua glanced at the tousled brown-haired Hawks and, tilting her head with a smile, remarked, "He truly is quite attached to you." Luo Bai's lips curled into a smile as he replied, "During our days of begging, we shared the same quilt for several years. He has nearly come to regard me as his own elder brother." The trio's backgrounds were not shrouded in secrecy, as Luo Bai had disclosed their identities to Liang Yuehua during their earlier discussions. This is essential. While other trainees may not inquire about his background, Luo Bai cannot afford to do so, for he is not an ordinary student, but one bound by a contract with the Silver Wolf training camp. It is inconceivable that he would be accepted without due scrutiny. Rather than waiting for an investigation to unfold, it is far better to clarify matters directly and maintain a transparent demeanor, thereby leaving a favorable impression. Liang Yuehua offered a slight smile, refraining from further comment, and turned to instruct Lu Yue. Please proceed to handle the enrollment procedures for those two young ones. The fees will be waived, as I have already informed logistics and administration. Understood, Supervisor. Lu Yue cast a quick glance at Luo Bai, her heart fluttering with surprise as she swiftly agreed. She understood that the reason Li Feng and Hawks were granted free admission and exempted from the entrance examination was likely due to the presence of this extraordinary talent who had awakened formidable abilities. Such individuals are highly coveted across all training camps. Their worth immeasurable. One talented individual equates to 100. Even within Silver Wolf, various branches vie for supremacy, as this directly influences resource allocation. Once arrangements were in place, Liang Yuehua patted Luo Bai on the shoulder and said, "Very well. Someone will contact you regarding subsequent matters. I have other commitments, but rest assured, there will be further arrangements for you." "Thank you, Sister Liang." Luo Bai expressed his gratitude sincerely. He had just recounted the troubles they had encountered the previous night, for his purpose in joining Silver Wolf extended beyond mere strength. It was imperative for him to find a sanctuary, a force that could offer him protection in the short term. Although Scar and even the South Water Gang were insignificant to the Silver Wolf hunting team, there is a distinct difference between preemptively disclosing certain matters and waiting for the other party to approach. After Liang Yuehua became aware of these circumstances, she still chose to accept him into the camp, effectively providing him with sanctuary and positioning herself in opposition to the South Water Gang. This reflects the camp's stance and attitude. Liang Yuehua understood the reason behind Luo Bai's gratitude. She did not elaborate further, merely offering him a word of encouragement before turning away. As a distinguished division supervisor, her ability to dedicate such time to Luo Bai demonstrated the significance she attributed to his awakened talent combat skills. Are we truly able to enter the training camp? Free of charge? Wow, is that genuine? Liang Yuehua spoke without any intention of concealing her words from others. Her voice was at a normal volume, given the limited space of the hall. Li Feng and Hawks undoubtedly heard her. This overwhelming joy instantly filled their hearts to the brim. Just hours earlier, they had been fleeing for their lives, and now they were about to become students of the illustrious Silver Wolf Preparatory Warrior Training Camp, without any fees? How could they not be elated? You too must remember this. If you fail to complete the training tasks and do not meet the requirements, I shall not be responsible for your elimination later. Observing their exuberance, Luo Bai reminded them with a smile, to which Li Feng and Hawks nodded eagerly, almost as if they were about to pledge their commitment. Come, let me assist you with the paperwork. Lu Yue offered her enthusiastic service. As Luo Bai awaited the completion of their formalities, the three of them, under Lu Yue's guidance, proceeded to the logistics department to collect their equipment. They were then escorted by a staff member to the accommodation area on the 5th floor, where they finally settled down. The dormitories are all one-bedroom apartments, quite spacious indeed. Generally, most trainees reside at home, with only a select few choosing to stay here for the convenience of training. Were it not for the training camp waiving the fees, It would be inconceivable for the three of them to afford such accommodation, especially on the illustrious Juke Street, where every inch is worth a fortune. In Luobai's room, Li Feng finally mustered the courage to ask the question that had been on his mind. Brother Luo, why did the training camp allow me and Hawks to join, and furthermore, waive all expenses? Even the entrance assessment was exempted, with no outsiders present. He felt compelled to voice his curiosity. Hawks, equally tense, looked expectantly at Luobai. They were neither foolish nor naive. They understood that benefits often come with corresponding obligations. Observing the two, Luobai chose not to withhold information and revealed the pertinent clauses from his contract with the training camp. There was no need for him to deliberately obscure the truth, and by enlightening Li Feng and Hawks about the implications, they would likely cherish this hard-won opportunity even more. Your expenses are entirely covered, and the training camp offers one chance at ascendance. The condition is that once I officially advance to a martial artist, I must join the Silver Wolf hunting group and cannot affiliate with any other faction. Of course, their treatment of me will not be lacking. However, it may be slightly inferior compared to a more lucrative arrangement. Additionally, we owe the training camp a substantial sum of 2 million, which we must repay within 5 years. Should we exceed this period, interest will be accrued. Naturally, if we were to perish, the debt would be nullified, rendering the training camp's investment a loss. 2 million? Li Feng and Hawks stared in disbelief. Goodness, 2 million. Even if they were dismantled and sold for parts, how could they ever repay such a sum? Upon witnessing this, Luobai cast a glance at them and remarked, "What is there to fear? Once you become warriors, money will surely come your way. Can't you two aspire to something greater?" Li Feng and Hawks exchanged a glance before responding, "Brother Luo, that sum amounts to 2 million. Precisely why you must train diligently. Do not let yourselves be eliminated. At that point, don't even think of claiming to know me. How embarrassing. Rest assured, Brother Luo, we will train with utmost dedication and will not be eliminated." After a brief conversation, Hawks and Li Feng departed, granting Luobai the opportunity to finally tidy himself up. The past fortnight living as a beggar had been nothing short of a nightmare. After indulging in a refreshing hot shower and donning the newly issued trainee uniform, he felt utterly revitalized, simply delightful. He then retrieved a wristband, examining it closely before fastening it to his left wrist. This small device integrated various practical functions, such as communication and identity information, akin to the mobile phone he had used in his previous world. It was unfortunate that the three of them had only registered their identities half an hour prior, existing as shadows until then. From this moment on, should we meet our demise, at least there will be a trace of our existence in the identity information system, Luobai mused to himself. With training commencing tomorrow, he decided to familiarize himself with the available information today. At last, he could access the internet. It had been utterly stifling. While the average person might feel discomfort after an hour without internet access, Luobai had endured over half a month, leaving him feeling entirely out of sorts. Moreover, and most importantly, his understanding of this world is limited to hearsay, in the most literal sense, gleaned from the occasional snippets of conversation overheard while begging on the streets. Setting aside the issues of comprehensiveness and depth, the credibility of such information is undeniably questionable. Now, as the journey finally commences, it is imperative to rectify this knowledge gap. Chapter 14. 1 year, 27 individuals in the year 342 of the Apocalypse Era. On the 12th day of May, Luobai has spent a full year in this world, and nearly a year at the Silver Wolf Preparatory Martial Arts Training Camp, just half a month shy of the mark. On the 8th floor of the training camp, 2 figures are engaged in combat. This building has been meticulously designed, with sufficient height and strength to accommodate the vigorous training of these aspiring martial artists. Both combatants are clad in training uniforms, their physiques quite similar. One sports a brown ponytail, while the other has short, tousled black hair. Bang! The short-haired youth reacts with remarkable speed, seizing an opening and delivering a powerful punch to the chest of the long-haired opponent, sending him hurtling back to land 2 meters away on the ground. Oh, Jacksu has lost again. 1,000 credit points in the bag. Damn it. I placed my bet wrong again. It appears that a wager has been made. This is clearly a gambling match. Luobai retracts his fist and steps forward, extending his right hand towards the figure seated on the ground. Damn it, Luobai, you monster. You've only been in the camp for a year, and you're already this formidable. Jacksu, clutching his chest with one hand while grasping Luobai's hand to rise, grins through the pain. Just average. Luobai chuckled softly. Here, aside from him, the others had been in the camp for over 3 years. yet he could still contend with them on equal footing. While prodigies are not a rarity, those who are both exceptionally talented and diligently committed to hard work are few and far between. Over the course of this year, Luo Bai has consistently pushed himself beyond the standard training regimen, pushing his body to its limits and harnessing the faint energy emanating from his heart to enhance his capabilities. It is precisely this dedication that has enabled him to achieve a remarkable series of 3 consecutive leaps, transitioning from the C-level novice team to the B-level team, and ultimately integrating into this esteemed A-level cohort of seasoned learners. In nearly a year, he accomplished what most trainees typically require 3 years to complete, and the sweat he expended during this time is a burden only he fully comprehends. Of course, Luo Bai's ability to effortlessly defeat Jack Su can also be attributed to the training camp's emphasis on physical conditioning, temporarily placing the intricacies of combat techniques in a secondary position. Consequently, the combat proficiency among the trainees is relatively comparable. Thus, when his physical prowess surpassed that of his peers, achieving victory became somewhat simpler, merely a matter of brute force. The training camp's curriculum is structured this way because the strength of one's physical constitution is directly correlated with the success rate of the awakening. While this relationship is not absolute, years of statistical analysis have led to a consensus: the stronger the physical constitution, the higher the likelihood of success during the awakening. At least for the majority. This is one of the reasons why the preparatory martial artist training camp is so immensely popular. Greetings, esteemed instructor. Suddenly, a voice rang out, and in an instant, the crowd dispersed, each individual hastening to their designated position. Almost immediately, the previously chaotic scene transformed into 2 neatly organized lines, comprising both boys and girls. Captain Barton strode forward, a black folder in hand, his boots echoing with a resolute cadence as he surveyed the group of youths. Reminiscent of a general inspecting his troops, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. You have all completed 3 years of training, with the exception of Luo Bai. Tomorrow marks the moment of reckoning for your training efforts, and I trust you shall not bring me shame, he stated, seemingly satisfied with the youth's performance. Giving a barely perceptible nod as he instructed, today, there will be no training assignments. You are free to manage your own time. Assemble punctually at the training ground tomorrow morning, as we will collectively proceed to the Temple of Revelation. No one is permitted to act independently. Yes, Captain, the cadets responded, their voices resonating even more boisterously than before upon hearing the announcement of a day off. Having delivered his message, Barton turned on his heel and departed, leaving behind a throng of jubilant young figures celebrating their reprieve. Come on, let's go. A new gear shop just opened on South Street, and it's absolutely tempting. We must check it out, exclaimed one. Seriously? You're wealthy. What do I care? I can't afford anything there. It's ridiculously expensive, another retorted. Let us go? Even just to window shop will be worthwhile. The group began to split into pairs and small clusters, enthusiastically discussing their plans for leisure. Meanwhile, Luo Bai exhibited little enthusiasm, instead turning to head towards the specialized treadmill in the training room. A hum resonated, and within 2 seconds, the treadmill's belt transitioned from stillness to an almost imperceptible velocity. Luo Bai's legs produced a series of phantoms as he ran. Were an ordinary person to step onto it, they would likely be flung off in an instant, akin to a falling goose on a flat surface. Luo Bai, you beast. Aren't you going to take a breather? Jack Su, having just arranged a meeting with others, was left utterly dumbfounded by Luo Bai's actions. Brother, the apocalypse is tomorrow, and you're still training? Aren't you worried about exhausting your stamina and not being in shape for tomorrow? Such a recluse. Jack Su grimaced, choosing not to comment further. Before long, everyone departed, leaving Luo Bai alone. This solitude was not merely due to his diligent efforts, while the others idled. It stemmed from the fact that the others lacked a unique advantage. Luo Bai pushed himself to the limits to harness an inexplicable energy emanating from his heart, a luxury unattainable by the other 26. With the impending apocalypse tomorrow, there would be no further opportunity for improvement today. Thus, relaxation and recalibration seemed more prudent, much like the half-day breaks before the Gaokao in China. After 2 minutes of warm-up, Luo Bai surged the treadmill's speed to its maximum setting, his legs becoming mere blurs. Had the treadmill been of a standard recreational variety, the belt would have likely been obliterated beneath his feet, as the display indicated a staggering speed of 15 ms. This velocity far surpassed that of an average person, even exceeding the limits of professional athletes. representing more than a twofold enhancement since his initial assessment upon entering the training camp. Dear Luo, I wish you all the best for tomorrow. There is a message from Hawks on the wristband. Luo, everything will go smoothly, and I shall continue to strive. This is a message from Li Feng. Although the three of them are all in the same training camp, they are under different instructors, and their training courses vary, leaving little time for them to meet. You all do your best too. Everyone believes that the awakening will undoubtedly be a success for him, as there has yet to be a report of anyone who awakened their talent and failed. However, Luo Bai is acutely aware that searching one's innermost self is not an innate skill. It is merely a small gift from his golden finger. Therefore, his chances of success in the awakening are not as absolute as others presume. Let us hope for a smooth day tomorrow. Silently encouraging himself, Luo Bai turned off the light, and the room was enveloped in darkness. Chapter 15. The Awakening. The date is May 13th, 342 of the Awakening calendar, at 7 in the morning. 2 buses departed from the side entrance of the Silver Wolf Preparatory Martial Arts Training Camp, carrying a cohort of students ready to undergo the awakening, divided among 3 instructors, totaling 83 individuals. Aside from Luo Bai, the rest had joined the camp 3 years prior, though their ages were quite similar, all around 16 or 17. The atmosphere on the bus was rather peculiar. It was neither exuberant nor disheartened, but rather a blend of anxiety interspersed with hope. Although the physical prowess of these 83 individuals meets the criteria for the apocalypse, and even slightly surpasses them, no one can guarantee how many of these trainees will succeed in the awakening and how many will ultimately fail. Fate is the most unpredictable of entities, often manifesting a sense of profound injustice. Clearly, these youths are aware of this reality. In the face of impending events, none can remain unfazed, steadfast as a mountain, including Luo Bai. The vehicle moved at a leisurely pace, and after more than half an hour, it came to a stop. Before them emerged a colossal plaza, accompanied by a vast battlefield structure, easily towering close to 100 stories. Let us proceed. Leading the group were Liang Yuehua and 3 other instructors, as the young trainees obediently followed suit. Good day, are you Supervisor Liang? Upon entering the hall, a staff member approached them. Yes, that would be me. Liang Yuehua stepped forward, nodding in acknowledgement. Upon confirming her identity, the staff member slightly turned aside and gestured, "Please follow me." The group followed this individual up to the 2nd floor, navigating several turns until they arrived before a rather futuristic-looking doorway. Ding! A pale blue beam swept across, completing the identity verification, and the door swung open, revealing a spacious hall. It was adorned with orderly rows of apparatus that resembled both nutrient pods and coffins. "Prepare for testing," announced a figure with short golden hair, clad in a silver-gray uniform, possessing a striking visage and holding what appeared to be a tablet-like device. Having just concluded a conversation with Liang Yuehua, "Step forward one by one to register your identity information," beckoned the staff member who had previously led the way. The youths flowed in one after another, and the identity recognition system effortlessly captured everyone's identity information, displaying it on a nearby screen. The first was Wang Ku, undergoing a physical test, starting with the punch strength assessment. The golden-haired man signaled, "Step forward." Wang Ku promptly advanced a few steps, positioning himself before the punching target. He steadied his stance, inhaled deeply, and with a swift arc of his fist, delivered a powerful blow to the target. However, the target barely budged. 512 kilograms, qualified. Proceed to speed testing. The golden-haired man waved his hand and turned to the side, announcing, "Next." Although the trainees had undergone multiple tests prior to this, lest the training camp squander resources, this assessment was an indispensable procedure of the Temple of Revelation, unavoidable in its nature. Soon, it was Luo Bai's turn. Standing before the punching target, he inhaled deeply. His calves suddenly surged with power, his body tightened, and with a twist of his waist, he unleashed his arm, delivering a punch that struck the target like a meteor. The target merely quivered slightly, yet the displayed number caused the golden-haired man's eyes to glimmer with interest. 862 kilograms. This punch was devoid of any pretense. Luo Bai exerted himself fully, understanding that as long as his display of strength was not astonishingly extraordinary, the greater his exhibited prowess within a certain range, the more likely he would earn the recognition of others. This would lead to a greater allocation of resources, allowing him to grow stronger at a quicker pace. Supervisor Liang, this trainee demonstrates considerable strength. The golden-haired man remarked as he glanced at the data on the instrument before turning to Liang Yuehua. Indeed, this young man possesses commendable talent and shows great diligence in training. A glimmer of joy flickered in Liang Yuehua's eyes, and a subtle smile graced her lips. Although she had been monitoring Luo Bai's training progress, her numerous daily responsibilities made it impossible for her to keep a constant watch. She was pleasantly surprised to see such significant improvement in just half a month. The golden-haired man chuckled lightly and instructed a nearby staff member, Linley, "Take charge of the upcoming strength test." He then turned to Luo Bai and said, "Come with me, we shall assess your speed." Luo Bai glanced at Liang Yuehua and instructor Barton, and upon noticing their lack of objections, he nodded and followed. The results of the 100-meter sprint revealed a remarkable speed of 16.2 ms. His neural reflexes were exceptional. The testing consisted of only 3 categories, which concluded swiftly. Yet Luo Bai's results astonished both the golden-haired man and Liang Yuehua. Only Barton wore a broad smile, barely containing his delight. Luo Bai's physical prowess far exceeded the baseline standards of the Genesis program. While others may have remained oblivious, Barton, as Luo Bai's instructor, was acutely aware. For Luo Bai had never harbored intentions to conceal his strength. "Well done. Everyone has passed the tests. Prepare for Genesis," the golden-haired man announced, before tapping a few commands on his terminal. With a series of soft hisses, the silver-white chambers, reminiscent of nutrient pots, on the opposite side of the hall, opened their lids. Under the guidance of the staff, the trainees removed their outer garments, lying down in the snug-fitting attire within. With a resounding thud, the one-way transparent doors sealed shut, and an ethereal blue light illuminated the interior. In that instant, Luo Bai felt as if the entire world had fallen silent. The timer emitted a faint ticking sound, marking the passage of time. The apocalypse has commenced. A digital alert echoed, accompanied by a series of faint clicks that resonated almost simultaneously. Luo Bai realized that his limbs and head were restrained, leaving his entire body capable of only slight movements. Bondage? Is this still a game? In the next moment, he sensed that an invisible, intangible yet palpable fluid substance enveloped him entirely, though his breathing remained unaffected. Is this dark matter? A thought flickered through Luo Bai's mind. He had not been idle over the past year. He had perused nearly every piece of information regarding warriors available online. However, without first-hand experience, distinguishing truth from falsehood remained a challenge. Suddenly, a muffled groan escaped Luo Bai's lips as the fluid penetrated his skin, seeping into his body and rapidly spreading throughout, leaving no area untouched. A barely perceptible hum arose as the confinement wave field activated. Luo Bai felt the dark matter, which had just filled his entire being, begin to vibrate and operate along an enigmatic frequency under the pull of the confinement wave field. "Ah!" Luo Bai exclaimed, for at that moment, he felt every cell in his body being pried apart, crushed, and then reassembled anew. His complexion turned pale, and blood and sweat oozed from the ruptured membranes. Yet before they could coalesce into droplets due to surface tension, they were utterly annihilated by the dark matter under the control of the confinement field. The excruciating pain arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, leaving Luo Bai with the sensation of having been reborn. Soon, threads of energy began to manifest throughout his body, reminiscent of the energy he had felt during the intense mental focus of searching the depths of his being, yet purer and more potent. Was this the dark energy generated from the coupling of dark matter and the biological field? Luo Bai meticulously contemplated the transformations occurring within him, gradually comparing them to the theoretical knowledge stored in his mind, digesting and assimilating the information. Such memories were undeniably steadfast and difficult to forget. Time passed, but Luo Bai found himself indifferent to its flow. The newly born energy within him was also influenced by the fluctuations of the constraint wave field, gathering, intertwining, and perturbing. Ultimately, it coalesced into a dark-hued crystal at the center of his chest, seemingly establishing a space of its own. This wondrous phenomenon was reflected back to his mind through a unique perspective. Luo Bai understood that this energy crystal, shaped like a regular octahedron, represented the essence of a martial artist, the core of dark energy. All of a martial artist's cultivation is founded upon this dark energy core. It is the cornerstone of their power. Having sensed the formation of the dark energy core, Luo Bai's heart surged with joy. This signified that from this moment onward, he was a true martial artist, capable of inhaling and exhaling the omnipresent dark matter of the universe. Through the coupling and fusion with his own biological field, he could generate a unique dark energy, empowering him for combat and struggle. Yet, what is destined to come will inevitably arrive. In the ineffable realm A pair of colossal hands inscribed several lines of enigmatic runes, altering the trajectory of Luo Bai's fate. Just as Luo Bai reveled in this unexpected turn, a surge of formidable crimson energy erupted from his heart, traversing the fabric of space and striking the nascent octahedral dark energy core with astonishing velocity. A faint crack resonated as the newly formed core succumbed to this overwhelming force, shattering and swiftly disintegrating into a chaotic amalgamation of dark matter and dark energy. With a sudden exclamation, Luo Bai spat out a mouthful of blood, tinged with resignation, before promptly losing consciousness. Yet, he harbored no significant trepidation. If the golden finger had chosen to stir, then so be it. He simply hoped it would not forget to offer some rewards upon completion. Time passed, the duration unknown, until Luo Bai gradually regained consciousness. He found himself still reclined in the specially designed chamber, the flexible restraints on his limbs having already been released. The blood he had expelled was long since obliterated, leaving no trace behind. With a slight movement to reacquaint himself with his body, he hastily closed his eyes to attune his senses. To his relief, within the inexplicable space where the dark energy core had manifested, another energy crystal emerged. Still in the form of an octahedron, albeit now a dark purple hue. Such a grand display merely to alter its color? Luo Bai pondered in confusion, lamenting the absence of a sprightly assistant to elucidate the situation. He would have to delve into these mysteries himself, for it is through personal endeavor that one secures true sustenance. At this moment, the sensors within the chamber detected that Luo Bai had returned to his normal state, implicitly concluding that he had completed the awakening process. With a soft hiss, the pressure was released, and the door swung open, revealing 5 pairs of eyes intently gazing into the chamber, startling Luo Bai considerably. Instructor, Sister Liang Yual. Luo Bai instinctively shrank his neck, pondering whether these individuals had been watching him the entire time. Were they truly so idle? There were dozens of people undergoing the awakening process. Kid, hurry up and get dressed, Martin said, his expression dark, somewhat speechless, while others completed their awakenings in merely 10 to 20 minutes. This lad had lingered inside for nearly an hour. What a waste of life. Oh, all right. Luo Bai swiftly crawled out of the chamber, accepting the outer garment handed to him by a nearby staff member, donning it with ease. Don't tell me you failed. Barton, observing Luo Bai now fully clothed, regarded him with a menacing glare. Liang Yuehua couldn't help but chuckle. Isn't the result displayed on the instrument right beside you? What more do you need to ask? The scarred man grinned. Don't you think this kid has a bit of an eerie quality? Lying in there for so long during the awakening. Who knows if the instrument's readings are accurate? The blond man was now irked, darkening his expression. Who are you implying has an inaccurate instrument? Scientific instruments are my livelihood, more dear to me than a spouse. To question their reliability is intolerable. I'll confront you right now. You're overthinking it. I was referring to you. By the way, kid, quickly try it out. Let me see if your prolonged time inside has granted you any superior abilities compared to others. Merely lingering longer is insufficient. It must be impressive to be truly exhilarating. Batten offered a brief defense before swiftly diverting the conversation, noting the impressive speed of the vehicle. Indeed, Luo Bai, let's conduct a test. Liang Yuehua interjected, successfully redirecting the group's attention toward Luo Bai. Unable to refuse the warm invitation, Luo Bai himself was eager to discover the transformations he had undergone post-awakening and the extent of his newfound strength, so he accepted without hesitation. Positioned before the punching target, Luo Bai adopted a stable stance, drawing in a deep breath and focusing his mind. The power surged from his feet, reinforced by his waist and hips, before transferring to his upper limbs. With a formidable punch, he struck the target with tremendous force. Bang! The sound reverberated, and the punching bag vibrated noticeably. A stark contrast to its previous state. 1,448 kilograms. The group gasped in unison, astonished by the sheer magnitude of his strength. It was indeed terrifying. Typically, those who undergo awakening and successfully transition into martial artists exhibit a punching force just over 1,000 kilograms, with exceptional individuals reaching around 1,100. At this stage, they have merely begun their journey as martial artists and have yet to actively refine their bodies using dark energy. The increase in strength is primarily due to the passive enhancement from dark energy during the awakening process. However, Luo Bai's impressive force of over 1,400 kilograms, nearing 1,500, was nothing short of extraordinary. If he were to refine his abilities further, his physical prowess would undoubtedly surpass that of his peers by a significant margin. Once more, demanded the blond man, furrowing his brow. It seemed he too harbored doubts about the instrument. Having spent many years in the Temple of Awakening in Coleman City, he had encountered numerous young prodigies who had awakened their unique talents and combat skills. Yet he had never witnessed one who could wield such power immediately upon becoming a martial artist. After all, even the most exceptional talents require time to mature. Do they not? Moreover, the body's adaptation to dark energy, along with the refinement and enhancement of physical constitution, also demands time. Luo Bai nodded, once more bending his waist, exerting force, and delivering a punch. Bang! 1,453 kilograms. Let us measure the speed. The blond-haired man turned and walked away, assuming the role of a guide. On the 50-meter speed testing track, Luo Bai leaned forward, exerting force and sprinting. Only through genuine and vigorous running could he unleash his full speed. Whoosh! With an all-out effort, Luo Bai created a fleeting shadow, darting past several speed-sensing devices. 23. 7 ms. Average. No need. My instrument does not air. You may leave. The blond-haired man, expressionless, turned and departed. Barton smirked, casting a proud glance at the other two instructors. Only then did they collectively exit the vicinity. On the pure white tabletop, Slavis rubbed his sun-kissed temples with his left hand, while his right gently tapped the control terminal resting on the desk, murmuring, I never anticipated that Coleman City could produce such a remarkable young genius. In the apocalyptic temple, on the second floor, in the leisure area, the students awaited, engaged in animated conversation. Although their voices were subdued, the exuberance on their faces was unmistakable. Becoming a warrior was a source of joy for anyone. As for the dangers of warrior battles, please, in this world, is there truly any safety in merely remaining within the city? Very well. I shall escort you to complete the necessary formalities. Liang Yuehua and her companions led Luo Bai to this location. Hello, Sister Liang, and greetings to the three instructors. After the trainees exchanged greetings, they all turned their inquisitive gazes towards Luo Bai, their curiosity palpable. Clearly, everyone was eager to uncover the secrets behind the protracted awakening of this gifted individual who had taken so long to complete the ascension. Although the Silver Wolf training camp was renowned for its remarkably high success rate in ascension, they could not guarantee that every participant would inevitably succeed. This elevated success rate was significantly attributed to the 3 years spent eliminating those with lower chances of success, akin to the strategies employed by educational institutions to maintain high graduation rates. Indeed, Sister Liang, among this cohort, Qinhua and Vivian were the only two who had failed the ascension, leaving them in a state of considerable despondency. It is widely recognized that while one can attempt the ascension again after an initial failure, the probability of success diminishes sharply, rendering future opportunities increasingly bleak. Furthermore, to deter individuals from repeatedly attempting the process and wasting resources, the Temple of Ascension had escalated the cost for subsequent attempts, culminating in exorbitant fees after 3 tries, thus creating an insurmountable barrier for the average person throughout their lifetime. All right, your personal information has been successfully registered. You may activate your battle mark wristbands at your convenience. The staff member concluded the registration for the last participant. Thank you. Liang Yuehua expressed her gratitude. Despite being the branch supervisor of the training camp and affiliated with the Silver Wolf hunting group, she understood that the Temple of Ascension was a colossal entity dominating the globe, and even a minor staff member might possess considerable significance. This was certainly not a place where just anyone could gain entry. Hey, is this the battle mark wristband? It is uncertain whether the online claims hold any truth. Luo Bai, filled with curiosity, tore open the packaging of the simple black wristband. Why not try it and find out? Beside him, Jack Su, ever the impatient one, hastily ripped through the packaging. With that, Luo Bai removed the wristband he had been issued upon entering the training camp and affixed the newly allocated one from the Temple of Revelation. He then endeavored to channel the nascent dark energy within him, directing it slowly towards the combat pattern wristband. The process was sluggish. He had recently undergone the revelation and was still unaccustomed to controlling and applying the dark energy. Other trainees were similarly experimenting with their newly acquired combat pattern wristbands. While only Qinhua and Vivian stood a short distance away, their expressions tinged with sorrow. These rascals, must they flaunt their actions before us? It seemed deliberate. Vivian felt a surge of anger, yet found herself powerless, for from this day forth, those who had once trained together would irrevocably part ways, entering disparate realms. With a sigh, he thought, it should be sufficient now. After exerting considerable effort to channel the dark energy into the combat pattern wristband, Luo Bai fixed his gaze intently on the emerging luminous patterns, determined not to miss a single moment of the unfolding spectacle. The dark energy within a warrior is a unique amalgamation formed through the intricate coupling of dark matter and the warrior's biological field, offering unparalleled security, more so than genetic information or iris biometric traits, and serves as the warrior's singular identifier. This mechanism is employed to activate the combat pattern wristband, proving more secure than binding through genetic technology. Despite his utmost concentration on the wristband, Luo Bai found himself unable to witness the anticipated spectacle. In an instant, the scene before him transformed abruptly. The battle pattern bracelet that had been affixed to his wrist vanished without a trace, replaced by a complex band-like design, akin to a tattoo, merging seamlessly with flesh, indistinguishable from one another. What on earth, a frame drop? Luo Bai muttered under his breath, while gasps of astonishment echoed around him. The staff present exhibited no surprise. After each awakening, a cadre of novices would invariably react with exaggerated awe, and they had grown accustomed to such spectacles. Was this a seamless conversion of material energy? The technological landscape of this world appeared rather peculiar. A multitude of thoughts flitted through Luo Bai's mind. It was evidently an unbalanced world. Some technologies paled in comparison to those of his own realm, yet others seemed to have surpassed the heavens, astonishingly advanced. The application of dark matter, capable of constraining the oscillation fields of dark matter and even dark energy, alongside the sight of various vehicles still burning fossil fuels on the streets. All these elements combined led Luo Bai to one conclusion: disharmony. The technology of this world was clearly uneven, and the reasons for such phenomena were numerous. Luo Bai could readily conjure many. Shaking his head slightly, he suppressed the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. What did it matter to a mere novice warrior like him? How trivial. Time to move on. Liang Yuehua, observing that everyone had activated their battle pattern bracelets, decided not to linger any longer. She was in exceptionally high spirits today. Otherwise, she would not have permitted a group of trainees to carry on so. Upon exiting the Temple of Revelation, the clock had yet to strike 11 when Liang Yuehua proclaimed an immediate dissolution of the assembly, effectively marking the graduation of this cohort of students. As for their future endeavors, these students would predominantly align themselves with various factions, either safeguarding homes or venturing beyond the city to hunt the lurking beasts. The choice of allegiance rested solely upon the individuals. It was a mutual selection, necessitating a willingness from both parties. The training camp imposed no restrictions, as not just any martial artist could qualify for membership in the Silver Wolf Hunting Group, a prestigious fourth-tier hunting organization hailing from Coleman City. From this perspective, one could argue that Luo Bai's initial agreement, which mandated joining the Silver Wolf Hunting Group upon advancing to martial artist status, was not a disadvantage. After all, a hunting group of such magnitude would not jeopardize its reputation by deliberately undermining his benefits. Such short-sightedness would be improbable for an organization that has flourished to its current stature. Luo Bai, shall we visit the equipment store? Inquired Jack Su, along with a few other acquaintances with whom he shared a cordial rapport. After a brief moment of contemplation, Luo Bai declined to refuse. Having spent a year in seclusion, he finally felt a surge of confidence to engage in conversation. Granting himself a half-day respite could be regarded as a well-deserved treat. What is the purpose of training? Undoubtedly, it is to grow stronger. And why seek strength? To lead a more comfortable life, of course. A half-day of rest was entirely reasonable and justifiable. Li Feng and Hawks continued their rigorous training. Luo Bai cast a glance at their firmly shut door before retreating into his own room. He had finally ascended to the status of a martial artist. This world was indeed quite fascinating. With a silly grin, Luo Bai concentrated, and a holographic screen materialized from his wrist, adorned in the most common hues of soft blue and white. The activated battle wristband, or simply the battle, is intricately connected to the warrior's neural pathways, allowing for seamless control through pure thought. This holographic interface, bound exclusively to the warrior through the unique properties of dark energy, remains invisible and inaccessible to anyone but the authorized individual. Henceforth, the era of prying eyes is over. No longer must one shroud their activities in secrecy. How fantastical this all seems. Could it be that the pinnacle of technology leads us to the realm of theology? Luo Bai clicked his tongue in contemplation, pulling up a chair to sit down, stroking his chin as he meticulously examined this highly advanced piece of technology. According to the information he had previously gleaned online, this device could be deemed the most crucial auxiliary tool for warriors, rivaling the importance of the dark energy core. It could incorporate modules for signal jamming, energy level scanning, and much more. These functionalities are indispensable for warriors when venturing beyond the city to hunt dark beasts, forming an integral part of their capabilities. As it stands, Lobai's battle remains a blank slate, equipped with only the two most fundamental modules corresponding to separate sections. The first section prominently displays Lobai's identity information, akin to an electronic identification card, featuring not only his identity ID but also a holographic photograph, vividly portraying his handsome visage. Below that lies his personal credit coin account, essentially his bank account, which is automatically activated upon acquiring warrior status, bundled with the backing of the Apocalyptic Temple, a global entity that would be nearly impossible to dismantle unless the planet itself were obliterated. Beyond this lies the fundamental communication function. Luobai cast a glance and discovered a single message originating from the Temple of Revelation. Here it comes. This is what is known as the novice benefit, perhaps the breathing technique? With a mere thought, a composition of text and graphics materialized on the holographic screen, prominently displaying the title Breathing Technique, V2. 3. At the center of the first line, Luobai fixated on the V2. 3 foot for a considerable time before moving past that detail, directing his attention to the content of the technique. After a cursory glance, he remained composed. He understood the adage that haste makes waste. If the preliminary steps were not properly executed, it would be absurd to expect the main act to unfold smoothly. Turning to the second section, the layout was quite straightforward. Energy level, soldier level LV1, combat skills, none. A brief look revealed to Luobai a lack of enthusiasm. This was not a system panel, but merely a reference data derived from a scan of the dark energy within a warrior's body, akin to the fitness tracker he had purchased during his doctoral studies for 200 yuan to monitor heart rates and sleep quality. It was hardly to be taken seriously, merely a source of amusement. After fiddling with the combat pattern for a while, Luobai shifted his focus back to the novice benefit dispensed by the Temple of Revelation. Could this breathing technique be akin to the internal martial arts principles found in novels? Luobai felt a flicker of anticipation within, though the V2, 3 foot somewhat diminished its allure. It still held an undeniable charm. Concerning the art of breathing, he had previously attempted to delve into its intricacies online. However, the available resources were lamentably scant. As an ordinary individual, he lacked the privilege to access the fabled network reserved for martial practitioners. With a flicker of curiosity, Luobai immersed himself in the V2, 3 version of the breathing technique. The text was replete with meticulous explanations and accompanying illustrations, allowing Luobai to navigate the material with relative ease. Of course, his comprehension remained superficial. The profound structures and principles underlying the technique eluded his grasp at this moment, and there was no necessity for further inquiry. In less than half an hour, he had memorized all the content pertaining to this breathing technique, including every illustration, and had scrutinized it thoroughly. Although he remained oblivious to the underlying principles, he discerned the appropriate methods to employ. So it was that the publicly available information online indeed contained numerous discrepancies. Furrowing his brow and habitually pinching his chin in contemplation, Luobai pondered. The information he had previously encountered was primarily compiled by ordinary individuals. Martial artists, on one hand, had little interest in disseminating teachings online, and on the other, they inhabited a distinct circle, preferring the vibrant world of their specialized network. Consequently, the publicly accessible information online was rife with inaccuracies. While it could serve as a rough reference, it should not be taken at face value. However, Luobai had been mentally prepared for this. The veracity of online information was often a blend of truth and fabrication, a fact that had become painfully evident. Previously, he had derided the name breathing technique as lacking sophistication, but upon closer examination and understanding, he realized that the name was, in fact, quite fitting. This practice is not an esoteric cultivation technique. It is simply a method of breath regulation in its most literal sense. It serves as a guide for martial artists on how to breathe, the methods to employ, and the frequency of their breaths, all to enhance their interaction and affinity with dark matter. The treatise on breath regulation extensively elaborates on the appropriate breathing techniques martial artists should adopt during various activities, such as cultivating dark energy, engaging in fierce combat, or enduring long periods of running and jumping. Furthermore, following the main text of breath regulation, there is a comprehensive and detailed introductory manual for martial artists outlining their future cultivation directions and the fundamental practices required. This is a work from the Temple of Revelation, representing the most authoritative perspective, far more reliable than the information Luo Bai had previously encountered online. The notion of operating an extensive circulatory system to rapidly advance one's cultivation is, it seems, rather fanciful. One might wonder, is there truly no reference to the cultivation system of our Chinese heritage? Luo Bai mused, while his mind processed the recently acquired information. In martial cultivation, both the physical body and dark energy are of equal importance. Neither can be neglected. These constitute the two essential pillars of a martial artist's strength. A deficiency in either aspect signifies stagnation in power and an inability to progress. It is not dark matter that martial artists can control and utilize, but rather dark energy. However, dark energy does not naturally exist in the universe, only dark matter does. A martial artist must absorb dark matter into their body, where it can coalesce with their biological field to yield a unique form of dark energy. This is the very foundation of a martial artist's power. Dark energy refines and enhances a warrior's physique, serving as the essential resource for the continual improvement of physical attributes and the relentless pursuit of self-betterment. A robust physique, in turn, accommodates a greater volume of dark matter, yielding an even more potent dark energy. This symbiotic relationship fosters a harmonious progression. A formidable physique and abundant dark energy empower the warrior, while combat skills represent a fusion of techniques devised specifically for life-and-death confrontations and the application of dark energy. The magnitude of destructive force delivered by a single strike is influenced by myriad factors, rendering it a complex challenge to isolate each element. However, the physique and dark energy undeniably stand as the two most critical components. This beginner's guide has proven immensely beneficial to Luo Bai, who, unlike the privileged scions of influential families, has not received systematic education from a young age to build a comprehensive knowledge system. Consequently, his path to strength necessitates an extraordinary effort, granting him even a sliver of opportunity. He must relax his body, calm his mind, and regulate his heart rate to between 55 and 60 beats per minute. Luo Bai endeavors to practice according to the instructions within the breath and energy cultivation technique, specifically focusing on the breathing method for condensing dark energy. As stated in the guide, only when a warrior internalizes this unique breathing technique to the point of becoming second nature can it be deemed truly mastered. It is only at that juncture that one becomes qualified to pursue the more powerful and efficient methods of dark energy condensation. Breathe in, breathe out. Moreover, controlling the heart rate poses a challenge, as the heart rate of an average person typically exceeds 60, not to mention that of a strong and vigorous warrior like himself. Minutes passed, yet Luo Bai felt no peculiarity. Instead, he was overwhelmed with fatigue, his head slightly discomfort, and a sense of suffocation lingered. Furrowing his brows, Luo Bai mused. Is this breathing technique merely a gimmick? Of course, this was merely a jest. After all, what level did he belong to, and what stature did the celestial temple possess? Surely, there was no need to deceive him. Such an assumption was absurd, bordering on farcical. After pondering for a few moments, Luo Bai decided to stretch his legs and pull the blanket over himself. Settling into a position he was quite familiar with, a posture of utter relaxation that proved far more effective than any adjustment of mood. Inhale, exhale. Luo Bai resumed practicing the breathing technique. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but he felt a tad more comfortable than before. It appeared that the esteemed Master Gu was indeed no ordinary individual. A mere recline seemed to hold profound mysteries. He chuckled inwardly, allowing his body and mind to completely unwind, his chest rising and falling, and his breath flowing in and out. As time elapsed, Luo Bai's breathing grew increasingly smooth and natural. A faint snore emerged. He had drifted into slumber. Yet, such bliss was fleeting. As Luo Bai sank deeper into sleep, his innate instincts swiftly reclaimed dominance, erasing the slight progress he had just made. Breathing habits formed from birth cannot be altered in a short span. They require prolonged and diligent practice. A genius may grasp the breathing technique more swiftly than an average person, yet to truly internalize it as an instinct still necessitates considerable effort. At 5:40, as the alarm clock rang, Luo Bai opened his eyes. Throughout the night, he had enjoyed a remarkably deep slumber, his sleep quality exceptionally high. I was practicing my breathing and meditation techniques, and then, I slept all the way until now. Sitting on the edge of his bed, Luo Bai recalled the sequence of events, and a blush crept onto his cheeks. What a blunder, just having become a martial artist, and I allowed myself to drift off. How could I have fallen asleep while practicing? It must not happen again. After a moment of self-reflection, Luo Bai completed his morning routine and set out for the training room, ready to engage in his daily morning exercises. This was not the leisurely stretching of the elderly. Rather, he aimed to push himself to the brink of exhaustion. Fortunately, with the mysterious energy residing in his heart, he could quickly recover after depleting his stamina, ensuring his daily training remained unaffected. Unfortunately, today it seemed his goals would remain unattainable. An hour passed, and Luo Bai had utilized every piece of equipment in the training room, but alas, he only managed to work up a slight sweat. Since the awakening, his physical abilities had improved immensely, rendering the training apparatus available to the students insufficient. They offered little more than a warm-up. Has it finally arrived? Luo Bai glanced at the message and promptly ascended in the elevator to the top floor. Upon exiting, he was greeted by a beautiful assistant, one he recognized as part of Supervisor Liang Yuehua's team. "Mr. Luo, please follow me. The supervisor is awaiting your arrival." Lin Yu was exceedingly courteous, for she understood that the young lad before her, several years her junior, was indeed a genuine martial artist, highly regarded by his superiors. "Thank you for your trouble," she said. Luo Bai smiled in acknowledgement and followed Lin Yu to Liang Yuehua's office. Ultimately, he did not possess the innate talent of hawks. Otherwise, he would have already been endearingly addressing her as sister. "Mr. Luo, please." Lin Yu ushered him into Liang Yuehua's office, marking his second visit to this space. "Supervisor Mr. Luo has arrived." "Ah, you may continue with your tasks," Liang Yuehua responded, momentarily halting her work at the desk. "Sister Liang," Lin Yu said as she departed. And Luo Bai greeted her with a smile. "Please, have a seat." Liang Yuehua stepped away from her desk, and the two settled down by the tea table by the window. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Liang Yuehua got straight to the point. "Xiao Luo, I summoned you today to discuss your potential integration into the hunting team and your forthcoming development." Luo Bai nodded. "Yes, Sister Liang, please proceed." Liang Yuehua's words were forthright. "I believe you are aware that the initial ascent to becoming a martial artist is the most arduous phase, particularly for someone like you, who lacks a background or financial support." To this, Luo Bai raised no objections, although martial artists hold a significantly higher social status than ordinary individuals. There exists a prerequisite. One must possess genuine strength. This strength is derived from various aspects: dark energy levels, physical conditioning, combat skills, weaponry, and so forth, all of which necessitate substantial resources, namely, financial backing. There is no alternative. It is often said that warriors need not worry about making money. This is because simply slaying a dark beast can yield a substantial amount of credit coins. However, given Luo Bai's current state, venturing outside the city with nothing but his bare fist would be tantamount to courting death, akin to the old man on the gallows. Within the city, however, it is not a realm filled with boundless opportunities. If one desires equipment, one must pay. If one seeks combat techniques, again, one must pay. What is that? You claim to have no money? Then spare us your complaints and leave. The true challenge for warriors lies at this initial juncture. It is akin to the pursuit of wealth. Starting with empty pockets and aspiring to earn 1,000,000 is as daunting as scaling the heavens. Yet, possessing 1,000,000 makes it considerably easier to amass 10,000,000. Those newly emerged warriors, hailing from powerful factions, naturally have no such concerns, as their backing has already provided them with everything they need. Luo Bai is well aware of this, and thus he understands that Liang Yuehua's visit today is certainly not a mere social call. She is fully cognizant of his background and the challenges he faces. Nodding slightly, Luo Bai refrained from speaking, patiently awaiting her next words. Liang Yuehua tossed her hair and continued, "There is something you may not yet fully grasp. Although you signed an agreement upon entering the camp to become a formal member of the Silver Wolf hunting group, you must pass an assessment. Otherwise, you will have no choice but to leave Silver Wolf and seek employment within the training camp. Therefore, it is imperative that you promptly enhance your abilities." "An assessment? Can you elaborate, Sister Liang?" Luo Bai asked, his brow furrowing momentarily before relaxing again, his tone steady. Although this information was new to him, it hardly came as a surprise. Typically, martial artists aspiring to join the Silver Wolf hunting group must undergo an assessment. Although he received special treatment due to the awakening of his innate combat skills and signed an agreement, it is only fitting that he should still be subjected to evaluation. After all, admitting someone who merely possesses talent but lacks substance would tarnish their reputation. The specifics of the assessment remain uncertain at this moment. However, You will be evaluated alongside other martial artists who have recently applied for membership. Such evaluations invariably involve practical combat scenarios. Liang Yuehua paused momentarily before continuing. The assessment carries significant risks. Casualties are a common occurrence, and you have no choice but to participate. Luo Bai furrowed his brow. When he initially signed the agreement, such stipulations were not disclosed. According to the terms, he must prioritize joining the Silver Wolf hunting group, which means he is indeed obliged to partake in this assessment without any means of retreat. Consequently, enhancing his practical combat abilities has become an urgent necessity. Do you have any suggestions, Sister Liang? Luo Bai inquired, confident that Liang Yuehua must have a plan. As for any feelings of discontent, the rules are established as such, and the Silver Wolf group has no reason to deliberately make things difficult for him. They treat all candidates equally, leaving him with little to argue. If there is an assessment, then so be it. You young man. Liang Yuehua noted Luo Bai's calm demeanor as he awaited further information, and she decided to reveal more without hesitation. She reached for a document on the coffee table and handed it to him, stating, "Take a look. The main event is about to unfold." He harbored no feelings of resistance. The fact that someone was investing in him indicated that he was not without merit. Did it not? If there were no potential gains, who would provide him with funds to start anew? Neither of them was his father, nor his mother. However, when Luo Bai meticulously examined the document line by line, reaching the final entry, he discovered a discrepancy between his expectations and reality. The document predominantly outlined the impending investments from the training camp, yet it contained not a single mention of any cost he was to incur. It resembled less a formal document and more a list curated by Liang Yuehua, essentially a compendium of resources poised to be allocated to Luo Bai. Liang Jie, what do I need to contribute? Luo Bai felt a stir of astonishment and confusion within him. Liang Yuehua chuckled softly. Do you find it hard to believe? Is it as though a pie has fallen from the sky? Luo Bai nodded, responding with a grin, not merely a pie. It's as if chunks of meat have descended upon me. Liang Jie, are you truly not jesting? Rest assured. This is a decision reached after discussions among the training camp management, and Instructor Barton has spoken highly of you. Instructor Barton? Luo Bai mentally noted this, and then earnestly inquired, Liang Jie, does the training camp genuinely require nothing from me? The document on the table spanned merely 3 pages, yet it represented a value that was undeniably significant. In fact, compared to the 2 million he owed the training camp, it seemed almost trivial for some things. Given the right timing, could far exceed their intrinsic worth. Liang Yuehua shook her head and smiled. The training camp does not necessitate any deliberate actions from you. If there is anything we hope for, it is that your prowess continues to strengthen. As long as you acknowledge your origin from this division, that suffices. There will be those who will cover the costs incurred from the resources invested in you. At this juncture, Luo Bai likely surmised the intentions of Liang Yuehua, or rather, the higher-ups of the training camp. While prodigies possessing awakened talent and martial skills are not entirely unique, they are certainly not commonplace either. Most of them are promptly claimed by various factions as soon as they exhibit potential. The branch on Zhuke Street had finally encountered such a small genius, and a year's time had proven sufficient for the higher-ups to conduct a thorough evaluation. Clearly, the leadership of the training camp believed in his investment potential. He was deemed neither a mere vessel of talent nor a heartless scoundrel. Hence, this meeting came to fruition. As for the training camp's returns, investing a modest amount of resources to wager on a powerful warrior entails significant risk, yet the potential rewards are substantial. For Luo Bai at this moment, these resources held considerable value, but for any moderately capable warrior, they would hardly be an overwhelming sum. For the training camp, they were even less significant. At this point, all Luo Bai required were some initial resources. Though not extravagant, this was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. The notion of investing in human relationships yields the highest returns. Thus, the absence of demand showcased Liang Yuehua's astuteness as she garnered both acclaim and tangible wealth. Of course, all of this hinged on Luo Bai's survival and his growth in strength as they anticipated. In the training camp's backyard, within the training grounds, Luo Bai entered and respectfully greeted the instructor. He emerged from Liang Yuehua's office and headed straight here. Have you met the supervisor? Barton, standing alone, turned around with a cheerful smile. Luo Bai nodded. Yes, I just met him. Thank you, instructor. Without any false modesty, Barton graciously accepted the gratitude and then grinned, saying, I hope that in a few years, I can boast about this decision to those old buddies of mine, rather than be mocked by them for being blind. Do you understand, you little rascal? Rest assured, instructor, I will ensure you can boast to the heavens, and it certainly won't backfire. Luobai replied with confidence, fully aware of Barton's character and what he enjoyed hearing. Ha ha, good. If I can't reach the skies, I'll come knocking on your door every day to give you a beating, Barton joked before shifting his demeanor to a more serious tone. All right, enough idle chatter. The next group assessment is scheduled for mid-June. We have just over a month to see how much you can progress, depending on your abilities. Yes, instructor. Today, we won't rush into training. There are certain things every warrior must understand clearly to avoid unnecessary detours in the future. Barton's eyes widened. Why don't you just fly to the heavens? If it were that easy, what would be the purpose of the training camp? What need would there be for me as your instructor? You could just read a few books and learn on your own. Listen carefully. Yes, yes. After receiving a stern reprimand from the scarred instructor, Luobai wisely refrained from further comment. With a stern expression, Barton spoke in a rather unfriendly tone. The ranks of martial artists are divided into 9 levels: soldier, master, spirit, sect, sovereign, monarch, emperor, and saint, each consisting of 9 tiers. Understand? Well, it seems you don't, so I shan't elaborate further. Let me impart one crucial piece of advice. When you encounter dark beasts that exceed your rank by 3 tiers or more, flee as far as you can. Do not entertain thoughts of defeating foes beyond your level. That is a path to certain death. Luobai, like a chick pecking at grains, sensed Barton's evident displeasure and decided it would be prudent to tread lightly. Furthermore, do not presume that possessing a higher level of dark energy makes one invincible. It merely serves as a measure of the energy's intensity through battle markings. It can be a point of reference, but do not take it at face value, lest you hasten your demise. Instructor, you just mentioned to run far away from foes exceeding 3 tiers in rank, yet now you say dark energy levels can be unreliable. Luobai pondered this contradiction silently, offering a slight nod of respect before lowering his head again. There was little he could do, although he had attained the status of a martial artist. Barton's demeanor suggested otherwise. It was hard to convince anyone otherwise when his formidable presence and survival were ample proof of his prowess. Training in combat techniques must be approached with utmost caution. Do you understand? Do not be lured by novelty, nor chase after the myriad of flashy and extravagant skills, or you will find yourself regretting it. I too was once unfortunate, and at that time, no one bothered to enlighten me. As Barton continued, a note of nostalgia crept into his voice. Luobai, discerning the unspoken tales of Barton's past, refrained from probing further and simply inquired, Instructor, is it due to the overwhelming number of techniques that one becomes broadly skilled yet mediocre? That is but one of the reasons. Patton nodded and then sighed, saying, My boy, this world has never been devoid of genius. Some individuals possess an astonishing aptitude for combat techniques, enabling them to swiftly master a particular skill. For them, acquiring additional techniques requires little exertion. However, apart from those untrained individuals who stray from the right path, very few choose to cultivate a haphazard assortment of techniques, striving for a jack-of-all-trades mastery. Do you know why? Luobai furrowed his brow and shook his head. His understanding of martial artists was limited to publicly available information online, which he referred to as the external network. He had practiced his breathing techniques with such diligence last night that he had inadvertently slept until this morning, leaving him no time to search for relevant information on the Skynet. Where does dark energy originate? Patton did not directly answer, but posed another question, deeming that sufficient. He continued, Combat techniques are a fusion of force application skills and methods of dark energy utilization. Naturally, martial artists who cultivate these techniques will also harness dark energy. However, there are many nuances involved. To enhance the efficiency of dark energy usage and fully unleash the potency of a combat technique, one must refine the secret patterns of that technique and resonate with the core of dark energy. Only then can one claim to have truly entered the realm of mastering a combat technique. Do not underestimate this. In real combat, it can mean the difference between life and death. Luobai listened intently, as he had some understanding of this aspect. The attacking power of a martial artist stems from 2 sources, the inherent strength and speed of their body, and the augmentation provided by the dark energy within. Primarily seen in direct attack techniques, such as swordplay and blade techniques. In addition, there exist combat techniques that lean towards the esoteric, such as Luobai's search the intestines and scrape the stomach. This category of martial arts entirely relies on dark energy. Without it, no matter how great one's physical strength or speed, it would all be in vain, yielding no results whatsoever. The classification of combat techniques is somewhat akin to the distinction between physical and magical attacks in games, albeit with less rigid demarcations. For a combat technique to flow smoothly and unleash its full potential, mastery of the technique and acute awareness are essential. But one must also condense the secret patterns of the technique and imprint them onto the core of dark energy. Only then can one mobilize dark energy with utmost speed and efficiency, thereby enhancing the power of the combat technique. Do you think that when you imprint the secret patterns of the combat technique onto the dark energy core, it will be affected? And will the nature of dark energy itself be influenced? Barton's gaze was fixed on Luo Bai, his expression earnest and grave. In that moment, Luo Bai seemed to finally grasp the instructor's intent. When one poses such a question, it is likely that there will indeed be an effect. Listen well, lad. There are no two dark energies in this world that are identical in nature. Not merely due to the unique biological field of each warrior, but also owing to the distinct combat techniques each cultivates and the varying degrees of mastery they achieve. These elements are challenging to quantify accurately, yet they undeniably influence the character of the dark energy within a warrior. With the same talent and energy level, if one practitioner trains in a haphazard assortment of combat techniques while another selects theirs through a rational and systematic approach, do you believe the quality of their dark energy would be the same? Would the potency of their combat techniques be comparable? I tell you, the disparity is akin to the difference between excrement and chocolate. They may appear similar at first glance, but the reality is worlds apart in terms of flavor. Luo Bai remained silent, lacking the inclination to critique Instructor Barton's crude metaphor. Instead, he was digesting the information embedded in the other's words, knowledge that had previously been a forbidden realm for him. The concept of comprehensive development leading to comprehensive mediocrity resonated profoundly within the realm of martial practitioners, even for prodigies. This issue transcended mere expenditure of time and energy. It was fundamentally tied to the essence of a warrior and the quality of their dark energy. After a brief pause of about a minute, Barton resumed speaking. Kid, I trust you now grasp the situation. Have you contemplated the path you wish to pursue in the future? Once the combat technique's secret pattern is imprinted, the likelihood of removal is nearly non-existent unless you can transcend to the sacred tier. Yet, that remains mere rumor. The true nature of what lies beyond the sacred tier is shrouded in mystery. Although innate combat techniques awaken naturally and resonate with the warrior's inner dark energy, relying solely on this singular technique for sustenance is unfeasible. The choice of your first combat technique must be made with utmost caution, once selected. There is no room for regret. Luo Bai remained contemplative, aware that this decision would shape his future, and once made, there would be no turning back. The notion of starting anew was simply not an option. Chapter 21. The Path Ahead. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Bai approached the weapon rack against the wall of the training room. He ran his hand over various blades before finally selecting a longsword. With a flourish, he steadied it before him. This sword featured a straight, robust blade and a longer handle, making it suitable for both one-handed and two-handed grips. Its design lay between that of a saber and a broadsword, with a keen edge and a substantial heft. The warrior's formidable physique allowed for a weapon design that was no longer severely constrained by weight, enabling a balance of sharpness and resilience. Coach, I choose to specialize in swordsmanship. Barton expressed surprise. Are you certain you do not wish to base your combat system around innate battle skills? Innate battle skills are esteemed not merely for their early awakening, but for their profound significance. The Celestial Temple, having amassed information over many years, has roughly categorized battle skills into 9 tiers, directly corresponding to a warrior's dark energy level. Each tier is further divided into 9 stars. This classification is fundamentally based on the potential of the battle skill and its theoretical efficacy. The actual power in combat, however, hinges upon the warrior's individual capabilities, as no one can precisely delineate every aspect. Generally, a battle skill's potential has a discernible limit. Through rigorous training, a warrior can enhance their mastery over a skill and thus unleash increasingly potent effects, yet an ultimate threshold invariably exists. This limit is termed an extreme precisely because it represents a formidable barrier to surpass. The uniqueness and formidable nature of innate combat skills lie in their potential to evolve alongside the warrior's own strength. It is important to note that it is the potential, not merely the power, that possesses a certain degree of growth. In simpler terms, this implies that innate combat skills exhibit a capacity for development. When a warrior's mastery of a specific sword or spear technique improves, along with their physical attributes, the resultant impact is inevitably amplified. However, if the warrior's proficiency in the technique, the level of their dark energy, and the quality of their weapon remain constant. A combat skill rated at 1 star can hardly surpass the efficacy of a 9-star skill. The reason a 9-star skill is classified as such is that, according to the evaluations of the Divine Revelation Temple, its maximum potential is theoretically superior to that of a 1-star skill, and indeed, it surpasses it by 9 tiers. While absolutes are rare, such ratings reflect the vast majority of circumstances, supported by an extensive statistical sample with a high degree of confidence. The only exception to this rule, the one capable of transcending limits, is the innate combat skill. It stands as the most exceptional among the combat skill ratings. Barton's astonishment stems from the realization that a combat system centered around such a growth-oriented innate skill is the collective choice of the majority of warriors who awakened innate combat skills. A decision forged through the crucible of life and death battles. He did not anticipate that Luobai would make such a choice. I am certain of my focus on sword techniques, Luobai declared, his voice steady and his gaze resolute. He understood the bewilderment reflected in Scar's expression, as well as the optimal training direction and path for warriors with awakened innate combat skills. Nonetheless, he could not possibly construct his combat system around the notion of soul-searching. Only Luobai himself understands that Sochang Guadu is not a genuine talent skill, but rather a novice gift from the Golden Finger. He is uncertain whether it possesses growth potential or shares characteristics with other genuine talent skills. Moreover, this Sochang Guadu appears to be derived from a parasitic worm, hardly resembling a formidable combat technique. If he were to stubbornly cling to survival, Luobai might one day uncover the full attributes of the Golden Finger and attempt to discover a more impressive combat skill. He could then establish a combat system centered around it, potentially soaring to great heights, but this is contingent upon his survival until that day. After all, even the most formidable late-game scenarios hold no meaning if one does not survive. Dying at the outset serves no purpose. Reflecting on the circumstances surrounding Sochang Guadu, Luobai surmises that in order to acquire a combat skill through the Golden Finger, he must personally slay dark beasts, a task currently beyond his capabilities due to his lack of strength. Furthermore, he is unable to ascertain whether he still has the opportunity to obtain a combat skill through the Golden Finger. Perhaps Sochang Guadu is the sole option, simply bestowed upon him by the Golden Finger out of pity for his initial plight. Ultimately, Luobai recognizes that he does not possess a legitimate talent skill and feels uneasy about constructing his combat system around a counterfeit. Thus, he concludes it would be wiser to pursue the swordsmanship he adores. After all, over the past year, he has trained in the fundamental techniques of various weapons. Yet it is the long sword that captivates him most. As for whether the sword is the mightiest weapon, that is a consideration he need not entertain. Seeing that Luobai had made up his mind, Patton refrained from saying anything further. As an instructor, his role was to elucidate the stakes involved. The final decision was not within his purview to influence. In the vast emptiness of the training ground, the two were alone. Patton continuously imparted knowledge that could not be found online, while Luobai became the most devoted of students, recognizing that each word from Patton was a nugget of wisdom, a treasure not found in any martial arts manual. Luobai understood that Patton's dedication to his personalized training stemmed from 2 reasons. 1. His appreciation of Luobai's potential, and 2. The fact that this month-long special training was an investment in the training campus ledger. He needed to survive and grow stronger. Only then would this venture yield returns. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Yet this did not diminish his gratitude towards the training camp and Patton. Instructor, is it true that when dark calamities strike, there are no forewarnings whatsoever? Luobai inquired, furrowing his brow. Throughout the day, he had gained insights into many previously unknown matters, yet he found himself burdened with even more questions and uncertainties. Human cognition resembles a circle. Within lies the known, while beyond resides the unknown. The more one learns, the greater the swell of confusion becomes. Patton shook his head, stating that it was merely an ordinary morning when, inexplicably, dark matter descended from the heavens like a devastating flood, with no prior warning. Accompanying this phenomenon were the sudden emergence of numerous dark beasts across the globe, against which humanity possessed no semblance of resistance. Only the military, armed with an array of advanced weaponry, stood a chance of self-preservation, albeit a tenuous one. What Patton recounted bore little difference from the information circulating online. Luobai pressed further, eager to uncover more sensational details. Did they truly launch all the nuclear arsenals worldwide? Indeed, within a mere 3 months of the Dark Calamities outbreak, human defenses had completely collapsed. The sheer number and formidable strength of the dark beasts rendered conventional firearms utterly ineffective. In the aftermath, world leaders convened and resolved to unleash their entire stockpile of nuclear weapons, driven by the desperate determination to annihilate the dark beasts alongside themselves. Patton paused momentarily before continuing. Following that cataclysmic assault, the number of dark beasts diminished by nearly half, but humanity suffered tremendous losses as well. The cities above ground were reduced to ruins, yet there was a semblance of preparation. Gradually, individuals began to awaken their latent combat skills and discovered methods to harness dark energy, significantly enhancing human physical capabilities. The transformation in both combat prowess and survival instincts was profound, and with the remnants of their armed forces, humanity slowly established their bases. Seeing Luo Bai still needing to inquire further, Barton shot him a glare. "Enough, you little rascal. You are already a martial artist. Just check the Skynet, and you will know everything. Once your authority increases, you will gain access to even more information." With a chuckle, Luo Bai added, "It's a pity my skills are not yet sufficient." However, Barton remained unfazed. "Stop rambling. That will be all for today. I have conveyed everything you need to know. As for other information, you can find that yourself, so let us not squander any more time. Tomorrow morning, when the equipment arrives, we shall commence practical training. You still have one last night of leisure, so cherish it." Upon hearing the word equipment, Luo Bai's eyes sparkled with excitement, barely able to contain himself. As for Barton's comment about the end of good days, he paid it no mind. Practical training was bound to be arduous, and that was as it should be. "Brother Luo." After finishing his wash, Luo Bai was about to head for a meal when he unexpectedly encountered Hawks, whom he hadn't seen for several days. "Finished with training?" Luo Bai smiled and ruffled Hawk's hair, getting his hand covered in sweat. Hawks appeared flushed, slightly panting, and his clothes were damp, yet he radiated excitement. "Yes, go wash up. I'll wait for you so we can eat together." "All right." In the room, while Hawks went to freshen up, Luo Bai activated the battle emblem and logged onto the Skynet for the first time. This network operates entirely independently of the ordinary external internet, boasting a far grander scale and more stringent management. Only martial artists are deemed worthy to access it, and behind this intricate system lies the Temple of Revelation. Depending on their prowess and status, martial artists are granted varying levels of access, allowing them to engage with information across different strata. However, all information is strictly prohibited from being divulged to the uninitiated. Although the Temple of Revelation has not explicitly stated the penalties for transgressors, its formidable presence serves as the most effective deterrent. After undergoing identity verification, Luo Bai logged into the Celestial Network and entered the term Dark Energy Catastrophe into the search engine. In an instant, a vast array of information unfolded before him. With no delay whatsoever, it was exhilarating. Luo Bai smacked his lips and began to browse through the entries one by one. The quality of information on the Celestial Network was evidently superior to that of the external internet, where one could scarcely find the chaotic clickbait that plagued the latter. Sensationalist headlines had long since become extinct. On February 14, 2222, a dark matter storm descended upon the planet Brules, accompanied by an incalculable horde of dark beasts. This day marked a calamity for humanity, yet it also heralded a rebirth. The year subsequently came to be recognized as the first year of the Era of Revelation. In a mere 3 months, the human defense lines collapsed completely. Conventional firearms appeared woefully inadequate against the formidable dark beasts, with the extinction of humanity looming ominously. In a desperate bid, the illustrious leader Torres proposed the deployment of all nuclear arsenals as a final resort. This proposal sparked considerable controversy. However, in light of the overwhelming threat posed by the dark beasts, a unified consensus was ultimately reached among nations worldwide. On the morning of May 3, 2222, at 8 o'clock, all nuclear weapons still under human control were launched simultaneously. Even the mightiest of humanity's armaments could not avert the impending doom of extinction. For 3 dark years, humanity languished in subterranean cities. Meanwhile, the dark beasts proliferated, and the ordinary creatures that survived the nuclear onslaught began to mutate under the dual influences of radiation and dark matter. Just as humanity seemed inexorably poised to plunge into oblivion, the great sovereign awakened. His Excellency, the Sovereign, was the first recorded human to awaken innate martial abilities, leading humanity out of the underground cities to establish the first bastion, Dragon City. "Rogo, I am ready," Hawks announced, having changed into fresh attire, his damp hair framing a face that was more charming than a year prior. "Just a moment, let me check with Li Fan." It's been a while since the three of us gathered, and today we happen to have time. He dashed out before Rogo could respond, seemingly intent on heading straight to the hammered door. Ah, Fongo, are you all right? He inquired. I'm fine, Li Fan replied, shaking his head. Though a hint of fatigue marred his features, he had long regarded Rogo as a target to pursue, dedicating himself to relentless training. Unwilling to let a brother who had once fought alongside him become an unreachable idol, Hawks, aware of Li Fan's rigorous training, took a moment for self-reflection before exclaiming with enthusiasm. Rogo is waiting for us. He mentioned having time today for a gathering. Fongo, you should hurry and get ready. Sure, please wait a moment. Li Feng, who had previously appeared somewhat fatigued, was instantly invigorated and swiftly made his way to his room. At this time, Luo Bai had already retracted his battle markings and approached the door of Hawks. You take your time. There's no rush. Understood. 10 minutes later, the three of them gathered in the dining hall. The number of people present was not particularly large, as one cohort of students was absent. In a relatively secluded corner, they piled their plates high with various dishes, engaging in lively conversation. However, their moment of tranquility was soon interrupted. Luo Bai Sr., is that really you? A female student with her hair tied in a ponytail walked by, carrying a tray. Initially drawn in by Hawk's strikingly beautiful visage, she quickly recognized Luo Bai seated beside him. Within a single day, the news of Tianchi had spread far and wide, and many instructors had been using Luo Bai's achievements to inspire their students. Consequently, someone who was once known to only a select few had, in a mere 24 hours, transformed into a role model for all the students in the training camp. Their small gathering was disrupted, and Luo Bai smiled gently at the female student, nodding. I am Luo Bai. May I ask your name? Hello, senior. My name is Chun Xiaowen, a B-level student. Chun Xiaowen's cheeks flushed slightly as she introduced herself, her excitement evident. According to her instructor, this senior Luo Bai had not only awakened his innate battle skills, but also his physical prowess was on the verge of surpassing the upper limit of a soldier level 1, reaching the standards of soldier level 2. Greetings. Luo Bai acknowledged her with a nod, but the conversation faltered, leaving Hawks, who was observing, feeling anxious. As the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, Hawks decided to intervene personally. Senior, you are truly impressive, having already achieved B-level status. Surely, next year you will become a martial artist. Chun Xiaowen shifted her attention, and the situation finally regained some warmth. After exchanging a few more words with Hawks, she moved on to dine not far away. Meanwhile, Hawks discreetly nudged Luo Bai's waist and lowered his voice, expressing frustration. Brother Luo, you really need to be more proactive. If you had spoken up just now, Senior Chun would have surely given you her contact information. What a splendid opportunity. Luo Bai remained silent, while Li Feng exchanged a knowing glance with him. They both thought, damn, this little brat Hawks has truly gone astray. Before they could offer any guidance to Hawks, several others approached. Although Chun Xiaowen's voice had not been loud, the diners here were no ordinary individuals. They were all robust and sharp-eyed, easily catching on to the subtle dynamics. After navigating through a few more encounters, Luo Bai found an excuse to leave the cafeteria, and this gathering concluded without any meaningful progress. Brother Luo, that senior Chun Xiaowen is quite beautiful and has a lovely voice. You might want to consider her. And Senior Lilith is also quite impressive, with a stunning figure. And then there's that. Luo Bai's lips twitched, abruptly halting his steps as he cast a dangerous glance at the still muttering Hawks. Hawks also sensed something amiss. He halted, his voice dwindling until it vanished entirely. He then looked up at Luo Bai and said, Lo Gu, I'm not giving you. From now on, after completing the training tasks assigned by the instructor, you must increase your workload. No rest before 10 in the evening. If you slack off, I'll twist your head off. Luo Bai shot Hawks a glare, uttering a single retort before turning to leave. This little brat, so young yet failing to train properly, constantly preoccupied with nonsensical thoughts. If he doesn't get himself together, he will undoubtedly become a menace in the future. Lo Gu, I was wrong. Please don't increase the workload. Hawk's delicate and beautiful face contorted in distress as he turned to Li Feng for help, only to receive a helpless shrug in return. Calm and composed. Inhale, exhale. Luo Bai sat cross-legged on his bed, feeling that this posture appeared more normal. While the comfort of a slouched position was undeniable, it lacked a certain elegance. Enhancing strength was crucial, but looking good was equally important. The soundproofing in the room was excellent. With the doors and windows closed, Luo Bai could hardly hear any outside noise. In the serene silence, Only his breathing and heartbeat echoed. It's effective. A flicker of joy ignited within Luo Bai, but he swiftly regained his composure, striving to maintain this state. Gradually, he sensed that each breath seemed to carry something beyond mere air. Dark matter, perhaps? Though the breathing technique he currently practices is suitable only for meditation. It marks the beginning of his journey. Once initiated, he will gradually master other methods applicable to combat and long-distance pursuits. As Luo Bai breathes, the omnipresent dark matter in the space around him begins to stir, entering his body. Subsequently, it interacts with the enigmatic octahedral dark energy core within his chest, igniting a wondrous reaction with his biological field, culminating in the formation of strands of dark purple energy. This energy belongs to Luo Bai. He has finally distilled his first wisp of dark energy. This is a concept entirely distinct from the energy he had previously gathered during his exhaustive efforts. Moreover, Luo Bai senses that this newly birthed dark purple energy possesses a far greater potency than the former. At last, Luo Bai begins to feel fatigued. Although his dark energy has amplified somewhat, a sense of weakness pervades his body. This contradiction of fullness and frailty intertwines to create a perplexing experience. To draw a comparison, it may resemble the sensation of an individual who, after an entire day of hunger and suffering from low blood sugar, feeling weak and even beginning to perspire, consumes 2 large bowls of rice in under a minute. His stomach feels distended, yet the physical weakness remains unabated. Thanks to Barton's guidance, Luo Bai understands that he has reached the limits of his body. The external world is filled with dark matter, yet lacks readily available dark energy. A martial artist absorbs dark matter into their being, which, through the coupling and fusion with their biological field, ultimately crystallizes into their unique dark energy. The process exacts a considerable toll on the warrior's physique. Although dark energy can rejuvenate the body and enhance its qualities, this improvement necessitates time and is not instantaneous. Thus, each instance of refining dark energy entails a substantial physical expenditure, not merely in terms of stamina. The body must be afforded a period of recuperation, lest it suffer irreparable harm. Consequently, the levels of dark energy in the warrior's physical prowess must progress in tandem. A frail body cannot possibly cultivate formidable dark energy, nor can it bear its weight. One cannot expect a paper cup to contain molten lava. Has 2 hours truly elapsed? Halting his cultivation, Luo Bai glanced at the clock, a touch astonished. During the initial half-hour of his practice, he was still aware of time, but thereafter, he had largely lost all sense of it. After completing his morning routine and lying on his bed, he casually browsed the celestial net before succumbing to a deep slumber. Meanwhile, the dark energy he had previously refined began to nourish his body gradually, and after a brief interlude, the blood crystal in his heart, shaped like a droplet, seemed to stir, sending forth tendrils of energy that began to gather in a lively commotion. Ding! With the alarm ringing, the slumbering Luo Bai opened his eyes. As was customary, he engaged in a series of physical exercises and, after enjoying breakfast, descended to the training ground in the backyard of the camp. He felt somewhat light. Selecting a long sword from the weapon rack and weighing it in his hand, Luo Bai commenced his practice of sword techniques, employing the fundamental moves taught throughout the past year at the training camp. Fortuitously, Luo Bai had a penchant for swordsmanship and possessed a decent proficiency. His foundational techniques were commendable, and his skills in unarmed combat were passable as well. The fundamental knife techniques lack extravagance. Most of the movements are straightforward, complemented by footwork, enhanced by strength and speed, presenting a formidable presence. Good morning, instructor. After practicing twice, Luo Bai sensed someone approaching. He sheathed his knife and turned around to find it was Instructor Barton. Your swordsmanship is commendable, yet you still have some distance to cover before mastering the intricate battle technique patterns, Barton remarked, carrying a long rectangular box as he walked. Instructor, should I refine my first battle technique pattern using the foundational knife techniques? Luo Bai inquired humbly, holding his knife. He had an inkling of the answer but lacked complete confidence. He sought Barton's insight. Coming from a family without a martial legacy, his exposure to warriors had been limited, making his understanding rather superficial. It was unrealistic for him to clarify which path to pursue at this juncture. Then, what are you hesitating for? The fundamentals may lack uniqueness and possess moderate power, yet because they are foundational, they will not constrain your future choices, nor will they affect your dark energy core. I understand. Thank you, instructor. With Barton's counsel, the last vestige of worry vanished from Luo Bai's heart. The foundational knife techniques would be his first battle technique pattern and the first genuine skill he would master. Next, Barton tossed the box directly to Luobai. Curiosity piqued. Luobai caught the box and eagerly opened it, revealing a beautifully crafted long knife, adorned in shades of black and white, complete with a sheath. Snow Shadow 2. A premium weapon, measures an impressive total length of 123 centimeters, with a blade length of 98 centimeters and a grip length of 25 centimeters. It can be wielded with 1 or 2 hands and weighs 53.6 kilograms. Let us see how it feels to handle. Clang. The cold light cleaves the air. What a magnificent blade! As the long sword is drawn, a chilling aura slices through the atmosphere. Luobai holds the sword in one hand and the scabbard in the other, executing a basic sword technique immediately. The Snow Shadow 2, weighing 53 kilograms. Feels somewhat heavy for Luobai, whose current single-arm punching strength is just shy of 1,500 kilograms, making it less suitable for prolonged combat, as punching power primarily relies on explosive force and impact. However, this is not a significant concern. He has only just ascended to the rank of warrior. Once he masters the breathing techniques, his physical strength will undoubtedly see considerable enhancement, and the quality of this long sword is of a premium standard, adequate for him to utilize effectively up to the 5th or 6th rank of the warrior class. Delightful. Thank you, instructor, for your keen insight. After practicing a set of sword techniques, Luobai finds himself thoroughly satisfied with the Snow Shadow 2. At just 17 years of age, his body has yet to fully develop, and the specifications of this blade are perfectly suited for him. As for the weight, in a month's time, it should fit him just right. Barton smirks slightly before regaining his composure. How is your practice of the breathing techniques progressing? Quicken your strength enhancement. Do not squander the potential of this exquisite sword. I have already discovered the path. Rest assured, instructor. I will exert myself with doubled effort. Luobai responds earnestly, fully aware of the sword's true worth. Unlike combat skills, the classification of weapons and armor, though also based on the ranks of martial artists, consists of 9 tiers. However, within each tier, the distinctions are less meticulous, broadly categorized into 3 levels: ordinary, fine, and exquisite. This is largely due to the inherent difficulty in evaluating certain items, rendering such classification merely a convenient reference. The Snow Shadow 2 battle knife is of the fine quality at the soldier tier and is recognized as a reputable brand. Its lowest price on the Tianlong Mall is a staggering one: 15 million credit coins. For Luobai, who is impoverished and burdened with a colossal debt of 2 million. This is an astronomical sum. Very well, Barton nodded and continued. This morning, I will guide you in practicing fundamental sword techniques and breathing exercises. Afterward, you shall practice on your own. I will return in 3 days for an assessment. This training ground will remain undisturbed for the time being. Thank you, instructor. Luobai expressed his gratitude. To be fair, the support he received from the training camp was commendable. Although his conditions could not compare to those of the scions from prominent families, they were remarkably superior to those of average martial artists. Only through diligent effort could he truly make the most of these resources. Practice once more, Barton instructed. Remember to attempt to sense the dark energy within your body. Strive to mobilize it, guiding it into your limbs so that it flows in harmony with your sword techniques and footwork. If you possess any surplus energy, coordinating it with the appropriate breathing methods will yield the best results. Now, give it a try. Otherwise, my words will bear little fruit. Understood, instructor. Gradually, the previously dormant dark energy began to fluctuate in accordance with Luobai's sword movements. Notably, he sensed that the Snow Shadow long knife in his grasp felt somewhat lighter. Has this fellow truly mastered the art of breath control? It is no wonder he is a prodigy awakened to his innate combat skills. I remember laboriously practicing for over half a month before I even grasped the fundamentals. Barton gazed at Luobai in astonishment, silently musing, yet outwardly maintaining an air of composure. To display excessive surprise would undoubtedly diminish his stature. That simply would not do. The morning swiftly passed, and in the afternoon, with Barton absent, Luobai practiced alone. The weight of the Snow Shadow was substantial, and prolonged practice took a toll on his stamina. Although the training ground was equipped with lighter swords of similar design, Luobai had no intention of switching, for the presence of the blood crystal made every moment he reached his physical limits an invaluable opportunity. 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. By this time, Luobai had become adept at channeling the dark energy within him to enhance his strength and speed. His foundational sword techniques had seen a significant increase in power, making practical application a matter of no concern. However, the intricate patterns of the combat technique remained elusive to him, indicating that he had yet to truly master the skill. After observing Luobai's swordplay, Batten inquired, "How does it feel?" "I still cannot achieve a stable resonance between the sword techniques and the core of the dark energy. It feels intermittent," Luobai replied, perplexed and uncertain if the fault lay within him or if the timing was simply not yet right. "That is due to your lack of proficiency, but regrettably, we do not have much time left," Batten remarked, then reached for an ordinary long sword from the weapon rack beside the training ground. With a swift motion, he propelled himself forward like an arrow, launching a rapid strike towards Luobai. A sudden shock coursed through Luobai. Yet he understood that this was merely an attempt by the instructor to test his skills. Without hesitation, he brandished his blade and charged forward. Clang! Barton's deft strike met the side of Luobai's training sword, Snow Shadow. Had it not been for the latter's sharpness, the training weapon would have surely suffered a grievous wound. Luobai's technique was disrupted, veering from its original path. Yet he felt no trace of panic. This was merely a trial, and he resolved to maintain his composure. With a surge of power from his calves, he pivoted at the waist, channeling energy into his arms. His wrist flicked, and he executed a vertical slash that transformed into a horizontal cut, the snow shadow slicing towards Barton's neck like a bolt of lightning, only to be effortlessly evaded. As the saying goes, one's movements may seem fierce, yet their combat prowess remains feeble. Luobai was acutely aware of the chasm between his experience and that of Instructor Barton. Thus, he abandoned defense entirely, opting for relentless offense. Aside from the initial strike, Barton refrained from taking the initiative, instead continuously presenting opportunities with an air of nonchalance. This feeling liberated from restraint. Luobai reveled in the sheer exhilaration of attacking with abandon, sensing that the dark energy within him became increasingly vibrant. The battle in the training ground appeared fierce, yet it was a mere child's play to Barton. For Luobai, however, it represented an earnest struggle to the utmost of his capabilities. Gradually, he lost sight of the fact that this was merely a test. He became wholly immersed in the encounter, unleashing every ounce of his dark energy without the slightest reservation. After a long while, the clashing sounds of metal in the training room finally ceased. The long sword in Barton's hand was riddled with nicks to teach Luobai effectively. He could not always rely on cunning tactics, as direct confrontations were essential. The fact that his blade had endured thus far without breaking was a testament to his exceptional swordsmanship. With a deep breath, Luobai leaned his long sword against the ground, panting heavily. Engaging in a battle with all one's might was never a trivial endeavor, and he sensed that his stamina was nearing its limit. This also indicated that his body was on the brink of receiving the nourishing energy of blood crystals once again. Yet his thoughts were far from this concern. He had finally grasped the faint connection between swordsmanship and the core of dark energy, embodying the hope of refining the secret patterns of combat techniques. Time flew swiftly, and before he knew it, it was June 13th. To be candid, "I am quite pleased with your progress," Barton remarked to Luobai, breaking the customary silence in the training ground. "Instructor," Luobai began, but Barton waved his hand to interrupt him. "Tomorrow, you shall report for duty. I hope you do not meet an untimely end. Remember, sometimes, humans can be more perilous than dark beasts." "Yes, Instructor, I understand," Luobai acknowledged, recognizing Barton's implication. Human hearts are the most intricate of entities, impossible to master or predict. After Barton departed from the training ground, he left behind a suitcase containing additional gear prepared for Luobai by the training camp. The Cast Series combat gear comprises a combat suit, combat boots, and an ordinary grade soldier rank, valued at no less than 1.5 million credit coins. Gazing at the exquisitely crafted combat attire and boots, Luobai felt a mix of admiration and relief. A complete set of protective equipment far exceeds the worth of a singular weapon. Setting the combat suit aside, Luobai retrieved 2 black boxes, each the size of a jewelry case. Upon opening them, he discovered a chip about the size of a fingertip, its surface a deep gray with a finely textured finish, inviting to the touch. The exquisite grade communication upgrade module, valued at a minimum of 500,000 credit coins, and the exquisite grade energy search module, worth at least 1 million credit coins, were remarkable finds. Furthermore, coupled with the blood shadow blade technique and weaponry, the market value of these items alone surpassed 6.5 million credit coins. This month of specialized training represented an opportunity that money could scarcely procure. Luobai pondered, Whether it was the training camp's wealth or his own lack of exposure, it did not diminish his gratitude towards the institution. Perhaps, for Liang Yuehua and the others, it was merely an investment based on his potential, yet for Luo Bai, he was undeniably the beneficiary, at least for the present. He found it hard to fathom how he would have commenced his journey without the camp's assistance, especially without familial or influential backing. Would he truly have faced the ferocious dark beasts with nothing but his bare fists? Shaking his head, Luo Bai dismissed these thoughts from his mind. For such a situation was evidently impossible for him, although his initial progress may be lacking compared to others. It was undoubtedly more than sufficient in contrast to those beneath him, placing 2 chips upon the war mark on his left wrist. Luo Bai summoned the dark energy within him, which surged into the chips instantaneously. In the next moment, the phenomenon of frame drop reoccurred, and the 2 chips vanished without a trace. Luo Bai accessed the war mark panel, which now displayed an additional section, the designated location for the energy level search module. As for the other chip, it merely upgraded the ordinary communication function originally equipped, enhancing its range and broadening the signal channels. While this was of little use within the city, it would prove invaluable beyond its boundaries, where the wilderness, rife with dark beasts, lacked any signal relay stations. With everything prepared, Luo Bai peacefully drifted into slumber. On the morning of June 14th, he departed alone from the training camp, hailing a taxi to the Silver Wolf Hunting Regiment, the true headquarters of the Silver Wolf. On the top floor of the training camp, before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, Liang Yuehua sat on the sofa, savoring a cup of fragrant tea. Batten stood by the window, gazing at the taxi disappearing down the road, seemingly lost in thought. Do you truly have such faith in this young lad, Luo Bai? Liang Yuehua set down her teacup and spoke with a smile. Her smile lingered on her face, yet a fleeting glimmer of pity flickered in her eyes before quickly vanishing. For she understood that this stubborn man did not appreciate such expressions. Luo Bai was unaware that the support he received from the training camp was not merely due to Liang Yuehua's claims of Batten speaking favorably on his behalf during high-level discussions. Rather, it stemmed entirely from Batten himself. Once again, Luo Bai felt the profound awe that ordinary people held towards martial artists. After providing the address, he found it increasingly difficult to articulate his thoughts as the taxi driver eagerly awaited his response. Fortunately, his culinary skills remained unaffected. The ride was swift and stable, and after 40 minutes, the vehicle halted before a grand estate in the southwestern district of Coleman City. No payment required. It is my honor to serve you. The middle-aged driver expressed with a mix of trepidation and sincerity, his words laced with both reluctance and fear. Martial artists were figures beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, possessing numerous privileges. If one were to encounter a temperate martial artist, it could be manageable. However, crossing paths with a volatile one could lead to dire consequences. A colleague of his had once been rendered a vegetable for merely reminding a martial artist about an unpaid fare, and the matter was hastily settled with a paltry sum. Take this. It is rightfully yours. Leaving behind $100 bill, Luo Bai exited the vehicle. Stop. What is your purpose? At the entrance, Luo Bai was halted by 2 imposing gatekeepers adorned with thick beards and fierce expressions. I have come to participate in the group assessment, Luo Bai stated, presenting the certification document provided by the training camp. The gatekeeper on the left glanced at the document, confirmed its authenticity, and permitted him entry, instructing him to turn left and proceed straight ahead. Thank you, he replied, noting the other student recommended by the training camp, who appeared quite well dressed, clearly a person of means. As Luo Bai stepped through the door, the gatekeeper who had previously examined the documents turned to his companion and remarked that guarding the entrance was a tedious task. Utterly devoid of excitement, and a casual exchange could help pass the time. Hey, how many do you think will make it through this time? The right gatekeeper chuckled. The left gatekeeper rolled his eyes in response. How on earth am I supposed to know? The trainees in the camp possess commendable talent and potential. Yet most are mere fledglings untested in battle. How much skill can they truly exhibit in real combat? I wager 3 will succeed. What do you say? Shall we place a bet? Loser hands over that last Earth Dragon crystal core to the winner. Really? The left gatekeeper's eyes sparkled. But he quickly adopted a wary expression as he scrutinized the right gatekeeper. Out with it. What are you coveting from me this time? Oh, come now. It's merely a bit of fun to liven up the boredom. I think the piece of bloodfire gold you possess would be quite fitting. Get lost. What nonsense are you spouting? Inside, Luo Bai had not strayed far when the entire exchange reached his ears. It seemed the Silver Wolf's entrance examination was indeed quite challenging. Earth Dragon, Bloodfire Gold. The strength of these two individuals must be at least level 7 in the soldier rank. Suppressing his thoughts, a flicker of determination passed through Luo Bai's eyes. He took a moment to fortify his resolve, declaring to himself that he must pass this assessment. The recruitment office, a name refreshingly straightforward, had 3 individuals in queue, with Luo Bai standing as the 4th. The process was uncomplicated. With a swipe of the battle insignia, everything became clear, thus saving an abundance of paperwork. Number 64, hold your badge firmly. Specific instructions will be sent to you. Proceed to check-in. The metallic badge, gleaming silver, bore an intricate relief of a majestic wolf on its reverse, while the front displayed a solitary number, reminiscent of a soldier's identification tag. Luo Bai effortlessly hung it around his neck. Greetings, I am Shang Guatyin, number 63. That knife of yours is quite impressive, an exquisite snow shadow. The speaker, who had just stood in line before Luo Bai, appeared to be of similar age, with dark hair, brown eyes, and a sun-kissed complexion. Towering over Luo Bai by half a head, he was clad in camouflage combat attire and bore an exceptionally heavy long knife, exceeding 140 centimeters in length. Hello, I am Luo Bai, he responded with a smile. As for the attire of the other, it was far more illustrious than his own. Not to mention that he was sponsored by the training camp, the other seemed to possess genuine wealth. Come on, brother Luo, the assessment is still a while away. Let us wander about for a bit. We can roam around? Luo Bai inquired, astonished. Given the imposing demeanor of the 2 sentinels at the entrance and the confidentiality considerations, it seemed improbable that the headquarters of the Silver Wolf hunting group would permit those yet to pass their entrance examination to wander aimlessly. Shang Guatyin chuckled heartily, of course, as long as we steer clear of certain critical areas. Besides, this place is open for exploration. Who would dare to cause trouble here? Indeed, this is the very headquarters of the Silver Wolves. With such freedom to roam, what chaos could one possibly incite? The Silver Wolves are truly magnanimous. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, at a training ground belonging to the Silver Wolf hunting group, Luo Bai and Shang Guatyin stood, having arrived early. At this hour, a few martial artists were still making their way to the venue. At precisely 4 o'clock, a group appeared, carrying several large supply boxes. Leading them was a young man with short hair. A scar marred his left cheek, jagged and seemingly not inflicted by a sharp blade. The young man leaped onto one of the supply boxes, surveyed the surroundings, and proclaimed in a clear voice, "Novices, my name is Chung Jun, and I am the supervisor for your recruitment assessment. A total of 231 individuals are participating in this evaluation, and I hope to see many of you succeed." He continued, "When your name is called, step forward in order to receive your equipment." Rubix, Fong Jiuxing. According to the regulations of Silver Wolf, this recruitment assessment aims to test the comprehensive abilities of the martial artists, necessitating the minimization of discrepancies caused by varying equipment quality. After all, if someone donned an exceptional combat suit of soldier rank, they would undoubtedly dominate the assessment. Therefore, during the registration process that morning, participants reported their preferred weapon specifications, and Silver Wolf would provide all with suitable arms, albeit of a standard soldier rank quality. As for the combat suits, all would be uniform, also of standard soldier rank. Other than that, there were no further restrictions. Fairness is a relative concept, and achieving absolute fairness is a challenge. In the queue, Shang Guatyin curled his lips in disappointment, exclaiming, "Oh, why must it be this way? I truly wish I could bring my flame battle blade outside the city." The gear provided by the hunting group is utterly subpar. Beside him, Luo Bai's lips twitched, remaining silent, for the individual beside him was undeniably affluent. While he was uncertain about the other equipment, the knife on the man's back and the combat attire he donned were unequivocally of elite soldier-grade quality. To put it bluntly, if Luo Bai were to engage in a duel with Shang Guatyin, he might barely breach the latter's defenses, whereas a single strike from Shang Guatyin would cleave him in two. The cost of elite soldier-grade combat attire typically exceeds 3 million. In the span of merely half a day, although Luo Bai was still oblivious to Shang Guatyin's background, the subtle hint dropped by him suggested that should he desire, acquiring a complete set of exceptional soldier-grade gear would pose no challenge whatsoever. Shang Guatyin, Luo Bai, Min Lu. Luo Bai stepped forward to accept a package from a young man with a fair complexion, along with an ordinary-grade Snow Shadow 2 long knife. "Kid, give it your all, and don't let the instructor down." The young man's words caused Luo Bai to pause momentarily, reflecting thoughtfully before nodding in response, "I will." In the year 342 of the Apocalypse era, on the 15th of June, At 6 in the morning, shortly after dawn, an armed off-road vehicle led the way, followed by 6 military trucks, as they departed from the Silver Wolf Hunting Group's headquarters, heading towards the outskirts of the city. Haha, we are finally leaving the city. I've never been outside in my entire life. Hey, monkey, when we see the dark beasts outside the city, don't you dare soil yourself. Get lost. Do you take me for someone like you? I heard your father took you to the arena, yet you were too scared to enter. Come on. That was over a year ago. Can we not bring it up again? Life is indeed challenging. On the military vehicle, the young warriors, clad in standardized combat attire, exuded vitality and an insatiable yearning for the untamed wilderness beyond the city, as if that were the true paradise. Youth is a remarkable blessing, Luobai mused inwardly, observing that most of his peers participating in the assessment had recently emerged from the cataclysm, their ages naturally hovering around 17 or 18, the very zenith of fearlessness. In contrast, he had grown up in a serene and comfortable world for nearly 30 years, resulting in a certain dullness of spirit. The Silver Wolf headquarters, situated away from the bustling and crowded heart of the city, became a mere 15-minute drive away. The road was smooth, the vehicle speed soared, and the wind howled past. Luobai, have you ever ventured beyond the city? Sun Guotian inquired, turning to him. Luobai shook his head. I haven't. Have you? Indeed. Sun Guotian replied with a triumphant laugh. 2 months ago, after leaving the Temple of the Apocalypse, my cousin took me out for a tour. The wilderness is where a true man belongs. Once you step outside, you will understand. The convoy raced forward, and soon the buildings began to diminish in height and grandeur, becoming more substantial yet unadorned, with occasional signs of wear. In the distance loomed a colossal city wall, nearly 100 meters high, casting a shadow that obscured the sun. This area is a restricted zone, Sun Guotian explained, clearly well acquainted with the surroundings, as ordinary citizens are prohibited from approaching without special permission. Luobai was indeed aware of the restricted zone, having gleaned this information from the internet. The reason Coleman City could thrive in the wilderness was due to its immensely powerful energy shield, a resource that was inexhaustible. It would only activate when the city was threatened by a beast tide. In ordinary circumstances, the formidable iron walls of the city, along with the military forces stationed within, served as Coleman City's bastion. At 6:57 a.m., as the sun began to rise, the convoy proceeded through the southwestern city gate, where the ground inside the city was devoid of the imposing shadows cast by the massive walls. The convoy did not reduce its speed, seamlessly passing through several checkpoints. The defensive forces at the city gates were exceptionally robust, and the gates remained perpetually open, a testament to Coleman City's grandeur and confidence. As the convoy traversed the lengthy passage, Luobai finally beheld the external scenery of Coleman City for the first time, having previously existed in the shadows of its walls. Wow, how beautiful! Exclaimed a female warrior, her lips slightly parted in awe. It was evident that regardless of strength or weakness, a woman's pursuit of beauty was unwavering. Excuse me, let me take a photo, shouted another, eagerly seeking the perfect angle, ready to capture the moment as soon as the convoy emerged from the shadows, where the lighting would be ideal for a flurry of photographs. In truth, it was not only these beauty-loving female warriors who extolled the picturesque scenery. Even Luobai could not help but marvel at the breathtaking views outside the city, which far surpassed those of so-called tourist attractions from the past. Within the driver's cabin of the military vehicle, one listened intently to the sounds emanating from behind, a slight smirk playing on their lips as they muttered softly to themselves. Newbies, rejoice, soon enough, there will be tears. Behind the vibrant scenery lies an unfathomable number of bloodthirsty dark beasts, embodying the utmost peril. Gazing from outside the city, the view is indeed splendid. It is mid-June, and everywhere is lush and verdant, with the air seemingly rejuvenated. However, the initial excitement of the young warriors aboard the military vehicle has waned. They are youthful, yet not foolish. In the summer wilderness, where the grass is dense and the forest thick, the dangers are markedly heightened compared to winter. Once the assessment commences, a moment's carelessness could exact the ultimate price, one's life. The military vehicle jostled along, its speed hardly diminished. Just over an hour later, a camp emerged before the convoy, marked prominently by the emblem of the Silver Wolf Hunting Group. Truly, the Silver Wolves have proven their worth, establishing a stronghold in the wilderness, epitomizing what a level 4 hunting group ought to be. Standing up, Dan Guiyan gazed fervently at the distant massive camp. Luobai also turned to look ahead, recognizing that this place was indeed the true stronghold of the Silver Wolf hunting group, far more formidable than the so-called headquarters within the city. In a sense, the urban site resembled a logistics base and office for the Silver Wolves, while this was the battleground. A hunting group, as the name suggests, is dedicated to the pursuit of their quarry. Could one still call it a hunting group if they merely linger in the city? Disembark and line up according to your numbers. Quickly, a voice commanded. Luo Bai and the others, equipped and ready, promptly leaped from the military vehicle and positioned themselves as instructed. Novices, this is the den of wolves, yet you have yet to earn the right to enter. I hope that in 3 days' time, you will all emerge as competent wolf cubs. The speaker, Chung Jun, stood atop the cabin of a military vehicle. A total of 231 participants were present, ranging from the formidable rank of 3 to the weakest rank of 1. Your assessment site is that mountain. Following the direction of Chung Jun's finger, Luo Bai and the others beheld a mountain peak, situated at least 5 or 6 kilometers away. In 3 days, if you return alive with the dark beast crystal cores you have hunted, you may have the opportunity to join the ranks of the Silver Wolves. Remember, strive to procure as many dark beast crystal cores as possible, with the highest quality being paramount. Furthermore, while fighting is permissible, mutual slaughter is strictly forbidden. Transgressors shall face death. Every action you take will be under my vigilant gaze. Should you doubt this, feel free to test it. As Ching Jun uttered the word death, Luo Bai felt an inexplicable chill, as though a blade had been placed against his throat. The aura of lethal intent was palpable. He suspected that Ching Jun was no longer merely a soldier. Luo Bai fixed his gaze on Chung Jun, deep in thought. In 3 days, at precisely 6 o'clock in the afternoon, gather here. Those who fail to arrive on time will be eliminated without exception. Now, let us embark, novices. Is there no specific criterion for the assessment? How many Dark Beast crystal cores must one acquire to pass? Indeed, the entrance examination for the Silver Wolves is as formidable as rumored. Dan Guatian clicked his tongue, wearing an expression of undeniable realization. In Luo Bai's heart, a sense of heaviness settled. Chung Jun merely instructed them to procure as many Dark Beast crystal cores as possible, yet he did not specify a concrete standard. How many would suffice to pass the assessment? Luo Bai did not believe that Ching Jun had simply forgotten to articulate this detail. The truth was unmistakable. The Silver Wolf intended to push them to their limits. The absence of a definitive criterion constituted the most rigorous standard imaginable. These young warriors remained oblivious to whether they had met the criteria, compelling them to exert themselves to the utmost in their pursuit of Dark Beast crystal cores. The weakest among them operated under this same imperative, as did the strongest, regardless of whether one was at the 1st or 3rd rank of the soldier tier. All were driven to their limits. Let us proceed. Luo Bai thought clearly, calling out to Shan Guatian, and he dashed towards the distant mountaintop. Those quick to react had already set off, while those lagging behind remained rooted in place, voicing their inner uncertainties. 1 minute to go. For the 28 who had yet to embark, 10 points were deducted each. Understood. Within the Silver Wolf's stronghold. In a spacious chamber adorned with numerous screens displaying the participants of this assessment, the images were remarkably clear, revealing every detail. Xian Qi. Is this lad the prodigy you spoke of? Chung Jun scanned the large screen, observing Luo Bai's likeness, then turned to inquire of the pale-faced youth beside him, the very one who had previously issued equipment to Luo Bai. Indeed, he is, Li Xuanqi nodded. His mind seems quite sharp. We shall see shortly. I hope he is not a timid child, one who falters at the sight of blood. Ching Jun crossed his arms, his right hand stroking the stubble on his chin. Upon hearing this, Li Xuanqi merely smiled and remained silent. In the wilderness, over 200 young warriors moved swiftly, yet none exerted their utmost speed. Those 28 who had lagged behind, incurring penalties, soon caught up. Before long, Luo Bai and the first group to set off had reached the foot of the mountain. Brother Dan, take care. We shall meet again in 3 days. Haha, rest assured, Brother Luo. I shall see you in 3 days. After exchanging pleasantries with Dan Guaiyan, Luo Bai chose a direction and swiftly vanished into the forest. Without a trace of hesitation, Luo Bai opted for solitary action. While teamwork might yield greater efficiency and safety, it could also engender irksome complications, especially when the team comprised spirited youths, each brimming with ambition and unwilling to yield to one another. Such dynamics inevitably led to discord, as each individual was, at heart, a competitor. Dan Guatian and Luo Bai entered the dense thicket almost simultaneously, and the latter's robust physique posed no hindrance to his agility. Aside from them, the majority opted for solitary paths, with only a few familiar faces choosing to form pairs. As the sun ascended higher in the sky, its rays pierced through the thick canopy, casting beams of varying thickness that illuminated the minuscule particles suspended in the air, whether dust or microorganisms. Lobai, burdened with a specially crafted tactical backpack, grasped the standard-grade Snow Shadow 2 combat knife issued by Silver Wolf in his left hand. He concealed himself behind a towering tree, where a faint cerulean light projected onto his retina, delineating concentric circles with delicate white lines. At the penultimate circle positioned at 11 o'clock, a minuscule white dot, no larger than a sesame seed, appeared. The energy level search module of the soldier rank seemed rather rudimentary. Soldier rank 1? The nature of the lurking dark beast remained unknown. Sensing the ebb of dark energy within his body, Lobai resolutely deactivated the energy level search module. The battle markings served merely as a vessel, a platform. To fulfill a specific function, they must be equipped with certain modules. And the energy sustaining these modules was not electrical, but rather the dark energy residing within a martial artist's body. For Lobai, the consumption of a high-quality energy level search module at the soldier rank was considerable, which elucidated why martial artists typically refrain from equipping functional modules beyond their rank. In essence, the substantial drain on dark energy within one's body markedly impacted combat endurance, rendering it a futile endeavor. It was prudent to forego the energy level search whenever possible, striving to maintain optimal condition. Lobai reminded himself that this assessment was not merely training. He could not afford to exhaust himself to the brink of collapse, as that would be perilously unwise. This was Lobai's inaugural foray into the wilderness, where knowledge gained was only valuable if applied effectively. The true test lay in whether one emerged as the hunter or the hunted. Real combat was the sole criterion, and survival was the ultimate affirmation. 80 meters, no movement. 60 meters, still no movement. As Luobai approached his target, a mere 50 meters away, a swift and agile shadow suddenly leaped from the underbrush. Its movements were astonishingly graceful. With 2 powerful bounds against the tree trunk, it soared into the canopy. Now less than 20 meters from Luobai, his gaze remained as calm as a still pond, his right hand firmly clasping the hilt of his blade. While the thrill of combat surged within him, fear was utterly absent. With a sudden cry, a claw descended from above, aiming directly for Luobai's carotid artery. The sharp talons, propelled from the creature's paw, were as formidable as any weapon. Clang, hiss, bang bang. The long blade was unsheathed, a chilling glimmer slicing through the air, and the dark beast was cleaved in two, crashing to the forest floor. The impact sent a flurry of dried leaves and dirt spiraling into the air. It was revealed to be a shadow lynx. Sheathing his blade, Luobai wiped the beast's blood from his face and crushed the still-twitching head of the shadow lynx beneath his boot, retrieving a gray-black crystal the size of a walnut before departing. In his inaugural hunt of a dark beast, Luobai felt little emotional turbulence. Blood he had seen. Not only seen, but tasted, and that was human blood. In the Silver Wolf space, within the monitoring room, Cheng Jun observed every detail of Luobai's encounter with keen interest. At this moment, amidst the 231 screens surrounding the room, a few individuals appeared pale, their throats bobbing as they struggled to suppress the turmoil in their stomachs. However, those who dare to participate in the Silver Wolf's recruitment assessment are undoubtedly individuals of considerable capability. The type who would retch at the sight of blood is unlikely to muster the courage to apply. Captain, you may not be aware, but this young man had already taken several lives prior to entering the training camp. Li Xuanqi, rather than being terse, smiled and shared the details of Luobai's background, casually sliding over a dossier. Upon hearing this, Cheng Jun raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, this is rather interesting. Do tell. You might not know, but Luobai was once a small beggar from the Nanshui gang, and later, this prompted Li Xuanqi to open up, having initially acknowledged Luobai's performance. While Luobai was swiftly traversing the forest, his mind, however, was racing, not in reflection of the recent battle, but rather contemplating another matter. After over a month of intensive training, he had already ascended to the second level of soldier rank 13 days prior, successfully refining the foundational techniques of swordplay and agility, rendering the swift defeat of the first-level Shadow Lynx trivial, a mere display of basic skills. What captivated Luobai's thoughts was a peculiar sensation that had resurfaced just moments ago. When he cleaved the Shadow Lynx in two, that surge of exhilaration returned. Indeed, it was reminiscent of the thrill he felt when he had stepped into dog excrement, crushing that earthworm, only to experience the euphoric rush of searching the intestines, and scraping the belly. There were no auditory cues, no textual notifications. Yet a profound understanding quietly emerged within Luo Bai's consciousness, as if it were always meant to be, as if he had inherently grasped it. I may acquire a martial skill, yet I find myself incapable of harnessing it unless I ascend to the master rank. This realization, this understanding, is so vividly clear and resolute that it leaves no room for doubt in Luo Bai's mind. To put it more plainly, does this mean that I have no available skill slots? What a disheartening revelation. Luo Bai felt an urge to weep, yet he endeavored to maintain a stoic expression. For Qing Jun had mentioned the presence of surveillance, and given the plethora of fantastical martial skills, he lacked confidence in his acting. In such moments, a poker face is undoubtedly his trump card. As he swiftly organized his thoughts, Luo Bai felt a sense of helplessness. The Shadow Lynx was a genuine first-tier dark beast, and its offerings were undoubtedly superior to that of the parasitic worm he had crushed underfoot. Moreover, there was a slight alleviation of discomfort, as anything less pungent would be preferred. Alas, a perfectly good skill slot had been usurped by a mere worm. It was highly likely that he had permanently forfeited the opportunity to obtain a powerful martial skill. While it would be impossible to feel elated, he was not entirely disheartened either, for Luo Bai had discovered a more exhilarating point of interest. This Shadow Lynx ultimately confirmed his hypothesis. His golden finger was not a one-time gift. To rephrase, if this trend continues, does it not imply that with each ascension, he could potentially acquire a martial skill from the dark beasts? Upon reflection, this notion appears rather unremarkable. Many martial skills among humans are inherently derived from the mimicry of dark beasts' offensive capabilities. Take, for instance, Luo Bai's own intestinal exploration, which bears similar effects to skills available for purchase in the Skynet Mall, thus not being a unique divine technique. Thus, what he can acquire from the dark beasts can also be obtained by others, provided they offer sufficient monetary compensation for the corresponding combat techniques. However, the crux of the matter lies not here, but in the fact that Luo Bai, through his golden finger, obtains these combat techniques directly in the form of innate skills. This implies that these techniques do not require the intricate refinement of combat secret patterns on the dark energy core to harness the full power of dark energy, thereby unleashing their inherent might. The reason innate combat techniques are termed as such is that they are awakened naturally, signifying a complete synergy with the martial artist and a primordial resonance with the dark energy within their being. Furthermore, since there is no need to refine combat secret patterns, there is no concern regarding any potential adverse effects on the dark energy core, nor will it compromise the quality of the dark energy. Therefore, Luo Bai can entirely transcend the principle previously articulated by Barton. He can opt for combat techniques with special effects as supplementary to his swordsmanship, thereby augmenting his combat prowess and survivability without apprehension of jeopardizing his future path. His foremost objective is to survive and gain strength. Additionally, there is yet another aspect I must verify. If there exists a means to confirm the growth potential of the search and excavation technique, it would be even more exhilarating. Luo Bai pondered. According to logical conjecture, the higher the rank of the dark beasts he slays, the more potent the skills he is likely to acquire. Yet, there exists an unavoidable minefield. He has but one opportunity at each tier, and the attack capabilities of high-tier dark beasts are seldom singular. Thus, ensuring the acquisition of the desired combat technique becomes exceedingly challenging. Relatively speaking, the lower-tier dark beasts possess a singular mode of attack, with each beast exhibiting a limited repertoire of innate combat skills, making it simpler to select and more feasible to acquire the desired combat style. However, as for their potency, well, that remains debatable. Just as I pondered this, a green mist arrow shot forth from the nearby underbrush towards Luo Bai. Although its speed was remarkable, Luo Bai deftly evaded it, causing it to embed itself in a nearby tree trunk, instantly corroding a fist-sized crater into the wood. A bone-corroding green lizard? Its toxicity is certainly considerable. With a powerful thrust of his foot, Luo Bai accelerated by a third, swiftly reaching the location from which the mist arrow had been unleashed. Drawing his battle blade, he dispatched the first-tier lizard with a single strike. However, this time he exercised caution, ensuring that not a single drop of the beast's venomous blood splattered upon him. As he prepared to break open the creature's skull in search of its core, Luo Bai's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement, unable to suppress a triumphant exclamation within. Could it truly be enhanced? Today, I have glimpsed the divine light beneath Lady Luck's skirt. What one envisions, one receives. Forcefully suppressing the impulse within, Luo Bai cleaved through the bone-corroding green lizard's head. delicately extracting the core with the tip of his blade, and with a flourish of his hand, he conjured a gust of air to cleanse the grime from it. Having efficiently and decisively concluded this task, Luo Bai did not advance further. Instead, he began to search and inspect his surroundings, ensuring that no other dark beast lurked nearby. After confirming the area was safe, he leapt onto a tree trunk and concealed himself within the canopy. Just moments ago, as he severed the bone-eating green lizard in two with a single strike, a wave of inexplicable insight surged within Luo Bai, akin to a whimsical inspiration. He sensed that he had acquired something from this creature that could be harnessed to enhance his abilities sifting the gut. A sudden drowsiness enveloped him, as if a pillow had descended from the heavens. After confirming that this was not merely a figment of his imagination, Luo Bai resolutely chose to proceed with the enhancement. As he made this decision in his consciousness, he distinctly felt his heart rate accelerate, the familiar ringing in his ears returning, followed by an enveloping silence. Approximately half a minute later, normalcy was restored. An impulse stirred within him, and a dark purple energy arrow, the thickness of a chopstick and over 2 inches long, materialized in his right hand. Had the enhancement truly succeeded? Observing the evident transformation of sifting the gut, Luo Bai felt an overwhelming joy. If circumstances permitted, he would have certainly shouted in triumph. However, there must be additional constraints. Perhaps the effects of the combat skills are similar, or the underlying principles akin. Pondering these thoughts, Luo Bai remained uncertain whether his golden finger had extracted something from the bone-eating green lizard or merely simulated its offensive capabilities. Previously, when he had slain the Shadow Mountain Cat, he had not received any indication that he could enhance sifting the gut. According to the information provided, the combat skill of the Shadow Mountain Cat was named Acceleration, which simply meant the ability to utilize dark energy to briefly augment the speed of its claw attacks. Golden finger, he mused, feeling a swell of pride. The future indeed appeared promising. With a self-satisfied thought, Luo Bai suppressed the urge to boast and swiftly vanished into the depths of the forest with a few agile leaps. Some of his speculations have been largely validated, and now, the true moment of hunting has arrived. Perhaps fortune will smile upon him, allowing him to encounter another dark beast that can enhance the skill of searching the innermost depths. Although this skill is inherently flawed, Luo Bai has no means to eradicate it, so he must invest effort in cultivating it. After all, everything can be nurtured. As the sun sets, the dark beasts that bring heartache abound on the mountain. And there are many people as well. At the Silver Wolf's base, in the monitoring room, within a single day, 31 individuals have been eliminated, with 2 fatalities and 29 severely injured. This is truly the worst batch yet. Cheng Jun's expression is grim. The others in the monitoring room exchange glances, silently muttering. Every time you declare it to be the worst batch, we are all aware, and it is rather pointless to say this in front of those novices. The real spectacle awaits in the evening. By tomorrow morning, half may be gone, and the Mountain King has yet to make his move. This assessment is no trivial matter. Li Xuanqi, as Cheng Jun's deputy, is the only one daring enough to speak up at this moment, but from his words, it appears he holds an even bleaker view of this group of newcomers. As long as one person passes the assessment, it meets the criteria. If they cannot even pass the group assessment, they might as well stay in the city guarding their homes. Cheng Jun's tone is frosty and ruthless. Yet the individuals in the room understand that the stringent assessment is the utmost mercy. If leniency were shown in the evaluation, allowing those who are unfit for the wilderness to join the group, the consequences would be far worse. Not only would they perish, but they might also endanger their comrades. No matter how harsh the assessment may be, it remains merely an evaluation. Some are secretly observing from the shadows. The 2 who perished today did so by their own recklessness, and there was no stopping them. Li Xuanqi offered a slight smile, remaining silent as his attention was captured by several images on the screen. Luo Bai and Shan Guayan were merely 2 among many. There were also several unfamiliar faces. These individuals may not possess the greatest strength, yet their overall performance was commendable, marking them as subjects of particular interest. The entry examination for the Silver Wolf has never solely relied on sheer strength. Otherwise, a mere arena match would suffice, rendering such extensive efforts unnecessary. As night swiftly descended, the forest was enveloped in darkness. The moonlight and starlight, having filtered through the dense canopy, had become faint. However, as martial artists, the visibility of the group, though affected, remained within acceptable limits. The chirping of unknown insects added a layer of stillness to the nocturnal woods. Suddenly, 2 distinct sounds reached Luo Bai's ears, causing him to halt in his tracks. To the northwest, less than a kilometer away, the sounds indicated the presence of a second-tier dark beast. In an instant, Luo Bai discerned both the direction and approximate distance without employing energy detection. Over the course of the day, he had begun to integrate the knowledge stored in his mind with practical experience, gradually developing his wilderness survival skills. Is anyone there? Help! Please! Help! The desperate cries echoed in his mind. Should he go or remain? In less than a second, Luo Bai made his decision. He would go. In the span of a single day, his backpack had accumulated over 100 dark beast crystal cores, predominantly comprising those of first-tier dark beasts, with a mere handful from the second tier, primarily due to their elusive nature. This was a forest, not a slaughterhouse, and there were no dark beasts lined up, awaiting their fate. Having made his resolution, Luo Bai hesitated not a moment longer. His muscles surged as he leapt from his position, akin to a cheetah, each landing propelling him 7 or 8 meters forward. Help! Is anyone there? Kearns exerted every ounce of his strength as he ran, his arms thrashing about. Vines extended from the surrounding trees like a web, attempting to form barriers behind him, yet they proved utterly ineffective. Hot on his heels was a golden feathered leopard, a renowned second-tier dark beast, nearly invincible among its peers. The vines trailing Kearns could only inflict trivial inconveniences upon the leopard, failing to afford him any reprieve in his desperate flight. As the golden feathered leopard closed the gap to less than 4 meters, poised to pounce and bring Kearns down effortlessly, an unexpected silhouette materialized on the trunk of a nearby tree, exclaiming, "What bad luck for this lad!" To provoke the golden feathered leopard of all creatures. "Farewell," the figure murmured, preparing to strike, but suddenly paused, melding back into the tree, rendering itself silent and indistinguishable, resembling a crumpled piece of bark. At that moment, the golden feathered leopard sprang into action, its right forepaw extending claws exceeding 3 inches in length, effortlessly severing the last few vines that stood between it and Kearns's vulnerable back. "Father, our family may face extinction." Feeling the oppressive wind behind him, Cohen's complexion turned pale, as the specter of death had seemingly poised its scythe at his throat. In that moment, he regretted his decision to come here. Suddenly, a chilling flash of steel appeared within the shadowy forest, darting towards the golden feathered leopard like a bolt from a crossbow, imbued with an icy murderous intent. As the massive form of the golden feathered leopard, exceeding 2 meters in height, leaped into the air, it exhibited a swiftness akin to that of a nimble feline. Twisting its body, it swung its iron tail, and its outstretched right paw struck the side of the snow shadow battle blade with precision. The immense force and exquisite angle of attack caused the seemingly ordinary long blade to tremble violently. Roar! The prey it had nearly captured was thwarted, igniting the leopard's wrath. A ferocious roar escaped its throat, and the golden plumes along its back stood erect. With a powerful push of its hind legs, it charged once more at Luo Bai, wielding its claws, sharp teeth, and iron tail as lethal weapons, executing every movement with deadly efficiency. Indeed, it was a near-invincible presence among second-tier dark beasts. "Perfect. I shall use you to test my swordsmanship." As the battle blade danced and his body flowed with grace to counter the attacks of the golden feathered leopard, Luo Bai felt a surge of exhilaration. Over a month of intensive training had not only enhanced his energy levels, but had also significantly augmented his combat prowess. During the first half of the month, Burton had merely provided guidance, while in the latter half, the two had engaged in almost daily combat. Although Luo Bai had often been on the receiving end of blows, the experience had undeniably honed and elevated his abilities. To engage in combat, one must first endure blows. Through this process, one inevitably learns to strike back. Luzi's words hold a kernel of truth. Presently, Luo Bai's explosive power in both fists has surpassed 1,700 kilograms. And during a recent assessment, his speed reached an impressive 27.7 ms. Yet, these figures are merely numerical data. He must translate these rigid statistics into tangible combat prowess through actual fighting, for without this, all remains but an ephemeral illusion. For instance, while his speed may be quantified at 27.7 ms, that measurement pertains solely to flat, straight terrain, and bears little resemblance to the agility required when battling dark beasts amidst the treacherous terrain of the nocturnal forest. Throughout the day, Luo Bai encountered few worthy adversaries. And now, this second-tier invincible golden feather leopard serves as the perfect test for his skills. The foundational sword techniques and basic movement arts he has cultivated have begun to manifest their true potency within him. Although the techniques are straightforward, they are remarkably effective. particularly when engaged with dark beasts. Bang! The specially crafted combat boots collided fiercely with the golden feather leopard's forepaw, propelling Luobai backward with force, his foot shattering a tree trunk as he surged forward once more. With a shout, the icy blade of his combat knife sliced through the air, narrowly skimming past the forepaw of the golden feather leopard under the scattered moonlight. Sizzle! The razor-sharp edge cleaved through the leopard's sleek, lustrous fur, severing its sinewy, steel-like muscles. How remarkably resilient! The immense resistance felt through the blade made Luobai acutely aware of the formidable physicality possessed by a second-tier dark beast. He finally grasped the reason behind the absence of martial artists wielding firearms, and why online information suggested that conventional weapons became ineffective during the cataclysm of dark energy. The sheer muscular strength of the golden-feathered leopard's hide was sufficient to effortlessly withstand the fire of small-caliber firearms. Yet, one must not forget that this creature was merely at the second tier of the soldier rank, just one tier above the weakest first-tier dark beast. Its rank was only marginally superior. With a blade that had grown dull and a spirit that had waned, Luobai refrained from recklessness. He withdrew, his sword drawn with cold resolve. With a roar, the golden-feathered leopard suffered a gash across its pectorals. Though the wound was minor, it incited a fury within. For the precise spot Luobai had struck lay perilously close to its heart. The beast retaliated with its sharp claws and fangs. Despite Luobai's swift movements, he could not evade entirely. The leopard's left claw grazed his side, tearing through his ordinary soldier's combat attire with alarming ease. In a moment of desperation, Luobai oriented his battle knife for a downward slice aimed at the leopard's left forelimb, and they clashed once more, each strike intent on the other's demise. At the Silver Wolf base, in the monitoring room, Li Xuanqi observed the unfolding scene on the large screen. Ah, has this young man finally encountered trouble? He mused, as Luobai engaged fiercely with the golden-feathered leopard. His physical prowess and swordsmanship are commendable, though his reactions are somewhat lacking. Too inexperienced. Cheng Jun commented nonchalantly before adding, "Zoom in." "Yes, Captain." Just then, someone entered, their gaze immediately drawn to the combat displayed on the large screen. Ah, the golden-feathered leopard? Who is this fellow? It appears he has struck it lucky. Although this little leopard is merely of the second tier, in a true confrontation, he is hardly inferior to certain inept third-tier dark beasts. Cheng Jun's lips twitched slightly as he turned away with a scowl, addressing the burly man. "Why have you abandoned the wilderness to come here?" "Hick, just came to have a look, I suppose," replied the newcomer. A towering figure with a full beard of golden brown, clutching a bottle of liquor that exuded a potent aroma, his belch hastening the diffusion of alcohol molecules in the air. "What has this little fellow called?" he casually queried, stepping forward to drape an arm over Li Xuanqi's shoulder. The gesture, though seemingly simple, created an amusing juxtaposition due to their stark difference in stature, reminiscent of a giant embracing a petite spouse. Li Xuanqi grimaced, aware that he could not extricate himself from the man's grasp, and thus refrained from further protest, dutifully providing the name Luobai. The burly man nodded in satisfaction and brought the bottle closer, asking, "Care for a drink?" "No, thank you. You know I don't enjoy alcohol," Li Xuanqi replied, shaking his head vigorously, reminiscent of a rattling drum. He vividly recalled the experience from a few years prior when he foolishly indulged in the man's liquor. The memory of that taste lingered painfully in his mind. "You're still quite young, and your constitution seems lacking," the burly man lamented, shaking his head in disappointment as he began to scrutinize the young warriors participating in the assessment displayed on the screen. Cheng Jun, though thoroughly displeased, found himself powerless against the man as shamelessness. Empty banter was futile, and physical confrontation was out of the question, leaving him with no choice but to tolerate the situation. In the midst of their conversation, Luobai had already exchanged countless blows with the golden-feathered leopard. Both parties sustained injuries, yet overall, Luobai held the advantage. However, to completely subdue the formidable beast, he knew he would need to exert more effort. It was time to withdraw. Prolonged engagement could attract unwanted attention. After estimating the situation, Luobai came to a resolution. Although the golden-feathered leopard proved to be an excellent adversary, opportunities to hone his skills with a blade would abound in the future. Presently, during this assessment, it was only prudent to obtain the maximum number of dark beast crystals with minimal expenditure of resources. Luobai resolved to deploy an enhanced version of Sear the Gut. He had tested it during the day with remarkable results. It served as excellent support. Despite its overpowering scent, as vegetarian dark beasts were exceedingly rare. Before he could utter a word, several tendrils suddenly shot forth from the surrounding tree trunks, ensnaring the limbs of the golden, feathered leopard. Quite intriguing. Previously, from a distance and amidst the dim forest light, Luobai had not discerned the full extent of this individual's martial prowess. Now, witnessing it firsthand, he could not help but admire its suitability for combat in such wooded terrain. He abandoned the notion of using Sear the Gut. As the tendrils wrapped around the leopard's limbs, the glint of his blade reignited, each strike aimed at its vulnerable neck. Although the tendrils lacked the strength to truly restrain the golden feathered leopard, they would certainly create some minor disturbances. Under the incessant harassment, the beast exhibited signs of agitation. Its once agile attacks now replaced with brutish force. Die! At last, Luobai seized an opportunity. Dark energy surged within him, his muscles taut with anticipation. With a swift motion, he thrust his battle blade forward, not a slash, nor a hack, but a precise stab into the throat of the golden-winged leopard. The Snow Shadow 2 battle blade, with its subtly curved blade, was not only adept at slashing but also perfectly suited for thrusting. Having successfully landed his strike, Luobai immediately withdrew the blade, refraining from any reckless pursuit of glory, for the dying dark beast retaliation was the most perilous moment. Moreover, there was another individual present. Although the assessment forbade martial artists from engaging in lethal combat, skirmishes for the dark beast's crystal cores were permitted. His previous kick that had sent the other person flying was not only to save a life but also to create distance, preventing any potential betrayal from behind. The golden-winged leopard, resilient in life, continued to charge at Luobai, though its speed had significantly waned, and its strength was depleted, making it easily evaded. Blood gushed forth from the wound in its throat, propelled by the powerful beating of its heart, splattering across the surrounding foliage. Akin to a diligent gardener nurturing the very earth that had sustained it with its own life. In less than a minute, the golden-winged leopard collapsed, utterly devoid of life. Luobai approached, retrieved the dark beast's crystal core, and after a moment of contemplation, he severed one of its hind legs. With a vigorous shake, he expelled the excess blood before meticulously wrapping it in layers of leaves, effectively masking the scent of blood. Only then did he place it into the sealed compartment of his tactical backpack, securing his prize. The Silver Wolf hunting team carries only a minimal supply of compressed rations in their tactical backpacks, making the preparation of additional sustenance essential. The thigh of a golden feather leopard is undoubtedly far more delectable and nutritious than that of the bone-eating green lizard. This assessment not only tests their combat prowess, but also evaluates a myriad of other capabilities. A competent hunter must possess far more than mere strength in battle. "Hello, I am Cones. Thank you for saving my life," he said, emerging from behind a tree as Luobai secured the crystal core. Luobai nodded, tapping his backpack. "I am Luobai, and I have taken the crystal core." This was an assessment. He could not afford to be lenient or engage in trivialities. Although his swift defeat of the golden feather leopard was partly due to Cone's assistance, from both a subjective and objective standpoint, he had indeed saved the man's life. Claiming the crystal core was entirely reasonable. Cones, displaying a commendable understanding of the situation, refrained from making any off-putting remarks. As Luobai turned to leave, Cones hesitated but ultimately spoke up. May I accompany you tonight?" He stepped forward a few paces and added in a hushed tone, "I possess a combat skill that allows me to sense dark beasts within an approximate radius of 80 meters through the trees, which could be useful for keeping watch while resting." 80 meters? Luobai considered the effectiveness of this skill, though the sensing range seemed somewhat limited. 80 meters was a distance the golden feather leopard could traverse with just a few leaps, which explained why this individual had previously been pursued. Kearns was acutely aware of the somewhat inadequate nature of his combat skills, scratching the back of his head with a hint of embarrassment. Yet, he felt compelled to press on, for the dangers of the mountain forest intensified after nightfall. Within scarcely an hour of dusk, he encountered the golden feather leopard, a creature of the shadows. Who could tell what other menacing entities lurked in the deepening night? Survival took precedence over pride, as the saying goes. A true man knows when to yield. "Very well, let us proceed," he declared. Luobai contemplated for a brief moment before making a decision amidst Kearns' unease. Indeed, the perils of the nocturnal woods were heightened, and their partnership would undoubtedly outweigh any disadvantages. As for whether they would continue together at dawn, that would depend on the circumstances at the time. "Thank you, Lo Gu," Kearns expressed, relieved by Luobai's agreement, and he swiftly fell in step. He had witnessed Lobai's prowess firsthand. With such a formidable ally, he felt safer from the jaws of lurking beasts this night. Meanwhile, at the Silver Wolf outpost, in the surveillance room, a bushy-bearded man, having just finished a bottle of liquor, raised an eyebrow upon noticing the footage of Kearns and Lobai, particularly focusing on Kearns. "Finish your drink and be on your way," Shang Jun barked, attempting to usher him out. Unfortunately, his efforts proved futile, as the bearded man nonchalantly produced another bottle, popping the cap and indulging in its contents. "You've got some guts, huh? Did you toss that little brat from the Bien family into the mountains? Aren't you worried his father will come to teach you a lesson?" The bearded man reclined in his chair, sipping his drink with a grin. His expression rife with mock admiration for Shang Jun continues to wear his expressionless face. This lad registered himself, conforming to the regulations of the team. Even if he were to perish during the assessment, what difference would it make compared to Old Man In? With a resounding clap of his thigh, the bearded man exclaimed, "Impressive! Truly a descendant of our silver wolves." In the depths of the forest, Luobai and Kearns moved in concert, achieving considerable success. The frequency of dark beasts roaming the nocturnal woods had evidently increased, with a significant rise in the proportion of second-tier dark beasts. Almost 1 in every 5 dark beasts encountered was of the second tier, showcasing formidable strength, some rivaling the golden feather leopard. However, under the synergy of Luobai and Kearns, they transformed into dark beast cores, resting within their tactical backpacks. At 4:30 in the morning, nestled within a colossal treetop, Luobai and Kearns lingered, having thoroughly cleared a 1-kilometer radius around them, rendering the area relatively secure. "How about we split the spoils 50-50? Luobai proposed first. Having discerned Kearns' capabilities throughout the night, Kearns' physical aptitude was rather mediocre, barely meeting the minimum standard for a second-tier soldier. Nevertheless, the 2 combat techniques he possessed were remarkably potent. One of them involved the manipulation of vines. Although it appeared somewhat ineffective against the golden feather leopard, this was primarily due to the leopard's targeted countermeasures against Kearns' technique. The golden lynx possesses formidable strength, and its power and speed rank among the elite within its tier of shadow beasts. This exceptional prowess enables it to effortlessly break free from the confines of the vines. Later encounters with various shadow beasts, particularly those excelling in speed yet lacking in strength, yielded remarkable results, significantly enhancing Luobai's hunting efficiency. For instance, not long ago, they encountered a second-tier spectral moon spirit cat, a shadow beast renowned for its swiftness and tenacity. Had Luobai faced it alone, he would undoubtedly have expended considerable effort. However, during their confrontation, Kearns seized the opportunity. Several massive vine nets greatly restricted the spirit cat's evasion space, ultimately leading to its easy defeat at the hands of Luobai. It was precisely for these reasons that Luobai proposed a 50-50 distribution of their spoils, adhering to his own principles. To his surprise, Kearns shook his head in refusal, softly stating, "Luogu, there is no need. You saved my life, which is worth these shadow beast cores." Kearns' reaction took Luobai aback. After all, he was merely a 16 or 17-year-old youth whose sense of loyalty outweighed mere profit. In contrast to adults, he displayed a refreshing lack of cunning and greed. With this in mind, Luobai decided on a 60-40 split. He promptly allocated about 40% of the shadow beast cores they had collected that night to Kearns, retaining the remaining 60% for himself. After a brief pause, Luobai extended an invitation. "After dawn, if you're willing, I believe we can continue our collaboration. Please think it over. I will rest for a while. You keep watch. In 2 hours, I shall take over." Luobai's words flowed one after another, scarcely allowing Kearns a moment to interject. Once he finished, he leaped to another branch, squinting as he rested. This was not due to a lack of desire to converse further with Kearns, but rather a consequence of his fatigue. He had been at the forefront of intense battles throughout the night. Kearns accepted Luobai's invitation, and from the following day onward, the two embarked on their journey together, focusing primarily on second-tier ferocious beasts. Their synergy proved remarkably efficient. However, by midday on the 3rd day, they encountered the most formidable adversary since their entry into the mountains, a 3rd-tier eagle-lion beast. With a sudden impact, Luobai, who had just closed the distance, was hurled away by the beast's powerful tail swipe, crashing into a tree and splintering the trunk as thick as his thigh. Blood spurted from his mouth, and before he could rise, he witnessed the eagle-lion beast leaping towards him. Its formidable 3-meter frame propelled the massive eagle head forward, its metallic beak gleaming as it aimed directly for his face. "Be careful," Kearns called out from the side, channeling all his dark energy. Vines erupted from the surrounding trees and grass, weaving together to form large nets in an attempt to hinder the eagle lion beast's assault. Alas, their efforts proved nearly futile. A third tier was not merely a numerical increase, it signified a substantial leap in power. Engaging in battles beyond one's level has never been an easy endeavor. For the classification of dark beasts is inherently based on their actual threat levels. The pressure of the wind was approaching rapidly, and Luobai had no time to rise. He could only roll on the ground, caring little for the aesthetics of his posture, as survival took precedence. With a resounding crash, the branch that Luobai had just broken collided once more with the eagle lion beast, shattering into fragments. At that moment, Luobai discarded his sheath, and with a swift motion of his left hand, a 2-inch energy arrow was propelled forth, striking the left flank of the eagle lion beast. The resilient membrane that had previously withstood the strikes of the snow shadow blade proved ineffective this time. The energy arrow penetrated the beast as if plunging into water, vanishing without a trace. Having landed a hit, Luobai displayed no sense of triumph. He swiftly slapped the ground with his palm and leapt into the air, evading the eagle lion beast's relentless assaults. This level 3 dark beast posed a grave threat to his life. Just 2 minutes prior, Luobai and Cones had been advancing briskly through the forest, searching for their next prey. Suddenly, Cones issued a warning, but they had little time to react. The eagle lion beast had already barreled towards them, its claws striking with a speed and force far surpassing that of a level 2 dark beast. To confront it head-on would be tantamount to courting death. In an instant, Luobai devised a combat strategy. In such a predicament, fleeing would only invite disaster. Given the eagle lion beast's speed, it would be all too easy for it to catch up to them. Faced with the impossibility of a direct confrontation and the futility of retreat, Luobai was compelled to seek alternative methods. As he recalled these thoughts, he unleashed another search the bowels technique. However, after a few seconds, the griffin beast exhibited little more than a furious roar, showing no significant reaction. Not even a mere sound of release. This was despite the fact that it was a version of Search the Bowels that had already undergone enhancement. To be frank, it was only now that Luobai genuinely felt the suppression exerted by the dark energy tier on such control and support-type combat techniques. Over the past 2 days, he had experimented numerous times. The enhanced Search the Bowels had yielded remarkably gratifying results against first and second-tier dark beasts, effectively causing their sphincters to fully relax, indulging in a blissful release without hesitation. However, when faced with a third-tier dark beast, the effectiveness diminished drastically, bordering on the pitiful. Yet, with danger looming, Luobai had no time to ponder extensively. If one Search the Bowels was insufficient, then he would summon another. With Coons assisting him, Luobai deftly evaded the griffin beast while continuously launching Search the Bowels. The one he had just cast was already the 10th. Boom. He narrowly dodged another claw strike from the griffin beast and once again cast Search the Bowels. Finally, the rampaging griffin beast staggered slightly, appearing to falter for just a moment. However, that was the extent of its reaction. It was effective. Luobai felt no despair. As long as there was an effect, he would persist. If 10 were insufficient, he would try 20. If 20 failed, then 40. No matter how resilient the sphincter, he would bend it to his will. 2 minutes later, Luobai had already expelled over 40 gut-clearing strikes, at the cost of transforming his combat attire into a beggar's rags, far more tattered than the clothing he wore while begging a year ago. Simultaneously, he had depleted more than half of the dark energy within him. However, despite such a steep price, the indomitable sphincter of the eagle lion beast, as steadfast as a man of iron, had finally softened. The 40-odd miniature arrows had sufficiently warmed up and were now tugging at the beast's intestines, causing it to leap in distress. The same vocal cords emitted a familiar tone, albeit with a changed pitch, tinged with suffering and lamentation. The eagle lion beast's eyes blazed red, a furious and painful hue. Finally, an opportunity presented itself. A flicker of joy ignited in Luobai's heart as he gripped his long knife firmly with both hands. Utilizing his agile movements, he initiated a counterattack. While Cones was not idle either, the surrounding vines, akin to constricting serpents, were continuously severed yet persistently entwined, unwavering in their pursuit. At the Silver Wolf hunting team's base, in the monitoring room, a grizzled figure observed with intrigue. What a remarkable lad, managing to entangle with a Tier 3 eagle lion beast for so long. These 2 youngsters are quite impressive. The bearded man remained at his post, sipping on his drink, seemingly indifferent to the proceedings, as this assessment bore no relevance to him. After the awakening, It was hardly surprising that innate combat skills underwent alterations. Yet the effectiveness of these skills, how commendable. Habitually, the bearded man muttered a remark, lifting the bottle to his lips, only to hear a sudden splatter. On the screen, the sphincter of the eagle-lion beast finally surrendered, utterly relaxed. And a torrent of liquid shot forth over 2 meters. Cough. Goodness. Although the bearded man had already witnessed the effects of searching the intestines and scraping the stomach, he was still caught off guard. Qing Jun, who had maintained a stoic expression, could not help but lift the corners of his mouth slightly. Searching the intestines and scraping the stomach was quite impressive, indeed, to have startled the bearded man. Meanwhile, within the forest, Luo Bai and the griffin had ignited their true fire, and Cones exerted all his strength. The vine, which was originally the thickness of an arm, was forcefully twisted together by him, forming 2 colossal vines as thick as barrels, tightly constricting the griffin's lower back, desperately impeding its speed and granting Luo Bai precious time and space to attack. Death. Numerous wounds adorned Luo Bai's body, blood streaming freely, yet at this moment, he was unmindful of his injuries. The technique he wielded was no longer the basic sword technique, but rather the 9th star-level blood shadow sword technique, albeit only the first 9 forms. This technique was a significant gift from the training camp, valued at over 2.5 million. Although Luo Bai had yet to master it to the point of condensing the battle skill's secret patterns, rendering him less efficient in utilizing dark energy and suffering substantial losses. Its power had already surpassed that of the basic sword technique. At this very moment, with the griffin struggling to maneuver, it was an opportune moment not to be missed. With his battle blade raised high, he struck down fiercely, delivering a heavy blow to the griffin's neck. Pff. The sound of a blade piercing flesh resonated. Yet within Luo Bai's heart, a profound astonishment surged, for the resistance he felt in his hand exceeded his expectations. The neck of the griffin beast appeared to be even more formidable and resilient than the rest of its body. Blood gushed forth as the war blade penetrated less than 10 centimeters before being firmly obstructed by the cervical vertebrae. "Be cautious," exclaimed the pale-faced Cones, recognizing the dire situation. What compounded the peril was his observation of the griffin beast's thoracic cavity rapidly inflating. Cones understood that this was the creature's battle technique, the lion's roar. Luo Bai too noticed the griffin beast's anomaly and swiftly withdrew his blade, but alas, it was a moment too late. With a piercing screech, the exaggerated beak of the beast opened wide, unleashing a surge of grayish-white energy that erupted violently, producing a sound reminiscent of a lion's roar. The lion's roar, a wide-ranging explosive energy attack, was the signature combat skill of the griffin beast, a technique that inflicted substantial damage to both adversary and self. As the energy sphere detonated, Luo Bai managed to retreat less than 3 meters. Although he evaded the epicenter of the griffin beast's assault, he still endured immense energetic backlash. In midair, Luo Bai expelled a mouthful of blood, his body crashing to the ground like a sack of sand, every organ within him feeling as though it had been ruthlessly pounded 1,000 times. The griffin beast, having withstood the explosion's impact, relied on its robust physique, leaping fiercely towards the spot where Luo Bai had fallen. Not good. Luo Bai realized this perilous turn of events, yet his mind was in a haze, his body tumultuous and unable to evade. At that moment, 2 vines suddenly descended from the treetop above Luo Bai, ensnaring him tightly and lifting him up, narrowly evading the pounce of the griffin. With a fierce cry, the griffin, thwarted in its attack, launched itself skyward with powerful hind legs, crashing into the treetops. Unwilling to wait even a moment, determined to devour the 2 humans, Luo Bai, accompanied by Coons, leaped and dodged among the branches. Fortunately, the effects of the earlier gut extraction technique had taken hold, significantly diminishing the griffin's speed and strength. Otherwise, with Coon's pace, they would hardly have lasted 10 seconds. "Luoga, how are you? My dark energy is nearly depleted." Coons, pale and drenched in sweat, appeared to have reached his limit. "Hold on for a little longer." A minute passed, and Luo Bai seized the opportunity to unleash 23 instances of gut extraction, a feat made possible due to prior enhancements. The golden finger seemed to have absorbed certain traits from the bone-eating green lizard's fog arrow attack technique, not only amplifying the effects of gut extraction but also extending its range. "Luoga, I can't hold on any longer. Let me down." Before Luo Bai could finish his sentence, he felt the vines around his waist loosen, and upon glancing back, he saw Coons had succumbed, eyes closed, plummeting to the ground. Indeed, He had reached his absolute limit and had fainted. 20 meters away, a ghostly figure glided among the treetops, shifting seamlessly with the movements of Lo Bai and the eagle-lion beast, maintaining a constant distance from the heart of the battlefield, neither too far nor too near. Yet, neither Lo Bai, the eagle-lion beast, nor Cohen had the slightest inkling of its presence. TSK, this young lad, merely at level 2, is able to contend with a level 3 eagle-lion beast? Truly, he is worthy of the training imparted by Instructor Barton at the Silver Wolf base. In the monitoring room, the burly man exclaimed, "I want both of these youngsters," as he observed the clash between Lo Bai and the eagle-lion beast. Suddenly, he slammed his thigh and stood up abruptly. "What are you daydreaming about? I am the chief examiner for this recruitment assessment." Cheng Jun's face darkened considerably. "Huh? And what of it? You are merely responsible for the evaluation. There is no rule stating these newcomers belong solely to you." The burly man shot Cheng Jun a disdainful glance and smirked. Cheng Jun retorted, Impossible. Then those two belong to me?" The burly man pointed to 2 other screens. One displayed Shan Guaiyan, who was panting heavily, leaning against the corpse of a level 3 dark beast, the white-brown bear, with his battle blade in hand. The other depicted a confrontation between a short-haired youth wielding a spear and a massive tiger over 4 meters long, entirely black save for a tuft of white fur on its forehead. Indeed, the mountain king that Li Xuanqi had mentioned earlier, a level 4 black-striped white-headed tiger. Get lost. Cheng Jun's countenance darkened even further, but the burly man merely chuckled and winked at Li Xuanqi. In the serene forest, silence enveloped the surroundings, with not even the chirping of insects to be heard, save for the labored breaths of Luo Bai, akin to a broken bellows. He lay sprawled upon the ground, his head resting on the right forelimb of the griffin beast, yet he clutched his battle blade firmly in his right hand, its tip already blunted. The acrid scent of blood permeated the woodland, as Luo Bai had drained the beast of its life essence, dragging it to its demise. Bloodstains marked the forest floor, predominantly from the griffin, but there were also numerous traces belonging to Luo Bai himself. His blade lacked the sharpness required to sever the creature's neck or pierce its heart in a single strike. Thus he opted to bleed the griffin and continuously cleanse its entrails, the foul stench mingling with the metallic odor, serving as irrefutable evidence. Indeed, the old adage rings true. Abundant feasting comes with the most pungent aftermath. Luo Bai's gaze, unfocused, turned skyward as he sought solace in his own voice, fearing that slumber might claim him, leaving him vulnerable to the lurking dark beasts. After a few moments, nourished by the surge of energy from his heart, he regained a measure of strength. He could not afford to linger. The air was thick with the scent of blood, drawing the attention of other lurking predators, and he needed to depart at once. Regrettably, he cast a glance at the massive carcass of the griffin and then at his now dulled blade. A sense of helplessness washing over him. In his current state, devoid of suitable tools and pressed for time, he found it impossible to extract the griffin's crystal core. Having retrieved the tactical backpack and scabbard he had carelessly discarded earlier, Luo Bai hoisted the still unconscious coons onto his back and staggered away from the dense forest. "Oh, these 2 little rascals are rather impressive." A faint, almost inaudible chuckle echoed through the woods, accompanied by a gust of wind that shattered the lifeless head of a griffin, sending a crystal core the size of an egg soaring into the thick canopy above. At 3:28 in the afternoon, amidst the dense treetops on the mountainside, Coons finally regained consciousness, his head throbbing painfully. He was disoriented, narrowly avoiding a fall from the branch, having been supported by Luo Bai's scabbard. Luo Bai, reclining against a branch, responded lightly, "Not yet. If you raise your voice any louder, we might not be alive much longer." At that moment, Luo Bai's combat attire was in tatters, exposing his abdomen, chest, and arms, which were wrapped in makeshift bandages, applied with a noticeable lack of finesse. In contrast, aside from being thoroughly exhausted, Coons bore few visible injuries. Instantly silencing himself, Coons scanned their surroundings with heightened vigilance before asking with concern, "Luo, are you injured badly?" "Not significantly. I can hold on until the assessment concludes," Luo Bai replied, shaking his head slightly. Thanks to the crimson crystal within his heart, his injuries had improved considerably. As long as they did not encounter any more third-tier dark beasts like the griffin, he should be fine. Cons glanced at the time, feeling somewhat uncertain. "Luo, there are still over 2 hours left. What shall we do?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Luo Bai suggested, "Let us begin our descent. If fortune smiles upon us, We may encounter a few lower-tier dark beasts along the way and hunt them for their cores. We haven't obtained the crystal core from the eagle lion beast, so we must strive to gather as many lower-tier cores as possible. Did we not acquire the crystal core? Khans paused for a moment. Then his eyes widened in disbelief as he whispered, Luo, did you actually slay that eagle lion beast? Indeed, Luo nodded. How else would we have survived? My goodness. Luo, that was a tier 3 eagle lion beast. You were only tier 2, yet you managed to kill it all by yourself? Khans was utterly astonished. Everyone understood that the classification of dark beasts was based on their true combat prowess, and higher-tier dark beasts exerted significant pressure on lower-tier warriors. Moreover, dark beasts generally possessed physical capabilities superior to those of human warriors, making it exceedingly difficult to defeat them across tiers. Now, Luo casually claimed he had single-handedly slain the eagle lion beast. Initially, Khans felt immensely fortunate to have escaped with his life from a tier 3 dark beast, but now, the revelation left him speechless. Oh my god. Noticing Khans' incredulous expression, Luo wished to seize the opportunity to impress, yet lacking the aptitude for such theatrics. He opted to divert the conversation instead. That creature had an exceptionally hard skull. I couldn't pry it open. Let us move on. The assessment is of utmost importance. We must not be late. With that, Luo glanced in the direction they needed to go and nimbly leaped down from the treetops, swiftly navigating through the forest. Lo Bai, you have once again saved me. I, Kern's Bean, owe you 2 lives. Perched upon the tree trunk, Kearns concealed his astonishment, gazing at Lo Bai's silhouette. A flicker of gratitude passing through his eyes as he murmured, Lo, wait for me. Without hesitation, Kearns leapt down from the treetop and hastened to follow. Whoosh! A green mist arrow shot forth from the trunk, aimed at the nearer Kearns, only to be abruptly intercepted and obliterated by a sudden vine. An opportunity presented itself? Kearns scoffed, as the vine snapped taut, shooting forth like an arrow. Lo Bai, quick-witted, promptly intervened, do not kill it. Though Kearns was perplexed, the vine softened. Agilely coiling to extract a creature the size of a domestic pig from the nearby treetop, a bone-corroding green lizard, unmistakably. Thank you, Lo Bai called, drawing his blade, Snow Shadow, which swiftly sliced the lizard into pieces, marking his second encounter with such a beast since entering the mountains. It's nothing, really, Kearns waved dismissively. The two continued on their journey, hunting dark beasts along the way. However, Lo Bai refrained from delivering the final blow, leaving it to Kearns instead. He feared that should he slay another beast, he might jeopardize his chance to enhance his gut-scraping ability, a matter he still understood only partially, thus opting for utmost caution. Consequently, the subsequent lower-tier dark beasts met rather grim fates, either strangled by vines or skewered. Lo Bai suddenly realized that given Kearns' skill, if he were to work at a barbecue restaurant as a skewer chef, his performance would undoubtedly be exceptional. Greetings, Luxor. I see you are still among the living. Heh, if I were as inept as you claim, how could I possibly perish? Who are you calling inept? Just past 5, Luo Bai spotted a familiar face, Shan Guotian. What on earth happened to leave you in such disarray? Luo Bai inquired with a chuckle, observing Shan Guotian's limping gait. Are you any better off? Shan Guotian hobbled a few more steps before collapsing onto the ground beside Luo Bai, then gestured towards Khans with his mouth, asking, Who is this? Upon hearing the question, Shan Guotian burst into laughter. Luo Bai, you actually teamed up with someone else? Luo Bai rolled his eyes. What's wrong with teaming up? This is called collaborative effort, you know? I get it, don't worry. Just call it collaborative effort, haha. Ouch, that hurts. Just as Shan Guotian was laughing heartily, Luo Bai picked up the sheath of his sword and gently poked at his injured leg. The three were engaged in light-hearted banter when suddenly, another figure rushed towards them at great speed, almost as if skimming the ground, raising a cloud of dust as they barreled into the Silver Wolf encampment. It appeared that the figure was carrying someone. Khans furrowed his brow, muttering to himself. It seems so. Luo Bai was also uncertain. The person's speed was astonishing, and the object they carried was tightly wrapped in bandages, making it difficult to discern its true form. Were you able to see clearly? Luo Bai turned to Shan Guotian and inquired. But Shan merely shook his head. I haven't seen anything. However, it is undoubtedly a person. Likely one of the unfortunate souls participating in the assessment who is on the verge of collapse and in need of medical attention. Luo Bai began to speak, but suddenly realized, lowering his voice, Are you suggesting that someone on the mountain is secretly protecting us and will intervene at a critical moment? Shan Guotian rolled his eyes, his voice barely above a whisper. What else could it be? You don't genuinely believe this practical assessment involves tossing us into the mountains without any oversight, do you? Canis, somewhat bewildered, interjected, but I thought, well, each awakened young warrior is a treasure to their respective families. Allowing them to venture out for experience is beneficial for their growth. However, they can't possibly allow them to perish in such numbers. That would be an utter waste. Who would permit that? Shan Guotian raised an eyebrow. Isn't it said that casualties occur during every assessment? Those instances, he continued, are either due to the inability to rescue them in time or simply because they recklessly sought their own demise, situations that are beyond anyone's control. Furthermore, not every assessment involves entering the mountains to slay dark beasts. Some assessments are simply impossible to rescue. Goodness, this is indeed a game. Luo Bai and Canis exchanged glances. Their thoughts aligned. What exactly is Shan Guotian's background? Does he have influential connections, or perhaps wealth? How is he privy to such insider information? As they scrutinized him from every angle, it became apparent that Shan Guotian was far from ordinary. Time's up, gather. Just as Shan Guotian felt the weight of their gazes, Cheng Jun's voice resonated loudly in everyone's ears. Chapter 35. The qualified hunter, you are the most incompetent group I have ever encountered. Upon hearing Cheng Jun's words, everyone felt a shiver run down their spines. Luo Bai, however, could barely suppress a smirk. This statement was indeed a universal truth, unbound by space or time. As the results of the assessment were about to be announced, Cheng Jun opened a folder in hand and coldly declared, a total of 231 participants took part in this evaluation. 6 have perished, 27 suffered severe injuries and were escorted down the mountain, and 3 were late. These 36 individuals are hereby disqualified. You have all been eliminated. Stand aside. Cheng Jun merely cast a glance at the 3 latecomers, showing no leniency even though they were tardy by less than a minute. Why is this happening? I was just a moment late. The dark beast crystal cores I have captured must rank among the best. The most capable warrior among them displayed evident dissatisfaction, judging by his demeanor. If he wasn't merely hiding away, he must possess extraordinary prowess, dispatching dark beasts with the ease of slicing through vegetables. Otherwise, he wouldn't appear so unblemished. The youthful warrior opened his mouth, his face flushed with indignation. Yet, being inexperienced, he was ultimately overwhelmed by Cheng Jun's imposing presence, leading him to dejectedly retreat to the sidelines. Upon witnessing the situation, Cheng Jun snapped the folder shut with a decisive sound, casting a piercing glance at the assembly. In a cold tone, he proclaimed, the assessment for joining the Silver Wolves has never solely relied on your current combat prowess. A competent hunter must possess more than mere brute strength, unless you are formidable enough to single-handedly confront an entire pack of beasts. However, I surmise that if you possess such capability, you would not be standing here, listening to my discourse. From the moment I announced the commencement of this evaluation, every action and choice you make has been meticulously observed. Each individual will receive an overall score, and the quantity of dark beast crystal cores you possess is merely a minor factor in this assessment. I am acutely aware of the number of dark beast crystal cores in each of your backpacks, so refrain from further prattling. Henceforth, I do not wish to hear any doubts. Should there be any grievances, step aside. You may leave shortly. You shall announce the results. With that, Cheng Jun tossed the folder to Li Xuanqi and turned to depart. Now, as I call your names, step forward to receive your identification tags. Feng Xuanyu, 94 points, passed. A short-haired youth wielding a long spear emerged from the ranks, his complexion pale and his combat attire tattered, revealing bandages soaked with blood. Yet, he walked with an undeniable vigor, displaying no semblance of a wounded soldier. Wu Luoyman, 89 points, passed. The second to step forward was a strikingly beautiful woman, her slender, elongated blades crisscrossed upon her back. Dan Guotian, 86 points, passed. The single hexagram Tian curled his lips, seemingly quite dissatisfied with the score. Nevertheless, he scampered out of the line with a spring in his step, as if his legs no longer ached. Luo Bai, with a score of 84, was declared successful. In 10th place, Luo Bai finally heard his name, stepping forward to receive an identity token from Li Xuanqi. It bore resemblance to the number plate he possessed. Yet it was crafted with greater finesse, and where a number was inscribed, 2 characters now read, Luo Bai. Returning to the line, Shan Guotian gently nudged Luo Bai with his shoulder, exclaiming, "Hee, I placed 5th. Do not fret. I believe you are quite remarkable. With you as support in our team, the entire group shall benefit immensely." The silver wolves possess keen eyes and will surely recognize your worth. Luo Bai patted Kunz's shoulder, offering a word of comfort that stemmed from his genuine thoughts. Although Kunz's 2 combat skills exhibited a slight deficiency in offensive power, they were undoubtedly advantageous for support in a team setting. As anticipated, Li Xuanqi granted a generous acknowledgement. As soon as Luo Bai's words faded, Kunz's results were announced. Kunz Bean, scoring 77, was also successful. Lawrence Kosi, with a score of 60, passed as well. Out of 361 participants in the assessment, 6 perished. 27 were severely injured and escorted down the mountain prematurely, 3 were tardy, and an additional 207 were eliminated for failing to score at least 60. TSK. The Silver Wolves remain formidable. Shan Guotian murmured softly, shaking his head in disbelief. Luo Bai lamented the pass rate for the Silver Wolf hunting team's entrance examination. It is noteworthy that martial artists typically undergo a preliminary screening before registering for the examination. Without this process, they would not even gain entry to the Silver Wolf headquarters. His exemption from this step was due to a recommendation from the training camp, akin to traversing a privileged pathway. Thus, those eligible for the entrance examination are undoubtedly among the elite of the newly promoted martial artists, and yet, over half of them were still eliminated, indicating the stringent standards upheld by the Silver Wolf. Within the modest confines of the Silver Wolf's base, Luo Bai reclined on his bed. His wounds had received further attention. Expertly bandaged and coupled with the residual energy from the blood crystal, he anticipated full recovery within 2 to 3 days. Removing his old identification tag, he adorned himself with the newly acquired insignia, exclaiming, "At last, I am unencumbered, let us see." Almost immediately, he felt a surge within, his heart rate escalating. And a resounding silence enveloped him within mere seconds. Indeed, it was possible. With this newfound sensation, Luo Bai discerned the answer. He extended his hand, conjuring a dark purple energy arrow, its form largely unaltered yet noticeably more solidified, confirming without a doubt that the gut-scraping had been further enhanced. As he retracted the gut-scraping technique, Luo Bai lay back on his bed, lost in contemplation. Over the past 3 days, he had slain no fewer than 300 first and second-tier dark beasts, with their cores strewn beneath his bed. However, none among them possessed the potency to reinforce his gut-scraping other than the feeble, toe-picking, bone-corroding green lizard. Could it be that his soul-searching can only rely on this green-skinned lizard? Luo Bai's brow furrowed deeper, feeling an inexplicable presence deliberately creating obstacles, preventing him from enjoying a moment of ease. Is it truly only this bone-eating green lizard that will suffice? No, it must not be so. Otherwise, how could it be aptly termed a golden finger? In the southwestern district of Coleman City, at the headquarters of the Silver Wolf hunting team, Dan Guotian fastened his wrist guards and secured his cherished flame battle blade before turning to inquire, "Which location were you assigned?" "Community 16, Courtyard 1207, Luo Bai replied, organizing his equipment while carrying a grimy tactical backpack that felt heavy in his hands. "Hey, we're not far apart. I'm also in Community 16 at 1104. Dan Guotian remarked, glancing over at the nearby Cohen, and asked, "Little Corgi, what about you?" Little Corgi was the affectionate nickname Dan Guotian had given Cohen, claiming it was more endearing and easier to say than Cohen's actual name. Although Cohen protested at that moment, it seemed futile now. Community 17, Courtyard 1003. Cohen muttered, leaning against the wall with his gear, wearing a dejected expression, utterly disheartened. Dan Guotian couldn't help but chuckle. "Hey, haven't you just realized your dream? Cheer up, don't wear such a long face." Cohen shot a resentful glance at Dan Guotian. "Let us see how you feel if your father were to corner you at the city gate and give you a spanking." The scene of a father reprimanding his son was indeed vibrant and surreal. Luo Bai was left astounded. Have you ever witnessed a father employing combat techniques to discipline his offspring? A sturdy vine shot up from the ground, suspending cones, while slender tendrils nearby lashed out with a crackling sound. The spectacle was quite impressive, to say the least. Luo Bai's laughter only deepened Cone's despondency. After all, he had mentioned that this was from his childhood, yet here he was at 17. Little did he know what other trials awaited him at home. Although he had seemingly passed this particular trial set by his father, his mother still loomed large in the background. Alas, it was a complex situation, and speaking further would only invite tears. Dan Guotian, with a cheerful demeanor, patted Cones on the shoulder and said, "Brother, listen to me. For the sake of your dreams, you must be willing to sacrifice everything. What is a little punishment compared to that? What do you think your father and mother could possibly do to you? When you conspired with so many others to deceive your parents and stealthily escape, you should have been prepared for this. Cones replied, Are you attempting to console me? You might not see me again. He was utterly despondent, moving like a mere shell of himself. As Luo Bai and Dan Guotian escorted him out of the Silver Wolf headquarters, a vehicle awaited them at the entrance, having been there for quite some time. Master. Two impeccably dressed martial artists respectfully assisted Cones into the car. With a swift press of the accelerator, they surged onto the highway, quickly vanishing from sight. Not far from the Silver Wolf headquarters estate lies an expansive villa district, a residence designated for the members of Silver Wolf, serving as one of the perks of joining the organization. Of course, these homes are strictly for living. They cannot be sold or dismantled, a fundamental principle. With the environment and amenities of this community, one could easily surmise that in a second-tier city of China, a 300-square-meter villa would likely fetch upwards of 40 to 50 million, and that would be for one without a garden. Not to mention the exorbitant real estate prices in Coleman City, the martial artists have truly entered another realm. Shang Guotian had long since settled into his new abode, while Luo Bai leisurely meandered through the community, relishing these rare moments of tranquility. Room 1207, this is it. Luo Bai halted at the entrance, raised his hand to scan his battle emblem for personal identification verification. A smile graced his lips as he stepped inside, immediately greeted by an exquisitely designed courtyard. In the distance, a figure was approaching at a brisk pace. Luo Bai. My apologies, I was just in the kitchen preparing lunch. The newcomer was a woman in her 20s, tall and only slightly shorter than Luo Bai. Her features were obscured, as she wore an apron and a mask. Her appearance thoroughly concealed, save for the absence of a spatula in hand. This demeanor unmistakably hinted at the culinary traditions of China that Luo Bai was familiar with. The Silver Wolf truly proved reliable. He had merely mentioned his dining preferences when housing was allocated, and they had promptly arranged it. How impressive. At last, I need not endure the daily routine of tossing salad and consuming undercooked meat, regardless of its nature. Only when thoroughly cooked does it possess true essence. A good appetite naturally elevates one's spirits. Luo Bai smiled and remarked, It's all right. I happen to be hungry as well. Let us proceed. Yes, Your Excellency Luo Bai. One of the attendants responded, stepping forward to assist with the bag in Luo Bai's hand, only to be halted by him. The weight of the bag, filled with dark beast crystal cores, was not trivial for an ordinary individual. In the spacious and luminous dining hall, an abundance of dishes adorned the table, all prepared in a distinctly Chinese culinary style, which made Luo Bai's appetite surge. Your Excellency Luo Bai, please enjoy your meal. The chef finally removed his mask. Luo Bai glanced over and thought, not bad, about a 7.5 in appearance, coupled with a good physique, perhaps an additional point. Quite commendable indeed. For those with higher scores would not come here to be a chef or housekeeper. There are numerous other avenues available. Please, do sit down and join me. No, it's unnecessary. It's perfectly fine. Sit down and kindly enlighten me about the circumstances here. Certainly. By the way, how should I address you? Oh, my apologies for neglecting to introduce myself. Your Excellency Luo Bai, my name is Yu Yuer. I am the housekeeper and chef of this villa, among other responsibilities. I shall be in charge of your daily needs from now on. I look forward to your guidance. With that, Yu Yuer stood and performed a respectful bow toward Luo Bai. A sudden thought crossed Luo Bai's mind, reminiscent of a two-dimensional world. He then waved his hand, saying, No need for excessive formality. Let us dine together. Understood. Yu Yuer was merely an ordinary individual, unable to consume much. Nearly all the dishes on the large table had found their way into Luo Bai's stomach. Delightful. Your culinary skills are quite impressive, Luo Bai remarked, wiping the grease from his mouth, genuinely complimenting her. Yu Yuer responded with a gentle smile. Thank you for your kind recognition, Lord Luo Bai. I shall strive to improve further. After a brief period of companionship, Yu Yuer had regained her composure and garnered a general understanding of Luo Bai's temperament. The previous signs of nervousness and naivety had dissipated. After all, she was capable of managing the entire villa by herself and had undergone rigorous training. Though she had only been employed for less than a month and the villa had remained unoccupied, she had yet to encounter any martial artists. However, she had heard from her seniors about certain matters. Should one be unfortunate enough to encounter a perverse master, it could lead to an insurmountable predicament. Fortunately, Lord Luo Bai appeared quite amiable. Perhaps her luck was indeed favorable. Feeling relieved, Yu Yuer took the initiative to inquire, Lord Luo Bai, Do you wish to rest now? Or shall I take you on a tour of the surroundings? After a moment's contemplation, Luobai replied, let us explore first. It is, after all, a semblance of home. Very well, Lord Luobai. This villa consists of 3 levels, 2 above ground and 1 below. The upper levels are designated for living, while the basement has been specially transformed into a training room, accessible solely to you, as I lack the necessary permissions. Understood. Additionally, there is. Luobai swiftly tore away the bandages that clung to his body. The smaller wounds had already shed their blood scabs, leaving only a thick layer of blood crust on his abdomen, though it was no longer a concern. Finally, he could indulge in a proper bath. Over the past couple of days, due to his injuries, Luobai had only managed to rinse himself off briefly, just to remove the odor, especially since he had a stunning beauty at home to consider. After enjoying a delightful soak and donning the clothes that Yu had prepared for him that morning, Luobai stretched lazily and made his way to the outdoor terrace on the 2nd floor, where breakfast and fresh fruit awaited him. Now this was truly living. How refreshing! Luobai felt elated, his face radiating joy, as if a naive child who had never seen the world had suddenly been bestowed with the privileges of nobility. As he basked in the morning sun at 9 o'clock, Yu's voice called from behind, My Lord Luobai, the representatives from Silver Wolf Mall have arrived. All right, I'll be there shortly, he replied, tossing the last plum grape into his mouth. This fruit, akin to a grape but imbued with the sweet and sour essence of a plum, was one he particularly enjoyed. 2 minutes later, in the living room, the representative from Silver Wolf Mall began, My Lord Luobai, we have a total of 362 primary dark beast crystal cores, each valued at 10,000 in market price, and 28 secondary dark beast crystal cores, each valued at 15,000. According to regulations, we will purchase them at 80% of the current market price, amounting to 232 million. Additionally, you will earn 23 contribution points. What do you think? Newly inducted members will receive uniform treatment, temporarily enjoying a 10% discount. Initially, this regulation undoubtedly benefits the Silver Wolf Mall while placing the martial artists at a disadvantage. However, as time progresses, the situation will shift. If the martial artists are able to elevate their contribution points, the discounts they enjoy will be substantial. According to the published guidelines, the maximum discount can reach as low as 40%. Yet, the contribution points required for such a privilege are staggering, and for now, Luobai can only gaze longingly. Indeed, the other party's offer strictly adheres to the established rules. Market prices can easily be verified online. Luobai has no objections. The transfer has been completed. Lord Luobai, it has been a pleasure collaborating with you. Should you require anything, simply place an order in the mall, and we will deliver it to you with utmost speed. Very well. I shall take my leave now. Please, do not rush off, my lord. The middle-aged man effortlessly lifted the package. Although he is not a martial artist, it is evident that he has undergone training and possesses commendable physical fitness. Please escort Mr. Wang. In recent days, after much deliberation, Luobai finally settled on the title for his beautiful housekeeper and chef. Initially, he intended to address her as Sister Yu, but Yu adamantly refused, citing it as inappropriate. Eventually, he opted for her given name. However, without the surname, Yu carries a certain endearment. Mr. Wang, please. In the living room, Luobai glanced at the over 3 million in his account and couldn't help but marvel at how swiftly wealth accumulates for martial artists. However, the cost is undeniably steep. Each venture beyond the city borders is akin to holding one's head in one's hands, as no one can guarantee a smooth journey, nor that the specter of death will remain at bay. You carry on with your tasks, he said. Very well. Luobai then accessed the Silver Wolf Mall. While he was not in need of equipment at the moment, supplies were essential. After a thorough selection, he ordered 2 tactical backpacks, a batch of first aid supplies, and a considerable amount of high-energy food. He could not simply languish in this villa forever, and the Silver Wolf could not sustain such a slothful existence. This period of rest would last a month, during which teams would be assigned to all new recruits. After this month, they would once again venture beyond the city. But this time it would not be to hunt mere small fry in the safe zones near the Silver Wolf base. Instead, they would enter the true wilderness, where no one would be secretly guarding them, and the dark beast would not merely be of the 1st or 2nd tier. Examinations are, after all, examinations. And that forest had long been cleared and scrutinized, as his body had yet to fully recover, preventing him from engaging in high-intensity training. Luobai took the opportunity to invite Hawks and Li Feng to explore the grand villa together. The three of them frolicked for an entire afternoon. During this period, one could not overlook the playful banter of the clever Hawks, who was ever ready to find a match for Luo Bai, with the charming Yu Yuer being no exception. The consequence of this matchmaking endeavor was that Luo Bai forcibly extended his evening rest by an hour. As an observer, Li Feng watched closely. Days passed, and Luo Bai's injuries healed. He embarked on an intense regimen of training, honing his breathing techniques, swordplay, and agility, while continuously enriching his knowledge and experiences through the Celestial Network. All of this preparation was aimed at the next venture beyond the city, a battle for survival. Time flew swiftly, and soon more than 20 days had elapsed. On July 12, 342 of the Apocalypse era, in the afternoon within the underground training chamber, he finally succeeded. A double blessing. Luo Bai felt an immense sense of satisfaction. That morning, he had just broken through to the third level of the soldier rank. And now he had completely mastered the entirety of the breathing and absorption technique version 2. 3. With seamless conversion and no delay. The fruits of his over 20 days of rigorous practice were indeed bountiful. How could he not feel elated? This technique was primarily divided into 4 sections: cultivation, combat, concealment, and rapid assault. Each breathing method corresponded to one of the 4 most crucial and practical states for a warrior, each with its own specialization. For instance, the cultivation method was particularly adept at invoking dark matter and biological field aggregation reactions, significantly enhancing a warrior's ability to refine dark energy. The other 3 methods were equally targeted and effective. A couple of days prior, Luo Bai had tested the effectiveness of concealment, managing to approach within mere inches of Yu Yuer without her noticing. Although Yu Yuer is merely an ordinary person, this fact underscores certain issues. The seemingly unreliable practice of breathing exercises has nevertheless brought considerable satisfaction to Luo Bai. He understands that this will undoubtedly be a challenging journey, one that demands the passage of time for refinement. Only by achieving this can he qualify to study more profound techniques. Otherwise, it would be a mere squandering of time. The art of breathing exercises is the foundation of foundations, the very bedrock of mastery. He wonders if, by that time, something akin to the great Zhou Tian might emerge. Thoughts of this nature are deeply ingrained in Luo Bai's mind. Just as he was lost in visions of the future, a message arrived from a stranger. "Hello, Luo Bai. I am Toby Cook, your captain. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., at number 1124, Community 10, our team members will meet." At last, the moment has come. He is quite curious about the individuals in his team and feels a sense of anticipation. On the 13th day of July in the year 342 of the Apocalypse calendar, Luo Bai finished his breakfast, completed his unwavering training regimen, and took a shower before stepping outside. Clad in combat attire and bearing a battle blade, he appeared less like a guest at a gathering and more like a challenger prepared for a duel. In his view, encounters among martial artists often entail testing one's skills. Thus, he resolved to be adequately prepared upon his arrival, lest he be caught off guard and find himself swiftly subdued, face down in the dirt. At 5 minutes to 9, Luo Bai arrived at the entrance of Courtyard 1124 in Community Number 10. The door stood ajar, and faint sounds of laughter and chatter drifted from within, creating a lively atmosphere. A slender middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s, stood at the entrance, his meticulously groomed chestnut hair complementing his finely tailored attire. "You must be Lord Luo Bai," he said. "I am the steward here. Lord Toby Cook is awaiting your arrival. Please follow me." "Thank you," Luo Bai replied with a slight nod. The two entered the courtyard but did not proceed indoors. Instead, they circled around the villa and arrived at a grassy expanse at the back. "Is this a barbecue?" Luo Bai inquired, astonished. He had anticipated a more formal introduction, perhaps a trial of sorts for the newcomers. Yet, here was a scene where everyone donned casual attire, merrily reveling amidst the smoke and flames, making his own formal attire seem somewhat out of place. "Sir, this is my master, Lord Toby Cook. The other 3 are also your teammates. I wish you a delightful time," the steward quietly introduced before discreetly withdrawing. "Greetings, Captain. I am Luo Bai." Unsure of the situation, Luo Bai opted for a conventional salutation. "Ha ha ha. Come, let me introduce you," Toby Cook said, draping an arm around Luo Bai's shoulder while holding a bottle of wine in the other. "This fiery beauty is Annabelle, a level 5 warrior skilled in both the longbow and daggers." "Hello, Sister Anna," Luo Bai responded with remarkable politeness. A stunning beauty, with cascading golden waves and clad in a fitted t-shirt and snug shorts, exuded a striking visual impact. her fiery red lips accentuated by a glass of exquisite wine in hand. She cast a playful kiss towards Luo Bai, her melodious laughter ringing out, "Hello, little brother Luo Bai, your sister will protect you." Luo Bai, still youthful, couldn't help but feel a sense of bewilderment. "Can't you tone it down a bit?" Toby Cook jestingly chided, then gestured towards the lean man who was fervently grilling meat. "This taciturn fellow is Wu Yinghao, a level 6 swordsman. I see you wield a blade as well. Perhaps you could seek his guidance in the future." Wu Yinghao remained silent, merely nodding at Luo Bai before returning his focus to the grill. Toby Cook shrugged. "See? I told you he was a bit of a loner. And this robust figure here is Zhang Hao, a level 5 warrior. Welcome, brother Luo." Zhang Hao exclaimed, enveloping Luo Bai in a bear hug. He towered over Luo Bai. With dark hair, deep-set eyes, and a complexion of sun-kissed hue, his muscular frame straining against his shirt, truly living up to his reputation as a heavy-set individual. Toby Cook tossed a bottle of wine to Luo Bai, calling out, "Come on, let us raise a toast to welcome our new teammate. Cheers." The atmosphere that morning was delightful, as the 5 of them indulged in food and light-hearted banter, discussing a myriad of topics ranging from the mundane to the extraordinary. Through this exchange, Luo Bai gleaned valuable insights about his companions, while they too began to understand his background. Having ventured beyond the city into the wilderness, it was essential for teammates to bond, as they would be entrusting their lives to one another. The hunting squad of Silver Wolf is classified into 4 tiers based on strength: A, B, C, and D. The squad to which Luo Bai belongs is unfortunately the lowest, categorized as a D-level team, with all members not exceeding the soldier rank. Higher-tier hunting squads correspond to the various ranks of dark energy, as the disparity in strength between each tier is significant. Mixing different levels together complicates coordination. The powerful may thrive while the weaker face excessive risks. After lunch, around 2 o'clock, the members parted ways at the entrance of the courtyard. "Yes, Captain, I'm off. Luo Bai, come visit your sister when you have the time." Shortly after Luo Bai departed, Toby Cook and the others gathered online, although Luo Bai had yet to join the group. "How does everyone feel?" Toby Cook inquired first. "Wu Yinghao, not bad. Annabelle, he's quite an adorable little brother. Zhang Hao, he suits my taste, though he is a bit lacking in strength. Toby Cook, he has already advanced to soldier rank level 3. What? In just 2 months since the awakening, he's reached level 3? Zhang Hao exclaimed. "Annabelle, little brother Luo Bai is impressive. Big guy, did you not see the information Captain provided? Luo Bai is a prodigy who has awakened his talent and combat skills, and many envy his placement in our squad. Wu Yinghao, Annabelle, please refrain from double meanings. It may lead to misunderstandings." Toby Cook, "She didn't say that. You're overthinking it." Zhang Hao, "I overindulged yesterday." Toby Cook, "Since no one has any objections, I will bring him in." With a subtle smile and a flicker of thought, Luo Bai approved the request, sending out a greeting of "Hello everyone." 3 days swiftly passed. In the 10th district, at Courtyard 1124, Toby Cook emerged from the garage driving a substantial and robust armored off-road vehicle, featuring 3 rows of seats for 5 individuals, with ample space for equipment. "Let us go." Annabelle eagerly jumped into the vehicle, snatched the steering wheel from Toby Cook, and as soon as the others were aboard, she pressed the accelerator. The armored beast roared to life and surged out of the courtyard, racing away. "My goodness, this girl is so aggressive." Luo Bai marveled inwardly. The vehicle sped along, showing no signs of slowing down even after leaving Coleman City. Fortunately, everyone was a martial artist with formidable physical prowess. Had ordinary individuals endured such a ride, they would have surely been in disarray long ago. After more than 2 hours, the vehicle had left the Silver Wolf's outdoor base far behind, and Annabelle, having had her fill of excitement, tossed the driving duties to the burly Zhang Hao. Luo Bai would have gladly taken over, but alas, he was unfamiliar with the route and had never handled such a vehicle. It would take him time to adapt. Inside the car, Luo Bai found himself somewhat overwhelmed by Annabelle's playful banter and promptly employed a diversionary tactic. "Captain, which district are we heading to this time?" "Our ultimate destination is District 010098, and we will pass through several lower-level areas along the way. Your performance will determine how we proceed." 018098 District? Luo Bai was taken aback. Although he lacked specific information about this area, he could glean certain insights from the numerical coding. The digits 018 alone indicated that the beasts lurking within this region predominantly reached the 8th rank of the soldier tier, with a few rare 9th rank beasts also present. Luo Bai, The time has come to see what you are made of. Stay safe. Rest assured, Captain. With a confident smile. Luo Bai grasped his battle knife in his left hand, pushed open the car door, and effortlessly spun onto the cargo rack affixed to the roof of the vehicle. The fierce wind rushed towards him, yet his breathing remained unaffected, as he was constantly practicing his breath control technique, resulting in remarkably robust lung capacity. Finally, he was out. Although he was about to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the dark beasts, a profound sense of relief washed over Luo Bai. For he had finally escaped the clutches of Annabelle. Initially, he had been brimming with confidence, believing that with his background of enduring an information deluge, there was no situation he could not handle. Alas, all of this crumbled under the relentless onslaught of Annabelle's fiery invasion. The proud man found himself blushing. Knowledge gained from books feels superficial. True understanding comes from practice, as our ancestors wisely discerned long ago. Without practical experience, all is for naught. As Luo Bai engaged in self-reflection, the melodious voice of Annabelle resonated from within the vehicle. Luo Bai, my dear younger brother, fret not, for I am always right behind you. Shortly thereafter, the inquisitive voice of Toby Cook emerged. Is it really Luo Bai, or the younger brother? Is there a possessive particle? Could you articulate it more clearly? Luo Bai sighed, reminiscing about the days of the minor protection law. To his 2 o'clock, he spotted 2 second-tier shadow wolves. Wu Yinghao was indeed reliable, providing Luo Bai with crucial information. Acknowledging the intel, Luo Bai leaped from the vehicle's rooftop, accelerating toward the 2 o'clock direction. Within mere seconds, he discovered the 2 shadow wolves engaged in their meal behind a small rise. Without hesitation, he unsheathed the snow shadow battle blade, and in a flash of cold light, the 2 wolves were dispatched before they could even bare their teeth. Swiftly retrieving the crystal cores, Luo Bai turned to make his exit. 20 seconds later, he caught up with the armored all-terrain vehicle, leaping aboard. Luo Bai, my little brother, you are quite swift, she exclaimed. Do you truly believe I am an inexperienced 17-year-old? Utterly oblivious? This woman simply could not convey her thoughts in a straightforward manner. Every utterance was laden with meaning. Zhang Hao drove swiftly, while I, on the other hand, was comparatively sluggish. In the wilderness, though the shadow beasts occasionally made an appearance, this area was not far from the city, and their levels were relatively low, ranging from level 3 and below, which were all tasks assigned to Luo Bai. Beasts above level 3 typically posed no threat unless provoked. Should any reckless individuals seek confrontation, they would surely be felled by Annabelle's arrow before they could even close the distance. It was Luo Bai's first encounter with the formidable skills of this fiery female archer, even against a level 5 shadow beast of the same rank. She managed to pierce its eye with a single arrow, eliminating it effortlessly. At 11 o'clock noon, the armored off-road vehicle finally came to a halt, for the road ahead was no longer passable. Toby Cook, accompanied by a few others, sought out a concealed ravine to stash the vehicle, and the 5 of them commenced their journey on foot. After half an hour, they paused, and the remnants of what appeared to be a town emerged from the ruins, its name long lost to the sands of time. Let us take a moment to rest, Toby Cook commanded, then turned to Luo Bai, advising. We are about to enter zone 016213. Beyond this point lies the true wilderness, where the danger escalates dramatically and the reliability of area codes diminishes significantly. For instance, last year, in this very zone 016213, 2 9th-level shadow beasts appeared, annihilating numerous hunting parties. Therefore, in every fleeting second that follows, you must remain alert and give your utmost effort. Do you understand? Indeed, Captain, I comprehend. Luo Bai is acutely aware that the intentions of his companions stem from a place of care. Given his current prowess, venturing into the wilderness zone marked 016, especially at its perilous forefront, is akin to dancing barefoot upon the edge of a blade. Absent the protection of individuals like Toby Cook, his chances of survival would be virtually non-existent. Captain, please do not frighten Luo Bai, Annabelle chided, casting a sidelong glance at Toby Cook before directing a flirtatious wink towards Luo Bai. Fear not, dear little brother, your sister shall always safeguard you. Thank you, Sister Anna. Luo Bai replied, meeting her gaze with unwavering resolve, unwilling to retreat in the slightest. To do so would grant Anna the opportunity to launch a series of teasing remarks that would leave him blushing crimson. Toby Cook sighed. Managing this squad is no simple task. In the vicinity of the swamp bordering zone 016213, Wu Yinghao, armed with twin blades, crouched low, moving stealthily and swiftly, yet utterly silent. His agile movements, combined with a composed demeanor and keen observational skills, rendered him exceptionally suited for reconnaissance. 3 minutes later, Wu Yinghao's voice echoed through the team channel. "Captain, in my direction, approximately 600 meters from the swamp's edge, I have spotted a creature. No other sightings have been made thus far. Shall we proceed?" Luo Bai, exhilarated by such an opportunity, eagerly responded, "Yes, Captain." With the command issued, Toby Cook, Annabelle, and Zhang Hao surged forth from their hiding places with remarkable speed, yet they meticulously controlled their noise levels. In order to provide on-site instruction to the newcomer, Luo Bai, the 4 seasoned members of the team treated the mere level 6 Thunder Crocodile as a formidable foe. Otherwise, Wu Yinghao alone would have sufficed to handle the situation. Toby Cook halted midway, his robust frame sinking into the wild grass, and in an instant, he became utterly undetectable. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao and Annabelle continued toward Wu Yinghao's direction. Approaching the edge of the swamp, Zhang Hao, the muscular giant, exhibited a side reminiscent of a tiger stalking a rose, suppressing his presence to an almost imperceptible level. At this moment, Annabelle had reached the swamp's brink. Her beautiful eyes scanned the surroundings, and with a swift motion, she drew her bow and released an arrow with impeccable precision. Whoosh! The alloy arrow sliced through the air, striking the tender flesh at the tip of the Thunder Crocodile's snout, unprotected by armor. Roar! The crocodile, lounging lazily in the murky waters of its home, was suddenly roused to fury by the unexpected assault. At this point, Annabelle unleashed her aura, her powerful presence at the 5th soldier rank shining like a constellation in the crocodile's perception. Feeling Annabelle's aura, the Thunder Crocodile let out another enraged roar, its massive limbs propelling it forward, sending mud flying as it charged toward Annabelle, still bearing the alloy arrow. "Come chase me," Annabelle taunted, noticing the crocodile's response. She swiftly knocked another arrow, striking the same spot on its snout once more before gracefully retreating. While these 2 arrows caused no significant harm, they thoroughly provoked the Thunder Crocodile, firmly anchoring its wrath. The speed of the Thunder Crocodile is astonishing. In just over 10 seconds, it covers a distance of more than 600 meters, surpassing the linear sprinting speed of its counterparts. It was only upon reaching the shore that Luo Bai beheld the full form of the creature, which unmistakably resembled a prehistoric giant crocodile. Measuring nearly 8 meters in length and standing close to 1 meter high, droplets of saliva dripped from its fearsome serrated teeth, exuding an aura of ferocity. However, compared to its aquatic velocity, the Thunder Crocodile's speed on land decreased markedly, causing the distance between it and Annabelle to widen rapidly. In response, the Thunder Crocodile suddenly opened its gaping maw, unleashing a sphere of black energy that shot forth with remarkable speed, crackling with arcs of electricity. The name Thunder Crocodile was not mere coincidence. "I knew you possessed such a skill," Annabelle remarked with a gentle smile, her powerful right leg pressing down firmly as she leaped into the air, unfazed by the energy sphere trailing behind her. As the dark brown energy sphere neared Annabelle, a figure abruptly emerged from the ground. It was Toby Cook, wielding a large shield in one hand and a massive sword in the other, ready to withstand the Thunder Crocodile's assault. The energy sphere collided with the shield, producing a tremendous sound, yet it failed to budge Toby Cook even an inch. The crackling electricity spread across the surface of the shield before swiftly dissipating, just as the Thunder Crocodile charged close to Toby Cook. "Come on," Toby exclaimed, signaling the beginning of their coordinated efforts. Annabelle maintained control and provided remote support, while Toby Cook engaged the Thunder Crocodile head-on. Zhang Hao wielded a giant axe as the primary attacker, delivering powerful strikes, and Wu Yinghao, armed with dual blades, adeptly maneuvered to adapt to the unfolding battle. In a mere 2 minutes, the young thunder alligator lay on the ground, its breath shallow and labored. Throughout this entire process, Toby Cook and his 3 companions had meticulously restrained their strength to the 5th level of the soldier rank, without uttering a single tactical command or arrangement. Such is the essence of camaraderie. Witnessing the conclusion of the encounter, Luo Bai emerged, wielding his battle knife, reflecting, contemplating, and absorbing the experience. Toby Cook remarked, "Luo Bai, did you observe? None of us exceeded the 5th level of soldier rank in our exertions, yet through our collaboration, we effortlessly vanquished a 6th level dark beast. This exemplifies the power of teamwork." Luo Bai nodded in agreement. He had previously triumphed over a 3rd level eagle lion beast during his team assessment. fully aware of the formidable challenge posed by slaying dark beasts of higher ranks. During that encounter, he and Coons had exhausted every ounce of their strength to ultimately bring down the eagle lion beast, whereas now, Toby Cook and his companions had emerged largely unscathed, with minimal fatigue. Among them, Captain Toby Cook stood at the 8th level, Wu Yinghao at the 6th, yet all had controlled their ferocity, while Annabelle and Zhang Hao were at the 5th level. With a roar, Toby Cook queried whether they were seeking a father or a mother. Casting a glance at the juvenile thunder alligator, measuring merely 4 meters in length, he relinquished it to Lo Bai. This juvenile thunder alligator, nearly invincible among 3rd-level dark beasts, was an excellent opportunity for practice. Go refine your skills with the blade, he instructed. Yes, Captain. With the battle knife in hand, Lo Bai dashed forward, charging directly at the thunder alligator. As they progressed deeper into the fray, the number of lower-level dark beasts diminished, and he knew he must seize every opportunity to hone his abilities and grow. The skin of the thunder crocodile is exceptionally tough, with only a few areas such as the tip of its snout, abdomen, and underjaw being relatively soft. However, the snout is not a vital point, and attacking the abdomen or underjaw proves exceedingly difficult. In the next moment, as they are about to collide, Luo Bai deftly evades, sidestepping gracefully. He swings his Snow Shadow battle blade, inflicting a wound where the thunder crocodile's forelimb connects to its body. The thunder crocodile is no docile creature. Its robust and powerful tail, though not as agile as that of serpentine beasts, nonetheless lashes out towards Luo Bai in an instant. Dodge. Luo Bai understands that, compared to this juvenile thunder crocodile, he does not possess the advantage in strength or defense. He has never contemplated a direct confrontation. The lad exhibits remarkable insight. Toby Cook quietly commends, for with his keen perception, he recognizes Luo Bai's current strategy and discerns the influence of Wu Yinghao in Luo Bai's attacks. Nearby, Wu Yinghao observes the battle from a distance but remains silent, as is his nature. He can go days or weeks without uttering a word unless it is absolutely necessary. One fights while 4 watch. The battle endures for nearly 15 minutes, culminating in Luo Bai's survival and the demise of the juvenile thunder beast. During the first 13 minutes, Luo Bai diligently hones his swordsmanship, consistently positioning himself beside the thunder crocodile's neck and flanks, maneuvering skillfully to prevent the beast from unleashing its combat prowess. However, having only recently transcended to the 3rd level, he is unable to achieve a flawless kill against this nearly invincible dark beast. Thus, he resorts to employing his already enhanced technique, grappling the innards, yielding remarkably pronounced results. Without the suppression of dark energy levels, and after undergoing 2 enhancements, the juvenile thunder crocodile's digestive system and sphincter offered little resistance against the relentless assault, swiftly surrendering. An arrow struck true, twisting its insides into a tangled mass, and in the throes of agony, its reflexes and speed diminished significantly, providing Luo Bai with a swift opportunity. With the war knife in hand flashing like lightning, he struck the juvenile thunder crocodile's left forelimb once more. As the beast pivoted its massive jaws to bite, Luo Bai propelled himself off the ground, executing a mid-air maneuver to land on the creature's right side, where a gaping vulnerability in its neck awaited. With a swift thrust, the Snow Shadow war knife pierced the crocodile's throat, empowered by sheer force, severing a significant portion of its neck, leaving only the cervical vertebrae and the resilient scales at the back of its neck intact. Captain, Luo Bai panted slightly, yet not a single wound adorned his body. In the wilderness, any injury must be diligently avoided, a solemn reminder from Captain Toby Cook before their expedition. So this is your innate combat skill? Quite impressive indeed. Toby Cook remarked with a teasing tone. Luo Bai offered an awkward smile, feeling a sense of resignation. He resolved to eliminate the effect of searching the intestines on the sphincter. While disturbing the digestive system was permissible, the resultant diarrhea was rather unbecoming and ineffective against dark beasts, which, after all, had no sense of modesty and could relieve themselves at any moment. At this moment, Luo Bai found himself presented with a unique opportunity, for just now, that juvenile thunder crocodile had released its bounty. Chapter 41. Further breakthrough. During a brief respite, Luo Bai once again enhanced his skill sifting through the gut. However, he had yet to test its specific effects, as his companions, including Toby Cook, were nearby. If the enhanced sifting through the gut exhibited too many changes, explaining it could prove troublesome. Time gradually slipped away amidst the slaughter as the 5-member team pressed onward toward Zone 018098. simultaneously traversing the terrain and hunting the dark beasts. Luo Bai began to partake in the team's combat, primarily engaging to hone his synergy and combat awareness with the other members. Only when confronting weaker, lower-tier dark beasts could he unleash his full potential. Alas, apart from that charming little thunder crocodile, he had yet to encounter any dark beasts suitable for enhancing sifting through the gut. This left Luo Bai somewhat perplexed. He had initially assumed that dark beasts possessing energy-based attack techniques would trigger the enhancement, yet despite encountering several of such types in recent days, he had not succeeded in activating sifting through the gut. Sigh, the plight of a 3-no product is indeed burdensome. Luo Bai mused privately, convinced that the blood-red, droplet-shaped crystal that had once appeared in his consciousness was the essence of his golden finger and likely resided within his own heart. However, without a system assistant, a user interface, or any operational instructions, he was left to navigate this enigma entirely on his own, which was quite disheartening. Today marks the 18th day since Luo Bai and his companions ventured into the wilderness, and they find themselves sheltered within a cave. The entrance has been securely sealed, and after a thorough inspection, the interior has proven to be devoid of any threats, allowing them to rest in relative peace. After 2 weeks of life and death battles, Luo Bai has undergone a transformation that can only be described as profound. Although his features still bear a youthful quality, he now exudes an air of composure and ferocity. These changes, however, merely skim the surface. The deeper transformation lies within Luo Bai's mindset and his overall prowess, not solely in combat, but in a more holistic sense. During this fortnight, he has gleaned more knowledge from the 4 seasoned team members than he did during the entirety of their initial training. With lessons that are rich and indelible, this is the allure of practical experience. He has begun to shed the label of a novice and can now be considered a competent hunter. Moreover, it is heartening to note that Luo Bai's skills in both knife techniques and agility have seen remarkable improvement amidst the harrowing encounters. Such progress would be unattainable in the confines of a training ground within the city. The knife, inherently a tool of lethality, embodies the very essence of life and death combat through its techniques. Only through genuine struggles can the true magnificence of knife skills be fully realized. While the foundational techniques are essential, what stands out is Luo Bai's enhanced mastery of the blood shadow blade technique. Previously, during the team assessment, he could only execute the first 9 forms of this technique. Now, he has adeptly grasped the first 18. Mastery of combat skills transcends mere postures. It is not enough to simply mimic the actions of others, for that does not equate to true command of the art of warfare. Beneath the techniques of swordsmanship lies the essence of strength, the application of dark energy, which constitutes the quintessence of this martial art. This is also the fundamental reason why one cannot merely glean combat skills through casual observation and practice. Otherwise, how could such a martial art command exorbitant prices? After 2 weeks of intense combat, Luo Bai has significantly refined his mastery and application of both his own strength and dark energy. It is precisely this advancement that has enabled him to successfully execute the first 18 forms of the Blood Shadow Sword technique. However, to truly condense the secret patterns of this martial technique and attain mastery over this 9th tier, 9-star sword art, Luo Bai still has a considerable journey ahead. At the very least, he must thoroughly comprehend all 27 techniques encompassed within it. Having taken stock of his own situation and after a brief moment of relaxation, Luo Bai gathered his focus and commenced his training. Although the level of dark energy is not the sole determinant of combat prowess, it remains one of the most crucial factors, a fundamental aspect that allows for no negligence. The cavern is spacious, providing ample room for the 5 individuals. Sitting cross-legged, Luo Bai's breath subtly shifted as he transitioned into the method of concentrating dark energy, smooth and fluid, without the slightest hesitation. The omnipresent dark matter was drawn into his body, subsequently transformed into a stream of dark purple energy through the dark energy core in his chest, acting as a furnace. This energy, through the coupling and fusion with his biological field, became uniquely Luo Bai's dark energy, a singular entity in the world. This lad is indeed quite diligent. Toby Cook, whose snoring resonated like thunder, suddenly opened one eye, glancing at Luo Bai, who was meditating in silence. All the while his snores continued unabated. Unbeknownst to Luo Bai, he was entirely immersed in the essence of dark energy. Over the past half-month of battle, he had repeatedly been nourished by the energy surging from his heart, with his physical prowess improving daily. He had now reached the pinnacle of level 3, on the verge of a breakthrough to level 4. The moment called for a surge of determination. As night deepened, Luo Bai's seated form suddenly trembled, and a powerful, invisible wave rippled outward, awakening Toby Cook and the others in an instant. Success. Sensing the stirring within him, Luo Bai was filled with elation. The next moment, he opened his eyes, only to be greeted by a sight that prompted an expletive to escape his lips. What the hell? Before him stood Toby Cook, Annabelle, Wu Yinghao, and Zhang Hao, lined up less than 2 meters away, their 8 eyes fixated on him, without him having sensed their presence prior. It was utterly terrifying. It nearly gave him a heart attack. I say, Captain, what sort of frightful performance are you all putting on in the dead of night? Luo Bai rolled his eyes, exasperated. Over the course of these days, they had grown quite familiar with one another, allowing for more casual banter. Terrifying? Wasn't it you who scared us? Annabelle interjected, her expression one of deep resentment and disbelief. If I recall correctly, didn't you just break through to level 3 not long before we set off? How have you managed to advance again? Well, perhaps the life and death battles have truly honed one's abilities. Luo Bai chuckled awkwardly. Zhang Hao wore an expression of disbelief, lamenting, I've reached level 5 for 4 months without any progress. Could it be that I lack the ability to engage in life and death battles? With a chuckle, Luo Bai scratched his head and awkwardly inquired, only to be met with 6 middle fingers in response. Only Wu Yinghao appeared uninterested in their banter. What an oddity. Are all those who awaken their innate combat skills this impressive? He mused. Well, it's just average, really. After a brief conversation, Luo Bai seized the opportunity to consume some food, replenishing his somewhat empty body, before succumbing to a deep slumber. Having advanced his dark energy level to 4, his body required time to undergo a process of adaptation, a phase of nurturing and strengthening through high-energy dark energy. Only then could his dark energy level align with his physical capabilities. As the afternoon and evening passed, he pondered for a long while. Unable to discern the source of the issue, was it the toxic nature of the book's opening, or had he inadvertently breached some taboo? Friends who are willing to offer guidance, please leave a comment in the book circle. Thank you. After Luo Bai broke through to the 4th level of the soldier rank, his strength significantly increased, and he no longer needed to hold back. The synergy within their 5-member team gradually developed, leading to abundant gains. With their captain, Toby Cook, an 8th-level shield sword warrior, providing direct support, they effortlessly hunted solitary 8th-level dark beasts. Even when facing 2 at once, they could manage with some effort. More than that, however, would necessitate a hasty retreat. However, with the distant bowman Annabelle skillfully engaging the enemies and the brilliant tactical arrangements by Toby Cook, the team seldom finds itself facing more than 2 level 8 dark beasts simultaneously. As for those below level 8, they are akin to moving treasure troves, however. To recklessly provoke the densely packed dark beasts would be tantamount to courting death. Luo Bai has come to profoundly understand the significance of teamwork. Take for instance the archer Annabelle. Her attack power is the weakest among the team, save for Luo Bai, yet she is undeniably indispensable. The range and power of conventional firearms are primarily dictated by caliber and the amount of propellant, while the material of the projectile holds relatively little influence. In wilderness hunting, one can only carry medium to small caliber firearms, and even anti-material weapons have limited propellant capacity. Simply substituting the projectile with high-grade alloy materials does not compensate for insufficient propellant, leading to inadequate kinetic energy and lethality against level 7 or 8 dark beasts. It would feel akin to merely tickling them, and the noise produced is far too great, rendering it unsuitable for engaging enemies. Annabelle, despite being merely at level 5, possesses remarkable archery skills, and with the addition of several combat techniques tailored specifically for archers, her importance within the team is irreplaceable, holding a status comparable to that of Wu Yinghao. On the 14th of August in the year 342 of the Apocalypse calendar, in the wilderness of Zone 018098, Annabelle exclaimed, Luo Bai, my little brother, you performed admirably today, keep it up. With that, she leapt atop the corpse of a fire-tailed, giant-horned bull, a formidable dark beast newly ascended to level 9, marking the most bountiful harvest the team has achieved in many days. The core of the dark beast constitutes merely about 1/3 of its overall value. The remaining materials, such as cow horns, tendons, and hides, are excellent for crafting weapons or protective gear, while beef is a rare and exquisite culinary ingredient. Furthermore, cow bile is an exceptionally valuable medicinal substance, among others. At this moment, Wu Yinghao was engaged in the disassembly of the carcass of the fire-tailed giant horned cow, while the other 4 members stood guard nearby, ever vigilant. In just 10 minutes, a mere span of time, the massive fire-tailed giant horned cow was reduced to a pile of fragments. The precious materials, including the crystalline core and cowhide, were meticulously gathered, while prime cuts of meat, such as tenderloin, were skillfully selected by Wu Yinghao. Captain, when will you procure us a spatial tactical backpack? That would make things so much more convenient. Zhang Hao exclaimed, wielding a colossal axe and eyeing the substantial amount of leftover beef with a hint of regret. The 9th-level dark beast was indeed a formidable challenge. Both he and the captain bore injuries, and the others had expended considerable energy. Come on, what are you daydreaming about? Toby Cook interjected, rolling his eyes in exasperation. The others chuckled, finding amusement in the banter. The spatial tactical backpack, rumored to utilize space folding technology, could accommodate a remarkable amount of items within its compact form, reminiscent of the miraculous concept of a mustard seed containing the universe. However, the lowest price for such an item on the market was a staggering several billion credit coins, far beyond the means of warriors at their rank. Moreover, that was merely the most basic model, with a mere cubic meter of space. How much could it truly hold? Is it so wrong to dream? One must always harbor aspirations. While there may be fanciful thinking, there is also the possibility of wishes coming true, right? Zhang Hao grinned, his spirit undeterred. Oh my, you truly possess remarkable skills, Big Muscle. Annabelle appeared as if she had just discovered a new continent. Zhang Hao chuckled mischievously. Hee. What did you just call me? Big Muscle. Hee hee. I like it. Would you please say it again? Watch your words. Luo Bai is here. Mind your language and don't lead the young astray. Luo Bai interjected. Sister, are you aware that I am still a minor under 18? In recent days, they had been operating in Area 018098, utilizing a spacious and secluded cave as their temporary base. Within this hideaway, they had concealed some relatively low-grade materials. As their recent gains had been substantial, it would be impractical to carry everything on their backs during combat. After more than 50 minutes, the team emerged near the cave. But Captain Toby Cook suddenly halted his steps. Someone has been here. What? The others were taken aback. This cave was exceedingly hidden, and the wilderness was not a bustling city. They had not encountered any human hunting parties during their time here. How could someone unexpectedly appear? Be cautious. Wu Yinghao shouted sharply, drawing his twin blades in an instant. With a clang, an arrow was cleaved in two by Wu Yinghao's blade as it struck the ground a short distance away, embedding itself deep. Only then did the sound of the arrow slicing through the air reach their ears, indicating the presence of an archer. Find cover, Toby Cook bellowed, raising his large shield to protect against the incoming arrows. With the long blade in hand, Luo Bai attentively surveyed his surroundings, hesitating not for a moment to initiate the energy level scan. It was improbable for an archer to appear alone in the wilderness, especially one bold enough to confront a complete hunting party. Thus, he or she must certainly have companions. However, the energy scan yielded no findings. Everything within the search radius remained unchanged. There were no signs of life, not even a shadow beast. This could mean either the adversaries were entirely outside the scanning range, or they were equipped with superior counter-detection technology. Captain, there is no energy response within 500 meters. Luo Bai refrained from stating the absence of life, a subtle distinction that Toby Cook understood all too well. Damn it. Anyone daring to strike at other hunting teams must have prepared counter-detection modules. Toby cursed as he shielded himself from the relentless rain of arrows. Cover me. At that moment, Annabelle shouted sharply, suddenly revealing herself, while Wu Yinghao remained silent. Stepping directly in front of her, armed with dual blades, he intercepted all arrows aimed at Annabelle. Her eyes were as sharp as a hawk's. Her first combat skill was a buff that enhanced her vision, now honed to perfection, almost instinctual. Got you. With Wu Yinghao's protection, Annabelle focused intently. Although the terrain hindered her from directly spotting the opposing archer, she could deduce their position through the trajectory of the arrows, pinpointing them on a hillside nearly a kilometer away. Drawing her bow and nocking an arrow, she unleashed a flurry of 5 arrows and a blind shot. The arrows in the sky suddenly hesitated, and then the rain of projectiles ceased. Annabelle had struck her target. It was nothing short of miraculous. However, before the group could exhale in relief, another sharp arrow shot forth from the 3 o'clock direction, aimed directly at Annabelle. The sheer speed of this arrow indicated that its power far surpassed that of the previous barrage. This was disastrous. There was yet another archer. The arrow arrived with such suddenness, its trajectory and timing executed with exquisite precision. The archer who loosed it possessed an understanding of human psychology that rivaled any master in the field. "Block it," Toby Cook bellowed. Yet he was already positioned at the forefront, using his large shield to deflect most of the incoming projectiles. In the blink of an eye, there was no time to react. Zhang Hao stood at Annabelle's 9 o'clock defensive line, wielding his giant axe like a door. Yet it was still insufficient to address the imminent threat. The only ones with an opportunity to respond were Wu Yinghao and Luo Bai. But given the ferocity of this arrow, Luo Bai would not be able to withstand it. Clang! Wu Yinghao, deserving of his title as the second strongest in the team, deftly wielded two long blades that, like phantoms, accurately intercepted the arrow before Luo Bai could make a move. However, this time was markedly different from the previous ease. The quality of this arrow was exceptionally high, and the force it carried was immense. The impact compelled Wu Yinghao, a peak 6th level fighter on the verge of breaking into the 7th level, to take a step back to dissipate the force. An 8th level archer. A thought flashed through everyone's minds, and in the next moment, a deadly crisis loomed once more as that fatal arrow reappeared, followed by a rapid succession of 3 shots. The formidable force compelled Wu Yinghao to retreat continuously. Meanwhile, an onslaught of arrows descended once again. Perhaps Annabelle's previous blind shot had failed to eliminate the adversary. Or perhaps there existed a third archer. Regardless, the crisis confronting the group at this moment was even more dire than before. "Quickly, locate that archer's position," Toby Cook bellowed, wielding his large shield to deflect the majority of the arrow storm. Luo Bai could not remain idle. Wu Yinghao was ensnared by the formidable archer at 3 o'clock. Completely at a disadvantage, and the situation was perilous. The task of protecting Annabelle fell to Zhang Hao and him. Although Zhang Hao lacked speed, he utilized his massive axe as a makeshift shield, while Luo Bai, though not particularly strong, exhibited commendable speed and reflexes. Together, they effectively shielded Annabelle from interference. Soon after, Wu Yinghao and Captain Toby Cook exchanged positions, with Wu Yinghao employing his exceptional swordsmanship to deflect the scattered arrow attacks, while Toby Cook confronted the formidable archer, suspected to be of level 8, with his large shield. "Where is it? Where is it?" Fine beads of sweat began to form on Annabelle's smooth forehead as she understood the pivotal role she played in this predicament. If she could identify the archer relentlessly raining arrows from the 12 o'clock position, the possibility of turning the tide would emerge. However, should she fail to do so, it was likely that they would be treated as living targets, slowly worn down in this dire circumstance. Under the immense power and rapid reflexes, the archer's shooting speed had long surpassed that of conventional firearms. The audacity with which the adversary unleashed a torrential rain of arrows to suppress everyone indicated that they had come prepared with an ample supply of projectiles. Time ticked away, and everyone persevered in silence, refraining from urging one another. A dark glimmer flickered in Annabelle's eyes, a manifestation of her mastery over various combat techniques that enhanced her vision to its utmost. She meticulously analyzed the trajectory of the incoming arrows, inch by inch, searching for the hiding place of the opposing archer. At last, Annabelle's pupils constricted sharply. She had found it. This time, she had truly located her target. In the next moment, she nocked an arrow, drawing her exquisite alloy longbow to its full moon shape. Whoosh! An arrow, also crafted from high-grade alloy, soared through the air, hurtling toward its target. The distance was too great for the others to hear the adversary's agonizing cry. The barrage of arrows ceased once more. Annabelle nocked another arrow, her pupils narrowing as she focused intently on her foe, fixating on the figure that seemed to blend seamlessly into the wilderness. After the figure tumbled to the ground, it lay still, devoid of any movement. 2 seconds later, Annabelle released 3 arrows in rapid succession, delivering decisive blows that entirely vanquished the archer. Task accomplished. "Excellent," Captain Cook bellowed, immediately issuing orders. "Charge forward. Take him down." Zhang Hao, already feeling stifled and frustrated, seized his massive axe and, slightly trailing Captain Cook, surged forth with renewed vigor. A 5-member team, led by Captain Toby Cook, with Zhang Hao and Wu Yinghao flanking him, and Luo Bai and Annabelle positioned centrally, focused intently on the suspected level 8 archer who began to charge. The adversary, evidently aware of the shifting tide, intensified his attacks in a bid to thwart the team's advance. Despite the archer's formidable prowess, each arrow a forceful and precise projectile, Toby Cook's large shield stood as an impregnable bastion, deflecting every single arrow that came his way. As the distance between them rapidly diminished, the archer appeared to realize that without the distraction of his allies, he could not breach Toby Cook's defenses, prompting him to retreat, a fact evident from the trajectory and power of his arrows. Trying to escape? Annabelle, commanded Cook. Understood. She responded with a sharp cry, her gaze icy as she sprinted forward, knocking her arrows and releasing 3 at once to disrupt and suppress the enemy. Ing Hao, it's up to you. With another directive, Toby Cook stomped the ground, propelling himself away from the team in pursuit of the archer. The other team members, of lower rank, would inevitably hinder Cook's speed if they moved together. Should the enemy flee, their collective pace would render them unable to catch up. The formation shifted, with Wu Yinghao leading the front to counter any imminent attacks, while Toby Cook unleashed his full potential, relentlessly narrowing the gap between himself and the archer. The opposing team also noticed the movements of the squad, and the barrage of arrows ceased entirely as they began a full retreat to counter Toby Cook's pursuit. Annabelle's harassing attacks persisted, resulting in a thrilling chase. The level 8 Toby Cook unleashed his full potential, his linear pursuit speed not less than 70 ms, quickly leaving behind Lo Bai and the other 3. Meanwhile, the high-level archer, leveraging his speed advantage, dashed out of Annabelle's attack range. Captain, are you all right? I'm fine. That scoundrel attempted to ambush me with his companions, but ended up delivering a free head. It's just a pity that the archer managed to escape, Toby cursed. Go inside and assess the losses. Toby Cook's expression was grim, as were those of the others. A minute later, Zhang Hao slammed his fist against the rock wall, sending debris flying. Damn it, these wretched fools have taken all the good stuff. Zhang Hao's face darkened with anger. In the days since entering Zone 018098, their gains, aside from the most valuable and compact Level 8 crystal cores and some Level 8 materials they carried, had all been hidden here and were now thoroughly ransacked. Toby Cook shook his head, furrowing his brows. I wonder when we were first targeted. Let us hope that the storage locations ahead remain undisclosed. The cavern before them served as their most substantial cache, abundant with treasures, yet predominantly comprised of spoils acquired after entering Zone 018098. The bounty garnered from their journey had been dispersed across various locations. As seasoned veterans, Toby Cook and his companions were acutely aware of the adage that one should not place all their eggs in a single basket. Lo Bai, too, was troubled, recalling the words of Instructor Barton, who had long warned that, at times, humans could be more avaricious and perilous than the lurking beasts. To his dismay, during his inaugural venture into the wilderness, he encountered this truth firsthand. Now, all they could do was pray that their previous hiding spots had remained undisclosed. Although the quality of those crystal cores and materials was modest, their sheer quantity rendered them valuable. After a brief tidying up, they would depart in half an hour. Lingering here was not an option. With the knowledge that they had been marked, danger lurked at every turn. Toby Cook issued the command, and his companions offered no objections. Even as twilight began to envelop the landscape, nightfall imminent. The enemy was concealed while they remained exposed. In this wild terrain, an 8th-level archer could easily devise numerous strategies to ambush them. A clever ruse could summon a horde of beasts to block their exit, leading to inevitable annihilation for Lo Bai and his team. This was a notion even the novice Lo Bai comprehended. Captain, what shall we do next? As night descended upon a dense thicket, the squad took a moment to regroup, and Lo Bai instinctively assumed the role of the straight man, eliciting glances from the others. Is this how we will leave matters unresolved? Zhang Hao chewed vigorously on the jerky in his hand, his frustration palpable. To be candid, everyone harbored resentment. After a month of arduous struggle, witnessing nearly 30% of their hard-won gains snatched away would dampen anyone's spirits. Damn those rascals. If only the Temple of Revelation could intervene, they possess the profiles of every warrior. What a fanciful thought. The notion of the temple making the warrior's identity database public is likely beyond even the city lord's capabilities. Toby Cook took a sip of water and spoke in a low voice. Let us proceed, taking advantage of the darkness to navigate. It would be best if they aren't watching us. If they are, this may increase our chances of evading them. The group moved once more, determined to avoid leading a horde of beasts upon themselves, which necessitated maintaining a high level of mobility, denying their adversaries the time and space to set a trap. In this wilderness, if someone were indeed lurking in the shadows to ambush them, it would be all too simple. Damn it, if I could locate those scoundrels, I would surely twist their heads off and use them as a ball. Among them, Zhang Hao was the most hot-tempered, consistently cursing the ancestors of those who attacked them. His rants had become a familiar routine. All right, ahead lies the hideout. If that group has had their sights on us for some time, it's entirely plausible they could have laid a trap here, so let us remain vigilant. Understood, Captain. Not far ahead of Luo Bai and the others lay a canyon. The first concealment point after exiting the 018098 zone. If they had indeed been targeted, this location would likely have been compromised, resulting in losses far exceeding 30%. After cautiously surveying their surroundings and confirming that everything was normal, the group carefully slipped into the gorge. After winding through the rocky paths, they finally arrived at a sheer cliff face, which appeared untouched. Toby Cook cast a glance at the original arrangement, inserted his shield and greatsword beside him, and with a surge of strength, moved aside a massive boulder that was pressed against the stone wall, revealing a small hollow. Inside lay several bundles, intact and untouched. These contained the dark beast cores and materials they had previously hunted. It seemed that they had only drawn the attention of others after entering the 018098 zone. Luobai understood that this was good news for them, as there were still 2 more hiding spots ahead. Although the dark beast cores and materials were of lower tiers, their combined value was considerable. Let us go. Toby Cook repositioned the boulder, and the group took the bundles, swiftly departing towards the next hiding place. 2 days later, the 5-member team reached Zone 016213, where they located the off-road armored vehicle they had previously concealed. With the roar of the engine, they surged out of the trench, heading towards Coleman City. That afternoon at 3 o'clock, Luo Bai and his companions arrived at the Silver Wolf's outpost outside the city. As per their usual practice, they would sell their findings directly to the Silver Wolf marketplace. Does anyone have any objections? The team leader, Toby Cook, inquired, primarily addressing Luo Bai. As the other veterans were well aware of the team's matters, Luo Bai shook his head and replied, I have no objections. Toby Cook nodded and then remarked, moreover, we must discuss the distribution of spoils. Previously, our team consisted of only 4 members, and the division was typically as follows. I received 30, Old Wu 25, Anna 23, and the big guy 22. This time, I propose a new allocation. I shall take 26, Old Wu 23, Anna 21, the big guy 20, and Lo Bai. You will receive 10. How does that sound? Captain, you are being quite generous this time, Annabelle teased. It was evident that Toby Cook was at a disadvantage in this distribution. While the other 3 each conceded 2, he had relinquished 4 of his share. Though the difference appeared minimal, the monetary value was far from trivial. Lo Bai interjected, Captain, I primarily wish to accompany you all to gain experience. I haven't contributed significantly, so receiving 10 seems excessive. Lo Bai spoke the truth. Before his breakthrough to level 4, he had merely been coasting along. And he had indeed learned a great deal from the others. Toby Cook chuckled heartily. You are being overly modest. We have all witnessed your rapid growth. It has only been a short while, and you have already reached level 4. Your combat prowess has caught up. A few more encounters, and as you continue to develop, our gains will be even greater. Take it. Giggling, Lo Bai, my dear brother, since the captain is being so generous, you should accept it. Don't wait until he regrets it. That would be too late. Zhang Hao chimed in with a laugh. Lo Bai, take it. You are such an anomaly. In a month or 2, you will likely catch up to me and Anna. The captain is trying to win you over. Which of your eyes perceives this as an attempt to win me over? Toby retorted. As the captain for such an extended period, I have always distributed the spoils with utmost objectivity and fairness, devoid of any personal sentiments. Humph. With this thought, Luo Bai ceased his pretentiousness and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the vehicle entered the Silver Wolf base, which, of course, featured a procurement point for the marketplace, rivaling that of the city in scale. In a discreet room, the staff of the Silver Wolf marketplace concluded their tally of the spoils. Captain Toby Cook, your spoils have been meticulously accounted for. 125 second-level crystal cores, 873 third-level crystal cores, 600 fourth-level crystal cores, 321 fifth-level crystal cores, 89 sixth-level crystal cores, 654 seventh-level crystal cores, 78th-level crystal cores, and 1 ninth-level crystal core. Additionally, there are 923 7th-level materials, 136 8th-level materials, and 3 9th-level materials, totaling 61,598,000 credit coins, equivalent to 615.98 contribution points. Here is the detailed inventory for your review. Damn those bastards. If it weren't for them, how come we have so few 6th-level dark beast crystal cores? Zhang Hao muttered under his breath, Cursing, Luo Bai and the others shared his discontent. The quantity of 6th-level crystal cores should have conservatively exceeded 800, along with several materials that had been left in the cave, which were taken in one fell swoop. Otherwise, their team's earnings for the month would have surely surpassed 800 million. All right, Toby Cook interjected firmly, then turned to the staff of the Silver Wolf Marketplace. No issue. This is the distribution ratio among us. Certainly, please hold on for a moment. In order to prevent opportunistic speculation, the contributions of the Great Harvest Hunting Group are non-transferable. Consequently, when the team sells their spoils, the distribution of earnings must be directly handled by the personnel of the Silver Wolf Mall. Soon, Luo Bai received a notification that his personal account had increased by 61,598,000, with his contribution points rising by 61,60. He marveled at the fact that while venturing into the wilderness was a perilous endeavor, the financial rewards were remarkably swift. Reflecting on this, he noted that he had departed the city on July 16th, and today marked August 16th, exactly 31 days. In that short span, he had amassed over 60 million, averaging nearly 2 million per day. Of course, he acknowledged that he had benefited from the team. Otherwise, with his current capabilities, entering the wilderness alone would indeed be a harrowing experience. Let us head back to the city. Yuer, please prepare dinner for me. And make sure to prepare a bit extra. Luo Bai messaged Yuer. Just as he settled back to rest with his arms crossed, he was summoned by Zhang Hao. Luo Bai, come drive. Are you sure? I've never driven before. Luo Bai replied with a chuckle. Zhang Hao laughed heartily. Don't worry, it's quite simple. Just give it your all. It's easy to wreck the car, but losing a life is far too grave. Well, that's my car, Toby Cook exclaimed. That's precisely why I'm having Luo Bai give it his all. The team leader retorted. Do you still need that little amount of money? Does driving require materials? Wasting resources is disgraceful. TCH. As the saying goes, it was ultimately Luo Bai who took the wheel. With his current reflexes, maneuvering this vehicle was remarkably effortless. He glided it into Toby Cook's garage without so much as a scratch, eliciting a pang of regret from Zhang Hao. Ah, such a familiar scene. Luo Bai chuckled softly. Reminiscent of his first visit here. The sensation was quite pleasant, returning from the wilderness, weary yet comforted by the presence of at least one living soul in the house. A welcome reprieve from the coldness of solitude. Nodding to himself, Luo Bai stepped inside, and suddenly his lips curled into a mischievous smile as he murmured, by the way. Yuer, from now on, call me master. The title Your Excellency feels a bit awkward. Huh. Oh, all right. Yuer, seemingly unfazed, did not grasp the peculiarities of being addressed as master by a girl adorned in an apron in Luo Bai's original world. It was somewhat regrettable that Yuer was too tall to fit the charming maid stereotype. Luo Bai, oh, master, would you prefer to bathe first or dine? She quickly corrected herself, and Luo Bai felt a surge of comfort. Just a moment, I will take a bath and be right back. The following day, after breakfast, Luo Bai entered the realm of online shopping. The price of this combat suit was exorbitant. Gazing at the price tags on the Silver Wolf Mall website, he felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Money comes swiftly but departs even faster. The standard grade cast combat suit, funded by the training camp, had served him well. Yet it had regrettably deteriorated into tatters. It was inevitable that he would need to purchase a new one. Since he had to buy it sooner or later, he might as well go all in for something more durable. After much deliberation, Luo Bai gritted his teeth and decisively purchased a set of Elite Cast Series combat attire. Valued at 10.83 million credit coins, which came to 9.747 million after a discount. The exquisite Snow Shadow Battle Blade remained formidable, making it unnecessary to replace it for the time being. Subsequently, Luo Bai turned his attention to vehicles, as his garage was utterly empty, lacking even a single wheel. Traveling anywhere required physical effort. Although he was not slow, it was hardly a sustainable situation. This one would do. Within 2 minutes, he selected a vehicle, the latest model from Shepherd, featuring a 3.5T engine, equipped with a manual automatic transmission and 4-wheel drive, priced at 736,000 credit coins after discount. Ordinary consumer goods and martial equipment existed on entirely different planes. He merely needed a means of transportation. This car appeared satisfactory, with adequate performance, especially since it would only be used within the city, not taken into the wilderness to confront dark beasts. As for a superior vehicle, there was no necessity. Given his current savings, it would be somewhat of a stretch. Master, I've brought fresh plums. They were delivered just this morning, came the voice of Yuer from behind. Holding a platter of fruit, Ah, just in time, Yuer. Please assist me in selecting a few garments, Luo Bai replied, as he issued a command in his mind. The neural combat tattoo responded instantly, projecting a holographic screen before the two of them. Huh? Yuer paused momentarily, then cautiously inquired, Master, are the styles of clothing I prepared unsuitable? Just let me know, and I can select a new without you needing to lift a finger. No. Luo Bai shook his head and explained with a smile. I need to purchase something more durable. The clothes you prepared for me fit well, but the material is merely ordinary fabric. They are fine for home, but if I wear them out, they might easily tear. Come, assist me in selecting something that makes me look stylish. Whatever you wear, you look handsome, Yuer replied, but I will certainly help you choose wisely, enhancing your charm even further. Her words made Luo Bai feel as though he was floating. Indeed, she was trained professionally and spoke so eloquently. It must be said that a woman's innate talent for selecting clothing is something most men cannot even aspire to. After half an hour of careful deliberation, Yuer had outfitted Luo Bai from top to bottom, inside and out, with a complete ensemble. All done. Ah, why is it so expensive? Lost in the world of online shopping, Yuer only noticed the price after finishing the selection. She gasped upon glancing at the total. 137,100 credits. That amount could purchase several cars. Though Yuer had undergone rigorous training before her assignment and possessed some knowledge about warriors, the sudden realization that just a few outfits would cost over 1,000,000 credits shocked her, given her usual standard of living. Master, this is far too expensive. This store is outrageous. Should we consider looking for another? She cautiously suggested. That's unnecessary. I will take these, Luo Bai replied, proceeding to finalize the purchase. In total, there were 5 outfits, including shoes, averaging over 20,000 credits each. Although there remains a considerable gap from the most rudimentary combat attire, it poses no hindrance to Luo Bai's daily activities. In the event of a confrontation, there is no longer any concern that he might inadvertently transform into Luoban, a candid revelation. A top-tier car series combat suit, a vehicle, and 3 sets of clothing totaled an impressive 6,201 million credit coins. Luo Bai found himself nostalgically reminiscing about that morning when he had purchased 3 outfits for a mere 200 coins. The efficiency of the Silver Wolf Mall was remarkable. After placing his order, within half an hour, everything had been delivered to his doorstep. Indeed, each profession has its expertise when it comes to selecting attire. One should always consult a woman. Luo Bai casually chose an outfit, donned it, and struck a pose in front of the mirror, commending his previous astuteness. Yuer, you may dine alone at noon. I must step out for a while. Understood, master. Dressed in his fine attire, Luo Bai pressed the accelerator and sped out of the residential complex, departing with flair. As for his driver's license, insurance, registration, or vehicle inspection, even the most inexperienced warrior belonged to a privileged class with access to special channels. All these formalities had been effortlessly arranged by the Silver Wolf Mall prior to delivery. Otherwise, it would have taken far less than half an hour. In Coleman City, in the southwestern district, at 196 Zhuke Street, in front of the training camp, the powerful shepherd executed a graceful drift and parked precisely in the roadside space without a hitch. In a brief span, Luo Bai had transitioned from a novice driver to a wild racer, showcasing a level of learning ability and neural response speed that ordinary individuals could scarcely aspire to. In a certain sense, warriors represent a higher echelon of existence, having transcended the initial shackles of human life. Ah, what a delightful coincidence. Are you on duty today? The receptionist at the training camp remains unchanged, still the same Lu Yiwei whom Luo Bai encountered upon his initial arrival. However, there is another young woman beside her, a newcomer whom he does not recognize. Are you, Lord Luo Bai? In a mere few months, the life and death battles have significantly transformed Luo Bai's demeanor, to the extent that Lu Yiwei did not recognize him at first. Do you need me to inform Sister Liang? No need, I just spoke with her. Ding. The elevator arrives, and Luo Bai strides in as it ascends. In the hall, at the reception desk, Sister Yiwei, still watching? Everyone has left. Lin Xiaoxiao playfully pokes Lu Yiwei, who is still gazing toward the elevator entrance. You're blushing. By the way, who is this handsome gentleman? Is he your romantic interest? Lin Xiaoxiao switches to gossip mode. I wish. But do I look like it? Lu Yiwei rolls her eyes, and then quietly adds, You just arrived. So you may not know. Let me tell you, Lord Luo Bai is a genius from our training camp. He successfully underwent the awakening just 3 months ago and became a warrior. That's not even the main point. More importantly, he has awakened a gifted combat technique. On the top floor of the training camp building, in the supervisor's office. Sister Liang, it's been a while. Ah, Lord Luobai has arrived. Please, take a seat, Liang Yuehua quips. Luobai responds with a wry smile. Sister Liang, please spare me the teasing. Previously unclear, Luobai has now discerned that Liang Yuehua, who has long been rumored to be an ordinary person, possesses an exceedingly obscure dark energy fluctuation, undoubtedly marking her as a martial artist, and likely at a level superior to his own. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Liang Yuehua inquired, "So, what brings you to me today? Don't tell me it's just a special visit." Luobai replied with a smile, "Indeed, it is a special visit. You're pulling my leg." Liang Yuehua shot him a glance. Then continued, "If you don't speak up, I'll have to ask you to leave. I have a plethora of matters to attend to. That's unfair. I truly came to see you, and to settle a debt while I'm at it." Luobai chuckled, revealing that he still owed the training camp $2 million. "Xiao Lu, please collect the payment." Liang Yuehua was remarkably straightforward, conducting business with efficiency. In the next moment, her assistant presented the account details to Luobai. As the transfer was being processed, Luobai asked, "By the way, Sister Liang, where is Instructor Barton? I can't seem to reach him." "On his way." Luobai had attempted to contact two individuals, Liang Yuehua and the immensely helpful Instructor Barton. However, Barton's communication had remained unreachable. That rascal said the world is vast, and he wanted to explore it. Then he vanished with a leave request, likely having turned off his phone himself. "I can't get in touch with him either," Liang Yuehua remarked, expressing her displeasure at the sudden absence of an experienced veteran instructor under her supervision, which was an entirely justified response. Luobai did not dwell on the matter for long. He simply nodded in understanding and engaged in a few casual exchanges before saying, "Sister Liang, you must be busy. I'll take a stroll and catch up with Li Feng and that little rascal, Hawks, at noon." However, to his surprise, Liang Yuehua, who had just claimed to be preoccupied, stopped him. "Since you are here, I happen to have something to discuss with you regarding Hawks. What's wrong? Has that kid gotten into trouble?" Luobai furrowed his brow, aware that, compared to the composed Li Feng, the 13-year-old Hawks was impulsive and mischievous. It would not astonish him if the boy had stirred up some trouble. "Not quite." Liang Yuehua shook her head and continued, "I believe Hawks may not be suited for the path of a warrior." "Oh, has he encountered issues with his training? Please, Sister Liang, be candid about the situation." Luobai adopted a serious demeanor. In this world, he was a beggar with no family ties. And Hawks and Li Feng were the only two individuals he genuinely cared for. Liang Yuehua tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and gestured for her assistant, Xiao Lu, to leave the office before speaking further. "To be precise, I think Hawks might be better suited for a career in research. Sending him into the wilderness to battle dark beasts would be a waste of his talents." Upon hearing this, Luobai began to grasp her perspective and inquired, "Sister Liang, are you suggesting that Hawks has the potential to become a mechanic? Although he has only been a martial artist for a little over 3 months. Luobai's understanding has undergone a profound transformation. The existence of the heavenly network is the root of this change. Although he is currently unable to access much classified information due to permission issues, he has gained some knowledge regarding mechanists. It is well known that the populace of this world can be categorized into 2 distinct classes, not by gender, but by ordinary individuals and martial artists. This classification arises as a natural consequence of the varying degrees of power and the myriad factors stemming from it. However, the term martial artist is merely a broad concept. In a narrow sense, it refers to those who charge into the wilderness wielding weapons or those who relish in conflict and competition. In a broader context, martial artist encompasses all individuals who have successfully undergone the awakening and can manipulate and utilize dark energy. Among them are those who relish the thrill of life and death battles, while others prefer to engage in pursuits of their own liking, with mechanists being a significant category, holding considerable importance. The weaponry and equipment employed by martial artists are not birthed from nature or the Tao. Rather, they are crafted by humanity through their ingenuity, piece by piece. Perhaps the individuals who physically assemble these rudimentary tools are merely ordinary factory workers. Yet what of their developers? What of those who create the alloy materials? And who are the creators of advanced equipment that involves dark energy or even dark matter applications? Ordinary individuals cannot perceive dark energy, so how can they hope to control or utilize it? In those days, the successful masters of the apocalypse, having seized control of dark energy, chose not to wield weapons. Instead, they plunged headlong into the laboratory, becoming the architects of advanced equipment, known as the machinists. However, as time progressed, the vulnerabilities of ordinary individuals became increasingly apparent. In contrast to the warriors who had shattered the first shackles of life, the physical constitution of the common folk appeared frail. They lacked vitality, were prone to illness, lived brief lives, exhibited slow neural response times, had insufficient brain development, and demonstrated weak logical reasoning and computational abilities, among many other deficiencies. While a warrior could dedicate 20 hours a day to learning and contemplation, maintaining abundant energy, an ordinary person could not. The calculations a warrior could complete in a second might require an ordinary individual a minute or even longer, even with the aid of a computer. Furthermore, even when both warriors and ordinary individuals operated computers of equal specifications, the speed at which a warrior could strike the keys far surpassed that of a common person. Or perhaps they would not even need to touch the keyboard at all. These disadvantages have rendered ordinary individuals increasingly marginalized within the societal division of labor, culminating in the current state of affairs. This is an inevitable outcome of evolutionary processes, devoid of the moral judgments of modern civilizational standards. There is nothing amiss, merely a manifestation of natural selection. Of course, absolutes do not exist. Even today, there are still ordinary individuals in positions of great power, wealthy enough to rival nations, or who have pioneered cutting-edge technologies. Nevertheless, such cases remain exceedingly rare and cannot be deemed the norm. Initially, Luo Bai believed that these matters bore little relevance to him. After all, he had spent ample time within the confines of the laboratory and yearned for the exhilarating thrill of combat, craving formidable fighting prowess. However, a single remark from Liang Yuehua unexpectedly drew him into this realm. Under the earnest gaze of Luo Bai, Liang Yuehua gently nodded and articulated, "Indeed, based on the report from Hawk's instructor, I surmise that Hawks possesses a remarkable aptitude in this domain. His physical training results are rather mediocre, yet he displays an almost instinctual acuity in scientific and engineering principles." She continued, "You may not be aware, but a fortnight ago, Hawks was repeatedly tardy and exhibited a dismal mental state. Under the pressing inquiries of instructor Longmu, this young lad finally revealed the truth. He had been assembling a communication wristband from scrap components salvaged from a junkyard. His late arrivals were due to his all-night endeavors." Pausing momentarily, a glimmer of admiration crossed Liang Yuehua's face before she proceeded. "When Longmu presented me with that unsightly communication wristband, I was genuinely astonished, for its functionalities were nearly identical to those of the wristbands issued at our training camp. Do you know what this young lad said when I inquired how he managed to create such a device?" "What?" he replied. "He mentioned that he disassembled his own wristband several times, scoured the internet for extensive information, and independently studied electronic engineering and software programming, which ultimately led to his creation." Luo Bai, Liang Yuehua. When I inquired why he would create his own communication wristband despite the training camp providing them, the little fellow replied that he was curious and wished to understand how the wristband could accomplish such wondrous feats. Liang Yuehua smiled as she recounted her conversation with Hawks, while Luo Bai furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. His memories and understanding of Hawks were rather scant, limited to just over half a month spent begging together. After entering the training camp, they had been divided into different teams, and all his thoughts were consumed by training, driven solely by the desire to grow stronger as swiftly as possible. At that time, the interests and preferences of a small beggar seemed utterly inconsequential. Yet now, it appeared that everything had changed. "I am pursuing the life I yearn for, and they ought to be doing the same," Luo Bai mused silently. "Perhaps it is time to have a serious discussion with Li Feng and Hawks. They cannot keep calling me Brother Luo without reason. As the leader, I must embody the essence of leadership. I have come to understand that I will indeed speak with Hawks, and should there be any developments thereafter, I may need to request your assistance." Without Liang Yuehua elaborating further, Luo Bai had already grasped Hawk's innate talent. The ability to self-learn and assemble a fully functional communication wristband from discarded components is indeed commendable. Yet a deeper investigation reveals that this is not the crux of the matter. Unlike Luo Bai, Hawks is a bona fide native resident who has been begging since he can remember. Throughout his life, he has never attended a single day of school. Prior to entering the training camp, the young lad could barely recognize a few characters when practicing writing. At most, he was familiar with the numbers and letters on credit coins. Education and the impartation of knowledge are merely one facet. Far more crucial is the cultivation of learning capabilities and critical thinking skills. Remarkably, Hawks transitioned from being nearly illiterate to self-studying electronic engineering, ultimately assembling a communication bracelet in just 1 year and 3 months, with the internet as his sole mentor. His formidable aptitude for acquiring technological knowledge is the crux of the matter. It is indeed hard to fathom the brilliance that would have emerged had Hawks received a systematic education. In less than 10 minutes, Li Feng and Hawks arrived at the training camp entrance, their hair damp and their clothes appearing freshly changed. "Over here," Luobai called out as he rolled down the car window. Hawks immediately dashed over, exclaiming with excitement, while Li Feng kept pace without lagging. "Wow, Luoga, your new car is so stylish. The latest model from Shepherd. Incredible, isn't it?" He leaped into the passenger seat, eagerly inspecting every detail, his enthusiasm seemingly erasing any fatigue from the morning's physical training. In contrast, Li Feng maintained a more composed demeanor, although a spark of excitement flickered in his eyes. He uttered nothing beyond a simple luaga, focusing intently on his efforts and striving diligently. "All right, settle in. This one's on me. Let us treat ourselves to a splendid meal. Just the three of us." The shepherd, amidst the cheers of the crowd, dashed onto the road and shortly thereafter, halted outside a restaurant named a Sack. Without hesitation, he entrusted the vehicle to the attendant and, accompanied by Luobai and his companions, they entered the establishment. "Welcome," exclaimed the hostess, her smile radiant and her voice melodious, though lacking a touch of soul. "A private room, please." "Good day, sir. May I inquire if you have a reservation?" "None." "Then allow me to place you on the waiting list." "I apologize, but it is currently peak hours, and without a reservation." Before the hostess could finish her sentence, Luobai conjured a virtual display before her. He was disinclined to engage in subservience until the moment he was to be dismissed, as he deemed such a waste of time. The identification of a martial artist was something the hostesses were well aware of. Their initial training emphasized this aspect, and the elders had repeatedly cautioned them on the matter. "My apologies, sir. Please follow me." Without needing to seek permission, the hostess promptly guided Luobai upstairs, while another attendant took it upon themselves to inform the lobby manager. In a thriving district like Zhuke Street, there were no fools to be found. Everyone was astute and capable, ensuring that opportunities for humiliation were scarce. "Your meal is served, sir." The attendant bowed gracefully before exiting the room. "Wow, it looks absolutely delectable." Hawks eagerly seized a pair of chopsticks, deftly picking up a piece of tantalizing meat that looked utterly delectable. He blew on it twice and promptly tossed it into his mouth, savoring the exquisite flavor with a look of sheer ecstasy. "I encountered the supervisor this morning." At the utterance of Luobai's words, the exuberant Hawks was instantly silenced, gripping the chopsticks tightly while lowering his head, tears welling up in his eyes. "Logo, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I promise to train diligently from now on and will never be late again." Having navigated the streets for many years, Hawks was far more mature than the average child of his age, fully aware of why he was able to sit here and relish this moment. He had ordered the very dish before him, and he knew its cost all too well, something he had never even dared to dream of before. Luobai. He recognized that Hawks had misunderstood, yet he had no intention of clarifying. Otherwise, with this little brat's temperament, his tail would be wagging in no time. Li Feng sat quietly beside them, silent. After a few moments of silence, Luobai deemed it the right moment to speak. "Let bygones be bygones. But do not let it happen again." Hawk's small face flushed with embarrassment as he vigorously nodded in assurance. Yes, I definitely won't be late again, Logo." Luobai nodded slightly before inquiring. "I've heard you've been tinkering with a communication wristband. Do you have it on you?" "Let me see." Hawks cautiously glanced at Luobai, observing his expression for any sign of displeasure. And only then did he hesitantly retrieve a rather unremarkable black object from his pocket and hand it over. Luobai took the object, examined it, and indeed found its appearance rudimentary, or rather, grotesquely unsightly. Yet, it possessed all the essential functions typical of a communication bracelet, and if linked to personal information, it could be utilized immediately. "Do you enjoy tinkering with such items?" "No, I. Hawks struggled to suppress his desire to deny it, unwilling to incite Luobai's ire. However, he found himself incapable of deceiving someone who had cared for and protected him since his earliest memories. His eyes reddened in distress. Upon witnessing this, Luobai comprehended Hawk's true feelings. With a gentle smile, he encouraged, "If you like it, just say so. There's no need to force yourself. We are no longer beggars. We are no longer little beggars." The tears that had been welling in Hawk's eyes finally spilled forth, cascading down his cheeks. He sobbed, stammering, "Luo, brother Luo, I don't like training, and I don't wish to venture outside the city to slay beasts. But I fear you might be angry. I. Luo Bai had never witnessed Hawk's cry in such a manner. His heart ached with a myriad of unexpressed grievances, yearning to weep openly yet stifling the urge, evoking deep sympathy. Without uttering another word, Luo Bai gently patted Hawks on the back. After a long while, Hawks finally composed himself, lifted his gaze to Luo Bai, and confessed, "Brother Luo, I do enjoy tinkering with those things. I don't feel tired even if I don't sleep." "Very well, then I shall take you to school," Luo Bai replied with a smile. "Really?" Hawk's eyes, now flushed, sparkled with delight. "Indeed," Luo Bai nodded and inquired, "Are you familiar with the term artificer?" Hawks shook his head. Information of this caliber was certainly beyond his grasp. An artificer is an individual dedicated to the study and creation of wondrous equipment. They have successfully undergone the awakening, mastering the dark energy that enables them to craft extraordinary devices from advanced materials, far surpassing the ordinary communication wristbands utilized by the general populace. Observe, my battlemark wristband is, in fact, an artifact forged by a high-level artificer. As he spoke, dark energy surged within Luo Bai, causing the battlemark on his left wrist to illuminate in a radiant display of dark purple light, weaving into a breathtaking bracelet in midair. "Wow," Hawks gasped. His lips parted in awe, his eyes brimming with unmasked curiosity and longing. "Luoga, how does one become an artificer?" To become an artificer, one must master the application of dark energy. Thus, undergoing the awakening and becoming a warrior is the initial step, the prerequisite, Luo Bai explained. "Hawks, you must understand that being a warrior does not solely entail engaging in battles outside the city. Within research institutions and laboratories, designing and creating powerful equipment is equally esteemed by all." Luo Bai gently guided him, and the sparkle in Hawk's eyes revealed his fascination, while Li Feng attentively absorbed these unfamiliar insights. In the spacious private room, a table laden with dishes bore witness to the three youthful, almost innocent figures as they conversed about their aspirations and dreams for the future. "Li Feng, what do you wish to pursue in the days to come?" Luo Bai inquired, expressing that he valued Li Feng even more than Hawks. The youth's composure, decisiveness, and perseverance were qualities he admired most. Initially, disregarding his status as an outsider, within the entire beggar troop, only Li Feng possessed the courage to escape and had made preparations for it. During the meeting with Liang Yuehua that morning, Luo Bai not only gleaned information about Hawks, but also learned about Li Feng's training conditions. To quote Liang Yuehua from what she heard from instructor Li Feng, this young man, though still in his youth, possessed the temperament of a seasoned lone wolf. Despite his average talent, he inherently exuded an unwavering tenacity. Li Feng bit into a piece of white grizzly bear meat and grinned, saying, "I want to hunt a white grizzly bear and roast it myself." "Haha, splendid. Just remember to save me a piece," Luo Bai replied with a hearty laugh, calling out, "Come on, let's drink." Li Feng responded, "If I have a piece, you will too, cheers." Hawks chimed in, "I want to drink as well. Alcohol clouds the mind. Do you still wish to become a mechanic?" "Oh," Hawks pouted, downing a glass of juice. Subsequently, Luo Bai strolled through the Silver Wolf Mall, purchasing 5 boxes of highly concentrated nutritional liquid, each containing 100 vials. After discounts, the total came to 530,000, with the delivery address set to the Silver Wolf Training Camp, Zhuke Street Branch, and the recipient designated as Li Feng. The young man dedicates himself to rigorous practice daily, his training volume nearly double that of his fellow trainees. Given his intensive regimen, the standard provisions provided in the training camp are struggling to meet his physical demands. If his nutritional needs are not adequately met, it could lead to detrimental consequences. Prior to the awakening, the resources available to aspiring warriors were limited, and to enhance the success rate of their awakening, everything had to be achieved through earnest effort. There were no shortcuts. The only viable solution that Luo Bai could conceive, which would also be suitable for Li Feng, was this. 40 minutes later, Luo Bai received a brief message. "Luo Ge, thank you." The following morning, shortly after 9 o'clock. "Good morning, Sister Liang." Luo Bai greeted her with a smile as he connected the video call. "I've been at work for over an hour already," Liang Yuehua replied, rolling her eyes. Since Luo Bai became a warrior, their conversations had become significantly more casual. "Sister Liang, with great ability comes great responsibility," he remarked playfully. "Cut it out. I managed to secure an admission slot for Hawks at Kanskin High School and have sent you the recommendation letter. Thank you so much, Sister Liang. Luobai expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Hawks had never attended school, and while it would be relatively simple to forcefully enroll him in any institution given his status as a warrior, it was essential to select a reputable school. Kanskin High School was indeed of commendable caliber, and with his current abilities, he lacked the clout to have the institution overlook its regulations. Just a small matter. The rest is up to you. I have other commitments, so I'll hang up now. Understood. Goodbye, Sister Liang. After watching the video, Luobai glanced at the introduction letter sent by Liang Guihua and approached the beautiful housekeeper, Yuer, who was watering flowers in the courtyard. I will be stepping out for a while. Over the next few days, please prepare a bedroom, as Hawks may be staying here on weekends. Certainly, Master. With the introduction letter in hand, Hawks' enrollment procedures were remarkably straightforward. However, he was destined for anything but a serene campus life. Upon entering middle school, he faced an overwhelming amount of knowledge to acquire from the very beginning, not to mention the necessity of maintaining his physical training. Yet, Hawks exhibited no inclination to retreat, for he understood that failure in the awakening would render his dream of becoming a mechanic nothing more than an elusive fantasy. Concluding these arrangements also afforded him a brief respite, allowing him to alleviate the tension that had gripped him in the wilderness for an entire month. Subsequently, Luobai once again secluded himself, embarking on his cultivation journey, for his battlefield lay in the wild, where strength was the only foundation. As he immersed himself in his training, the 2 months slipped by in a blur, and before he knew it, it was already late October. The temperature in Coleman City began to drop, and the rain turned significantly colder. Nevertheless, Luobai's heart remained fervent. After 2 months of intense training, he had made remarkable progress. His foundational sword techniques were exemplary, and he had mastered the first 18 forms of the Blood Shadow sword technique, while the remaining 9 forms were beginning to reveal their intricacies. More importantly, just yesterday, his dark energy level had ascended to soldier grade level 6. With his left fist exerting a force of 3,561. 2 kilograms, the right fist reaching 3,591. 7 kilograms, and his straight-line sprinting speed soaring to an impressive 51.2 ms. This is merely the initial data following a breakthrough. With continued training, his physical attributes will catch up, and his strength and speed will further enhance. Only then will he truly be recognized as a 6th-tier warrior. Should Zhang Hao become aware of this news, one can only imagine the depths of his frustration. The blood-red crystal of water droplets. What is your true nature, and why have you cast me into this place? In the underground training chamber, Luobai practiced his swordsmanship, having exhausted his physical stamina. He sat quietly on the ground, attuning himself to the streams of energy emanating from his heart. He could sense that this energy was exceptionally unique, markedly different from the dark energy he had refined. Its nourishing and fortifying effects on his body were far more potent. Each time Luobai reached the limit of his physical endurance, this energy would spontaneously overflow from his heart, continuously nourishing his body and strengthening his physique. A robust physique, in turn, facilitated a swifter refinement of dark energy. This synergy is the reason he was able to ascend from a novice warrior to a 6th-tier warrior in just over 5 months. The powerful physique and rapid dark energy refinement created a virtuous cycle, each aspect promoting the other and jointly supporting Luobai's swift enhancement of strength. Of course, the foundation of all this is that Luobai must continually push himself to the limits of his physical endurance, and this limit is progressively rising along with his improving capabilities. In other words, unless he discovers more efficient training methods, the time he spends reaching his physical limits will gradually extend. If this trend continues, I fear that by the time I reach levels 8 or 9, my cultivation speed will inevitably slow down. Luobai pondered this internally, yet he felt little concern. There are always more solutions than problems. At worst, he could immerse himself in the wilderness, grappling with dark beasts daily. Moreover, as long as he could thoroughly internalize the 4 breathing methods of the breathing technique, making them instinctual to his body, the path to mastering more advanced dark energy cultivation would be unobstructed. The higher-level techniques are readily available in the Silver Wolf Mall. As long as one possesses sufficient funds, they can be procured at any time, albeit at a rather substantial cost. Having restored some of his stamina, Luobai noticed it was already dinner time. He took a shower and exited the training room. Yuer was humming a tune while bustling about in the kitchen. It was Saturday, and according to tradition, Hawks would come over to stay the night and return to school the following afternoon. Unable to connect? That rascal has turned off his communicator again. Luo Bai furrowed his brow. In the 2 months since entering school, Hawk's enthusiasm for studies had left Luo Bai feeling quite inadequate. Especially during lab classes, where he seemed utterly possessed, even silencing his communicator as if in a state of seclusion. Shaking his head, Luo Bai dialed Li Feng's communicator. "Brother Luo, I've just arrived at the community entrance and will be there shortly." Li Feng sometimes chose to come over on Saturday nights to gather with friends. Thanks to the nutritional supplements, Li Feng's training progress had significantly improved. He was likely to meet the standards for ascendancy within a month or 2. "Oh, you arrived rather early today?" Luo Bai smiled and then added, "By the way, did Hawks get in touch with you this afternoon?" "No. I have been training all afternoon and did not receive any communication from him on the way here." "What is the matter, Brother Luo? I will arrive shortly." Half an hour later, there was still no sign of Hawks, and communication was unreachable. A sense of foreboding began to creep into Luo Bai's mind. He contacted Hawk's teacher at Kanskian High School. "Hello, Mr. Rodman. I am Hawk's brother, Luo Bai." "Greetings, Lord Luo Bai. How may I assist you?" "Thank you, Mr. Rodman, I understand." Luo Bai ended the call. He truly wished to avoid contacting Hawk's homeroom teacher again, as the heavily accented translation was quite grating to his ears. "Li Feng, let us go out and investigate. Hawks might be in trouble." Within a minute, Luo Bai and Li Feng were fully equipped and drove out of the community. Luo Bai donned an exquisite KS combat suit and wielded a premium-grade snow shadow battle knife. Li Feng, on the other hand, had put on a set of Luo Bai's athletic gear. Although its protective capabilities were inferior to the combat suit, it was infinitely superior to the ordinary fabric attire he had been wearing. As for his weapon, he had taken a sturdy iron rod from the training room. Luo Bai multitasked, driving while connecting to the Southwest branch of the Public Security Bureau. "This is Luo Bai, martial artist ID, 61345861H3B892670L. I request access to the video surveillance of all public transport along the route from the south gate of Kanskian High School to Unit 16 of the Silver Wolf Hunting Group. Verifying identity and permissions, please hold." A mechanical electronic voice resonated, and after a brief pause of 2 seconds, the sound transformed into that of a young man. A genuine human voice. "Esteemed Lord Luo Bai, greetings. Upon verification, your dark energy level has been assessed at 6th rank of the Night Tier, granting you H-level privileges. The pertinent surveillance footage will be directly transmitted to your Battle Emblem terminal. May I assist you further?" The operator continued. "Very well, Lord Luo Bai. I have documented your request and will allocate power in accordance with your H-level privileges. An investigation will be initiated, and any updates will be communicated to you promptly." There was an absence of superfluous procedures. Identity verification through the Battle Emblem sufficed, and all actions were executed with remarkable efficiency and strict adherence to established protocols. After concluding the call, Luo Bai pressed the brake, causing the tires to emit a cloud of smoke as he came to a halt at the roadside. The Battle Emblem projected a plethora of video clips sent from the Public Security Bureau, which began to play at an astonishing speed. On the side, Li Feng glanced at the screen but felt overwhelmed, struggling to discern any usable images. He finally grasped the stark distinction between martial artists and ordinary individuals. The enhancement of one's physicality was comprehensive, extending well beyond mere strength and speed. Luo Bai's mind and eyes functioned like an AI that had undergone extensive training, filtering and analyzing each frame of the surveillance footage at an incredible pace. Upon locating the 37th video file, the figure of Hawks finally emerged, clad in school uniform. With a backpack and unmistakable hair, Luo Bai slightly reduced the playback speed of the video, yet Li Feng still struggled to discern the details. Ordinary individuals and 6th-tier martial artists, in the context of evolutionary history, could even be regarded as entirely different species, akin to the disparity between the Cro-Magnon man and modern humans. The surveillance footage revealed that at 6:08, Hawks exited the campus alone, crossed the road, and proceeded to the bus stop. Luo Bai had generously provided him with pocket money, yet this young lad never hailed a taxi, opting instead for the bus. According to Hawks himself, this decision was made on the morning over a year ago when the 3 of them fled for their lives. He developed a fondness for buses. At 6:12, Hawks boarded the 365X bus, taking a seat by the window in the middle section. After 2 stops, he relinquished his seat to an elderly woman. The surveillance footage was fragmented, capturing various stations. So Luo Bai requested access to the internal surveillance of the bus from the Public Security Bureau while continuing to observe the external footage at the bus stop. No disembarkation. It wasn't until the 365X bus passed the closest bus stop to the Silver Wolf hunting group that Luo Bai noticed Hawks had not alighted. With a slight frown, the previously viewed content flashed through Luo Bai's mind like a lightning bolt. Suddenly, his gaze fixated on a platform known as East Entrance of Hongyang Road. The arrival was delayed by 4 minutes past the scheduled time. Yet the surveillance footage showed no signs of traffic congestion. At that moment, a communication request came through. Luo Bai answered. And it was from the Public Security Bureau. Your Excellency Luo Bai, I am from the Southwest branch of the Public Security Bureau. We regret to inform you that we cannot provide the internal surveillance video of bus route 365X. At 5:47 p.m. today, the internal monitoring equipment on that vehicle malfunctioned. What about the driver? The driver has completed his shift and is currently unreachable. However, rest assured, we have dispatched personnel to inquire at his residence. And we expect to have results shortly. Luo Bai sensed a distinct whiff of conspiracy. It was all too evident. He immediately requested, please provide me with the driver's information and detailed address. Certainly. The other party exhibited no hesitation, effortlessly accessing a common citizen's personal information with H-level authority. Haishi Road. Rubik's Alley? After ending the communication, Luo Bai glanced at the bus driver's address. While explaining the situation to Li Feng, the shepherd roared to life, propelled by formidable power as it shot off from its position. In the southern part of the city lay the dilapidated factory district where Luo Bai had once taken refuge, now appearing even more decrepit than a year prior. In the room where Scarface used to collect debts, Hawks was bound and suspended in midair, his mouth sealed with tape. Brother Dao, is this truly all right? If Luo Bai were to discover our whereabouts, we would certainly meet our demise. He has become a formidable warrior. Wang Lei cast a furtive glance at the suspended Hawks, feeling a twinge of anxiety. After Luo Bai and his companions had fled, they turned this area upside down in their search, yet they found no trace of Luo Bai and the others. Eventually, the matter faded into obscurity, for life must continue, mustn't it? When they finally received news of Luo Bai and his companions, it was already more than half a year later. To their horror, they discovered that these three little rascals had actually entered the Silver Wolf hunting group's preparatory warrior training camp, a realm utterly unattainable for them. More critically, by that time, they lacked both the confidence and the courage to confront Luo Bai and his group. The reputation of the Silver Wolf training camp was formidable. It was said that those who gained entry were all prodigies, with a high success rate for awakening. They were delinquents, but not fools. They understood who was worth provoking and who was not. Wang Lei recalled the terror that had washed over Scarface upon learning this news. He should not harbor any lingering illusions. Caution and prudence, never to provoke those beyond their means, were the unerring principles that had allowed them to survive in the underworld from their youth until now. After Wang Lei spoke, Long Casso beside him chimed in, indeed, boss, if Luo Bai truly comes after us, we are doomed. Scarface fell silent for a few moments before suddenly sneering. What of the warriors? Warriors come in all ranks. There are plenty who surpass him. Do you think I am foolish? The truths you comprehend are beyond my grasp. Do not forget, when I cast aside this family legacy, I did so without a moment's hesitation. I am far more cautious than you. Had it not been for this opportunity, I would never have revealed myself. Just wait patiently. As I arrived at the location, there was no response to my knocks on the door. With determination, I forcefully pushed open the door frame, and a wave of bloodshed assailed my senses. I had arrived too late. Before long, the communications from the West City Bureau came through. Your Excellency, please refrain from disturbing the scene. Our team is en route. Indeed, I have not touched anything. The clues here have run cold. Do you have any new leads on your end? Not at the moment, but we have mobilized our resources and are conducting a thorough search. We should have results soon. Please be patient. Understood. Upon hanging up, a frown creased my brow. What shall we do next? In the wake of these conversations, I had granted permission for my companion, Li Feng, to overhear. Let me ponder this. My spirits were somewhat dampened. Upon reflection, I realized I had not wronged anyone. Why would someone wish harm upon Hawks? Was the animosity directed at Hawks himself, or was it aimed at me? The thought nagged at me. Scarface. Could it be Scarface? Suddenly, a name flashed through my mind. I had been so focused on matters within the martial arts community that I had overlooked this possibility. If we were to consider motives, Scarface certainly had one. The old neighborhood, the abandoned factory, Li Feng instantly grasped the implication. However, scarcely had the vehicle traveled for 2 minutes when an unfamiliar audio communication came through. Luo Bai, do you still remember my voice? With a sharp turn, Luo Bai abruptly halted the car, responding coldly, Scarface? Is it truly your doing? Where's Hawks? Haha, what a question to ask. Have you lost your mind since becoming a warrior, beggar? Of course, yes, in the beggar's den. Scarface's voice was chilling, arrogant, brimming with malice and delight. No one knew the dread he felt upon learning that Luo Bai had entered the Silver Wolf training camp. When Luo Bai fled, they all suffered simultaneous stomach pains. Without warning, leading him to suspect that Luo Bai had likely awakened a gifted combat technique. Anxiety gnawed at him, and later, upon hearing the news of Luo Bai's admission to the Silver Wolf training camp, his fears were confirmed. This prompted him to liquidate his assets and flee from the southern part of the city. A once insignificant beggar, who could be crushed at any moment, had suddenly transformed into the warrior that Scarface had aspired to become for most of his life. The fury and jealousy swelling within Scarface were palpable. Initially, in order to evade the impending retribution, Scarface had to bury these feelings deep within, reinventing himself and living cautiously in the shadows. Yet, an opportunity unexpectedly presented itself before him, and without a moment's hesitation, he seized it tightly in his grasp. You are courting death. Scarface's words chilled Luo Bai's gaze considerably, and a fierce expression flickered across Li Feng's face beside him. Court death. Scarface screeched. I am indeed courting death. What of it? If you dare, come and kill me. I fear you lack the courage to do so. In Luo Bai's eyes, a fierce killing intent surged forth as he coldly stated, do not rush. You shall soon have your wish fulfilled. In his heart, he had already sentenced the scarred man to death. He had nearly forgotten this individual. For unlike Li Feng and others, he had only a mere half-month of experience in begging. To claim that he harbored any profound hatred towards the scarred man would be an exaggeration. In the shadows of this city, there existed matters far more sinister than the actions of the scarred man. His capabilities were limited, and he had no desire to alter this world. However, the circumstances had changed. The scarred man dared to threaten those close to him, a line that was utterly untouchable. Ha ha, I'm waiting for you. Remember, come alone. And do not inform the Security Bureau. Otherwise, prepare to collect the corpse of that little bastard. The scarred man cackled before abruptly ending the call. Brother Luo, I shall take his head, Li Feng replied, his expression frigid, his voice calm and steady, devoid of any trace of anger. However, Luo Bai shook his head. You cannot go. Why not? Li Feng inquired, perplexed. The scarred man is no fool. He must have already ascertained our whereabouts. Yet, for over a year, he has remained dormant. I even thought he had surrendered. Why, then, does he resurface now? He is well aware that I have become a martial artist. Yet he still dares to provoke me. Do you believe him to be without cunning? If my suspicions are correct, he must have someone backing him, likely another martial artist. This incident is very likely orchestrated by the South Water Gang behind him, though anger simmered within him. Luo Bai refrained from allowing it to cloud his judgment and logical reasoning. Luo Go, I can assist you, Li Feng persisted. It's highly probable that we will encounter martial artists. It would be exceedingly perilous for you. As he spoke, Luo Bai ignited the vehicle, redirecting it homeward, an abode nestled within the Silver Wolf's headquarters. While the premises appeared devoid of formidable guards, it was, in truth, a sanctuary inhabited solely by the martial artists of the Silver Wolf hunting squad, ensuring unparalleled safety. Li Feng chose not to argue further, yet his fists clenched tightly, emitting a creaking sound. I must become a martial artist, he resolutely affirmed, his inner voice resonating like a thunderous bell, deafening in its clarity. With Hawks in the enemy's grasp, Luo Bai harbored no illusions about the likelihood of a fair and gentlemanly duel. Otherwise, why would they have taken Hawks captive? After a moment's contemplation, Luo Bai initiated a communication, which connected almost instantly, revealing a stunning woman with an alluring figure. Anna, what occupies your time? He inquired. Not much. Not much, little brother Luo Bai. What brings you to seek your sister's company at this late hour? Do you have a request? Annabelle always spoke in double entendre, and Luo Bai had grown accustomed to her playful banter. I wish to solicit your assistance. Consider it a personal favor owed to you, he stated, shedding the light-hearted tone, which Annabelle noted with seriousness. Speak, and rest assured, I shall not let you down on this favor, she replied. I would like to request your support. Soon after, Luo Bai recounted the situation regarding Hawks. It was anticipated that Hawks would use threats against him. There was no way he could simply lay down his weapons and relinquish his armor, allowing the other party to dictate his fate. Such passivity was unacceptable. Therefore, Luo Bai required someone to oversee Hawks. And who could be more suitable than Annabelle? Rest assured, leave it to me, sister. Wait for me at the entrance of Community 12. I will arrive in a few minutes. With that, the communication was severed. 15 minutes later, Annabelle, fully armed, appeared at Luo Bai's vehicle. Did you even put on makeup? Luo Bai remarked, speechless. Annabelle, astonished, responded, did you notice that? Luo Bai replied, I'm not blind. At 8:43 in the evening, a shepherd vehicle approached the vicinity of the abandoned factory. Only one person occupied the car, Luo Bai. He drove at breakneck speed, almost lifting off the ground. A journey that once took an entire morning on a bus was completed in less than 50 minutes this time. Luo Bai had confirmed the target. Hawks, without a doubt. All right, it's in your hands now, Sister Na. Don't worry, you do your thing, I assure you. Not a single hair on Hawks will be harmed. Thank you. With that, Luo Bai pressed down on the accelerator. The shepherd roared to life as it surged into the derelict factory area. Chapter 52. Lack of talent. Do not pretend the off-road vehicle rumbled into the factory premises. And Luo Bai leaped from the car, sword in hand, unperturbed. Should his adversaries attempt to employ the tactic of binding his hands and feet, he would swiftly demonstrate the prowess of a level 6 archer. Indeed, in the span of these 2 months, progress was not solely confined to Luo Bai. He had already learned during the ride that Annabelle had ascended to the rank of level 6 knight a fortnight prior. 2 level 5 knights? He cast a glance at the results from the energy search module, a sardonic smile creeping upon his lips. 2 months ago, the prospect of facing even one level 5 knight would have daunted him, yet now, the situation appeared considerably different. As his battle boots crunched upon the overgrown grass, Luo Bai surveyed his surroundings under the silvery moonlight, deep in thought. Unbeknownst to him, this location had been rendered entirely obsolete by Scarface over a year ago. Was this still the same place? After surveying the area, he made his way towards the only illuminated section of the factory, where Scarface had once presented him with a dilemma, to sacrifice a finger or to offer up the youngest of the 4 gentlemen. As Luo Bai approached the brightly lit workshop, a slow, mocking applause echoed through the air, accompanied by a familiar voice. You little rascal, you still possess such audacity. Scarface stood there, brandishing an antique revolver, flanked by 2 familiar figures, Wang Lei and Lankasuo. Hawks hung limply beside the 3, his head drooping, yet he still breathed. Likely merely unconscious. With his current keen eyesight, Luo Bai had no difficulty confirming this. He cast a glance at the 3 scarred individuals, completely disregarding them, and turned his attention to the sides of the factory, scoffing, Gentlemen, do come out. You ambush others without any shielding devices? How unprofessional. Oh, unprofessional, is it? What about now? The voice emerged from within the factory, accompanied by a figure clad from head to toe, revealing only the eyes, wielding a long spear. This individual had concealed their energy signature, rendering their rank unknown, but Luo Bai was acutely aware that their level was certainly not inferior to his own. Otherwise, he would not have sensed nothing at all. At that moment, the other 2 fifth-tier martial artists materialized at his 4 o'clock and 8 o'clock positions, surrounding him entirely. Luo Bai's lips twitched slightly. Curses, he evidently lacked the talent for showmanship. He had barely begun to boast when he was swiftly slapped in the face, resounding with a stark smack. Since he possessed no flair for theatrics, he might as well engage in combat directly. With narrowed eyes, Luo Bai sensed a shift in circumstances. He needed to communicate with Annabelle immediately, otherwise, a moment's negligence could lead to Hawk's demise. However, in the next instant, Luo Bai's expression changed. Communication had been blocked. He could not reach Annabelle. Who could orchestrate such a grand scheme against him? Was this not an excessive display of force? In the depths of Luo Bai's mind, thoughts flashed like lightning. It is essential to understand that communication is one of the most fundamental functions of the battle insignia. To obstruct the communication capabilities of the insignia is a far more arduous task than disabling energy detection, and the cost is substantially greater. As for shutting it down, the insignia is not akin to a mere communication wristband worn by Hawks. Apart from the warrior themselves, no one possesses the ability to initiate any operation. What? Do you seek assistance? The masked warrior discerned the expression on Luo Bai's face and taunted. Who could it be? A friend from your initiation assessment? No, they are too weak to aid you. It must be a comrade from your hunting squad, right? Huh, no need to rush. I shall assist you in contacting them shortly. After all, it is best for a family to remain united. Luo Bai's eyes narrowed slightly. Although the masked warrior's words were devoid of substance and offered scant information, they were sufficient for him to draw certain conclusions. This matter likely did not solely concern him. Meanwhile, 2 kilometers away, atop a tall building, Annabelle fixated her gaze unwaveringly on the factory. With the synergy of her equipment and combat skills, the darkness had minimal impact on her. However, her brow was furrowed. For upon the appearance of the masked warrior, she had attempted to contact Luo Bai and had already realized that communication had been severed. Damn it! What face does this bastard put on at such a late hour? And I can't even read his lips. Annabelle cursed inwardly, her attention never wavering from the factory. In front of the factory, seeing Luo Bai remain silent, the masked warrior chuckled and remarked, Luo Bai, given the current situation, is there still a need for a confrontation? As he spoke, without needing any signal from him, Scar directed the muzzle of the revolver towards Hawk's head. A look of sheer exhilaration etched across his face. Why not? At that moment, Luo Bai suddenly sprang into action, drawing his battle blade and charging towards the masked warrior without a hint of hesitation. Despite the communication being jammed, he had unwavering faith in Annabelle's combat instincts and her formidable prowess. Damn it, kill that brat! The masked warrior bellowed furiously, thrusting his spear forward to meet Luo Bai's blade. Could it be that he has broken through to the 6th level? The 7th level? In that fleeting instant, astonishment flickered in both the masked warrior's and Luo Bai's minds. In the next moment, the clash of blade against spear reverberated through the air, the tremendous force causing a tingling sensation to race down Luo Bai's right arm. Yet he did not waver, nor could he afford to. A 7th-level warrior's slightest movement could turn Hawks into mere pulp. He had to hold them off, leaving the rest to Annabelle. The reflexes and speed of a warrior are astonishing, and in an instant, Luo Bai and the masked warrior exchanged no less than 10 blows. At this juncture, Scar's mind finally issued a command. His finger began to exert pressure, preparing to pull the trigger. This was the disparity in their timing. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out almost simultaneously, followed by the whistling of arrows slicing through the air. Scar, Wang Lei, and Lan Kasuo, each of their heads was obliterated by 3 metallic arrows. Archers. Damn it. Were the sentries outside the factory blind? The masked figure was consumed by a tumult of anger and anxiety, tying Hawks with a scarred rope. He cloaked his own energy levels, leaving only 2 5th-tier martial artists behind. Outside the factory, he had set up concealed sentinels, a web of deception and intrigue, all aimed at minimizing Luo Bai's alertness and preventing him from summoning a band of comrades to retaliate. He wished to avoid, even feared, creating a commotion. If the madmen from the A group of the Security Bureau were to be disturbed, even his own men would find themselves in peril. Yet, unexpectedly, he ultimately fell short of his objective. Indeed, how reliable! In contrast to the masked martial artist, who was brimming with rage, Luo Bai, despite being at a disadvantage, felt a sense of exhilaration. His sole task was to entangle this 7th-tier warrior. As for the other 2 5th-tier fighters, a smirk crept upon his lips. 2 kilometers away, Annabelle knocked an arrow, unleashing a pair of shots in rapid succession. The first arrow compelled the leftmost 5th-tier warrior to evade. Yet this very maneuver placed him directly in the path of the subsequent arrow, which pierced through his chest, leaving a gaping hole the size of a fist. Witnessing this, the other fighter lost all desire to engage Luo Bai, opting instead for a hasty retreat into the wild grass. Alas, he was merely a younger brother, who naively believed that hiding in the underbrush would grant him an impenetrable shield. From her elevated position, Annabelle observed the movements of this ground-dwelling foe with clarity. As he slithered through the foliage, a trace of disdain flickered across her lips. With precision, she drew her bow once more, anticipating his next move, and swiftly eliminated him. Now, it was time for the masked warrior to face her. Having dealt with the minor nuisances, Annabelle lightly licked her lips and released yet another arrow, this time aimed directly at the masked figure. Chapter 53. A series of unrelenting strikes in a brief span of time. Luo Bai and the masked warrior had engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging no less than several hundred blows. The once sturdy factory, though somewhat aged, had now become riddled with holes, and the reinforced concrete offered them no more resistance than tattered parchment. This is dire. If this continues, even if I can endure a while longer, this building will not hold. Luo Bai thought anxiously. At that moment, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage. The opponent's physique was inherently superior to his own, and wielding a spear lent an additional weight to each strike. He could only rely on his agility and dexterity with the blade to barely keep the situation in check, unable to steer the tide of the battle. As several of his subordinates fell, the masked warrior grew increasingly enraged, unleashing even more ferocious attacks. With each thrust, Luo Bai felt his vitality surge and recede as he was forced to retreat repeatedly. I had intended to let you live a few more days, to gather your companions and send you all off together, but since you seek your own demise, so be it, the masked warrior bellowed, shaking his spear to push Luo Bai back. In a swift motion, he flicked his foot, launching a chunk of concrete the size of an egg directly at Huox. Damn you! Bang! The concrete struck Luo Bai's chest, shattering upon impact, while the masked warrior seemed to have anticipated Luo Bai's movement. As Luo Bai reacted, the silver-gray alloy tip of the spear pierced through the air, aimed straight at his face. At this moment, he had no time to suppress the blood surging from his throat. In the next moment, the long spear was poised to skewer both Luo Bai and Huox. Yet the masked warrior felt a sudden chill in his heart and instantaneously altered his attack. The spear was deftly maneuvered, horizontally sweeping to precisely deflect two metallic arrows, the dazzling sparks flickering and vanishing in an instant. Before the masked warrior could launch another assault, yet another arrow shot directly at his chest, followed by a barrage of 9 arrows in quick succession, compelling him to retreat slightly. Seizing this opportunity, Luo Bai forcefully suppressed the metallic taste in his throat, wielding his knife to sever the iron chain that bound Huox, tossing it aside and making a hasty escape. Meanwhile, Annabelle transformed into a formidable artillery, her speed reaching an explosive peak as arrows flew in a seamless chain through the air, one end connected to the masked warrior and the other to her alloy longbow. Her rate of fire and precision far surpassed that of conventional firearms. The incessant whistling of arrows whizzing by offered Luo Bai a modicum of solace as he sprinted forward, simultaneously tearing off the chains from Huox and securing him firmly onto his back, freeing his hands. The masked warrior was momentarily restrained by Annabelle. Although these arrows could not vanquish him, they were far from harmless. Should he dare to relinquish his spear, he would likely find himself pierced like a hedgehog. Die, all of you! As his speed was impeded and Luo Bai distanced himself further, the masked warrior bellowed in frustration, seizing an opening as he swept his spear, dislodging a flurry of arrows from the ground that soared toward Luo Bai's back. Although these arrows were not shot from a longbow, and their accuracy and range were somewhat lacking, when wielded by the masked warrior with great force, their power at close range was formidable. An ominous feeling washed over Luo Bai. Despite not yet hearing the ominous whistling of the incoming arrows, the hair on his body stood on end. Acting swiftly, he stomped his battle boots into the ground, creating a 1-foot square crater, and spun half a circle in midair, facing directly towards the oncoming arrows without losing momentum. He dared not risk turning his back to the assault. If he missed even one arrow, Huox would pay the ultimate price. This was akin to a reinforced shotgun. A multitude of arrows surged towards Luo Bai, a veritable deluge of ranged attack. Clang! Clang! Luo Bai wielded his battle knife to deflect the barrage of arrows. Yet due to the abrupt change in position and the strain of exertion, a few managed to slip past. Bang! Bang! Annabelle's arrows, while of premium quality, could not pierce the exceptional combat gear adorning Luo Bai, but the immense impact of the small arrowhead struck him as if he had been hit by cannon fire. With a splutter, he could no longer contain the blood that erupted from his mouth, yet he dared not pause for even a moment. Touching down, he pivoted and sprinted once more. He felt a surge of gratitude for his earlier decision to invest in high-grade combat attire. Though expensive, such quality was undoubtedly justified. 2 kilometers away, atop the high platform, Annabelle observed with a flicker of malice in her beautiful eyes as her arrows were sent flying towards Luo Bai by the masked warrior. With renewed determination, she increased her speed, unleashing a torrential rain of arrows upon her adversary. How dare you? You think you can shoot my arrow? Despite the masked warrior possessing a formidable level 7 prowess, he found himself utterly restrained by Annabelle's relentless onslaught, rendering him incapable of unleashing his full speed. He could only watch helplessly as Luo Bai carried Huox out of the factory premises, vanishing into the distance. Inhale, exhale, though his body bore significant injuries, Luo Bai managed to maintain a steady breath. Otherwise, it would have been a complete collapse. With each breath, his latent energy flowed through him, dispersing into his waist and legs, enabling him to sustain a velocity exceeding 50 meters per second. This speed was something the shepherd could scarcely attain, even on a smooth path with ample room for acceleration. As Lobai escaped the factory grounds, the masked warrior realized that it was impossible for him alone to apprehend his foe. Continuing the pursuit could escalate the situation dramatically. Yet this was not a decision he could make unilaterally. While fending off Annabelle's attacks, he paused and initiated an audio communication. "Brother, the mission has failed. I couldn't capture that brat." "What? Are you a fool? 2 level 5s, 1 level 7, and a hostage, and you couldn't handle a level 4 warrior? Are you jesting?" On the other end of the line, a man's voice seethed with fury, his anger palpable as it reverberated through the communication device, striking the masked warrior's face with its intensity. "I apologize, my brother," the masked warrior cautiously began. "Brother, the intelligence was erroneous. That young man has already reached the 6th level of martial prowess, and he is accompanied by an archer who is likely of the same caliber." 6th level? An archer? The voice from the other end of the communication paused momentarily before continuing. "This fellow cultivates at an astonishing pace? In that case, he must not be allowed to escape. I authorize you to mobilize personnel and intercept him in the Southern District. Remember, proceed with caution. Do not let him get to the Public Security Bureau, or I shall hand you over to those lunatics in Group A." The masked warrior fell silent for half a second, responding with a curt, "Understood," before the two concluded their communication. Beneath the invisible mask, the corners of his mouth twitched. "You order me to mobilize all forces to pursue. Yet caution against alarming Group A of the Public Security Bureau. What on earth do you want from me? The man has already fled the signal jamming zone. Should I black out the communications of everyone on the street? Is that not a bit too ostentatious?" Not long after Lobai carried Hawks out of the dilapidated factory area, he received a message from Annabelle. "Lobai, how are you? That rascal is no longer in pursuit." Uncertain, this is merely a conjecture derived from the words of that masked warrior. Luobai also speculated, then added, "That fellow is undoubtedly a true 7th level martial artist. If it were solely targeting me, I believe they wouldn't need to make such a grand display, after all. Thus far, only you are aware of my specific cultivation level. They cannot predict the future. Yes, I understand. Maintain your pace and swiftly reach the main street. The crowd should deter them from acting recklessly at this moment. I will provide covert support, just in case. All right, do take care. Oh my." It seems that young Luobai has developed a sense of empathy, TSK. As the situation eased, Annabelle returned to her usual demeanor and switched to a different mode. Luobai. However, Luobai estimated that this area likely belongs to someone, possibly that Nanshui gang. Although Kerman City is vast, it is also densely populated. The location of this land is not optimal, yet it possesses some value. Just as Luobai and Annabelle were preoccupied with their escape, in the abandoned factory district, the masked warrior issued a series of commands, mobilizing considerable forces to commence their actions. However, he was acutely aware that no one remained here, and tonight's plan could be deemed a failure. What about leaving someone behind in another location? Indeed, he possesses this formidable power, yet a 6th level melee warrior, in conjunction with a 6th level archer, is not to be trifled with as a mere weakling. Should they engage in combat, the resulting commotion would undoubtedly be considerable. If they were to brawl openly in the streets, alas, it would not be long before the lunatics from the A group of the Public Security Bureau would arrive. In Coleman City, fights are prohibited, except in designated areas. Otherwise, if one were allowed to brawl freely at any time and place, the city would likely be in a perpetual state of demolition and reconstruction. Damn it, you fool. I told you to find someone to fight outside the city. Yet you refuse to listen. Possessing strength, but lacking in wisdom, I am truly exhausted. The masked warrior cursed inwardly, directing his ire, of course, at his elder brother, who had the fortune of marrying a wonderful wife. The masked warrior did not pursue, allowing Luobai to successfully reach the main thoroughfare. It was just past 9 o'clock, and the streets were still bustling with people. The previous life and death struggle had only transpired within a few fleeting minutes. Luobai slowed his pace, remaining vigilant of his surroundings while taking a moment to catch his breath. His injuries were significant. His sternum was likely fractured, at least 3 ribs were broken, and other internal organs had also sustained serious damage. At that moment, Hawks, bound to his back, trembled slightly as he finally regained consciousness. "Luo? Brother Luo? Am I still alive? I'm fine. The scarred ones merely rendered me unconscious." Hawks attempted to struggle, but then noticed the blood at the corner of Luobai's mouth. "Brother Luo, you're injured." "It's nothing, just a minor wound. You've coughed up blood. Just a little." "Lo, I can walk on my own. Please set me down. You are moving too slowly." "Lo, once I become a mechanist, I shall craft for you an indomitable battle suit. Very well, I shall await that day. Lo, I am feeling drowsy again. Then do rest for a while. I will call you when we arrive home. Hawks drifted back to slumber. Although Lo-Bai did not meticulously assess the little one's injuries, he could ascertain from the rhythm of his breathing and the steady beat of his heart that this young one, who had just claimed to be merely dazed, bore wounds of considerable severity, though fortunately, he appeared to be out of immediate danger. As Lo-Bai strolled down the street at a leisurely pace, he remained vigilant, attuned to the sounds around him and observant of his surroundings. He noted the presence of several martial artists encircling him. Their ranks were not particularly formidable, yet they merely watched him without making any aggressive moves. Were they perhaps wary of the legendary A group of the Security Bureau? Lo-Bai pondered. The Security Bureau serves as the guardian of order within Coleman City, comprising both martial artists and ordinary citizens. Given the vast number of civilians, the Bureau predominantly functions akin to a police department. However, those within the martial arts community are aware that each precinct harbors a mysterious A group, with an indeterminate number of members and unfathomable strength, dedicated to dealing with unruly martial artists. In Coleman City, martial artists enjoy certain privileges. As long as they adhere to the rules, they may commit acts of violence in public without consequence. However, it is crucial to remember that adherence to the rules is paramount. Provoking martial artists without understanding the risks, for instance, is ill-advised. Should someone engage in wanton violence for the sake of killing, the A group will ensure they experience firsthand the repercussions of their actions. Ordinary individuals, despite their low status, limited strength, and fleeting lifespans, serve as a vital source for warriors, forming an indispensable component of the societal framework. From a certain inhumane perspective, they represent a unique resource that must not be subjected to large-scale destruction. Lo-Bai? Goodness, have you gotten into a fight? Exclaimed Toby Cook, his ponytail swaying as he sipped his beer, his face reflecting astonishment. Lo-Bai offered a wry smile and pleaded, Captain, could you do me a favor and come pick me up? Sister Anna and I are surrounded. Anna? Goodness, you two are out together at this hour? Lo-Bai's expression darkened slightly. Captain, I've sent you my coordinates. If you don't arrive soon, I might be in serious trouble. Without waiting for Toby Cook to grasp the gravity of the situation, Lo-Bai quickly summarized the events and finally received a succinct response. Wait. After ending the call, he surveyed his surroundings and found a suitable spot. Leaning on his sword and carrying Hawks on his back, Lo-Bai stood quietly in the most conspicuous part of the street. His attire clearly marked him as a warrior, deterring anyone from approaching. Sister Anna, would you like to come down and take a break? I've called for backup. The captain will be here shortly. No, I must say, Lo-Bai, your combat readiness leaves much to be desired. Just look at the position you've chosen. Is it suitable for an archer? You're not harboring ulterior motives, are you? While engaging in conversation with Annabelle and reassuring Li Feng of his safety, Lo-Bai awaited the arrival of reinforcements. Damn it, a group of worthless individuals. The masked warrior remained unperturbed, steadfast as a mountain, for it was merely an audio communication, and his esteemed brother could not see him. After a prolonged silence, the communication ended, and the masked warrior issued a command. Keep a close watch on the target. Without my orders, no one is permitted to act recklessly, or they shall seek out Group A themselves. What a twist of fate. Lo-Bai, I have faith in you. Do not disappoint me. In the desolate room, the masked warrior's whispers were not penetrated by the mask. He suddenly realized that this young man might be able to assist him greatly. Perhaps this was an opportunity. Chapter 55. He has arrived. Toby Cook has arrived, driving an armored off-road vehicle. The rumble echoed through the night at 9:43. As the steel behemoth barreled down the street, its engine's roar resonating through the chests of passers-by. Lo-Bai's lips curled into a smile. Indeed, this was the captain's style. The vehicle, cruising through the city, exuded an undeniable flair, rendering the nearby gleaming supercars mere siblings in comparison. As the door swung open, three figures leaped out. Wu Yinghao and Zhang Hao had also arrived, fully armed, their demeanor reminiscent of their departure from the city. Lo-Bai, how are you? Toby Cook, wielding a shield and sword, emanated an aura of ferocity that left the surrounding pedestrians in awe. Even amongst warriors, it was rare to see anyone fully equipped on the bustling commercial streets. I'm fine, just a minor injury. At this moment, Lo-Bai truly breathed a sigh of relief. Although he appeared relaxed on the surface, internally, he dared not let his guard down for a moment. Despite the throngs of people around, if the adversary were truly determined to detain him, they could undoubtedly succeed. It merely depended on their willingness to take the risk. The reason Annabelle had yet to reveal herself, lurking in the shadows, was precisely this. Who among them would dare to launch an assault within the city? Damn it. Should I report this to Team A? Zhang Hao grumbled as he hefted his massive axe. Wu Yinghao, carrying twin blades, replied nonchalantly, save your breath. The enemy hasn't struck in the streets nor caused widespread civilian casualties. Would Team A even concern themselves with you? We must locate that braggart with the large weapon. It's infuriating. Annabelle suddenly emerged. Zhang Hao smirked. Aha, have you finally admitted your age? Seeking death, are we? Annabelle's eyes glinted with malice. Esteemed warriors, is there anything I can assist you with? The leader of the group was none other than the manager of Paradise on Earth, accompanied by 5 fully armed warriors standing at his shop's entrance. How could he remain seated under such circumstances? No need. You carry on with your business. Toby Cook waved his hand dismissively, casually replying before turning to join Luo Bai and the others in their armored off-road vehicle. The engine roared to life as they sped out onto the street, vanishing into the distance. Luo Bai, not bad at all. Though young, he exhibits no trace of youthful recklessness. He acts with caution. Do not let me down. The masked warrior observed the real-time surveillance footage transmitted by his subordinates. The corners of his mouth subtly lifted beneath the mask, only to quickly return to their original state as he reported the situation to his elder brother. Brother, this is how things stand. What shall we do next? Yes, brother. I understand. In the living room, Toby Cook and others engaged in casual conversation, while Yu Wei attended to them nearby. On the second floor, a doctor was examining Hawk's injuries. With Li Feng and Luo Bai present, Lao Ge, how's your injury? Li Feng inquired softly. It's nothing serious. I will tend to it shortly and should be fine after a few days of rest. A few minutes later, the doctor completed a thorough examination of Hawks. Lord Luo Bai, your brother is not in any life-threatening condition. However, he appears to have been assaulted, suffering multiple contusions and fractures in 2 places, along with 7 minor hairline cracks. Additionally, he has sustained a significant blow to the head, displaying signs of a concussion. I recommend the use of a therapeutic chamber, with an estimated recovery period of around 20 days. Luo Bai nodded in agreement. Very well, let it be as you suggest. Understood, Lord Luo Bai. The doctor instructed his assistant to prepare the therapeutic chamber and then proceeded to address Luo Bai's own injuries. Lord Luo Bai, you have 2 hairline fractures in your sternum, and the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th ribs are fractured. Additionally, both lung lobes have sustained damage. However, given your robust constitution and strong recuperative abilities, along with medication, you should recover in about 10 days. Allow me to attend to your injuries now. Thank you. Luo Bai spoke nonchalantly. Yet Li Feng felt a tumult of emotions within him. The doctor is a member of the Silver Wolf hunting group, which is quite commonplace. However, Li Feng has not had much exposure to the martial arts community. The injuries include 2 fractures in the thoracic vertebrae, for broken ribs, and damage to both lungs. Just hearing about it indicates that these are not trivial wounds. If such injuries were sustained by an ordinary person, they would likely be incapacitated. And without timely medical attention, it could even be fatal. In the lobby on the 1st floor, Luo Bai expressed his sincere gratitude, saying, Captain, Sister Anna, Brother Hao, thank you all for today. The others waved their hands dismissively, not saying much, except for Annabelle, who teasingly remarked, I told you that you weren't at all interested in your older sister, but it seems you have a little beauty at home. Tell me, have you been bullying that little sister? Luo Bai. After a brief moment of playful banter, Luo Bai finally spoke. Captain, has Sister Anna briefed everyone on tonight's situation? Toby Cook nodded, his expression grave. If what that person said was not intended to mislead you, then it is highly likely that this matter is indeed directed at our entire squad. What have we done to deserve such animosity? Luo Bai inquired. Zhang Hao grinned and replied, that question lacks depth. Conflicts among hunting teams are quite common, a regular occurrence, and we have undoubtedly offended many along the way. Luo Bai chuckled awkwardly, realizing he was still a novice, momentarily forgetting about this aspect. Don't you find it strange? If someone wanted to target us, why not wait until we are out of the city and ambush us in the wilderness? Why choose to act within the city, with that group from Team A around? It's nearly impossible to maneuver freely here. Annabelle expressed her confusion. Toby Cook, Wu Yinghao, and Luo Bai all frowned, sharing the same perplexity. From any perspective, engaging other martial artists within the city was hardly a judicious choice. In fact, it bordered on foolishness. Zhang Hao scratched the back of his head. Glancing from one person to another, before seizing an apple and crunching into it with vigor. My head aches. Take your time to ponder. When you reach a conclusion, do let me know, he remarked, though his words were disregarded by the others. Wu Yinghao, maintaining a calm demeanor, spoke softly. Either the one making the decision is a fool, or there exists a compelling reason compelling them to act. Perhaps they cannot afford to wait for us to leave the city, or they simply refuse to do so. What could possibly instigate such impatience? Luo Bai, too, found himself at a loss. Although his strength had advanced and his horizons had broadened, his limited personal experiences rendered him uncertain in this moment. The group fell into a deep contemplation, and the atmosphere grew heavy. Zhang Hao took a final bite of his remaining apple, discarding the core, and slapped his thigh in disdain. Listen, if you can't figure it out, just let it be. Since that scoundrel has already made a move, there will surely be subsequent actions. We shall meet force with force and water with earth. What's there to fear? He then turned to Toby Cook and inquired, Captain, it has been 2 months. I feel as though I'm growing stale. When shall we exit the city? By the way, have you uncovered any leads on the identities of those 2 rascals who attacked us last time? Captain, perhaps there is a connection between these 2 groups? At this moment, Luo Bai suddenly spoke up. Zhang Hao's inadvertent complaint had surprisingly reminded him of a certain possibility, which, upon reflection, seemed to logically connect. It was evident to all present that with this single utterance from Luo Bai, no further explanation was necessary. Toby Cook and the others had already grasped his implication. As they began to correlate the previous ambush in the wilderness with the events of the night, everything appeared to align, albeit tenuously. It indeed seemed plausible that if these 2 groups were linked, or perhaps even part of the same faction, it would elucidate their haste to act within the city. With this breakthrough, Toby Cook swiftly unraveled a rough outline of the potential scenario. Wu Yinghao nodded in agreement, asserting that they had not exited the city for 2 consecutive months, and possessing the photographs of the deceased, the longer the delay, the greater the likelihood of their identities being exposed. It was conceivable that their recent inquiries were inching closer to the truth, prompting this faction to strike within the city. However, they were wary of Group A's presence, hesitant to act overtly. Thus, they resorted to abducting Hawks and enlisting the assistance of Luo Bai's former adversaries to mislead him into believing this was merely a personal vendetta from an old rival, thereby preventing their team from becoming suspicious. Gradually, they devised a trap to dismantle them one by one, a strategy that seemed elegant yet ultimately flawed. Annabelle interjected with a cold laugh, seamlessly continuing the conversation. Toby Cook remarked with a hint of amusement that it was unfortunate they had not anticipated that Luo Bai would ascend 2 levels in merely 2 months, bringing along you, the archer, and, more remarkably, you 2 had experienced a breakthrough. This group truly lacked discernment. Zhang Hao sighed, casting a wistful glance at Luo Bai and Annabelle, realizing that he had now become the lowest-ranked member of the team. No, their intellect was quite sharp. Wu Yinghao defended their adversaries for the evening. Not only were they astute, but their actions were meticulously planned. Consider, for instance, their scheme to employ that scoundrel Scar to abduct Hawks, thereby misleading Luo Bai. Merely the personnel arrangement for tonight was exceedingly cautious, 1 at level 7 and 2 at level 5. Reflect upon this. Had Luo Bai not broken through to level 6, or if Annabelle had not achieved the same, or if Luo Bai had ventured forth alone, their adversaries would have faced almost no possibility of failure this evening. This plan was commendable from the outset, cleverly misleading our thoughts and concealing their true intentions, while their ambush force was configured to an overwhelming degree. Had they not been deprived of detailed intelligence regarding Luo Bai and Annabelle's breakthroughs, our team would likely have suffered significant losses tonight. They are formidable opponents, or rather, the mastermind behind this scheme is not to be underestimated. Alas, they were thwarted by misinformation. Wu Yinghao's analysis was meticulous and entirely impartial, devoid of any personal bias. He would never belittle or disdain his opponents, for such actions would serve no purpose and would only fill his mind with an ever-growing arrogance, ultimately leading to downfall. In this regard, both Luo Bai and Annabelle were in complete agreement. Indeed, as Wu Yinghao remarked, had it not been for their combined efforts and significant breakthroughs in strength, the opponent's plan would have been nearly foolproof. Had he plunged into this trap 2 months prior, he would have stood no chance of resistance, fading into obscurity within the confines of Coleman City. Reflecting on this, Luo Bai and Annabelle exchanged a glance, both recognizing the lingering fear and relief in each other's eyes. Sister Na, thank you once again. Luo Bai expressed his gratitude, acknowledging the weight of this favor. Annabelle responded with a playful laugh. Oh, dear little Luo Bai. Let's dispense with mere words of thanks. How about something more substantial, like giggles? Luo Bai. The momentary atmosphere of solemnity was instantly diluted. With a breakthrough achieved, the subsequent matters became considerably simpler. The five of them convened for an extended discussion, parting ways only as the clock approached midnight. Where? Please prepare another bedroom. Yes, master. Understood. Luo Bai then cautioned, take care of yourself, brotherly. Li Feng nodded in acknowledgement, aware that at this moment, his best support for Luo Bai was to ensure his own safety. The following morning, Luo Bai procured another shepherd, identical to the previous one. Ah, Cones, has your period of confinement finally come to an end? Kearns exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, it's finally over. I was on the verge of losing my mind. All right, enough about that. I will come find you shortly at the 16th District, Courtyard 1207, correct? Yes, do come, replied Luo Bai. I happen to be free these days. After more than half an hour, a deep space blue sports car with a black accent glided into Courtyard 1207. Good heavens, a Zenyo ST10. Such wealth, Luo Bai thought, his lips twitching. He had previously glimpsed this vehicle during his car shopping, priced at a staggering 47.8 million credit coins at the Silver Wolf Mall. As the door swung open, Kearns emerged, sporting burgundy sunglasses, a mature hairstyle, and an audacious light blue casual suit. Luo Bai could scarcely believe that this was the same individual who had battled monsters alongside him on the mountain. Wow, Luo Ge, you've actually reached level 6? Kearns exclaimed, removing his sunglasses in astonishment, only to furrow his brow and ask, Luo Bai, are you injured? Haven't you been out of the city lately? Although Kearns had been grounded, his mother ultimately lacked the heart to sever her beloved son's internet connection, allowing them to maintain their communication. Had a little scrap last night, Luo Bai replied with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Luo Bai was not surprised that Kearns was aware of his cultivation level. This guy's scouting ability, though limited in range, was significantly more effective and detailed than the energy search module. Impressive, Kearns remarked, giving a thumbs up. Daring to provoke those madmen from the Security Bureau's A group, truly worthy of you. Believe me, I didn't want to, Luo Bai sighed. I was left with no choice. Come on, let us head inside and talk. In the living room, two individuals engaged in casual conversation. Luo Bai took the opportunity to inform Cohen of the recent events involving the Wilderness Bandits and his speculations regarding the matter. This was no secret, and given that Cohen was a scion with extensive connections, he might be of assistance. Thank you, Luo Bai acknowledged, sending Cohen the photographs of the two men who had attacked them in the wild, only to meet their demise at their hands. Although Toby Cook and his team were also investigating, having an additional ally would increase their chances of success. Luo Bai was reluctant to have someone lurking in the shadows, covertly watching over his companions, as Hawks and Li Feng lacked the means to protect themselves. It's a trivial matter, Cohen waved his hand dismissively, then inquired, by the way. Luo, is that fellow Danguation in the city? We should summon him for a gathering. He should be in the city, let me check. He dined at my place a few days ago, Luo Bai replied with a smile, dialing his communicator. According to Danguation, Yuiware's culinary skills surpassed those of the cook at his own residence, albeit only slightly. Time flew by, and a week had already passed. Luo Bai's injuries had healed 2 days prior, recovering in half the time the doctor had predicted. Hawk's condition had also improved significantly, although he still experienced drowsiness. The symptoms had noticeably diminished as time progressed. On November 1st, snowflakes began to fall in Coleman City. The snowfall was light, yet due to the frigid temperatures, it did not melt, accumulating into a thick layer over the course of the morning. At noon, after having his meal, Luo Bai was preparing to head to the training room when he received a communication from Kearns. Luo, I have news about those two individuals you asked me to investigate. Oh, do tell, Luo Bai replied, his heart swelling with joy, secretly acknowledging Kearns' resourcefulness. On the communication screen, Kearns flashed a mischievous smile and said, Luo, you won't believe it, but I've uncovered quite a sensational scoop, enough to keep us entertained for days. You really should consider a career in tabloid journalism. Now, let's get to the point. Firstly, the deceased archer, named Wen Zhongze, is a 5th-tier warrior who has not aligned with any faction. He was raised by an old man, having no parents of his own, and possesses a cold and reclusive disposition. However, I discovered that Wen Zhongze is actually the illegitimate son of Song Modding, the leader of the South Water Gang. There is quite a bit of intrigue surrounding Song Modding's family. I'll send you the detailed information shortly for your perusal. Sounds good, Luo Bai nodded in agreement, probing further. And what about the other individual? The second person is named Brooker, with an obscure background. He, too, does not belong to any faction and lives as a lone wolf. However, he frequently accepts contract work, and the South Water Gang was one of his former employers. As for whether he has accepted their employment this time, I couldn't ascertain that. No information was available. All right, please send me the detailed information. I'll handle the rest myself. Thank you. Just a small matter. I still owe you 2 lives. In their haste to escape the Beggars Gang and seek refuge in the Silver Wolf training camp, the trio was motivated by rumors that the individual behind the scarred figure was affiliated with the South Water Gang, a connection that would likely deter any ordinary training camp from getting involved. After meticulously reviewing the information provided by Cohen, Lobai couldn't help but click his tongue, recognizing it as a particularly juicy piece of gossip. To summarize, the narrative was rather melodramatic. The current leader of the South Water Gang, Song Mo Tong, hailed from a humble background as a martial artist. In his youth, he fortuitously garnered the affection of the 6th Miss Wong, receiving her considerable support, which propelled his rise to power. In those days, Song Mo Tong and Miss Wong shared a harmonious marital bond. Treating each other with utmost respect and affection, their lives intertwined like the strings of a zither. However, a little over a year into their marriage, scandal erupted as it was revealed that Song Mo Tong had an earlier lover and a son who had just turned 1 month old. Naturally, upon discovering this, the 6th Miss Wong was incensed, leading to a tumultuous confrontation that compelled Song Mo Tong to take the drastic step of ending the lives of both his former lover and his biological son, thus allowing the matter to settle. Nevertheless, Song Mo Tong, being a shrewd individual who ascended to the position of gang leader, had already made provisions. While his former lover met her demise, the son survived through a clever ruse, becoming known as Wen Zhongzhe. TSK. One wonders if even the 6th Miss Wong is aware of this twist. Lobai mused, realizing just how formidable the influence of the Yin family was. Such clandestine matters were beyond the reach of the ordinary person, a fact that even Toby Cook, after all this time, had yet to uncover. Upon the occurrence of this event, Luo Bai found himself unable to continue his training. He promptly discarded the information into the team channel. A deep-sea bomb detonated, revealing 4 submerged salted fish, and soon the team channel was ablaze with fervent chatter. Once the gossiping flames among the team members subsided, Toby Cook finally spoke up, inquiring, "Luo Bai, is this information reliable?" "It should be fine. A friend assisted me in gathering it," came Luo Bai's response. "A friend?" Toby Cook's brow furrowed in skepticism. The South Water Gang was no pushover. While it might be as simple as crushing ants for the Silver Wolf hunting group to eliminate them, their team was merely one of the most junior hunting squads within the group. Should any misunderstandings arise, the consequences could be dire. After all, if this intelligence proved accurate, they would be the perpetrators of the murder of the South Water Gang leader's illegitimate son, and the ramifications of such an act were not difficult to fathom. Luo Bai discerned Toby Cook's concerns and sought to assuage them. "My friend is named Cones Bean. This information should be trustworthy." "Cones Bean? The one from the Bean family?" Toby Cook pressed on eagerly. "Yes, indeed." The team channel fell silent for a few seconds until Annabelle's sultry voice broke through. Well, Luo Bai, when will you introduce me to your friend?" "Sure, I will make it happen when I have the chance." At that moment, the analytical expert Wu Yinghao interjected. Given that he is from the Bean family, this intelligence should indeed be credible. Consequently, the previously tenuous logic appears much more coherent. They were eager to take action within the city, partly out of fear that we might uncover their true identities and expose the matter of the wilderness bandits. More importantly, it seemed that Song Modding was driven by a desire for vengeance against the murder of his son. 2 months of restraint was indeed a testament to his patience. Their cautious demeanor, avoiding any blatant displays, likely stemmed not only from their apprehension of the Public Security Bureau SA group, but also from a need to evade the attention of the Wong family, or more specifically, that of the gang leader's wife. After all, despite the diminished strength of Song Modding, the Nanshui gang was not solely under his command, and he had to carefully maintain his relationship with the Wong family. Wu Yinghao spoke little, merely elaborating on certain aspects of their previous analysis that had seemed somewhat forced or disjointed, before once again retreating into silence, sinking to the depths. At this juncture, the situation was largely clear, and the identity of the adversaries was more or less established. However, the question of how to proceed remained. This was the city. If they were to confront them directly, a significant disturbance could provoke the unpredictable response of the Public Security Bureau's A group. Moreover, given the limited capabilities of the team, they could not hope to confront the Nanshui gang. If Song Moting were truly to disregard all else and unleash his full might, even if the 5 of them banded together, they would merely find themselves overwhelmed and cast to the ground. To expose the situation? To declare that Wen Zhongzi was a wilderness bandit and rally public pressure? Such an endeavor was far from simple. Human nature dictates that when one is not directly affected, they remain indifferent. While it is easy to engage in idle chatter and join the fray, persuading others to stand against the Nanshui gang would prove to be a formidable challenge. Furthermore, with lives lost, would Song Moting still acknowledge this father-son relationship publicly? Perhaps Song Moting harbors profound feelings for his son. Yet the notion that he would willingly bear the burden of sacrificing his longtime confidant for the sake of ambition seems rather implausible. The more intricate dilemma lies in the fact that should the matter of the wilderness bandits be brought to light, it would be exceedingly difficult to elucidate the situation. Conflicts frequently arise among hunting parties in the wilds beyond the city, fueled by competition for prey, personal vendettas, or mere disdain for one another. How can one definitively categorize them as professional marauders? It is an inextricable quandary. If one cannot prevail, then the only recourse is to cultivate strength, engaging in battles outside the city to enhance one's prowess. In such a vast wilderness, it is hard to believe they could constantly monitor our movements. Zhang Hao has never been one to overthink such matters. Is this how it will simply end? I am feeling quite stifled. Annabelle's temperament is similarly frayed. Knowing who the adversary is yet feeling powerless against them is undeniably frustrating. Let us not rush. I shall verify whether there were any movements within the Nanshui gang that night. If it is indeed confirmed to be them, we cannot let this matter rest. If we cannot act, let us allow the couple to engage in their own conflict first. Toby Cook smirked mischievously. Luo Bai joined in with a light laugh, remarking, "Indeed. Such a delectable opportunity should not be squandered in our hands. Ultimately, strength is the foundation of all. If he possessed sufficient power at this moment, there would be no need to expend mental energy on these matters. He could simply charge into the Nanshui gang and eliminate Song with a single stroke." While enhancing his own hard skills, Luo Bai did not neglect the upgrading of his equipment, particularly the various functional modules associated with battle runes. Recent events served as a poignant reminder that without adequate levels, communication and energy detection could easily be disrupted or shielded. This posed no problem when facing dark beasts. But should the opponent be human, one could suffer significant losses. The equipment at the master tier is prohibitively expensive for Luo Bai, yet replacing everything with elite-grade soldier tier items presented no issue. The exquisite Snow Shadow 2 series battle blades cost 5,764,600. The elite-grade soldier tier communication module, 2,534,000. And the elite-grade soldier tier energy detection module, 3,507,500. Furthermore, he invested a substantial amount in 3 new battle rune modules, the elite-grade soldier tier communication jamming module, priced at 7,562,000, the elite-grade soldier tier anti-communication jamming module, 9,216,000, and the elite-grade soldier tier energy reaction jamming module, 5,423,000. Such counter-reconnaissance functional modules are exorbitantly priced. Previously, Luo Bai had neither the funds nor the inclination to utilize them, yet recent incidents illuminated their necessity. Sometimes, playing the fool proves effective. Safeguarding one's intelligence and leading opponents to make erroneous judgments can indeed be life-saving. Information warfare is paramount in modern combat and constitutes a crucial aspect of martial confrontations, as long as they prove useful in critical moments. Luo Bai believes that this expenditure is well worth it. In total, he invested 34,007,100 credits, thoroughly arming himself to the teeth. Certainly, the cost was the dramatic depletion of his personal assets, with more than half of the wealth acquired from the last wilderness hunt now consumed, leaving him with merely over 18 million. A day later, on the Team's communication channel. Toby Cook, everyone. I have confirmed through other channels that around 9 o'clock on the evening of October 27th, the Southwater Gang indeed mobilized some martial artists, which solidifies our previous conjectures. Annabelle, then what are we waiting for? Let us launch the melons we prepared and allow that Song fellow to take the lead. Wu Hao, I concur. Luo Bai, I agree. Zhang Hao, I believe we can seize the opportunity to slip out of the city while that scoundrel and his wife are entangled, evading our pursuers and reveling in the wilderness. Annabelle, goodness, big muscle, you've actually employed some thought. How rare. Zhang Hao, what do you mean by that? I simply prefer not to overthink. It doesn't imply I lack intelligence. Soon, the group finalized their plan, with Toby Cook tasked to disseminate the information. Tossing melons is a technical endeavor. Given the stringent regulations on the internet, one cannot act recklessly. It is essential to seek professionals. Otherwise, it could raise the opponent's suspicion and lead to unintended consequences. In this regard, Luo had scant resources, as his connections were pitifully limited. It must be said that the fastest spreading news in the world is always gossip, which has its own allure. As long as the content is of high quality and the information flow substantial, it is nearly impossible to contain. In the brief span of merely 2 days, the romantic history of Song Modding, the leader of the South Water Gang, has become the subject of much gossip among the populace. Tales of betrayal, such as the murder of a former lover, the substitution of a child, and enduring humiliation for the sake of aspirations, have circulated widely. Rumors suggest that Song Modding has not made an appearance during this tumultuous period. A confidant has revealed that he bears scratches on his face, presumably from nails. And there are whispers that he has been atoning to his beloved wife by fulfilling his public duties in a manner akin to repentance, among other speculations. On November 4th, shortly after 3 in the afternoon, in the southwestern district, a group including Luo was aboard an armored off-road vehicle, which was making its way out of the city. "Ah, how utterly hilarious!" exclaimed Annabelle, laughing heartily. Look, there are reports that the 6th young lady of the Wang family, in a fit of rage, has completely drained Song Modding, leaving him foaming at the mouth. They even have pictures to prove it. Her laughter resonated, causing the steering wheel to rattle with her exuberance. Luo felt a wave of frustration wash over him as dark lines crossed his mind. The battle forms and warriors were directly linked, rendering the screen invisible to outsiders, much to the chagrin of prying eyes. However, a significant concern loomed. The driver, ostensibly focused on the road, might well be distracted by sensational news, leaving the passengers with a sense of vulnerability and a lack of oversight. In the passenger seat, Wu Hao tentatively suggested, "Annabelle, perhaps I should take the wheel. You seem quite fatigued. What nonsense are you spouting?" Annabelle retorted, rolling her eyes at Wu Hao. "I am not Zhang Hao. I am a proud level 6 archer. Driving is hardly exhausting." With that, she pressed the accelerator once more. Luo had initially intended to catch a brief respite, but now he found himself poised to leap from the vehicle at a moment's notice. In the southern district, on Xian'an Avenue, stands the Daheng building, the headquarters of the Shenlong Group, which was recently acquired. The official name Shenlong Group may be unfamiliar to many. However, its alternate name, Nanshui Gang, resonates loudly among the common folk of the southern district of Coleman City. At the pinnacle of the building resides the headquarters of the Shenlong Group, which also serves as the central hub of the Nanshui Gang. Yet, at present, the scene is one of utter chaos, with remnants of destruction scattered throughout. The office of Song Modding, the chairman of the Shenlong Group and the leader of the Nanshui Gang, has become a veritable disaster zone. Once adorned with exquisite elegance, the office is now unrecognizable and utterly distressing. Amidst the disarray, a gaunt middle-aged man reclines in his office chair. This is Song Modding. Before him, the desk remains the sole, untouched surface, a mystery as to whether it survived the upheaval or was meticulously restored. Lying back, he puffs on a cigarette, gazing at the ceiling. Contrary to the rumors circulating in the streets, his face bears no signs of the injuries that have been exaggerated. Rather, as a martial artist with formidable resilience, he remains unscathed, impervious even to the delicate assaults of the 6th daughter of the Wang family. A notification beeps. Some individuals are attempting to leave the city. "Understood, continue monitoring," he responds, before ending the communication. In less than 2 seconds, Song Modding dispatches a message. "Chia. The target is leaving the city. My men cannot keep up. I will find them. Hopefully. I require half the payment up front." Agreed. The leader of the gang, it seems, is indeed forthright. "I am not fond of this address." "Oh, I understand, Director Song." Moments later, Song Modding initiated another voice communication. "Where the hell are you?" Song Modding seemed to have undergone a sudden transformation, his demeanor drastically altered. "Brother, I am currently monitoring that brat. He's already left the city. And where are you keeping an eye on him? If it weren't for a friend coincidentally spotting them, I would still be oblivious to their departure from the city, a bunch of useless fools." Song Modding's voice was loud and his tone irritable, yet his face remained eerily calm, as if he were experiencing a split personality or perhaps paralysis. "Brother, I." On the other end of the line, the masked warrior spoke timidly, yet his eyes were filled with a chilling coldness. They are all utterly useless, and you didn't even take anyone to pursue them? Damn it, have I raised you for nothing? Yes, brother, I will take people to chase them right away. Yes, I understand, brother. After concluding 3 brief communications, Song Modding lit 3 cigarettes, placing 2 upright on the table and putting one into his mouth. Winsei, wait a moment. Just a moment longer. Father will surely avenge you. It is a debt he owes you. Annie, you too must wait. I shall unearth each and every traitor who has betrayed us. I am determined to discover who, in those days, leaked our whereabouts and exposed your existence. I will ensure they all pay the ultimate price for your suffering. It will come soon, very soon. The office was steeped in silence, interrupted only by the swirling smoke and the faint crackle of burning cigarettes. Suddenly, a cacophony of voices broke through, growing louder as it approached. Madam, the chairman, he. Slap. After the resounding blow, Wang Xianer scolded. Have you lost your mind? This is not a place for your words. Ah, San, I see. Why do you stand idly? Drag him out and feed him to the dogs. Yes, madam. Madam. Please spare me, madam. Song Modding remained motionless, his ears attuned to this farce, which had played out countless times before. His face bore no hint of emotion, as though the very air had solidified around him. Outside the city, the snow from a few days prior had melted only partially. By 7 in the evening, darkness had fully enveloped the sky. Luo Bai and his companions concealed their armored vehicle and, without pausing for rest, pressed onward with all their might. They needed to distance themselves from any potential pursuers. Otherwise, in the vast wilderness, the lurking threat would be perilously close. The direction of the team's advance was entirely arbitrary. Devoid of any planning, they merely traversed the terrain at random, minimizing the likelihood of being pursued. Although Luobai and his companions did not sprint with full force, they maintained a speed exceeding 100 km/h. Given the complexity of the terrain, such velocity was unattainable for vehicles. Attempting to drive at that speed would inevitably result in a crash. By 11 o'clock at night, the team had already covered over 400 kilometers, and fortuitously, snowflakes began to fall once more from the heavens. In the wilderness, the frigid winds howled, and the snow became increasingly dense, heralding the onset of a heavy snowfall. Indeed, the weather forecast proved remarkably accurate. It predicted snow for tonight, and here it is, Zhang Hao mused, scooping a handful of snow from the ground and tasting it. This significant snowfall would perfectly conceal their tracks, allowing them to vanish entirely into the wilderness. Let us hasten and continue. Understood. Toby Cook's leadership stemmed not solely from his formidable strength. Beneath his seemingly rugged exterior lay a heart capable of perceiving the subtleties of life. This snowfall persisted for 2 nights and 2 days, tapering off only on the afternoon of the 3rd day after Luo Bai and his team had departed the city. By that time, in many areas, the snow was already waist-deep, while Luo Bai and his companions had been on the move for 3 days. If one were to disregard the distance and merely consider the winding path they had taken, it would likely amount to no less than 2,000 kilometers. As the snowfall began to diminish and they entered the 018214 area, Toby Cook finally commanded a halt. Find a place to dig a hiding hole. We shall rest for the night and commence hunting tomorrow. Finally, it has come to a halt. The past few days have been unbearably dull. The heavy snowfall has kept most of the shadow beasts from venturing out in search of food. Zhang Hao scooped up some snowflakes to wipe his face and muttered with a grin. What's the rush? Toby Cook chided playfully. As soon as this snow ceases, the shadow beasts will emerge to forage. Those brave enough to appear now will not be easy to deal with. You shall have your chance to take action then. As they conversed, the group continued their journey, ultimately discovering a sheltered hollow in the mountains. With a few swift movements, they dug out a hiding place. After days of relentless snowfall, the usual spots were buried waist deep, and the depths of this wind-protected hollow were even greater. The night passed in silence. The following morning, as the sun rose, the shadow beasts emerged from their dens to hunt, and Luobai and his companions commenced their own activities. Compared to their previous encounter, the overall strength of the squad had significantly improved. With their combined efforts, they found that their efficiency in hunting 8th-level shadow beasts had notably increased. In the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. Luo Gu, I have completely recovered. In a video call, Hawk sat comfortably in the living room, savoring the dinner meticulously prepared by Yu Yuer. Meanwhile, Luo Bai munched on jerky, which, despite its mediocre flavor, provided ample nutrition and energy from the meat of high-level shadow beasts. Has Doctor Who visited today? Yes, he came in the afternoon, conducted an examination, and declared that I am fully recovered without any issues. I know, Luo Gu. I won't go outside. Otherwise, those scoundrels would use me to threaten you again. After a brief conversation, Hawks finished his dinner while Luo Bai completed his jerky. Once the communication ended, Luo Bai adjusted himself and commenced his training. Having chosen the path of battle, he knew he must tread it relentlessly. Lingering too long in one place would invite death. Toby Cook secured his sword and shield, calling out, "Let us go. I hope for a fruitful day." Indeed, today promised to yield remarkable rewards. Zhang Hao, wielding a massive axe, chuckled heartily, elated that he had finally ascended to the 6th level of the warrior rank just the previous night, no longer the lowest in the team. This newfound status gave him a boost in confidence. All right, stop tempting fate. Be wary of coming back empty-handed today, Wu Yinghao advised earnestly. How could that be? This isn't tempting fate. My pectorals are solid. I'm not Anna. I'm sincerely praying here. You want to die? Do you think my pectorals aren't solid? They are real. Attention, at 9 o'clock, 800 meters away, an 8th level Greystone giant bear, Annabelle's voice echoed through the squad channel. Unless in extraordinary circumstances. The team preferred direct communication, often converting their thoughts into sound through battle markings even when vocalizing was inconvenient. Zhang Hao licked his lips and inquired through the channel, "Captain, what is the plan? Shall we engage?" The level 8 limestone giant bear. Quite a challenge indeed. Toby Cook is meticulously assessing the risk-reward ratio. As their primary objective in slaying the dark beast is profit, naturally, they would refrain from undertaking endeavors that are laborious yet yield minimal returns. In the wilderness, dark beasts abound in countless varieties, some of which possess formidable strength, yet are nearly devoid of anything valuable save for a single crystal core, rendering them rather unworthy targets. However, the limestone giant bear before them is an exception. This creature is a veritable treasure trove, with the sole drawback being its formidable nature. No one is pressuring or disturbing Toby Cook. Typically, jovial banter and playful antics are acceptable, but in matters of such gravity, an excess of opinions could impair his judgment. Be cautious, Anna, particularly of its ferocious claws. Do not allow it the opportunity to unleash its wrath. Understood, Annabelle replied, drawing her bow with precision. With a powerful release, her arrow pierced the air, aimed directly at the rear of the engrossed limestone giant bear. The bear's senses are remarkably acute. Despite its focus on feeding and its back turned to the group, it detected the arrow's approach from over 400 meters away. In an impressive display of agility, the massive creature swiftly turned and struck out with its paw, intercepting the arrow mid-flight. The impact was resounding. The arrow, crafted with a high-grade alloy tip and a premium-grade shaft, was shattered into several pieces in the air. Indeed, a formidable adversary. In his heart, Luo Bai marveled at the scene before him. It was his first encounter with Annabelle's initial stealthy assault, effortlessly thwarted by the dark beast. With a resounding roar, the towering Greystone giant bear shattered the arrows with a single swipe of its paw, rising to a height exceeding 3 meters. In the next moment, it propelled itself off the ground with its powerful hind legs, causing the earth to tremble beneath its weight, charging directly towards the group. The swirling snow around it offered no hindrance whatsoever. Annabelle understood her role. Having provoked the wrath of the Greystone giant bear with her arrow, she swiftly turned to retreat. This formidable 8th-level creature could reach speeds exceeding 70 meters per second during its full charge, closing the distance of over 800 meters in mere breaths. Luo Bai, cautiously suppressing his own presence to its barest essence, had already unsheathed his exquisite-grade battle knife, poised for the taste of blood. Faced with an 8th-level dark beast alone, he would likely find himself without a chance of escape. However, with the cooperation of his comrades, particularly the direct engagement of Toby Cook, they might dare to challenge the might of the 8th-level dark beast. The Greystone giant bear drew closer, and Luo Bai could distinctly see the remnants of flesh and blood between its jaws, specifically that of a 7th-level snow leopard, its skull crushed by a single blow. Just as the Greystone giant bear closed in to within 20 meters of Luo Bai, a robust figure erupted from the snow, brandishing a large shield and crashing into the side of the Greystone giant bear. It was none other than Captain Toby Cook. With a thunderous clash, two figures collided, sending ripples through the air and causing the surrounding snow to explode, revealing the solid ground beneath. The massive Greyrock grizzly, moving at high speed, was knocked over by Toby Cook, its colossal form rolling several times in the snow before it managed to rise again. Given its formidable physique, it was hardly susceptible to injury. Not a single hair was ruffled. However, Toby Cook's impact had completely dissipated the immense momentum that the bear had built up over 800 meters. Engage. We cannot allow it to charge, Toby Cook bellowed, brandishing his massive shield in one hand and his great sword in the other as he faced the Grey Rock Grizzly once more. The recent collision had undeniably weakened him. But it was not a significant concern. He merely needed a brief moment to regain his breath, and Luobai and the others could easily provide him that vital time. Attack! Zhang Hao roared, bursting forth from the bear's flank with a giant axe that swung like a windmill, striking fiercely at the creature's lower back. Meanwhile, Luobai and Wu Yinghao charged in from the side, their blade techniques executed with precision and devoid of any embellishment, simple yet powerful. They needed to alleviate the pressure on their captain, who was facing the Grey Rock Grizzly head-on, buying him precious seconds to recover. Even Annabelle, who had retreated to a distance, was not idle. Her arrows posed no significant threat to the formidable defensive capabilities of the Grey Rock giant bear, yet she found it quite effortless to harass it. A mere 200 to 300 meters was inconsequential for her, a level 6 archer. The distance felt akin to standing face to face. Despite the intensity of the battle proving somewhat distracting, her arrows never strayed from the triangular area on the bear's face. Damn, this creature's hide is remarkably tough. Zhang Hao's giant axe swung with force, yet its impact was less than satisfactory, merely provoking the bear into a furious display of roars and clawing. He had only recently achieved a breakthrough, and his physical prowess had yet to catch up. His battle axe was merely of exquisite quality, making it challenging to confront a creature renowned for its defense and strength. In contrast, Luo Bai and Wu Yinghao fared somewhat better, occasionally inflicting shallow wounds on the giant bear, which, albeit not deep, served to effectively restrain it. Hold on. Give me 20 more seconds, Toby Cook bellowed, his arm aching from the previous collision, his body shaken and in need of time to recuperate. He was well aware of the consequences. It was not his reckless nature that compelled him to charge, but rather the necessity of the moment. With the Grey Rock giant bear's acute senses, stealthy approaches were utterly impossible for the group. Instead of engaging in a chance encounter, it was wiser to lure the beast, yet this required interrupting its ferocious onslaught. Otherwise, none among the five could withstand a single strike. The primary force, Toby Cook, needed a moment to regain his breath and could not unleash his full power, placing immense pressure on Luobai and the others. Roar! The limestone giant bear was besieged by several individuals, its fury escalating dramatically. Suddenly, it shook off Toby Cook's frontal restraint and launched an assault on Luo Bai, Wu Yinghao, and Zhang Hao. In response, the trio could do little but evade, skillfully maneuvering around it. A direct confrontation would result in their utter obliteration within mere seconds, leaving them as nothing more than a blend of mud and snowflakes. Experience the enhanced version of Sear the Entrails, Luo Bai thought with a cold smirk during his assault. With his left hand gripping the hilt of his sword, he executed a feigned strike, unleashing a dark purple energy arrow, the thickness of a finger, that shot forth with astonishing speed. The energy arrow was not only swift but also remarkably dense, appearing almost tangible at first glance. The dark purple tip and shaft crackled with strands of bright white electricity, ionizing the surrounding air and producing a series of explosive sounds. This was the third enhancement of Sear the Entrails. The previous encounter with a thunder crocodile hatchling had finally endowed this otherwise mediocre innate combat technique with a semblance of true prowess. At such close range, the energy arrow struck the limestone giant bear almost instantaneously, its formidable hide seemingly non-existent against the 3-inch projectile, which pierced directly into its flesh. The bear roared, sensing an odd discomfort within its body, accompanied by a faint tingling sensation. Yet this feeling was exceedingly subtle, having little impact on its overall strength. Continuous enhancement is imperative, Luo Bai mused. He understood that the dark energy level had a startlingly pronounced suppressive effect on such techniques that relied solely on dark energy. Luo Bai firmly believed that with relentless fortification, he could transform this seemingly unremarkable combat skill into a divine technique. The direct impact on the anal sphincter at the rectal terminus has finally diminished to the point of vanishing, supplanted instead by the paralyzing effects of the thunderous waterball attack. Nevertheless, the abdominal cramping persists as the predominant effect of the combat technique. The subtle variations in the combat technique's efficacy, Luo Bai has explained, whether knowingly or unknowingly, reflect his newfound comprehension of his innate combat skills. Concealing this from the other members of the team is not a sustainable strategy. Rather than hiding his abilities, It is more prudent to intermittently showcase the enhancements of his combat techniques, allowing his companions to gradually acclimate to the changes. After all, he cannot indefinitely refrain from using the search the gut technique. That would render it as good as non-existent. A gradual process of growth is preferable to abrupt transformations, thereby mitigating potential issues. Innate combat techniques can be quite peculiar. Is the level suppression too intense? Wu Yinghao, while executing dual-wielded attacks, inquired of Lo Bai, having witnessed the effects of the revised search the gut technique a few days prior. Indeed, Lo Bai nodded, simultaneously unleashing a volley of small energy arrows. Let us see if we can summon a few more. Excellent. To buy time for Toby Cook, the remaining team members employed every tactic at their disposal. Wu Yinghao and Zhang Hao not only engaged the Greystone Giant Bear, but also aimed to create opportunities for Lo Bai to utilize Search the Gut. By now, Lo Bai's speed in releasing Search the Gut had become remarkably swift, launching over 30 within a mere 10 seconds. Of course, this expended a significant amount of internal dark energy. Yet he remained unconcerned. As long as it secured sufficient time for Toby Cook, the effort was indeed worthwhile. Having consumed dozens of energy arrows in succession, the Greystone Behemoth, despite its dark energy level exceeding that of Lu Bai, found itself in discomfort. The paralysis effect was manageable, given its robust physique and strength. However, the cramping pain in its abdomen was another matter entirely. Every creature possesses its vulnerabilities. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the behemoth, its eyes gleaming with a crimson light as a formidable wave of dark energy radiated from its being, causing Luo Bai to momentarily falter in his breath. Be cautious. Raging Claw. Annabelle and Toby Cook's voices resonated simultaneously. Annabelle unleashed a flurry of shots while Toby Cook, unable to regain his composure, exerted all his strength to counter the onslaught. The Raging Claw was a signature battle technique of the Greystone Behemoth, a last resort skill. Once invoked, both its power and speed surged dramatically, posing a threat that could surpass that of certain ninth-tier dark beasts that refrained from using their innate skills. The behemoth rose to its full height, its massive paws akin to divine hammers, crashing down towards Toby Cook and forcing him back by 2 steps. The ferocity of the Raging Claw extended beyond just its forelimbs. At that moment, the Greystone Behemoth accelerated astonishingly, leaving Zhang Hao with no time to evade. He was forced to absorb the impact of a crushing blow. In the nick of time, Zhang Hao raised his colossal axe as a shield, bracing it against his chest. With a resounding clang, he was propelled through the air like a cannonball. The distinct sound of bones cracking echoed in the ears of those nearby. As he soared through the air, a mouthful of blood erupted uncontrollably from Zhang Hao, accompanied by some coagulated matter, leaving uncertain whether it was clotted blood or something else entirely. With a resounding thud, Zhang Hao's body crashed heavily several meters away, succumbing to silence. Beast, perish. Zhang Hao lay grievously wounded, his fate uncertain. Toby Cook, unable to wait for his arm to fully heal, let out a thunderous roar, shifting from mere restraint to an all-out assault. Kill simultaneously echoed from Luo Bai and Wu Yinghao as they launched their attacks on either flank of the gray rock giant bear. Nearby, Annabelle continued her relentless assault on the bear's eyes and other vital points, providing crucial distraction and support. As for Zhang Hao, there was no time to assess his condition. They had to eliminate the bear first. Diverting even one person to rescue Zhang Hao could lead to total collapse, endangering them all. In less than 10 minutes, the battle concluded, with Luo Bai nearly exhausting his internal dark energy. The clash with dark beasts was always a direct escalation. There was no room for hesitation. Like a tempest, it arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, with life and death disowned in mere minutes or even seconds. With the colossal sword withdrawn from the gray rock giant bear's brain, Toby Cook took several deep breaths before instructing Old Wu, handle this bear swiftly to prevent any unforeseen complications. Annabelle, remain alert. Luo Bai, go check on Zhang Hao. The group promptly attended to their respective duties. While Toby Cook retrieved a vial of concentrated nutrient solution, uncapped it, and consumed its contents. In this battle, he endured immense strain. As the squad leader and the strongest among them, he needed to regain his strength swiftly. This was the wilderness, an area led by 018, where danger could strike at any moment. Zhang Hao. Luo Bai discovered that Zhang Hao was still alive, albeit in a poor condition. He hesitated to move him, opting instead to gently pat his cheek. Cough. Zhang Hao had not completely lost consciousness. He was gravely injured and nearly immobile, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, refusing to cease. Fortunately, As a warrior, his vitality was remarkably resilient. Had he been an ordinary person, such injuries would have been fatal multiple times over. Hang in there. Although Luo Bai was not a doctor, he was familiar with treating external wounds as a warrior. He swiftly administered a hemostatic agent to Zhang Hao before unfastening his combat suit. Hiss. The sight before Luo Bai made him gasp in shock. A glance at the massive axe that had fallen nearby revealed a pronounced dent on its nearly 1-inch thick blade. The strike from the greystone giant bear had distorted the entire surface of this heavyweight, elite-grade battle axe. Had that blow been aimed at me, and I attempted to parry it with my sword, it would have likely shattered on the spot. Due to the lack of direct confrontation, Luo Bai had previously underestimated the bear's strength, but now, he glanced at the distance where Toby Cook was panting heavily, replenishing himself with nutrient solution, and he gained a newfound respect for this captain's prowess, far beyond that of an ordinary 8th-level warrior. After a simple bandaging, the previously administered medication began to take effect. The blood froth that Zhang Hao had spoken of had ceased, and his condition had improved slightly. How do you feel? Luo Bai inquired. I won't die, Zhang Hao replied in a faint, weak voice. Luo Bai had never witnessed the most robust member of their team in such a vulnerable state, so delicate. At that moment, Toby Cook finished administering the nutritional fluid and approached, teasing Zhang Hao. So, did you enjoy the beating? As long as you're alive, that's something to celebrate. A bitter smile appeared on Zhang Hao's face as he weakly responded. I suppose I was beaten quite well. Haha, whether giving or receiving a beating. As long as you found it enjoyable, that's what matters, Toby Cook said, squatting down to reassess Zhang Hao's injuries, addressing the areas that Luo Bai had inadequately treated before concluding his examination. Give it a try. Can you stand? Yes, Zhang Hao replied, with Luo Bai's assistance. He slowly rose to his feet, though he was gravely injured and could only stand with difficulty, swaying unsteadily and relying on Luo Bai for support. Once Wu Hao completed the task of dealing with the corpse of the greystone giant bear, Luo Bai cradled Zhang Hao in her arms, and the group departed from the scene. With one severely injured member, it was evident that they would be wrapping up for the day. More than half an hour after Luo Bai and the others had left, a figure draped in a white cloak appeared amidst the devastation of the battlefield. Confronting the greystone giant bear head-on, TSK, what a daring individual. The cloaked figure glanced at the dismembered remains, accurately identifying its species. Suddenly, the cloaked figure's nose twitched as he abruptly turned his gaze towards the spot where Zhang Hao had been violently hurled. Human blood? This group has sustained injuries. The cloaked figure licked his lips, seemingly stirred by a primal urge, yet he quickly restrained himself. I must attend to my duties first. I am bound by professional ethics. He began to move, his actions cautious, as if he feared to harm the delicate snowflakes beneath his feet. Minutes later, a smile emerged on the cloaked figure's face. An archer was providing distant harassment support. One individual was confronting head-on, while 3 were executing flanking attacks. No, one had been eliminated from the skirmish early on. Only 2 were engaging in flanking harassment. The composition of their forces seemed to align with the characteristics of the target, yet, murmuring softly, the smile on his face gradually gave way to confusion. This shouldn't be the case. If they were indeed the target, with their capabilities in this tactical arrangement, they should be insufficient to dispatch the greystone giant bear. Even if they managed to do so, they would undoubtedly incur significant injuries. Yet there was only a single trail of blood. At that moment, if Luo Bai and his companions could hear the cloaked figure's analysis, they would undoubtedly be struck with terror and disbelief. For this individual had reconstructed their combat process with remarkable accuracy based solely on the traces left at the scene, and had astutely predicted the outcome of the battle. The only uncertainty lay in the cloaked figure's ignorance of the true power of Luo Bai's new version of gut searching and the role it played in this conflict. Aside from this point, the cloaked figure's analysis was impeccably sound. As he recited, had it not been for Luo Bai nearly exhausting his internal dark energy and sacrificing nearly 100 gut-searching efforts, the formidable strength of the greystone giant bear would have been significantly diminished. In the absence of Zhang Hao, the team would undoubtedly have faced not only excessive exhaustion but potentially further casualties. In the concealed gorge, there lies a cave, the den of the dark beasts, which was entirely eradicated by Luo Bai and his companions, with a family of 5 neatly packed within their provisions. During the dry season, the water flow in the gorge is minimal, seeping from the earth, unencased in ice, with the adjacent snow having melted, revealing the gravel riverbeds sculpted by the rains of the previous season. This circumstance greatly facilitated Luo Bai and his companions in concealing their tracks. "Is everything outside thoroughly cleared?" inquired Toby Cook. Wu Yinghao nodded silently, as he was meticulous and prudent, always responsible for erasing the traces left by the group upon their return. This was essential, whether to prevent being pursued by powerful dark beasts, to avoid their lair being turned upside down as it had been previously, or to guard against any potential hidden adversaries. Such precautions were fundamental. While some hunters may act carelessly, they seldom survive for long. Once they confirmed that no traces remained, the group finally relaxed, ensuring Zhang Hao was properly situated. "What are your thoughts moving forward?" Toby Cook asked, noting Zhang Hao's severe injuries, which would likely require a full month for complete recovery. He sought the opinions of the others without deliberately avoiding Zhang Hao. "Old Wu, what about you?" Toby Cook turned his gaze to Wu Yinghao, who merely nodded in agreement. Luo Bai and Wu Yinghao exchanged glances, both nodding in agreement, signifying their consent. Toby Cook's arrangement was indeed quite reasonable. With Zhang Hao incapacitated and devoid of any means of self-defense, it was prudent to leave one behind as a precaution. Otherwise, should another intruder approach as before, the losses would not merely amount to a few dark beast crystal cores and materials. While the group deliberated on their subsequent plans within the cavern, a figure cloaked in white was traversing the snowy landscape, following the trail left by the team. Although the capabilities displayed during the previous confrontation suggested discrepancies with the intelligence provided by their employer, Qi Yi resolved to investigate further. However, his intent was solely to observe. He would never act against a target without first establishing their identity, for he held himself to a standard, refusing to kill for free, unless remuneration was offered. In exceptional circumstances, he might eliminate a target and then claim his payment from the corpse. Upon reaching a steep cliff face, where the howling winds had swept away the accumulated snow, Luo Bai and his companions' traces had vanished. Qi Yi halted, furrowing his brow as he meticulously scanned the surroundings, ultimately uncovering a faint sign of their passage. "Oh, quite the cautious bunch, yet ultimately futile. There is no one Qi Yi cannot locate." 20 minutes later, Qi Yi found himself near a sheltered cavern. Having diligently followed the winding and sporadic traces to this point, activating his energy level search, he frowned. "To level 8? How could this be? It does not add up." Before Qi Yi could discern the source of his predicament, two enormous tigers, a male and a female, burst forth from a nearby cavern. "Damn, fire tigers?" Qi Yi cursed under his breath, promptly retreating. Despite his formidable prowess, reaching the 9th star level, he was ill-equipped for direct confrontation with dark beasts and preferred to avoid close-quarters combat. However, the two fire tigers, disturbed in their pursuits, were unwilling to easily relinquish the opportunity presented to them. They were in need of a little sustenance. With a resounding roar, the powerful sound waves sent snowflakes cascading from the surrounding trees. The larger male fire tiger propelled itself into the air, launching its paw towards Qi Ye's back. The speed and force unleashed in that moment were formidable enough to instill apprehension even in a 9th-level human warrior. "Curse it," Qi Yi muttered, swiftly pivoting to evade the male fire tiger's assault. In an instant, a longbow wrapped in white cloth emerged from beneath his cloak, and a premium-grade alloy arrow gleamed with metallic luster as it was loosed towards the eyes of the colossal beast. Though airborne, the male tiger exhibited remarkable agility. With a flick of its tail, as thick as an adult's arm, it redirected its momentum and swatted at the arrowhead with its forepaw. Thud! Qi Ye's impressive strength and superior equipment enabled his shot to pierce the male fire tiger's forepaw, protruding over an inch, a testament to the ferocity of his strike. Roaring in fury, the male fire tiger descended, but the slender arrow could not withstand the immense force and snapped in two, leaving half of it embedded in its paw. At this moment, the female flame tiger, slightly delayed in its reaction, lunged forward to join the fray. Yet, to the astonishment of all, Qi Yi felt little pressure from the two tigers. Previously, he had refrained from utilizing his arrows extensively, as he preferred to conserve his limited supply for the sake of convenience. Each arrow he carried was of exquisite quality, a treasure in its own right. However, with these two foolish beasts choosing their own demise, he had no choice but to engage them. With a series of swift shots, he unleashed his arrows at point-blank range, ultimately breaching the defenses of the male flame tiger. His arrow pierced through its eye and into its brain. Although it did not succumb immediately, such a wound would inevitably lead to its demise in due course. Having dispatched one, Qi Yi deftly maneuvered his longbow, which transformed into a pair of blades less than 3 inches in length at either end. In his hands, The longbow became akin to a delicate dagger, each strike resulting in a spray of crimson. To claim he was unskilled in close combat depends entirely on the opponent one references. Against melee warriors of comparable rank, it could be argued that Chie was indeed not adept in close quarters. However, these two 8th-level dim-witted tigers lacked the merit to compel him to acknowledge any such deficiency. In a mere 2 minutes, the injured female flame tiger lay bloodied in the snow, its hide marred beyond recognition, a fatal gash marring its throat. She had departed without claiming even the core, let alone the tiger's skin or bones. The only object that piqued his interest was that whip. After 7 days of recuperation, he was finally able to walk unaided, though his physical strength remained only marginally superior to that of an average person. Not to mention his inability to engage in any physical exertion. His injuries were not of a nature that could be healed merely by applying medicinal poultices. The healing agents could only facilitate the closure of wounds, incapable of expelling the fragments of bone that lay within. The reason for this period of waiting was to allow Zhang Hao's condition to stabilize and for the muscle tissue to regenerate. As for the broken bones, if they healed improperly, so be it. The primary concern was to avoid inadvertently piercing any internal organs. Today, it was Luo Bai's turn to tend to the household. After exchanging a few words with Zhang Hao, he entered a state of cultivation. The battles of recent days had significantly honed his swordsmanship, and mastering the complete technique of the Blood Shadow Blade was now within reach. More importantly, his own cultivation had been steadily advancing. The intensity of life-and-death combat offered a level of refinement to a warrior's prowess and physical fitness that solitary training could never match. In the cavern, Luo Bai sat cross-legged, his breath flowing with an intricate rhythm. Though invisible, he could sense the dark matter in the surrounding space streaming into his body. Subsequently guided by his breathing technique into the dark purple octahedral core of dark energy, where it transformed into strands of unique dark energy, permeating every corner of his being. This guy is truly extraordinary. Zhang Hao lamented from his corner, watching Luo Bai in his meditative state. With no ability to cultivate or engage in combat, he found himself confined to the cave, and the monotony threatened to drive him mad. As time passed, Luo Bai paused twice to replenish his energy before once again immersing himself in his training. At around 5 in the afternoon, Zhang Hao, engrossed in a drama, was abruptly awakened by a formidable surge of dark energy. Instinctively, he turned his gaze towards Luo Bai. In the next moment, a grimace contorted Zhang Hao's face as he exclaimed, "What the heck? Has he broken through again?" The dark energy fluctuations in the cave subsided, and Luo Bai opened his eyes, rising to his feet, a fleeting expression of joy crossing his features. Indeed, he had achieved another breakthrough, accomplishing this feat in less than a month. It is worth noting that during his last visit to the wilderness, he had merely coasted through, whereas this time, he was one of the primary combatants, naturally undergoing a different level of personal refinement. Glancing at the personal information panel of his battle insignia, he confirmed that his dark energy level had indeed changed. Energy level, soldier level LV7. Combat techniques, basic swordsmanship, basic agility, blood shadow sword technique, cultivation method, breathing technique. My punching power should now exceed 4,000 kilograms, and once my body is nourished by high-tier dark energy, both my strength and speed should see further enhancement. Feeling the current state of his abilities, Luo Bai was filled with immense joy. The elevation of one's strength invariably brings pleasure, particularly when such advancements are tangible and perceptible. Just then, as Luo Bai reveled in his self-satisfaction, Zhang Hao's mournful voice reached him. Turning around, Luo Bai shrugged and jested, what can I say? Good talent is just unavoidable. He understood that at this moment, light-hearted banter was most fitting. If he were to solemnly approach Zhang Hao to offer consolation, saying, "It's all right. Keep practicing, and you too shall break through," it would indeed be foolish and would instantly render the atmosphere awkward. "You call me fat, and yet you truly are panting?" Zhang Hao laughed and playfully scolded, tossing a piece of beast meat towards him. Luo Bai caught it deftly and immediately brought it to his mouth. Eager to gnaw on it, having just experienced a breakthrough, he was in need of replenishment. As they engaged in conversation, Luo Bai suddenly received a message from Li Feng, which was remarkably succinct. "Brother Luo, I have become a warrior." Upon reading the message, Luo Bai was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a genuine smile. He understood Li Feng's character. This fellow had been relentlessly training, striving to catch up to him. Despite possessing only average talent and lacking any extraordinary abilities, Li Feng's diligence had garnered the admiration of many within the training camp, both among fellow trainees and instructors. At last, Li Feng had achieved his goal, successfully awakening his powers and mastering the dark energy, becoming a true warrior. The audacity of this lad to keep it all from me until now. Hey, why are you smiling so joyfully? Are you perhaps indulging in some benefits? Good resources should be shared, young man. Zhang Hao inquired with a mischievous grin, clearly feeling a bit bored. Please, do you think I'm like you? I still have 6 months before I reach adulthood. Luo Bai retorted, rolling his eyes at Zhang Hao. Suddenly, Zhang Hao raised an eyebrow and remarked, why are they later than usual today? I suspect they had a fruitful day. Don't even start with that, will you? Luo Bai replied, his expression darkening. The last time Zhang Hao had made a similar prediction, it resulted in a decent haul, but almost cost him his life. Zhang Hao grinned widely. Are you really going to claim that my prediction was insufficient? I will inquire with the captain. Very well. Though the exchange was brief, the expressions on Luo Bai and Zhang Hao's faces grew grave. They could sense the seriousness in Toby Cook's words, indicating that something indeed was amiss. Brother Hao, you stay here. I will check the cave entrance, Luo Bai said. Be careful, came the reply. Immediately, Luo Bai activated his energy search, brandishing his combat knife as he approached the mouth of the cave. He waited there for a full hour and a half. At precisely 7:12 in the evening, signals of 1 level 8 and 2 level 6 appeared within the range of Luo Bai's energy search, a straight distance of 1,000 meters from the cave. Indeed, it's us. Soon, 3 figures emerged into Luo Bai's line of sight, moving with extreme caution while meticulously erasing their traces behind them. This behavior caused Luo Bai to furrow his brow, and a sense of heaviness settled in his heart. Judging by their demeanor, it seemed they had encountered the pursuit of a formidable adversary, most likely human. Captain, what transpired? Why did you take such a convoluted route? Luo Bai and Zhang Hao inquired together inside the cave. I have good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? Toby Cook asked with a smile. Taking a sip of water, Luo Bai thought to himself, did I worry for nothing? Wasn't it evident that we were in deep trouble? With a hint of annoyance, Zhang Hao rolled his eyes at Toby Cook and opted for the good news, to which Luo Bai nodded in silent agreement. Toby Cook smiled and spoke. The good news is that we stumbled upon 2 flame tigers this afternoon. Oh, that amounts to nearly 4 million? Zhang Hao replied nonchalantly, well aware of the value of dark beast crystal cores and materials. And what is the bad news? Luo Bai inquired, frowning. The bad news is that these 2 flame tigers are the same ones we encountered half a month ago. Toby Cook's expression turned serious. He paused momentarily. From the traces left at the scene, it is evident that their adversary was a single individual, and notably, an archer. So those foolish tigers were exhausted to death by kite flying? Zhang Hao asked, furrowing his brow. Indeed, they had discovered those 2 flame tigers half a month prior. But given the strength of their squad, engaging them would have been quite arduous and unwise. Thus, they opted to circumvent the area, even fabricating some traces to mislead any potential trackers, setting a trap for them. This is a common tactic employed by hunters to deal with those who stealthily pursue with ill intentions. It now appears that someone indeed harbored malice, but the trap was not sufficiently deep to ensnare them. They were slain up close. Toby Cook shook his head, his expression grave. Although there are residual arrows at the scene, it is clear they were shot from an extremely close range. One tiger was struck through the eye into its brain, while the other was severed in multiple major arteries by a dagger or similar short weapon, draining its blood. An archer, effortlessly capable of slaying 2 level 8 flame tigers in such a manner, must possess at least a level 9 prowess, and is certainly not an ordinary practitioner. Annabelle's expression turned grave as she assessed the opponent's strength. At that moment, the analytical expert Wu Yinghao spoke, his voice consistently cold, calm, and objective, devoid of any hint of gravity, merely presenting an analysis. A lone archer, at level 9, has killed the flame tigers without taking anything, not even the cores. This indicates that their objective is likely not the hunting of dark beasts, but rather something else entirely. Considering our predicament and our arrangements near the flame tiger's lair, I am over 60% certain that they are coming for us. As his words echoed in the cave, silence enveloped the group. For a team of their caliber, being targeted by a level 9 archer in the wild was akin to having the Grim Reaper perpetually looming behind them, side in hand, waiting for them to let their guard down. Although Wu Yinghao claimed only to have a 60% certainty, Luo Bai felt an instinctive certainty that this enigmatic archer was indeed after them. They had slain Song Moding's son, and it logically followed that the adversary would send an assassin for retribution. As for why it took more than half a month for them to arrive, it could likely be attributed to the heavy snowfall that blanketed the trails they left upon exiting the city, obscuring their path. A level 9 archer, to be honest. Luo Bai felt a twinge of anxiety within, even disregarding the distant ambush or the act of kite flying. The adversary's capability to engage in close combat with 2 flame tigers signifies a prowess that would likely spell doom for our squad in a direct confrontation. The flame tiger, an 8th level dark beast, is only marginally inferior to the Greystone giant bear. As Luo Bai pondered this, Toby Cook turned to Zhang Hao and inquired about his recovery. I can manage routine activities, but engaging in combat seems implausible. At this moment, Zhang Hao spoke candidly, devoid of any pretense. Upon hearing this, Toby Cook furrowed his brow. After a few moments of silence, he articulated his thoughts. What I propose is to stealthily vacate this area. Even if the adversaries are not targeting us, we should strive to avoid contesting the hunting grounds with a 9th level warrior. The risks are excessively high. In the wilderness, there exists no morality or law. One cannot expect every formidable being to possess noble virtues and assist the weak. Particularly, solitary warriors tend to disdain the presence of others in their hunting territories, a truth well understood by every seasoned hunter. This is the doctrine of the wild. The strong are revered while the weak retreat. Luo Bai had frequently witnessed such scenarios in the animal kingdom. Yet now he found himself ensnared within this very rule. As for losing face or suffering a blow to one's pride, please, the weak must embody the essence of their status, revering the powerful. This is the prevailing norm of the world. Do you have any objections? None. The group shook their heads in unison. Very well, it is settled then. Gather your belongings, take a moment to recuperate, and we shall depart in half an hour. With Toby Cook's command, the others busied themselves with preparations. As he tidied up his belongings, Luo Bai felt a deep sense of gratitude. He was thankful that upon becoming a warrior, he encountered a captain like Toby Cook, whose cautious nature imparted to him the essence of respecting the formidable. The circumstances this time were even more dire. Toby Cook's order to retreat was executed with remarkable decisiveness, leaving no room for even a single night's rest. Twice they ventured beyond the city, only to retreat in a manner akin to fleeing for their lives. Yet within his heart, Luo Bai felt relieved. He could not fathom what might have transpired had Toby Cook chosen to remain in the wilderness during those 2 instances. Perhaps nothing at all would have occurred. Or perhaps they would have perished in the desolation. Regardless, Toby Cook's actions imparted vital lessons to him. In this world, mere strength is insufficient for survival. One must possess a sense of reverence for the powerful and an acute awareness of impending dangers. Only when strength, wisdom, and respect converge can one truly live comfortably and securely. Once their belongings were in order, the group gathered their spoils from recent days and emerged from the cave. Following the flow of water into the forest, the winter woods were somewhat sparse, yet some evergreen trees persisted, creating an environment that significantly limited the range of archers' attacks and enhanced their chances of survival or counterattack. Had they ventured onto the vast plains, they would have likely become living targets. Each member of Luo Bai's party carried tactical backpacks brimming with their acquisitions. This time, they charged directly into Zone 018214, encountering a notable scarcity of Level 7 dark beasts, which were few in number but considerably more valuable, making their burdens lighter and more manageable. Zhang Hao was being carried by Wu Hao, aiming to cover more ground during the night. In a single night, Luo Bai and his companions traversed nearly 500 kilometers. Though the actual distance was not as extensive due to their continuous navigation through the forested areas. At dawn, Toby Cook finally commanded a halt. With a sigh of relief, Luo Bai paused, took a moment to breathe deeply, and consumed 2 tubes of nutrient fluid to replenish his strength. The others were also in a less than optimal state. While Toby Cook fared reasonably well, both Wu Hao and Annabelle, possessing lower cultivation levels, had expended even more energy. How did you manage to break through again? Annabelle panted, scrutinizing Luo Bai up and down. Last night, focused on their journey, they had exchanged few words. A remarkable talent, indeed. Luo Bai chuckled, but in the next instant, his expression shifted dramatically. With a fierce shout of warning, his combat knife was drawn in an instant, cleaving downward. The blade clashed against an arrow with precision, causing Luo Bai's arm to tingle as the force from the arrow slightly lifted his weapon. Nevertheless, he succeeded in blocking it. Simultaneously, 2 piercing screams echoed through the dark night, resonating with an unusual intensity before dawn. In the woods, just before dawn, An unexpected assassination unfolded without any forewarning. The adversary unleashed 5 arrows simultaneously, forcing the 5 members of the squad to fend for themselves. Even the captain, Toby Cook, could only manage to raise his large shield in front of him to deflect the arrow aimed at his face. A single strike severed the powerful and lethal arrow, and Luo Bai's eyes widened with fury. For less than 2 meters away, the very Annabelle with whom he had just conversed lay lifeless in a pool of blood. Despite her desperate attempts to evade the impending doom, she was ultimately a fraction too late. Her right arm was pierced, and the immense force of the arrow had obliterated a substantial portion of her limb, leaving merely a fragment of her upper arm barely attached. The jagged stump resembled the dismembered remnants of battle-weary soldiers from a pre-catastrophe battlefield. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao, who had just leaped from Wu Yinghao's back, was devoid of life. The arrow struck him squarely between the eyes, overwhelming his 6th-level physique with its brutal force, resulting in his head being violently shattered, sending fragments scattering in all directions. "Damn it!" Toby Cook exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock, as he charged toward the direction from whence the arrow had come. The irregularly spaced tree trunks significantly hindered the archer's visibility and effective range, yet the enemy was not far off, merely a couple of 100 meters away. This distance was already at the brink of possibility. In the darkness, amidst the dense trunks, and lacking an elevated vantage point, even a 9th-level archer could achieve little more, despite his arrows being capable of easily piercing through dozens of tree trunks. However, such arrows were incapable of inflicting fatal wounds. "Brother Hao, keep an eye on Sister Na. And be careful. I shall assist the captain," Luo Bai shouted forcefully, disregarding whether Wu Yinghao acknowledged him, and promptly followed in Toby Cook's swift pursuit. Closing the distance and engaging in close combat was their sole opportunity. There was no other escape. "I see you." At a distance of 200 meters. With Luo Bai's current vision, identifying the target was effortless, especially since the opponent had not taken any deliberate measures to conceal themselves. Fixating intently on the slender figure clad in a white cloak, Luo Bai, without a moment's hesitation, activated his energy level search. However, as anticipated, no results emerged. Given that the adversary dared to approach so closely for an ambush, they must have been equipped with a high-tier energy response shielding module, perhaps even one of superior rank. The cloaked figure's attack speed was exceedingly rapid. Luo Bai and Toby Cook had barely covered 10 meters when 4 arrows whistled through the air towards them. Each was aimed with precision, striking fairly. A sense of dread washed over Luo Bai. While he and Toby Cook could potentially withstand the assault, Wu Yinghao might manage to deflect one arrow, but Annabelle was practically defenseless at this moment. Now, at that instant, Toby Cook shouted, leaping into the air. He swung his shield horizontally, the massive shield face colliding with the 4 arrows that had not yet fully dispersed. Seizing this fleeting moment, Luo Bai surged forward with renewed vigor, advancing nearly 10 meters and positioning himself at the forefront. Meanwhile, Wu Yinghao took the opportunity to dart forward, scooping up Annabelle and executing a roll against the tree trunk, cleverly adjusting their angle to escape into the distance. Once the rear stabilized, Luo Bai felt a wave of relief wash over him. Focusing entirely on the opponent's position, he charged straight ahead. After deftly deflecting the 4 arrows, Toby Cook redirected his course and joined forces with Luo Bai for a united advance. The cloaked figure sneered, drawing back their bow once more, this time notched with a single arrow. Visible to the naked eye, the longbow wielded by the cloaked figure appeared to be shrouded in a layer of gray mist, while a similar fog gathered around the exquisitely crafted arrowhead made of a chillingly superior alloy, gradually thickening until it coalesced into an energy sphere the size of an egg, enveloping the arrowhead. "Go." The cloaked figure chuckled softly, releasing his grip, as he observed the rapidly approaching figures of Luo Bai and Toby Cook. He exhibited no signs of panic nor any intention of retreat. The thought of pulling back to create distance had never crossed his mind, for the surrounding tree trunks failed to pique his interest. What he relished was the sensation of delivering a fatal shot from miles away. Alas, the circumstances here did not permit such a feat in light of this. He resolved to conclude this mission with utmost swiftness. The arrow, cloaked in dark energy, surged towards Luo Bai and Toby Cook as if teleporting. Yet curiously, it produced no sound of air being ruptured, leaving only faint rings of white vapor trailing behind its fletching. This was the first time Luo Bai had witnessed an archer capable of infusing dark energy into their arrows. It was well known that even the 6th-tier Annabelle could merely enhance her vision, speed, and strength using dark energy. At this moment, in Luo Bai's perception, this was no longer a slender arrow. It resembled a cannonball hurtling towards them, offering no opportunity for evasion. Huh! Toby Cook bellowed as he charged forward, raising his great sword, with his right hand pressed against his large shield. The shield was angled cleverly, poised to collide directly with the arrow enveloped in dark energy. With a thunderous clash, the arrow collided with the massive shield, producing a resounding boom as powerful energy ripples surged forth, scattering the surrounding snow. After a fleeting moment of stalemate, the trajectory of the arrow finally shifted, scraping the shield's surface and igniting a dazzling spark as it veered off at an angle. As the wooden debris flew in every direction, the sturdier trees managed to hold their ground, while those that were slightly smaller succumbed to the force, toppling like dominoes. However, Luo Bai and Toby Cook had no time to concern themselves with the devastation. They pressed on with unwavering determination, striving to seize even the slightest glimmer of hope. On the other side, the cloaked figure narrowed his eyes and let out a cold scoff. Have you nearly broken through to level 9? Let us see how many arrows you can withstand. As he spoke, another arrow enveloped in dark energy was unleashed, hurtling directly towards Toby Cook. With a series of deafening explosions, the two finally closed the distance to within 10 meters of their opponent. Yet, at that moment, Toby Cook's left hand, which clutched the shield, trembled violently. To withstand 4 arrows is quite commendable, the cloaked figure remarked with a mocking chuckle. But his tone turned icy in an instant. Do you truly believe that engaging me in close combat offers you any chance? How naive. Though his voice lingered in the air, the cloaked figure had already materialized before Luo Bai. He charged forward, and with a swift motion of his longbow, blades barely 3 inches in length sprang forth from either end, slicing toward Luo Bai's carotid artery with lethal intent. This was the essence of the cloaked figure's style. No games of cat and mouse. No injurious but sparing tactics. He had no interest in such foolishness, a principle imparted to him by his master on his very first day in the trade. In that fleeting moment, the skills displayed by the cloaked figure were on par with any melee combatant, plunging the hearts of Luo Bai and Toby Cook into despair. The cloaked figure unleashed a swift strike with a short blade, causing Luo Bai's hair to stand on end. There was no time to block with his longsword, so he resorted to using his left arm as a shield. The harsh sound of scraping filled the air as the exquisite cast combat suit he wore, renowned for its formidable protection, was nonetheless breached with a pained grunt. However, the force behind the blade had considerably diminished, and Luo Bai retaliated with a powerful swing of his weapon. The cloaked figure showed no inclination to linger, swiftly evading Luo Bai's strike, as well as Toby Cook's sword, both of which met only empty air. In close combat, the cloaked figure's prowess was indeed lacking compared to their archery skills. Despite the brief skirmish resulting in Luo Bai's setback, he managed to glean some insight into his opponent's abilities. Each warrior excels in their own domain. Although this archer possessed commendable melee skills, they ultimately paled in comparison to his expertise in archery. It was imperative not to grant him an opportunity to escape the battlefield, or they would all face dire consequences. Toby Cook reminded the team through their communication channel. While they usually preferred verbal communication, in critical moments like these, utilizing battle runes for direct mental exchange proved to be more discreet and rapid. Understood, came Luo Bai's swift acknowledgement. Their exchange was fleeting, a mere spark of thought, while their movements remained unimpeded as they pressed the attack against the cloaked figure. The cloaked figure wielded a longbow with remarkable finesse, striking with the short blades at both ends with each assault aimed squarely at Luo Bai and Toby Cook's vital points. The short blade sliced through the air, aiming directly for Luo Bai's throat. Luo Bai raised his battle knife to block, but the cloaked figure deftly flicked his left hand, revealing a sharp arrow that had seemingly materialized from nowhere, targeting Luo Bai's right arm beneath the armpit. Damn, what a chance. Luo Bai's eyes sparkled with determination as his mind focused. A 3-inch-long dark purple arrow shot forth with remarkable speed, hurtling towards the cloaked figure. The strands of electricity that danced along the shaft alerted the cloaked man, who, being cautious, chose not to block. He preferred to appear somewhat disheveled in his confrontation with Toby Cook rather than risk being struck. Could he evade it? In the next moment, the dark purple arrow, which seemed destined to glide past him, abruptly changed direction and struck the cloaked man's left arm, vanishing into his body in an instant. The ability to redirect the arrow was an essential feature enhanced by the recent gut-wrenching technique. What was this? A flicker of surprise crossed the cloaked man's eyes. He had not anticipated that the suddenly appearing arrow would alter its course, a skill typically reserved for high-level archers, one that he, despite his current prowess, could not achieve. As the dark purple arrow embedded itself, the cloaked man felt only a slight tingling in his left arm, with no other discernible effects. Yet, he remained vigilant. With agility, he thrust his short blade once more, this time targeting Luo Bai. Despite Luo Bai's relatively low cultivation level, the gut-wrenching technique had captured the cloaked man's attention. He would not allow any variables to exist and resolved to resolve the situation swiftly, for caution is the mother of safety. At that moment, Toby Cook charged forward, sword and shield in hand, employing a desperate fighting style. He aimed to create an opportunity for Luo Bai to unleash as many gut-wrenching strikes as possible. This was their chance. The cloaked man found himself ensnared by Toby Cook, while Luo Bai endeavored to evade, exerting all his strength to unleash a technique of internal probing, the consequence of which was an alarming increase in the wounds adorning their bodies. In a mere 4 seconds, as the cloaked man felt a sharp pang of agony in his abdomen, Luo Bai released 16 diminutive arrows. These arrows possessed the remarkable ability to adjust their trajectory within a limited range according to his will, a gift bestowed upon him by a juvenile thunder crocodile during their last encounter. With this advantage and Toby Cook's distraction, all 16 arrows struck true. Such trifling skills. In moments of calm, the cloaked man maintained a semblance of caution, observing the desperate efforts of his foes to assail him with tiny arrows. He initially suspected some peculiar combat technique at play. However, upon witnessing the results, it appeared to be nothing more than a mere stomach disturbance. Is this all? Pathetic. A flicker of disdain crossed the cloaked man's eyes as he ceased evading Luo Bai's probing technique and opted for a fierce counterattack, intent on swiftly eliminating both Luo Bai and Toby Cook. As for the arrow assaults, in these fleeting seconds, he had discerned that they were likely a form of negative status combat technique, presumably the potential innate technique mentioned in the intelligence reports. Yet, it was evident that it could not bridge the vast chasm of power between them. Such techniques, compared to direct offensive methods, were markedly suppressed by the disparity in dark energy levels. After a thorough assessment, the cloaked man concluded that with his 9th-tier soldier-level physique and dark energy, he could essentially disregard them. As the cloaked man unleashed his full might, Luo Bai and Toby Cook swiftly transformed into bloodied figures, their adversaries' strikes coming with alarming speed. They could only defend against a fraction of the lethal blows aimed at vital areas such as the face and throat. As for the other areas, one could only endure. Although the combat suit provided substantial protection, the wounds were not severe, yet the force of the attacks was nearly enough to dislocate the two. 41-42. While Luo Bai valiantly resisted the onslaught of his opponent, he continued to execute his gut-wrenching technique, counting meticulously. In the current predicament, it was a gamble to see who would falter first, whether he would meet his demise or the cloaked figure would succumb to the accumulating effects of his relentless attacks. 93-94. The minor injuries on Luo Bai's body numbered well over 100. Virtually no part of him remained unscathed, resembling a victim of dismemberment. His exquisite Kars combat suit had transformed into a mere sunshade, plastered with blood and adhering to his skin. Had it not been for this suit, given the speed of the cloaked figure's assaults, Luo Bai would likely have been reduced to mere sashimi by now. Finally, the cloaked figure sensed an unsettling change. The agonizing cramps in his abdomen intensified, so severe that even this battle-hardened assassin, who typically regarded pain with indifference, found it increasingly intolerable. It was worth noting that during his training, he had once been incapacitated by his master breaking his limbs, yet he had never flinched. The cloaked figure, accustomed to the shadows, possessed an astute mind. With a swift kick, he sent Toby Cook flying, and an arrow materialized on his longbow in an instant. In the next moment, the bowstring was drawn taut, and the icy arrowhead gleamed as it shot towards Toby Cook, who was less than 5 meters away. Luo Bai had no time to intervene. Seizing the moment the cloaked figure released his bow, he executed 2 more gut-wrenching strikes with perfect precision. At this point, he had bestowed upon the cloaked man a total of 100 soul-extracting arrows, marking the first occasion on which Luo Bai had unleashed such a multitude upon a single target. The accumulation of this quantity ultimately precipitated a qualitative transformation. The cloaked man felt an excruciating pain emanating from within him, intensifying exponentially in tandem with the number of dark purple arrows striking him, a terrifying omen. Anything that exhibits exponential growth signals an impending calamity. Consider a sheet of paper merely 0.08 millimeters thick. Should it be folded over 50 times, its thickness would become sufficient to reach the very star of its galaxy. This exemplifies the horror of exponential escalation. Sweat beads suddenly erupted upon the cloaked man's brow, causing him to stagger slightly, while a faint smile graced the pallid visage of Luo Bai. In the next moment, yet another dark purple arrow materialized in Luo Bai's hand. Its hue somewhat dim and almost ethereal. The dark energy within him was nearly depleted. At this juncture, the cloaked man was engulfed in terror, confusion, and bewilderment. By his calculations, even conservatively speaking, with his substantial advantage in both physique and energy level, he should have been capable of enduring this trivial combat technique indefinitely. Previous circumstances had indeed substantiated this belief. Yet, why had such a drastic change suddenly occurred? The pain in his body seemed to have magnified by tens of thousands of times, as he beheld yet another dark purple arrow manifest in Luo Bai's grasp. The cloaked man was gripped by a sense of dread, an apprehension of the unknown. That arrow, which he had once regarded with disdain, now loomed like a childhood nightmare resurrected. Gritting his teeth against the agony, the cloaked man struggled to stand upright, knocking the arrow and drawing his bow. The alloy arrow and the energy dart collided, yet they seemed to exist in separate realms, passing each other without incident. Clang! The alloy arrow knocked the battle knife from Luo Bai's grasp, its momentum unabated as it struck his chest, penetrating the tattered combat uniform and embedding itself in his sternum. Bang! Bang! Luo Bai emitted a muffled groan, propelled by the force of the arrow, crashing through two trees before being impaled upon a trunk wide enough for two to embrace. Meanwhile, on the other side, the dim and ethereal energy dart, crackling with tendrils of electricity, entered the cloaked one's body. In the next instant, a piercing scream erupted. Echoing with excruciating agony, this was the only cry of pain the cloaked one had uttered since the onset of battle. Luo Bai, pinned against the tree, felt a continuous flow of blood frothing from his mouth. Without a doubt, he knew his lung had been punctured. The tremendous force accompanying the arrow meant that the injury to his right lung was far more severe than merely a hole. Were it not for his extraordinary resilience, such a shot would have left an enormous gaping wound in an ordinary person's chest. Each breath was laced with the metallic tang of blood, making Luo Bai acutely aware of his damaged lung. In the distance, the cloaked one knelt on the ground, howling in anguish, resembling a woman in labor, one nurturing life, the other a harbinger of death. The earlier phantom strike had escalated Luo Bai's agony to a new level, serving as the final straw that could break the camel's back. He must seize the opportunity to eliminate him. The three individuals possessed remarkable speed and reflexes. It had been just over 2 minutes since the battle commenced. Excluding the initial moments of their charge, it had been more than a minute since the cloaked man had endured the first brutal strike. Presently, the duration of this torment had not exceeded 3 minutes. Luo Bai understood that if he allowed his opponent to regain composure, not only would he and Toby Cook perish, but Wu Linghao and Annabelle would also meet their demise. Furthermore, if he were to falter, Hawks and Li Feng would likely share the same fate without his protection. Enduring the excruciating pain radiating from his chest, Luo Bai grasped the arrow shaft and forcefully propelled himself backward, freeing himself from the tree trunk. He crashed to the ground, and without a moment to wipe the blood from his lips, he stumbled forward towards the cloaked man midway. He seized the battle knife embedded in the earth, his eyes ablaze with ferocity. He understood that survival necessitated the death of the cloaked man. Luo Bai's movements were thunderous, his breath labored, and his damaged lungs struggled to provide sufficient energy for his body. His condition was dire. Yet, the cloaked man was too consumed by his own agony to take notice. His entire consciousness consumed by the pain radiating from within. He frantically struck himself, fighting against the encroaching unconsciousness, compelled to endure the torment. At that moment, he yearned for death for the first time, as it promised an end to his suffering. As the cloaked man writhed on the ground, Luo Bai struck with his blade, severing the man's head as if executing a condemned criminal. The cloaked man's piercing scream abruptly ceased, and finally, Luo Bai could no longer withstand the strain, collapsing onto the snow-covered ground. The damaged lobe of his lung made every breath for Luo Bai exceedingly arduous, akin to a chilling wind piercing through his chest, directly invading his lungs. He has perished. How go? Please come over. With a feigned vigor, Luo Bai spoke into the squad channel. Then, leaning on his battle blade, he staggered to the side of Toby Cook. The shield lay discarded nearby, and Toby Cook's arm was twisted at an unnatural angle, clearly broken. An arrow protruded from his chest, and the blood pooling beneath him had melded into a large patch of melted snow. Previously, in a desperate attempt to create an opportunity for Luo Bai, Toby Cook had fought valiantly, bearing wounds far more numerous than Luo Bai's, leaving one to wonder how much blood he had left. "Captain," Luo Bai gasped, kneeling down to pat Toby Cook's face. He is not dead, yet with great effort. Toby Cook managed to open his eyes, prompting a sigh of relief from Luo Bai, who then allowed himself to collapse sideways. "Has he succumbed?" "Yes, I severed his head." The two engaged in hushed conversation, striving to stave off unconsciousness from excessive blood loss, lest they truly fail to awaken. Fortunately, it was too long before Wu Yinghao and Annabelle arrived. Wu Yinghao bore little injury, save for a shattered arm from the initial arrow's force, while Annabelle's severed arm had received rudimentary treatment. A potent coagulant had stemmed her bleeding. "Luo Bai, Captain, how are you both?" "Not dead, yet just endure a little longer." Wu Yinghao uttered a swift command and, with a decisive motion, severed the arrow shaft embedded in Luo Bai's chest, extracting it from both the front and back. He immediately applied a coagulant and a healing agent, prioritizing the cessation of bleeding. Toby Cook leaned against the trunk of a tree, instructing Wu Yinghao to search the area for any clues regarding their adversary, suggesting they leave the location and seek refuge elsewhere. "Understood, Captain." After more than half an hour, in a secluded hollow of the mountains, where the snow lay thick, Wu Yinghao excavated several hiding spots, and the group took shelter within. They were in urgent need of time to stabilize their injuries, remaining within the confines of Zone 018214. Given the current condition of the team, encountering even 1 or 2 level 8 dark beasts could lead to their annihilation. The snow cave was left with only a small ventilation hole, while the rest was blocked by Wu Yinghao from the outside, engulfing them in darkness. Meanwhile, wisps of energy occasionally emanated from his heart, permeating throughout his body, aiding in the healing of his wounds. The team remained hidden in that mountain hollow for 3 days and nights without stirring. It was not until the morning of the 4th day that they departed, carrying the lifeless body of Zhang Hao with them, in search of a genuinely secure location to allow their injuries to heal. Otherwise, they might not survive the wilderness. Over the course of 3 days, Luo Bai and Toby Cook had made significant progress in their recovery, while Annabelle's wounds had already scabbed over. Yet, the mood among them was dismal. Zhang Hao was dead, and Annabelle had lost the use of her right arm, a fate nearly as dire for an archer. However, they had no time to indulge in their emotions. Survival was their immediate priority. On December 4th, at noon, after careful exploration, Wu Yinghao killed a 4th-tier black-striped white-fronted tiger and seized its den, allowing the group to finally settle down. Although they had been recuperating for several days, the valley offered no defenses, constantly instilling a sense of dread. It was only now that they could somewhat relax. The cave was spacious and reeked, yet at this moment, they paid little heed to such discomforts. The body of Haozi was well concealed. Wu Yinghao was the last to enter the cave and, with a somber tone, he uttered a few words before settling down in the outermost part, with his twin blades resting close at hand. He was the only one in the group still possessing some combat capability, bearing the weight of their safety. After a brief pause, Wu Yinghao produced an exquisitely crafted black and gold token, tossing it to Toby Cook, explaining, "This is the only item of significance on that fellow. I have never seen anything like it. Beyond this, there are no further leads." "What is this? A bounty token?" Toby Cook furrowed his brows as he examined the metallic card and soon recognized its nature. "What is a bounty token?" Luo Bai and the others appeared puzzled. Toby Cook clarified, "This is a form of currency circulating in the black market, similar to chips in a casino, representing substantial monetary value. It is anonymous and unencrypted, recognized only by the card itself, not by individuals. Typically, only assassin organizations or similar entities utilize such tokens." "Now it makes sense," Luo Bai responded, enlightened by the explanation. The accounts of the warriors were established directly by the Celestial Temple during the apocalypse, tethered to their personal identities. Although the Celestial Temple claims to be absolutely neutral and refrains from disclosing the personal account information of the warriors to any organization or individual, such assurances evidently fail to instill a sense of security in certain individuals, such as members of assassin organizations. "This token is valued at 500 million. Toby Cook added. "Unfortunately, few seem to show any interest. While this sum is considerable, their losses this time were simply too great. Thus, it stands to reason that this individual is undoubtedly an assassin, and as for the employer, aside from someone with the surname Song, I cannot think of anyone else." Wu Yinghao's voice, typically as tranquil as still water, now carried a hint of cold, murderous intent. "Haozi will not die in vain." Luo Bai glanced at Annabelle, who seemed transformed over the past few days, and sent a message. Sister Annabelle, do not lose heart. This is not like you. It's merely an arm you've lost. As long as you live, there is hope. Indeed, my ability to offer comfort is lacking, but Sister Annabelle, I owe you a favor, and I will ensure your arm regrows. Cell regeneration serum? Annabelle was initially taken aback, then smiled wryly. Such a thing is beyond the reach of mere warriors like us. Subsequently, Luobai rose and moved aside, sitting cross-legged to commence his cultivation. He is someone who distinguishes between gratitude and enmity. Debts of kindness must be repaid, and grudges must also be settled. Within the cavern, Annabelle gazed intently at the meditative figure of Luobai, observing him for quite some time. A subtle smile crept upon her lips, reminiscent of her former self, and soon she too began to engage in the rhythmic breathing exercises. As time passed, apart from addressing their physiological needs, Luobai and his companions remained within the cave, each harboring a pent-up energy, awaiting the day it would erupt, certain that it would unleash a torrent of bloodshed. At the pinnacle of the Deheng building, headquarters of the Shenlong Group and the South Water Gang, Song Modding, having restored his office to its former state, discarded the communication wristband he had procured from the black market. Though he possessed a plethora of such nameless devices, he had yet to receive any word from Chia, which began to test his patience. After a moment's contemplation, Song Modding initiated another voice communication. Meanwhile, within the cavern of District 018214, Toby Cook, gnawing on jerky, furrowed his brow as he answered the call. This is Toby Cook. Who is this? Silence ensued before the connection was abruptly severed. Cursing under his breath, Toby pondered the encounter before resuming his snack. On the other side, a flicker of malice ignited in Song Modding's eyes as he murmured to himself, Chia, my money is not so easily acquired. If you dare take my money without delivering. Simultaneously, in a desolate area, a small group meandered, led by the very masked warrior who had previously abducted Hawks. His mask and long spear unmistakable symbols of his identity. Understood. We shall heed your command. On December 23rd, amidst light snow, it is noteworthy that until now, Toby Cook's injuries have only healed to a significant extent, although there were differences in the severity of injuries between the two. In truth, Luobai's wounds were not considerably less severe than Toby's. In the forest, timber had been stacked to form a platform, upon which lay the headless corpse of Zhang Hao, long since frozen solid. Light the fire. Wu Yinghao handed his lighter to Toby Cook. Zhang Hao's parents, both martial artists, had perished in the wilderness long ago, and his grandparents, who had raised him, had also passed away a few years prior. Alone and forsaken, a cremation in this desolate land was the most fitting farewell. Toby Cook nodded and accepted the lighter. The flame flickered to life, growing into a roaring blaze as the group prepared ample wood, sufficient to reduce Zhang Hao to mere ashes, leaving only fragments of bone behind. Brother Hao, may you rest in peace. Revenge shall be mine. Luobai felt a tinge of complexity in his heart. Though his time with the team had been brief, these individuals had become his closest companions in this world. This vendetta could never be overlooked. Let us go. With the deceased laid to rest, the living must carry on. Toby Cook called to the others, gathering the spoils as they departed from the site. 3 days later, an armored off-road vehicle arrived at the Silver Wolf's wilderness outpost. After accounting for the spoils, the haul this time exceeded the previous one by a considerable margin, excluding the bounty token. The Dark Beast crystal cores and materials harvested by Luobai and the others surpassed 1 billion. Captain Toby Cook, here is the inventory. At 80% of the market value, the total amounts to 1,084,320,000 credit coins. Despite the satisfactory harvest, Toby Cook found himself in low spirits, merely casting a cursory glance to confirm the results. As for the distribution ratios, these had already been settled en route. Toby Cook and Luobai each received 26, while Annabelle and Wu Yinghao obtained 24 apiece. Upon finalizing the accounts, Luobai acquired a substantial sum of 28,192.32 credit coins, accompanied by 281.92 contribution points. Life in the wilderness was far from idyllic. Luobai and his companions lacked any means of self-cleaning, and while winter offered some reprieve, the summer heat could render them quite unsanitary. What? Wash in a pond? Before one could revel in the formidable prowess of traversing the wilderness, the preservation of life took precedence over bathing. Luobai nodded, discarding his tattered combat uniform into a nearby trash bin, and inquired, "How are your studies progressing? Have you caught up?" Yes, I have independently completed all the primary school curriculum. In another fortnight, I will be fully up to speed, Hawks replied, tilting his head in a manner that beckoned praise. This time, Lobai refrained from discouraging him, generously offering a thumbs up before directing. Go ask your brother Feng if he has time to join us. All right, Hawks exclaimed joyfully, dashing off to contact Li Feng. At that moment, Yu Yuer approached and asked, Master, what would you like to have for lunch? Just arrange something. I will freshen up first. Understood, Master. Very well, I shall tidy up and be there shortly. At this moment, Li Feng could be considered a graduate of the training camp. Unlike Luo Bai, who had received special training privileges, he continued to train independently while awaiting the preliminary review results from Silver Wolf. Indeed, Li Feng had submitted his application to join the Silver Wolf hunting group. However, lacking the recommendation from the training camp, he could not undergo the membership assessment as directly as Luo Bai had. In the dining hall, Luo Bai and his companions chatted animatedly while eating, with Yu only taking the occasional bite as she bustled between the dining area and the kitchen. Li Feng, congratulations. Cheers to you for becoming a warrior. Luo Bai and Hawks raised their glasses in a toast, celebrating Li Feng's persistent efforts which had finally borne fruit. Thank you. Li Feng spoke little, yet the smile on his face sufficed to convey his current emotions. Observing the trio raise their glasses in celebration, a flicker of longing and desire crossed Yu Yuer's eyes, quickly concealed by her careful demeanor. Yuer, join us for a toast. Congratulations to Brother Feng for becoming a warrior. Yu Yuer hesitated momentarily, glancing at Luo Bai, and upon seeing his nod, lifted her glass, exclaiming, Congratulations, Sir Li Feng. As the four continued to dine and converse, the atmosphere grew lively. However, after the excitement subsided, Luo Bai solemnly inquired, Li Feng, what are your plans for the future? What path are you preparing to take? I have submitted my application to join Silver Wolf and am currently awaiting the results of the preliminary review, Li Feng responded. This choice came as no surprise to Luo Bai, yet he could not help but caution. The casualty rate during the Silver Wolf membership assessment is significant, and the content and standards of each evaluation vary, posing considerable risks. Upon hearing this, Li Feng set down his wine cup and gazed at Luo Bai, his eyes resolute as he replied, I understand, but how can one know their capabilities without attempting? Indeed, well said, Luo Bai remarked with a smile, acknowledging that Li Feng's temperament was quite fitting for a hunter. What do you intend to major in? This is of utmost importance. The cultivation of combat techniques will influence the nature of dark energy, so it is advisable to choose a path from the outset and pursue it unwaveringly. Firearms. Li Feng's voice was firm, devoid of any hesitation, as this had long been the answer in his heart. He was aware that Luo Bai had undergone a month-long intensive training under Instructor Barton after becoming a warrior, a privilege he himself had not received, relying instead on self-exploration. However, if Luo Bai were to guide him now, it would be quite beneficial. As Li Feng prepared to rise, Luo Bai couldn't help but chuckle at his eagerness. Usually so composed, he seemed rather impatient at this moment. No rush, let us finish our meal first. All right. Hawks, observing from the side, burst into laughter. Haha, Brother Feng, you're losing your composure. Impudent lad, speak respectfully. Luo Bai playfully tapped Hawks on the head before turning his attention to the ever-busy Yu Yuer, asking, with more family members around, I plan to help you find a couple of assistants. Do you have any reliable candidates in mind? Yu Yuer was taken aback for a moment, then hastily stood up and waved her hand, saying, No need, Master, I can manage perfectly well on my own. Sister Yuer, please don't decline. Luo Gu is simply concerned for you. Heh, Hawks chuckled, sipping his juice, thoroughly enjoying the unfolding scene. Yu Yuer's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she continued to shake her head, insisting, Master, truly, it's unnecessary. I can do it alone, really. Very well then. We shall discuss it again when you find yourself overwhelmed, Luo Bai replied, seeing Yu Yuer's determination. Luo Gu, Hawks stealthily approached Luo Bai from behind, holding 2 large apples and offering one to him. Luo Bai accepted the apple and took a bite. Quite sweet. Why aren't you in class instead of here? It's the break between classes, Hawks replied, pulling up a chair beside him. After a moment's contemplation, he added, Luo Gu, I think Sister Yuer seems to be harboring some worries. Oh, you, my boy, have quite the keen eye. Pray tell, what do you think is on her mind? Luo Bai smirked slightly. It was indeed surprising how perceptive this little rascal was. At the dining table earlier, Yu Yuer had shown fleeting expressions that clearly indicated she was troubled, yet they were so brief that he had anticipated this child would catch them. Heh. Luo Gu, you noticed too? Hawk's eyes sparkled with excitement as he inquired. Luo Bai shot him a glance. Little brat, don't try to extract information from me. You tell me first. Hawk stuck out his tongue and made a silly face before straightening up and saying earnestly, I believe Sister Yuer seems to be quite envious of martial artists. Isn't it common for ordinary people to envy martial artists? In a moment of reflection, Luo Bai countered, the image of Zhang Hao's headless corpse flashing through his mind. He sighed, acknowledging that in their eyes, warriors were seen as individuals with immense wealth, grand residences, luxurious vehicles, and privileges. Yet, they subconsciously overlooked the fact that these possessions were earned at the cost of their lives. Everything comes at a price. No, it's different, Hawks asserted, shaking his head in denial. He then furrowed his brow, speaking uncertainly, I feel that Sister Yuer is different. Her envy doesn't seem to stem from the material lifestyle or privileges of a warrior. It appears she simply desires to become a warrior herself. That sentiment is somewhat reminiscent of what Brother Feng once conveyed to me, yet distinctly different. This young man certainly had a keen mind. Though Luo Bai couldn't help but wonder if the gender of the object of his attention influenced his thoughts, which made him chuckle inwardly. Regarding Hawk's comments about Yuer, he was aware of them, but who among them was devoid of past experiences or secrets? Recognizing the truth without voicing it and refraining from intruding upon others' worlds is indeed a form of wisdom. With this in mind, Luo Bai concluded his brief respite and guided Luo Bai into the underground training chamber. The combat prowess of a warrior derives from various aspects, with the most crucial being their inherent strength, primarily influenced by physical fitness and the latent energy within their bodies. After spending the better part of an afternoon and the following evening, Luo Bai imparted all the theoretical knowledge that Scar had once taught him, along with his own insights and realizations amassed over the past 6 months, leaving nothing unshared with Li Feng. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the two emerged from the training room. Luo Bai sent Li Feng another dossier, containing meticulously selected martial techniques and detailed specifications of several exquisite grade-long spears, all tailored to Li Feng's combat style and preferences. He intended to present a gift to Li Feng, yet ultimately, the decision lay in Li Feng's hands. After more than half an hour, Luo Bai received a document from Li Feng, accompanied by a message, Luo Gu, I've made my choice. As expected, this young man did not disappoint. Luo Bai glanced at Li Feng's selection, accessed the Silver Wolf Mall interface, and after a round of purchases, he spent 125 million, after a 10% discount, to procure a set of exquisite grade equipment for Li Feng. This included a combat suit valued at over 5 million and a 9-star martial technique. The Silver Wolf regulations only prohibited members from engaging in speculative trading for profit. Such a legitimate gift was entirely permissible. Goodness. This lad is starting off far more lavishly than I ever did, likely rivaling the affluent Duan Guatian. After placing the order and scheduling delivery for the following morning, Luo Bai resumed his training. In this world, while geniuses abounded, there were even more individuals who toiled diligently. To surpass others, one must invest greater effort than anyone else. Greetings, Lord Luo Bai. Please inspect this batch of equipment. If all is in order, kindly confirm receipt in the mall interface. The delivery was made by a young man, appearing not much older than Luo Bai himself. Luo Bai opened the packaging and conducted a cursory examination. Everything seemed satisfactory, and he confirmed, I have acknowledged receipt. Very well. Thank you, my lord. Farewell. As the delivery person from the mall departed, Luo Bai turned around only to see Hawks rushing down from the upper floor. Wow, this gun is so impressive, Hawks exclaimed, squatting down to admire the recently unwrapped Longting 4 Series battle rifle, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Unable to resist, he attempted to lift the rifle, but despite his flushed cheeks, he could barely manage to raise the 65-2-kilogram weapon off the ground, prompting laughter from Luo Bai and the others. Realizing he had embarrassed himself, Hawks hastily dropped the rifle, raising his chin defiantly, and declared, This genius relies on brains to make a living. What's wrong with having little strength? Absolutely nothing. Suppressing a smile, Li Feng maintained a calm demeanor as he replied, then effortlessly lifted the rifle, a glimmer of fervor flickering in his eyes. How does it feel? Luo Bai inquired with a grin. It's fantastic, Li Feng said, sheathing the long gun and, for once, displaying a noticeable smile. Thank you, Luo Gu. Not at all. As you embark on your journey as a warrior, it is only fitting for your elder brother to show some appreciation, Luo Bai replied, affectionately ruffling Hawk's hair as he urged him to tidy up. We'll head to the training room shortly to test your skills. Yes, just a moment. Li Feng nodded enthusiastically, gathering a pile of items before striding away. In the following days, Luo Bai's routine became quite structured. Each morning, he trained Li Feng, while the afternoons and evenings were dedicated to his own practice. However, there exists both a piece of good news and a piece of bad news. The good news is that Luo Bai has completely mastered all 27 techniques of the Blood Shadow swordsmanship. With a little more time, he will successfully refine the secret patterns of the combat technique, resulting in a significant enhancement of his combat prowess. This improvement is not solely attributed to the inherent power boost of the technique itself. More importantly, this 9th tier 9-star combat skill is far more specialized than the rudimentary basic sword techniques. According to Instructor Barton, the successful refinement of the Blood Shadow swordsmanship secret patterns will inevitably influence the nature of the dark energy within him, making it more conducive to the execution of sword techniques. As for the specifics of this transformation, Luo Bai remains uncertain at present. The bad news is that Luo Bai's previous predictions have finally come to fruition. His training speed has indeed slowed. The limits have become increasingly elevated, rendering breakthroughs more challenging. Accompanying this, in recent days, despite Luo Bai's relentless training, he can only reach his physical limit once a day, which means the energy he can derive from his heart has diminished. A solution must be found. As Luo Bai soaked in the bathtub, he pondered. Their team had recently suffered a severe blow, and currently, only Toby Cook, Wu Yinghao, and himself retain their combat strength. It seems unlikely that there will be any plans to venture outside the city in the near future. However, if Luo Bai were to act alone, the risks would be considerable. It is evident that Song Modding would certainly have someone watching him. If he dared to leave the city unaccompanied, he would surely be surrounded and overwhelmed in an instant. For the time being, engaging in battles in the wilderness is not a viable option. Before addressing the matters concerning the South Water Gang, it is prudent to remain within the confines of the city. My abilities have yet to reach the point where I can defy the heavens and the earth. Moreover, the advanced techniques, particularly the art of breathing and energy circulation, have not yet been fully ingrained within my very essence, transforming into instinctual prowess. This is an unavoidable reality, unrelated to mere skill, necessitating extensive and prolonged practice. For now, I have not conceived any effective strategies, and thus, my focus shifted back to my innate combat techniques. Initially, I believed my understanding of the technique known as Sear the Bowels was sufficient. However, my previous encounter with the Cloaked Man revealed that this technique possesses additional characteristics. At that moment, the impact of the first 100 applications of Sear the Bowels on the Cloaked Man was virtually negligible, which was to be expected. This technique relies entirely on dark energy, and when faced with an 8th-level dark beast, it was already significantly constrained, let alone against an adversary 2 levels above me. In that battle, to be candid, as I genuinely sensed the extent of the Cloaked Man's suppression of Sear the Bowels, my confidence plummeted from an initial 20% to below 10. Under such circumstances, I could only grit my teeth and press on, striving for that slim chance of survival. What surprised me, however, was that as Sear the Bowels accumulated, the pain it inflicted escalated exponentially. This was quite remarkable. Once the growth rate of anything transitions to an exponential model, it becomes an entity capable of soaring to unimaginable heights in mere moments. Uncertain whether other similar combat techniques possess such characteristics, Luo Bai felt a surge of energy and promptly logged onto the Sky Network to search for relevant information. Half an hour later, he exited the network, unsure whether to feel elated or disheartened. According to the data accessible to him, the characteristic of combat techniques exhibiting exponential growth in effectiveness with cumulative quantity did not exist. Thus, his unique sourcing the internal technique appeared to be unparalleled and quite formidable. However, this revelation posed a new dilemma. Without comparable characteristics, how could he further cultivate and enhance this unique feature? After all, based on the previous battle, the critical threshold for pain index to begin its exponential rise was around 100. This was indeed a predicament. Against ordinary opponents, Luo Bai did not need to exert such effort to ensnare them with 100 layers of sourcing the internal. Conversely, formidable adversaries would not remain stationary, allowing him the opportunity to unleash 100 instances of sourcing the internal. His previous success was largely attributable to Toby Cook's desperate efforts to distract the opponent. Otherwise, he would have been vanquished by the Cloaked Man long ago. He needed to devise a method to strengthen this characteristic. Otherwise, the prospect of reaching 100 instances was rather daunting. With his brow furrowed in deep thought, he longed for a wise mentor to guide him and dispel his uncertainties. Yet he realized this aspiration was but a distant dream. On January 1st, the dawn of a new year, during a brief respite while feeding Li Feng, Luo Bai took the opportunity to greet several acquaintances. At noon, while having lunch, Li Feng received a message. Luo Gu. I passed the preliminary selection and will report on the 27th to participate in the group assessment. Congratulations. Congratulations, Brother Feng, exuding strength and majesty. Hawks raised his glass of juice in celebration. As they chatted, Toby Cook's call came through. Captain, Happy New Year. Luo Bai greeted with a smile. It had been some time since Zhang Hao's incident, and the group gradually returned to their usual state. For warriors who constantly dance on the edge of life and death, such occurrences are indeed commonplace. Happy New Year. Toby Cook replied cheerfully, then continued, I plan to visit the black market tonight. Are you interested? I can show you a different world. Absolutely. Luo Bai's eyes sparkled. He had never ventured to the black market before. Such places are elusive, with no information available online, requiring a familiar guide. All right, come to my house at 9. Shouldn't I prepare a cloak and mask? Luo Bai asked, curiosity piqued. No need, Toby Cook chuckled, shaking his head. You'll understand once we arrive. At 9 that evening, Luo Bai arrived punctually at Toby Cook's home. Aren't Hao Gu and Sister Anna coming? He inquired, noticing he was alone. Toby Cook shook his head. They've been before. This time, we are merely exchanging that bounty ticket. There's nothing else, so they opted out. As they stepped out, Toby Cook drove, heading towards the city. Isn't the black market supposed to be in some remote location? Luo Bai questioned, puzzled. Toby Cook simply smiled mysteriously, remaining silent. Approximately 40 minutes later, the vehicle suddenly came to a halt. Toby Cook declared, We have arrived. Arrived? Luo Bai glanced out the window, overwhelmed by a flood of expletives. He could not fathom that the black market was located here. To his astonishment, the Temple of Apocalypse was visible just above him. Such audacity. Let us go. Toby Cook clapped Luo Bai on the shoulder and led the way. The Bengal Shopping Center. What a surprise. Luo Bai mused as he walked. He had indeed been here before. The Bengal Shopping Center primarily catered to martial artists, offering an extensive array of weapons and gear. After the event of the apocalypse, Luo Bai had spent considerable time here with Jack Su and others. Yet, he never anticipated that the enigmatic black market would also be situated in this very place. Was it truly safe to be so close to the Temple of Apocalypse? Merely attributing it to darkness under the lamp seemed insufficient. As they entered the mall, Toby Cook ambled leisurely, truly resembling a casual shopper, browsing this and that. Luo Bai's thoughts stirred, and he discreetly inquired through the battle markings. Captain, with the black market operating here, aren't you concerned about the Temple of Apocalypse? Toby Cook replied with curiosity. Why should we be afraid? Luo Bai found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Shouldn't the black market be wary of the Temple of Apocalypse? Why was there a need to question the rationale? Toby Cook chuckled and explained, Luo Bai, you seem to harbor some misconceptions about the black market. Luo Bai appeared somewhat bewildered. As Toby walked, he continued his explanation. The existence of the black market is merely a consequence of the higher echelons of Coleman City, wishing to shield ordinary citizens from the darker, bloodier aspects of life, thereby preventing societal panic. However, for warriors, the black market is simply a rather unique free trade market, a gathering place for all transactions related to the city's shadowy dealings. Do you truly believe that the black market could thrive without the Lord's approval? And what about the Oracle Temple? The Oracle Temple? Haven't I made it clear? They maintain absolute neutrality. To the Oracle Temple, there exist only humans and dark beasts, with no distinction between good and evil, nor justice and malevolence. Luo Bai paused, realizing that he had hastily defined the black market as an illegal enterprise, succumbing to preconceived notions. Yet, he discovered that the Oracle Temple's neutrality was not as he had previously assumed. He had thought they merely refrained from intervening in the power struggles between various factions. At that moment, the two arrived at the 26th floor of the shopping center. From this point upward, entry was restricted to ordinary individuals, and after verifying their identities, they proceeded further. On the 28th floor, Toby Cook guided Luo Bai to a service desk where two young ladies sat sweetly. During his previous visit with Jack Su and others, Luo Bai had felt little, but now he keenly sensed that these young ladies were far from ordinary. They emanated subtle dark energy fluctuations, suggesting they had activated energy level reaction shielding. However, this only serves to obscure the energy level search of the battle marks, and cannot impede the innate senses of the warrior. Good evening, ladies. My brother and I wish to explore below. Toby Cook leaned casually against the service desk, his posture reminiscent of a flotation, prompting Luobai to exclaim in embarrassment at the awkwardness of the scene. The attendant at the desk offered a perfunctory smile, manipulating the terminal before her with deft movements. "All set. Take elevator 2. "Thank you," Toby Cook said as he guided Luobai leftward and onward, unable to restrain himself. Luobai murmured softly, "Captain, your flirting skills are rather lacking. It's painfully awkward to witness." "Really? Is that so?" Toby Cook scratched his head in surprise. "I thought I performed quite well today." Luobai sighed. "Forget it. Just disregard my comment." Before long, the two arrived at the elevator lobby, where their identities were verified and elevator 2 opened. They stepped inside, and the elevator descended automatically without interruption. Luobai stood obediently, feeling a twinge of apprehension with each ride. Ding! The elevator doors slid open, unleashing a wave of sound. As Luobai stepped out, he glanced sideways. To the left lay a dazzling array of lights and revelry, while to the right, the sounds suggested the presence of a casino. The throng of people resembled those at a shopping mall. If he were to don a mask, he might very well be labeled a fool. My goodness. This scene is indeed unlike the black market I had envisioned. This way, Toby Cook beckoned, leading the way as Luobai obediently followed behind. The two individuals traversed the expanse of the casino hall, making several turns before pausing at a concealed window. Toby Cook presented the bounty token to the attendant. "Cash it all." "Certainly, please hold on." Without certification or a password, the system truly recognized only the token, not the individual. 2 minutes later, Toby Cook's personal account was enriched by 500 million. He promptly transferred 125 million to Luobai, thus elevating Luobai's assets to over 400 million. Having concluded the business at hand, Toby Cook turned and inquired, "So, how about a game or two?" Luobai shook his head, indicating a lack of interest. Toby Cook chuckled heartily. "I knew you wouldn't be interested. Come, let me take you to the arena. I am certain you will find it captivating." "The arena? Is it fighting?" "Something akin to that," Toby Cook replied as they descended 2 more levels, where they were met by a pungent scent of blood and an eerie chill. The arena featured 2 types of combat, ordinary battles and those to the death. Toby Cook elucidated as they walked, proving himself to be a competent introductory guide. "What exactly does that entail?" Luobai inquired, curiosity piqued. Although he had his suspicions from the context, he felt compelled to ask. "The death matches are quite straightforward. It could involve 2 beasts, 2 warriors, or one of each. 2 living entities enter, and 1 perishes. That is the conclusion. Such duels are exhilarating, attracting numerous wagers, and the stakes are substantial." "Still gambling?" Luobai frowned, pressing further. "And what about the ordinary matches?" "Ordinary battles merely determine a victor without resorting to fatality." "Then I presume not many people place bets on those?" "After all, such matters are pursued for the thrill of it," Luobai speculated. Toby Cook nodded in agreement, acknowledging that while it is indeed less frequent, ordinary duels possess their own unique merits, particularly for you. "Oh, please elaborate, Captain." Luobai's interest was piqued. Toby Cook chuckled, recalling that you mentioned the ineffectiveness of your training at home last night. "Why not try the arena? In ordinary battles, only opponents of equal rank are permitted, and with experts present, one is generally shielded from life-threatening situations. Many scions of noble families hone their combat skills here upon becoming warriors. It is the closest experience to a life-and-death duel, far surpassing the mere practice with a private instructor." "Really?" Luobai's curiosity was ignited, as he had been struggling with his training at home. He had even consulted Toby Cook the previous night, unaware that the solution lay here. "Indeed." Toby Cook affirmed with a nod, then cautioned him not to rejoice too soon. There are few willing to place bets on ordinary battles, resulting in minimal profit. The arena cannot afford to operate at a loss. Thus, to partake in a fight, one must pay an entry fee. For a warrior of the soldier rank, it is 50 million for each match. If you win, your entry fee is refunded, and you also receive 20% of your opponent's fee. However, should you lose, you gain nothing. Consider this. Is your fortune sufficient to endure several losses? "What? It's that expensive?" Luobai exclaimed in astonishment. Just moments ago, he had rejoiced at surpassing 400 million in personal wealth, yet now realized that amount would only allow him to compete 8 times at most. If he were to lose them all, he would be utterly destitute. Toby Cook shook his head, insisting it was not expensive at all. To be able to engage in combat without the burden of fearing for one's life, while experiencing the fine line between existence and oblivion. This sum of money is indeed not exorbitant. Perhaps it is merely a reflection of one's own financial constraints. Am I truly impoverished? This revelation struck Luobai like a bolt from the blue, awakening him to the harsh reality of his circumstances, having only been a martial artist for half a year. He possesses no substantial wealth. Let us proceed to explore further. Eager to uncover the truths that lay ahead, Luobai was anxious to witness the gladiatorial arena. Should no unforeseen events occur, this place would likely become his training ground until he faced utter defeat or resolved the issues with the Southwater gang. Upon entering the arena, the cacophony of roars was deafening. He sensed that, had it not been for the high-grade alloys and special treatments employed in the construction of the surroundings, the sheer sonic force of the arena could have easily toppled the Bengal shopping center. The arena was expansive, divided into numerous smaller sections, and Luobai surmised that the area occupied by the arena alone likely exceeded that of the shopping center. The entire black market could be likened to an underground metropolis, with the shopping center serving merely as one of its myriad entrances. What do you think? Shall we place a bet? Encouraged Toby Cook. Luobai shrugged. I shall refrain. I must reserve my funds for the entrance fee. With a smile, Toby Cook turned away to place his wager, revealing that their captain was indeed quite the gambler. Shaking his head with a wry smile, Luobai directed his attention towards the fierce combat unfolding in the arena. The confrontation featured a lone warrior and his beast. The former adorned with a hood and bare-chested, while the latter was an imposing level 8 greystone giant bear, a creature with which Luobai was intimately familiar. He was acutely aware of the bear's formidable prowess, yet here was this warrior, bravely engaging it alone, demonstrating strength that likely surpassed even that of Toby Cook. The surrounding crowd erupted with fervent shouts. Many appeared to be prominent figures, yet in this moment, both men and women alike were stripped of any semblance of restraint, their cries bordering on hysteria. It was indeed a spectacle of madness. Luobai shook his head and scrutinized the battle with keen interest. The warrior wielded a robust battle blade, its broad surface designed for power, executing a style that was both grand and forceful. He showed little inclination to evade the bear's onslaught, instead opting for a direct confrontation, blood splattering in a vivid display that elevated the spectacle. It was no surprise that such a dramatic style of combat was more likely to ignite the atmosphere, ensuring the arena thrived with abundant profits. Don't be swayed. Luobai's resolve was unwavering. With a hint of curiosity, he inquired, are the warriors participating in this life-and-death battle trained assassins from the arena? No. Toby Cook replied with a shake of his head. The cost would be too high for minimal returns. Then where do they come from? Luobai pondered. Surely, no one would willingly volunteer for such perilous encounters? If one seeks to hone their skills, ordinary battles suffice, or one could simply venture into the wilderness. Luobai's confusion was palpable. Ah, you are mistaken in your assumptions, Toby replied. Toby Cook explained with a smile that there are indeed individuals who voluntarily sign up to participate in life-and-death battles, such as deadly duels or revenge quests. Though such occurrences are rare, perhaps once every couple of months. Although there is no official announcement, it is said that most of the martial artists involved in these life-and-death contests are sent by the Security Bureau's Group A. Oh, I see. Luobai finally understood why martial artists often regard Group A of the Security Bureau with trepidation and apprehension. This might indeed be one of the reasons. As the two conversed, the battle between the greystone giant bear and the martial artist had reached a fever pitch. The bear bore numerous wounds, some of which had penetrated deep into its flesh, while the masked martial artist was in a similarly dire state, his exposed body marred with lacerations due to the absence of protective gear. This fellow is remarkably strong. He must be among the elite of the 8th-tier martial artists. What a pity, Toby Cook lamented. Did you purchase him? Luobai inquired, suddenly intrigued. Toby Cook shook his head. I bought the bear. Then why do you praise him? Luobai was left speechless. Raging Claw. Quickly, tear him apart. Fool, finish him off. Raging Claw, your demise is imminent. In a fit of rage, the greystone giant bear rose on its hind legs, its eyes glowing crimson, a clear sign that it was about to unleash its raging claw, and the atmosphere in the arena surged to an exhilarating climax. In less than half a minute, the battle concluded amidst ecstatic cheers and furious curses as the greystone giant bear tore the martial artist apart, crushing his skull with a single swipe. I have emerged victorious. Toby Cook wore a somewhat smug smile. An 8th-level martial artist, a figure deemed unattainable by the average person, had met his demise here, only to endure the vitriol of the onlookers. Luobai sighed inwardly and rose to his feet. Captain, I intend to enlist for the battle. Will you join me? What? The fight starts today? Must you be so eager? Better early than late. Luo Bai chuckled, fully equipped and ready for action. Having come this far, it seemed only prudent to engage in at least one match. Toby Cook shook his head in resignation, reluctantly vacating his seat. All right, do give it your all. I shall wager on your victory. You have no idea if I can win, yet you choose to bet on me? Luo Bai noted that once they entered the black market, Toby Cook's gambling spirit was remarkably strong. Consider it a bit of added flair. The two engaged in light banter as they departed the life and death arena, making their way to the ordinary combat section. Greetings, I wish to register for the battle. Luo Bai announced, presenting his personal cultivation information. 50 million for the registration fee. You are aware of the other rules, correct? Luo Bai nodded, indicating his understanding, and subsequently transferred the 50 million. Most transactions in the black market were conducted using credit coins. Bounty tokens were primarily employed in clandestine operations such as assassin organizations and intelligence investments. Upon confirming his registration, the staff handed Luo Bai a token, instructing him to proceed to the lounge of Arena 7 to 12. Please wait here. You will be notified when it is your turn. Toby Cook headed for the stands, while Luo Bai followed the signs to the resting area of Arena 7, where a few others awaited their turn to battle. In ordinary battles, opponents are typically fellow martial artists of the same caliber, for the dark beasts certainly do not pay entry fees. Where else could one find a means to profit in the arena? If one wishes to hone their skills against dark beasts, options are available, either by participating in life and death battles or by visiting the beast fighting arena, which specializes in housing numerous dark creatures. After a cursory glance, Luo Bai could not discern who among them might pose a challenge. Thus, he chose an empty seat and began to meditate quietly. Hey, kid, what number are you? Luo Bai opened his eyes to find a bald man seated in front of him, wielding 2 battle axes on his back. As for the man's strength, it remained unclear. This place was not conducive to activating energy level searches, as it could lead to complications. However, judging by the aura emanating from the individual, it seemed he was around level 7. Just you? The bald man furrowed his brow as he scrutinized Luo Bai, then disdainfully remarked, Don't be too useless later. I'd prefer you not to concede before I've even had my fun. Is this truly my opponent? Can't we engage in civil discourse? Luo Bai's retort elicited laughter from an unknown spectator, akin to the release of a suppressed sound. The bald man, incensed, abruptly stood up, his formidable stature towering over Luo Bai. With fingers as thick as carrots, he pointed accusingly and shouted, What the hell, kid? Are you tired of living? Or are you seeking death? Luo Bai chuckled softly, retorting coldly, What's the rush? We'll have our bout shortly. It's not a significant matter. Luo Bai is a person who reciprocates respect. When others regard him with a modicum of respect, he returns it threefold. However, his blunt manner of speaking often leaves others feeling uncomfortable. Perhaps this is not intentional, but rather a reflection of his character. Nonetheless, there is no obligation for others to endure his demeanor, as we are all equals in this regard. What gives him the right to act superior? Some individuals possess this tendency. They convey the same sentiments yet refuse to articulate them properly, instead presenting a tone that evokes irritation.